On this continent forged by prejudice, he stands as the most underestimated figure. Loren, a bastardy whose surname has become a subject of mockery. While other lords vie for the favor of elves and knights, he ventures into the depths of the wilderness to gather the world's rejects, the scorned barbarians, the despicable goblins, the fanatical grey dwarves. All mock him for his self-destructive path, until iron hooves trample the royal banners, and battle cries reverberate through the sacred steps of the divine realm. He has proven with his own hands, true power does not arise from bloodlines, but from those souls that refuse to bow. Chapter 1. The Pioneer Knight from the South. The parched earth shatters into dust beneath the relentless wheels, fine particles swirling in the afternoon sunlight. At the edge of the wasteland, withered grass undulates in the wind, resembling a frozen wave of yellow. Loren leans against a roadside rock, a blade of dried grass held between his teeth. The roasted rabbit in his hand slowly turns over the campfire as he lightly shakes his wrist, allowing various spices to cascade evenly through his fingers onto the sizzling meat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A few steps away, a tall man clad in light armor meticulously tends to the horses, occasionally extracting a handful of soybeans from a leather pouch at his waist, allowing the warm tongues of the horses to lick his palm. At this moment, 3 individuals approach leisurely. Without lifting his head, Loren inquires, "Have you completed the task?" "It's done, boss." Loren refrains from asking for specifics. They have encountered bandits on this journey before, and the act of killing and burying the dead has become second nature to them. He hands the roasted rabbit to the 3 seated across from him and asks, "Marco, how far are we from Loren?" After feeding the last handful of beans, the man named Marco comes over and answers, "At most an hour." Upon hearing this, Loren's eyes brighten. After more than half a month of subsisting on dirt, they are finally nearing their destination. "Ed, Cass, Tom, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll set off." Gazing at the scant amount of rabbit meat in hand, the 3 exchange glances. This meager portion is hardly enough to fill a tooth gap, let alone satisfy their hunger. Nonetheless, they dare not complain and swiftly devour the rabbit meat. The group swiftly mounts their horses, raising new clouds of dust as they gallop towards Loren. As the silhouette of the city walls gradually sharpens, the full vista of Loren unfolds before them. This jewel of the northern province boasts a prosperity that rivals the provincial capital, Cologne. Originally constructed as a military stronghold to fend off the orc resurgence, Loren is directly governed by the royal Philip family of the Pandos Empire. The towering walls and numerous arrow towers have witnessed countless fierce battles. It was not until the Human Alliance launched a dual offensive from the east and west against the orc tribes, culminating in a decisive battle at the southern foot of the Weisgard Mountains, that they effectively annihilated 80% of the orc forces. The remnants of the orc tribes fled in disarray to the barren Galash Plateau, losing all hope of reclaiming the fertile Central Plains. Due to the Galash Plateau's lack of allure for humans and the intensifying internal conflicts following the resolution of the orc threat, the prolonged war came to an end with the disintegration of the Human Alliance. Today, although Loren still maintains a considerable garrison to guard against potential orc invasions, the relative peace of recent decades has diminished its military significance. The cessation of hostilities, however, has inadvertently ushered in unexpected prosperity for the city. Following the orc retreat, the vast wilderness between Loren and the Galash Plateau became a lawless territory. The Philip family has contemplated the reclamation of this land, but the indigenous tribes of the wilderness, alongside sporadic orc incursions, coupled with long and tenuous supply lines, ultimately dissuaded the royal Pandos family and the great nobles of the empire from pursuing large-scale development plans. Thus, this forsaken wilderness has evolved into an arena where pioneering knights chase glory. Philip III once likened this expanse to the gem at the foot of the Pandos Empire, calling upon the empire's most valiant knights to retrieve this honor for their homeland. It is this grand proclamation that has bestowed upon this land the title of Gem Wasteland. Countless Pandos individuals, harboring dreams of revitalizing their families, have ventured onto this land, yet most have ultimately found their eternal rest here, nourishing the wild grasses with their blood. As the city closest to the Gem Wasteland, Loren naturally becomes a vital hub for pioneering knights to resupply and trade territorial goods. In the past decade, humans have relaxed their material controls over the orcs, attracting opportunistic merchants like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, leading to a surge in smuggling trade. Loren has progressively evolved into a crucial trade nexus connecting human realms, the Gem Wasteland, and orc territories, transforming from a military stronghold into the most affluent commercial metropolis of the northern province. Upon entering the city, Loren and his companions sought out an inn. After some haggling, they secured 3 rooms, Loren in one alone, while the others shared the remaining 2. After a simple meal, the group convened in Loren's chamber. Cass, make it a priority to gather intelligence on the Emerald Territory in the next couple of days. Obtaining a map would be ideal. Loren assigned tasks to the 4 surrounding him. The information we possess originates from the south, and its accuracy is questionable at best. Tom will accompany you. Ed, scout the market for essentials, food, weapons, slaves, everything we require in the early stages. Our funds are limited, so don't be foolish enough to be deceived. Marco will join you. Loren took a deep swig from his water flask before continuing. I will head to the Heraldry Institute shortly to finalize the territorial assignment today. Now let's get moving. At Loren's command, the group departed the room in succession. Upon exiting the inn and confirming the direction to the Heraldry Institute, Loren strode briskly along the wide streets of Luosum. Initially a place for collecting and preserving the heraldry and history of the Pandos family, the Heraldry Institute has since evolved into a formal assembly venue for the nobility. Today, only those whose family crests are recorded by the Heraldry Institute are recognized as nobility by the Empire. The Heraldry Institute in Luosum is grander and more solemn than its southern counterparts, adorned with opulence. The 12-step entrance is crafted entirely from gray-white granite, with various magical beasts intricately carved along the handrails, many of which Loren has never encountered. Atop the steps, a 3-meter-tall statue of a griffin knight stands majestically in the center of the square. It is unmistakably that of Philip I, the founding emperor of the Pandos Empire. The family crest of the Philip lineage is indeed the griffin. Behind the griffin knight statue, 12 colossal stone pillars are symmetrically arranged along the main entrance, each towering 10 meters high, requiring 3 men to embrace. The surfaces of the pillars are meticulously polished, shimmering with a cold gleam under the sunlight, while the tops support a massive arched dome. Loren ascended the steps in a few swift strides. Just as he was about to enter, a male servant approached. "Good day, my lord. This is the Heraldry Institute. How may I assist you?" With a smiling face and an appropriate demeanor, the servant left Loren momentarily speechless. While standing at the steps, he had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind. An arrogant servant speaking insolently, himself revealing the appointment letter to deliver a sharp retort, leading to a conflict, yet reality was disappointingly tranquil. Is it not his destiny to be the protagonist? Loren silently shelved his inner tumultuous fantasies, retrieving the gilt-edged appointment letter from his pouch and presenting it to the ever-smiling servant. Loren hua nai ku, here to claim my fief. The servant hesitated momentarily upon hearing Loren introduce himself, confirming the seal and name on the appointment letter before bowing slightly. "My lord, please follow me." Loren followed the servant into a room, where the most striking feature was a massive map adorning the wall. In front of the map, an elderly man sat on a chair, smiling as he looked at Loren. "Greetings, young one. I am William Marshall." Chapter 2. The Noble William Marshall. The pioneering knights represent a unique echelon within the Panduosi Empire, their presence felt in both the southern jungles and the western deserts. These knights have not only brought renown to the empire through their endeavors in harsh environments, but have also expanded vast territories. Even the land beneath our feet, Luosum, was initially claimed by the pioneering knights during the reign of Philip I. While most pioneering knights are merely granted the title of knight, there are exceptions. For instance, Loren was directly appointed as a baron in his decree. One should not underestimate this singular distinction, as the vast majority of knights in the empire never managed to surpass this threshold in their lifetime. Despite holding a title superior to most pioneering knights, Loren did not believe that a mere baron warranted the personal attention of such a prominent figure. Eliminating all other possibilities, the sole remaining reason must be his surname, Honek. Honek, a name that resonates thunderously in the southern regions of the empire. The family rose to prominence during the reign of Philip III, awarded extensive lands for their contributions in battle, rapidly climbing from viscount to a powerful marquis in the south, commanding a knightly order that instilled fear in the indigenous peoples. Loren hails from this illustrious family, albeit as an illegitimate son. His father is Pedro, the legitimate son of the current head of the Honek family, Marquis Conrad. His mother, according to the Honek family's narrative, was a witch. Initially, Loren led a comfortable life, as Pedro and his mother appeared to share true love, providing Loren with a lavish upbringing and even hiring tutors to instruct him in various disciplines. As the saying goes, a person who does not act will not face demise. Rather than inheriting his marquisate, Pedro was drawn to adventure. When Loren turned 14, his parents secretly ventured out to explore an ancient relic, never to return. From that moment, Loren's life plummeted. At 16, he fell into the water by accident, and had it not been for Conrad fortuitously passing by and sending someone to rescue him, he would have perished. Recognizing Loren as the illegitimate grandson, Conrad merely sent a servant to return him home, leaving him to his fate. Loren suffered a high fever for 3 days in bed, and it was during this time that a soul from Earth took over this body. Upon assimilating the original owner's memories, the reborn Loren quickly deduced that the original's fall was no mere accident. It is essential to understand that Pedro's legitimate wife belonged to another powerful Marquis family, the Wessex family, who had an adult son. Moreover, Pedro had 2 younger brothers, each with ample motive to eliminate him. After his recovery, Loren resolutely decided to enlist in the military. This decision was not made impulsively. Accompanying him in his journey was not only the soul from Blue Star, but also an unnamed system. However, as the original owner had never ventured beyond his hometown, the newly reborn Loren refrained from acting recklessly. He spent several days gathering information from bards, mercenaries, and caravans in taverns, ultimately deciding to join the Imperial Southern Legion to partake in the war against the indigenous peoples of the South. The original owner's favorable financial circumstances had laid a solid foundation for Loren's physical and martial skills, allowing him to enlist smoothly. With the system's assistance, even basic training such as swordplay against straw dummies, stances, and running enabled him to accumulate experience and grow stronger. Additionally, constant engagements with enemies during his service rapidly increased his experience. After 5 years of military service, Loren, now 21, chose to retire and return to the Honeck family to request an audience with the head of the family. To everyone's surprise, Marquis Conrad indeed met with him privately. The content of their conversation remains unknown. The following day, in the presence of all family members, Loren signed a voluntary renunciation of his inheritance rights in exchange for the title of pioneering baron, after which he headed north. The southern noble circles generally perceived this as a gracious concession from the old marquis, given in consideration for his eldest son. Otherwise, an illegitimate child would have no inheritance rights to renounce. A minority believed it was the old marquis's intention to extend the family's influence into the northern territories, a view held predominantly by noble offspring serving in the military. "Young man, do not just stand there, take a seat." "Good day, Marquis." Loren slightly bowed and performed a standard noble greeting before taking a seat opposite the elderly man. The Pangduosi Empire has stood for over 3 centuries, currently under the reign of its 6th emperor. Similar to the feudal dynasties of Blue Star, centralization has become the primary conflict between the Philip family and the feudal nobility. Since the reign of Philip IV, successive emperors have sought to diminish the power of noble territories, provoking fierce backlash from the feudal lords. Ultimately, both parties made concessions. The royal family reinstated the pioneering knights and delegated the power of appointment to the noble council, infusing fresh blood into the feudal nobility. In exchange, the feudal lords acknowledged the honorary nobles as part of the noble class, granting them all noble rights. From that point onward, honorary nobles could engage in discussions in the council chamber and assume significant military and political roles, assisting the Philip family in maintaining control over the empire. To this day, although the relationship between honorary nobles and feudal lords has somewhat eased, most feudal lords still look down upon honorary nobles, considering them a disgrace to nobility. The elderly gentleman before Loren is, in fact, a distinguished figure among the empire's honorary nobles, a close advisor to Philip VI, honorary Marquis William Marshall. Loren recognized him because this elder previously served as the deputy commander of the Southern Legion, and Loren had caught a distant glimpse of the elder's visage during a swearing-in ceremony, his enhanced vision due to the system allowing him to see clearly even from afar. Later, hearing that the elder had been reassigned, he never anticipated they would meet again in Luosum, and so intimately. Loren Honeck, formerly served in the Southern Legion's Falcon Brigade. Marquis William scrutinized Loren. "Indeed, I once held the position of centurion at the Deland Fortress." Deland Fortress, the most prominent outpost along the border, truly a worthy descendant of the Honeck family. Regarding the elder's attribution of his survival at Deland Fortress to his family, Loren neither confirmed nor denied it, merely maintaining a smile. Noticing Loren's silence, William straightened slightly. "We are both soldiers, so I shall be direct. In my youth, I owed a favor to that old fellow Conrad. He asked me to look out for you." The elder paused, his sharp gaze locking onto Loren's eyes. Seeing the young man remain unfazed, even the curve of his smile unchanged, he continued, "Speak. What assistance do you require?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the previously calm young man's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Marquis, you are aware that I am an illegitimate child, orphaned at a young age. If it were not for the need to survive, who would willingly risk their life in military service?" Noticing the elder's growing impatience, Loren swallowed hard. "Currently, I lack everything: money, manpower, and resources. What do you think? Could you initially support me with 5,000 gold coins, in addition to 1,000 slaves, 500 steel swords, and 100 knight lances, or perhaps 20 suits of armor? I cannot accept any less." Watching the elder's expression turn incredulous, Loren found himself compelled to continually lower his demands. "Enough. You are now a baron. Dismiss this soldier-like demeanor and adopt the decorum befitting a noble." "What value does noble decorum hold?" Loren scoffed inwardly, yet outwardly he repeatedly agreed. "Slaves, resources, and weapons can all be procured from the Merchants Guild. I will ensure you receive favorable terms." "Do not tell me you lack funds. I refuse to believe that the renowned Deland Fortress military merchant of the Southern Legion cannot muster this amount." Caught off guard by the revelation of his true nature, Loren could only manage an awkward smile as the elderly gentleman rose and approached the map affixed to the wall. "Come here," he beckoned. Upon entering, Loren immediately noticed the map, particularly the annotation in the lower left corner, Baosher Huangyuan. Typically, the territories assigned to the pioneering knights are delineated directly by the Heraldry Institute, leaving no room for choice, as you should be aware, the elder stated. Loren nodded, having initially contemplated bribing the officials of the Heraldry Institute to secure a favorable location. "I am making an exception, allowing you to select your territory's position, with the possibility of expanding its boundaries. Furthermore," he added, "bring the family crest tomorrow, so it can be recorded alongside the designated territory in the Heraldry Institute's archives." Upon hearing this, Loren's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly replied, "The crest is ready. I can present it immediately." He reached for his satchel, but the elder raised his hand to halt him. "Not so fast. Let's finalize the territory first." Loren switched the satchel to his left hand and stepped closer to scrutinize the map. For a seasoned soldier like Loren, the map lacked detail. It merely outlined the terrain of Baosher Huangyuan, with a few areas marked to indicate indigenous forces. Most locations were either marked with question marks or skull symbols. Noticing Loren's disdain, the elder elaborated, "The land in Baosher Huangyuan is barren, and the indigenous forces are intricately tangled. One day they attack you, the next day you retaliate. The Empire also struggles to procure more detailed intelligence." The elderly gentleman traced a circle on the map with his finger. Loren followed his gesture, observing a spot relatively close to Louisilum, where the annotations were more detailed. This area had few indigenous forces and several territories of pioneering knights, appearing to be comparatively secure. This was once the domain of a marquis heir. Unfortunately, he perished 2 years ago, the cause of death remaining a mystery, whether slain by the indigenous people or assassinated by orcs. You know, pioneering knights must always confront such perils. There was no trace of sympathy in the elder's tone, despite sharing noble status. Instead, it bore a hint of schadenfreude. Loren surmised that the marquis must have incurred the elder's displeasure. The resources within the territory are quite favorable, rich in water and minerals, and its proximity to Louisilum allows for convenient rescue in case of emergencies. However, Loren was disinclined to select that location. Though it was secure due to its closeness to Louisilum, it would inevitably bring constraints, and he detested restrictions above all else. Moreover, the surrounding pioneering territories surely had powerful noble backing, which would hinder future development. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the wasteland, and the elder, not pressing him, returned to his seat. "I choose this area," Loren declared as he swiftly circled a point deep within the map. The elder studied the location he indicated, contemplating for a moment. "Young man, Pilesabo is not an advisable choice. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Loren affirmed. Chapter 3. The Viking warriors. After selecting the territory, William Marshall sent someone to assist Loren with the necessary formalities. Becoming a noble lord was not simply a matter of obtaining a colonization certificate. One had to endure a year-long probationary period, which Loren referred to as an internship. After this year, the Heraldry Institute would dispatch an evaluation team to assess the territory. Should it meet the required standards, the family crest and associated documentation would be officially entered into the archives, at which point the colonizing knight would be recognized as a feudal noble by the empire. During the first year of the internship and the subsequent 3 years post-confirmation, the territory would be exempt from taxes. However, if the evaluation proved unsatisfactory, the lord would have to continue the internship as long as he was alive, albeit with tax obligations commencing. The Heraldry Institute maintained stringent oversight, particularly for colonizing knights without connections. It was said that the evaluation process was cumbersome and protracted. Nevertheless, William Marshal directly elevated Loren to the status of a baron recognized by the empire, thus sparing him considerable trouble for the formalization of the territory in the future. Yet, compared to this small favor, Loren found greater satisfaction in the current arrangement. My lord, in accordance with the orders of Marquis William, all the goods you purchased are at a 30 discount. Originally priced at 1,500 gold coins, you now owe only 1050 gold coins. Allow me to waive the remainder. You may pay just 1,000 gold coins. The manager of the trade union said respectfully. The goods will be stored until your departure. Very well. As a friend of the Marquis, I shall waive the storage fee as a token of goodwill. Loren patted the manager's shoulder with his left hand and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a pouch of coins with his right hand and handed it over. The manager was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the pouch, but upon noticing the ring on Loren's right hand, he realized it was a spatial ring. No wonder Marquis Marshal was so attentive. He wondered which esteemed individual this progeny belonged to. The manager respectfully accepted the pouch and handed it to his subordinate for counting. After finalizing the arrangements for collection, Loren departed from the trade union. While meandering through the streets, he stumbled upon a brawl infused with the rugged charm of the north and returned to the inn only after enjoying the spectacle. Tom, Ed, and others returned in succession. After dinner, the group reconvened in Loren's room. Loren first recounted his experiences at the Heraldry Institute and the trade union, then produced a map to illustrate the location of the chosen territory, a copy he had painstakingly acquired from William Marshal. Cass was the first to speak. Boss, this map is far more detailed than those available on the market. The information regarding the Gem Plains aligns closely with what we previously understood, in addition to indigenous creatures like gnolls, goblins, and half-orcs. There is also a significant presence of bandits, with the most notorious groups including the One-Eyed, the Bloody, and the Fierce Wolf. Even more troubling, many smugglers and guards from large merchant caravans might also moonlight as thieves. With our current manpower, traversing the Gem Plains is feasible, but maintaining control over such a vast territory will likely prove challenging. Loren nodded and replied, I wonder how many compatriots Ragnar can bring. It is unwise to purchase too many slaves initially. We should first establish the framework of the territory. Ed, what is the situation on your end? Boss, slave prices here are higher than in the south. A common adult male costs 1 gold coin, while females are 50 silver coins. Skilled laborers fetch even higher prices. Carpenters and masons demand 15 gold coins, and blacksmiths 30 gold coins. Regarding soldiers, seasoned veterans cost around 510 gold coins, while more formidable warriors are priced at approximately 30 gold coins, though I have yet to encounter any skilled fighters. There are also orc and other humanoid slaves available. For instance, half-orcs are priced at only 50 silver coins, but it is said they require copious amounts of food, are rather dull-witted, and often turn against their masters, making them difficult to sell. The South is still embroiled in conflict, and with those indigenous peoples around, slaves are naturally cheaper. Cass, starting tomorrow, you and Marco will wait outside the city. When Ragnar and the others arrive, bring them along. Cass and Tom, join me tomorrow as we visit the slave market. The following morning, Loren was awakened by a knocking at the door before he had even risen. Upon opening the door, he found Marco standing alongside a burly man. Boss, Ragnar has arrived, Marco said, stepping aside. Loren embraced the stout man. Was the journey smooth? The burly man grinned. No one dares to provoke the Vikings, especially not 36 of them. The Vikings hailed from the Viking Isles on the eastern coast of the empire, living in tribal societies, known for their bravery and martial prowess, relying on plundering merchant caravans for sustenance. The Viking Isles, surrounded by treacherous reefs and swift currents, were easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Additionally, due to a lack of mineral resources, the empire held little interest in these desolate islands. Hostilities between the two parties were intermittent, and the empire occasionally employed Viking warriors in battles. Ragnar was one such warrior who had been assigned to Loren after being hired by the empire. Come, let us see your compatriots. Loren followed Ragnar to the inn's courtyard, where 35 Viking warriors were scattered about. They sat cross-legged or leaned against their weapons, engaged in conversation, their robust laughter echoing off the courtyard walls. These warriors had sturdy physiques, their skin bearing the dark red hue of years spent under the sun and the corrosive sea salt. Their golden, reddish-brown, or deep brown beards resembled wild grass, cascading to their chests, some braided with copper rings or animal bones symbolizing their martial achievements. In terms of equipment, most wore tattered leather armor, the leather worn and torn from countless battles. Others lacked even decent protection, wrapped haphazardly in coarse linen and raw animal skins. Each warrior carried a weapon. Though their conditions were dismal, short axe blades were either chipped or curled, resembling bones gnawed by dogs. The spikes of their morning stars had long been dulled, now resembling smooth clubs. In short, the prevailing theme was one of poverty. These Viking warriors stood on average around 2 meters tall, with the tallest among them, Ragnar, estimated to be around 2.5 meters. Loren, at 1 meter 80, appeared diminutive among them, akin to a small potato. Greetings, I am Ragnar's leader, Loren illegitimate. In addition to inheriting a title, newly ennobled nobles could add a new surname before their original one. There existed an unspoken rule in noble circles. Once a new surname was appended, it signified a severance from the original family. When others heard this compound surname, the familial ties were naturally diluted. Loren, who had never cared much for his connection to the unyielding family, seized this opportunity to incorporate his original surname, paying homage to his life on Blue Star. Thus, at the Heraldry Institute, he registered his name as Loren illegitimate. I am Ragnar's leader, and since you have followed him, I am now your leader. From now on, I will lead you in drinking, feasting, and pursuing women. You need only guarantee 3 things. Loren kicked Ragnar aside, stepping amongst the Vikings. First, obedience. Second, obedience. Third, still more obedience. In the future, if I command you to head east, you shall not go west. If I instruct you to chase dogs, you shall not pursue chickens. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Viking warriors remained indifferent, merely gazing silently down at Loren. Ragnar was about to speak when Marco held him back, shaking his head in disapproval. According to Ragnar, you Vikings have a tradition. The strongest among you becomes the leader. Therefore, let us engage in a bout. The winner will receive 100 gold coins each as a reward for their efforts. The loser will obediently follow my commands. Very well, a tall Viking warrior responded. Kobe, you will regret this, Ragnar called out to the warriors stepping forward. Ragnar, if I cannot defeat you, how could I possibly lose to this little potato? Kobe taunted, causing Loren, who was walking ahead, to pause momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. Ragnar, Marco, and the other seasoned veterans recognized that this Viking warrior was about to face dire consequences. After all, who in the Falcon Legion did not know that the centurion of the Duran fortress held a grudge? Especially those logistics officers who had been stripped and hung from flagpoles in the dead of night could attest to this. The group arrived at the Rosum Coliseum. In the morning, the Coliseum had no scheduled events and was particularly quiet. The dozing attendant at the entrance awoke in fright upon seeing the group of robust men approach. After understanding their intentions, the attendant expressed his inability to make decisions and hurried off to find the manager with Loren's consent. The manager of the Coliseum was short and stout, with a kindly demeanor, though his eyes were slightly small. Upon seeing the towering Viking warriors behind Loren, his eyes lit up, and he leaned closer to Loren, whispering, My lord, would you be interested in selling these warriors to the Coliseum? I assure you, I can offer a generous price. These are Viking warriors. Do you dare accept them? Of course. It matters not what sort of warrior they are. Once they arrive at the Coliseum, they will certainly comply. The noble women in the city adore this kind. The wilder, the better. The overseer gazed at the exposed pectorals of the Viking warrior, his expression reminiscent of a lecherous old man, which made Loren feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion, merely borrowing the venue. After being rebuffed, the overseer ceased his insistence and cheerfully remarked that there was a scheduled event in the afternoon, and he could not reschedule. It would be resolved swiftly and would not cause any delay. How much? Loren inquired. The overseer chuckled, stating that the venue remained vacant. So why discuss payment? That simply wouldn't he do. He insisted on receiving something. You are looking down on me, he asserted. The overseer of the arena was no fool. After reviewing Loren's pioneering certificate, he recognized Loren as a knight of exploration, a baron at that, and adhering to the principle of fairness. He stubbornly refused to accept Loren's money. Observing the tug of war between Loren and the overseer, the Viking warriors grew increasingly skeptical of Ragnar's words, with Kobe even contemplating whether to show mercy to spare Ragnar's embarrassment. Upon arriving at the arena, the plump overseer, having heard that Loren would contend with the Viking warriors, came to witness the spectacle. He did not believe Loren could truly prevail, but guessed that this baron might hail from a noble family and perhaps possess some secret weapon. Observing from the sidelines, he considered that if Loren did indeed possess something useful, It could lead to a profitable transaction, equipping him with more strategies for dealing with troublesome slaves. Loren and Kobe stepped into the center of the arena. Kobe asked, "How shall we compete?" To which Loren replied, "In unarmed combat." Kobe discarded his short axe and declared, "Kobe, a Viking. Loren, a Panguosi person." Chapter 4. Affordability. If heaven grants me another chance, I would never have engaged in a struggle that day, Kobe lamented, but alas. This world does not entertain what-ifs. The scene in the arena shocked everyone except the seasoned veteran from Delenbayo. It was a one-sided slaughter, where the seemingly frail Panguosi individual mercilessly dominated the towering Viking. Loren slightly pivoted to evade Kobe's outstretched hands, then swiftly threw a punch, landing a powerful strike to the Viking's unguarded abdomen. With just one blow, the Viking warrior collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. "Care for another?" Loren queried, lowering himself to meet the gaze of the warrior, who was significantly larger than him, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Though silent, Kobe could clearly read the words forming on Loren's lips. "Is that all?" That contemptuous expression incited a fury within the Viking. Kobe felt his blood boil. His pain forgotten, his mind consumed by a single thought: tear him apart and come again. Rising to his feet, Kobe, with crimson eyes, shouted at Loren. Witnessing this, Marco turned to Ragnar and asked, "Is he also a berserker?" Ragnar gently shook his head. "No, he is likely provoked by the head." At that moment, if anyone had the ability to view Loren's interface, they would have noticed a skill listed, taunt, level 25. Ed approached the plump overseer and said, "Please arrange for a priest to come over. We will need them shortly." As the largest arena in Luz, there were always priests on standby to heal injured gladiators, prompting the overseer to hastily summon one. Meanwhile, Kobe's eyes were already bloodshot. His once robust physique was further swelling, veins bulging like serpents. Skin flushed a dark red as if blood might seep from his pores at any moment, and he was continuously roaring in rage. However, Loren still held onto his hands, rendering him immobile. Kobe's scara became laced with blood, his pupils constricted to pinpoints, emanating a feral glint. Just as he was on the verge of losing his rationality, Loren made his move. Suddenly releasing his grip on Kobe's left hand, he seized the Viking's right wrist before the warrior could regain his composure. Loren bent his knees, lifting the massive Kobe entirely, and, with a sweeping arc, slammed him forcefully onto the ground. The impact reverberated through the arena, sending dust flying as the sound of flesh meeting earth echoed throughout. Loren showed no signs of halting. He gripped Kobe's arm like a flail, mercilessly alternating his strikes against the hardened ground. After a relentless series of throws, Loren finally released his hold. Even in his berserk state, the Viking lay crumpled on the sand like a discarded rag doll. The crimson hue in Kobe's eyes faded, his swollen muscles gradually returning to their normal state, with only faint breaths indicating he was still alive. The overseer frantically waved his stubby arms. "Quick, priest, hurry and heal him." His voice trembled with excitement. This was an extraordinary feat of unarmed domination over a berserk Viking warrior. In the north, a significant figure might truly emerge from this event. It must be said that the physical prowess of the Viking warriors was indeed astonishing. Even after being thrown repeatedly by Loren, with the priest's treatment, Kobe soon stood up, brimming with vitality, thanks to the hardening of his skin during the berserk state, which absorbed much of the impact. Combined with Loren's deliberate restraint and skillful distribution of force, the priest concluded that besides some superficial injuries, Kobe's body suffered no significant harm. Since the berserk state was abruptly interrupted by Loren, Kobe did not experience severe post-berserk symptoms, merely feeling a bit lethargic. This called to mind Loren's earlier assessment of Ragnar. He truly can take a beating. He's a fine punching bag. After the encounter between Kobe and Loren, the remaining 35 Viking warriors no longer dared to defy Loren's commands. When Loren stood beside the limp Kobe and bellowed to the crowd, "Who else dares to resist?" All the Viking warriors shook their heads vigorously like obedient children. As Loren departed the arena with his companions, he summoned the awestruck overseer to his side and proposed, "How about we strike a deal? My lord, please, tell me." The overseer responded eagerly. "In the future, if any Vikings are sold to you, regardless of age or gender, you will sell them to me, and you can set the price," Loren instructed, gesturing at the Viking warriors surrounding Kobe. The overseer immediately grasped Loren's intention. He aimed to establish his own territory centered around the Viking warriors. If anyone else harbored such ambitions, it would be deemed folly. Others had certainly entertained this notion before, yet none had succeeded. Even empires occasionally hired a few Vikings as mercenaries for combat. While Vikings were indeed renowned for their martial prowess, their lethal flaws, indiscriminate attacks when berserk, and a lack of tactical discipline had deterred many lords from attempting to subdue them. After all, no one wished for their domain to harbor a group of potential lunatics capable of becoming killing machines at any moment. Even having witnessed the recent bout, the overseer still did not believe Loren could achieve this. The destructive potential of one berserk Viking was vastly different from that of multiple berserk Vikings. Even if Loren could eliminate them all, what benefit would that bring to his territory? Although he thought this internally, the overseer continued to smile and said, "No problem. I will reserve all Viking warriors for you in the future." While the arena did not directly engage in the slave trade, the plump overseer maintained close ties with several slave trading caravans for business purposes. Vikings were indeed excellent candidates for gladiators. But there were many other formidable warrior races as well. The overseer had no qualms about using the trade of Vikings to sustain a favorable relationship with Loren. After reaching an agreement with the overseer, Loren led his companions to the southeastern district of Luz. This area served as the commercial hub of Luz, where one could procure weapons, armor, provisions, and farming tools. Everything necessary for trade or territorial expansion could be found here. The United Guild, which Loren had visited the day before, was also located in this region and stood as the largest guild in Luz. However, this time Loren did not head to the United Guild, for he needed to purchase equipment for these Viking brutes, and the standard gear from the United Guild would likely not suffice for these muscle-bound warriors. Ed had already inquired the previous day, and the most famous weapon shop in Luz, the Copperforge Flame, was also situated here, run by dwarves. Loren guided his companions to the Copperforge Flame. The spacious shelves within the store were laden with an array of weapons, and not far off, a few dwarves were merrily drinking ale while brandishing their hammers, a vivid testament to the authenticity of Tongluji Yen. As the assorted patrons of Loren admired the various arms on display, a diminutive figure of verdant hue approached, inquiring, "What can I get for you, gentlemen?" "Goblins." A Viking warrior gazed at the greenish little fellow before him and whispered quietly. However, the Viking's naturally booming voice rendered his supposed whisper unmistakably clear to everyone in the store. "That is a gremlin, you fool," Ragnar interjected, having spent considerable time with Loren, who often shared tidbits of knowledge from his private lessons during moments of boredom. Loren had mentioned how to distinguish between gremlins and goblins. For instance, the eyes of gremlins are amber or light green, while goblins possess murky yellow pupils often streaked with blood. Gremlins have larger heads with broader and slightly protruding foreheads, in contrast to the smaller noggins of goblins, among other differences. Given the bloodthirsty and belligerent nature of goblins, it was inconceivable that one would work in the renowned weapon shop of Lossum. In the mainstream views of the continent of Iseria, gremlins and goblins are regarded as kindred races. Scholars speculate that at some point in history, a segment of the goblin populace underwent evolution, ultimately leading to the emergence of modern gremlins. However, gremlins vehemently reject this notion, fiercely denying any connection to goblins. Even a powerful organization like the Gremlin Merchant Guild is unable to alter the prevailing perception. Consequently, gremlins are particularly concerned about their image, striving to clearly delineate themselves from goblins in appearance. The gremlin before them was clad in a well-tailored suit and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Though the attire seemed somewhat incongruous on his diminutive green form, it starkly contrasted with the ragged, uncouth goblins of the wilderness. Loren gave a swift kick to the Viking who had misspoken, then turned to the gremlin and said, "My men are a band of Vikings, as you know. They are rather uncultured and meant no offense. I hope you can forgive them." Loren wished to avoid offending the merchant before any transaction had occurred, for in this world, gold reigns supreme. Do not take it to heart. Such misunderstandings are commonplace. Tongluji Yen is always willing to provide excellent service to cultured individuals. The gremlin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a polite smile gracing his lips. "Now, allow me to demonstrate professionalism," Loren mused, glancing at the rustic Vikings behind him and contrasting them with the elegant gremlin before him, feeling an urge to toss the uncouth lot into the Sarada River. "I wish to equip my men," he requested. "What do you suggest?" "I do not desire inferior goods. They cannot withstand the wear and tear." The gremlin scrutinized the Vikings behind Loren before responding. "For your men, I recommend weapons such as the double-headed battle axe, spear, or one-handed broadsword. These heavy arms align well with their combat style." As he spoke, the gremlin gestured to a nearby shelf, indicating armor. "In terms of protection, my chainmail serves well. It may be a bit heavy for ordinary folk, but should be just fine for your men. Chainmail provides effective defense without impeding movement. As for the materials, they are crafted from fine steel and our weapons and armor made of fine steel at Tonglujien are renowned throughout the north, albeit at a premium price. Should you face any difficulties?" Before the gremlin could finish, Loren interrupted. "Let us proceed as you suggested. Uniformity in double-headed battle axes for all. And I would like an additional 3 short axes for each. However, I require these urgently." Imagining his Vikings brandishing 36 double-headed battle axes against any adversary they encountered, Loren felt a thrill of satisfaction. "Very well, sir. Allow me to calculate the costs," the gremlin replied. "A single fine steel double-headed battle axe is 25 gold coins. The trio of short axes totals 15 gold coins. For your men's stature, a set of chainmail is priced at 120 gold coins. Thus, the total per individual amounts to 160 gold coins." The gremlin deftly manipulated an abacus that appeared from nowhere, continuing, "For 36 individuals, the grand total comes to 760 gold coins. Thank you for your patronage." The gremlin lifted his gaze, a sincere smile adorning his face. However, upon hearing the figure, Loren's expression froze. "By the gods, I cannot afford that." Chapter 5. The purchase of slaves. It was not that Loren could not pay over 5,000 gold coins. Rather, purchasing these items would leave him with scant funds. He still needed to acquire slaves and reserve sufficient emergency funds for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Loren was compelled to address the gremlin. "I apologize. This exceeds my budget. Let us reduce the order to 10 sets of chainmail and convert the remainder to leather armor." "Certainly, sir." The gremlin did not mock Loren for his adjustments, continuing to calculate with his abacus, the crisp clicking of the beads piercing Loren's heart like a blade. The weapons for each individual are 40 gold coins, totaling 440 gold coins. 10 sets of fine steel chainmail amount to 200 gold coins. And a single leather armor set is 1 gold coin, yielding a total of 666 gold coins. Thank you for your patronage. Observing the unchanging smile on the gremlin's face, Loren couldn't help but reflect once more on the essence of professionalism. The inventory at Tonglujien was not ample. Aside from the 26 sets of leather armor, Loren was able to procure only 10 double-headed battle axes and 2 sets of chainmail. The gremlin assured him that the remaining equipment would be diligently crafted to ensure quality, promising that Loren would receive the goods the day after tomorrow. As for discounts, they were out of the question, even for nobles. After instructing Marco to accompany the representatives of Tonglujien to deliver the equipment to the inn, Loren led his men to other shops, purchasing several sets of everyday clothing and boots. The expenditure was minimal, for over 40 individuals. Each received 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, and even accounting for the Vikings' larger sizes, the total was merely 5 gold coins. Loren could not help but lament that arms truly cost an exorbitant fortune. After ensuring the Vikings were well-fed and hydrated, Loren even led them to bathe. Due to the surrounding seas of the Viking Isles, fresh water was scarce, necessitating a saltwater bath. Even though Vikings are known for their tough skin, they were not fond of washing. Loren, however, paid no heed to their preferences, as the stench emanating from them was unbearable. The Vikings, unable to resist Loren's insistence, begrudgingly complied and went to the bathhouse. Subsequently, Loren brought his comrades to the slave market, where Ed guided them to a previously researched vendor. "I require 200 adult male slaves, 50 adult female slaves, as well as 5 carpenters and blacksmiths, 3 masons, and 2 tailors. Please calculate the price." Having already gleaned insights into the slave market through Ed, Loren was forthright with the gaunt slave owner, stating his needs directly. 200 adult male slaves for 200 gold coins. 50 adult female slaves for 25 gold coins. Carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and tailors combined for 300 gold coins, totaling 525 gold coins. The slave owner rubbed his hands together, approaching with a face full of eager smiles. "As a valued customer, we can waive the small change. How about 520 gold coins?" Having already spent a significant sum on weapons and armor, every gold coin now required meticulous consideration. After a moment of contemplation, Loren lightly tapped his fingertips on the table and declared, 500. The slave owner immediately grimaced and waved his hand, stating, "Sir, this is a small-scale business. I truly cannot lower the price any further." Loren did not pursue the matter any further, but instead proposed an alternative condition. "Very well, let us proceed at your price. However, I would prefer that the slaves I acquire are primarily those with families. If there are any elderly or children, I wish to take them as well." Valuing the elderly at 5 copper coins each, and the children at 1 silver coin. Of course, if they are under 5 years old, they will still be valued at 5 copper coins. How does that sound? The slave owner's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded in agreement. "No problem. In his eyes, the elderly and children were merely burdens, wasting food if left behind, and he feared that killing them might incite a rebellion among the adult slaves. In the past, he would either sell them cheaply or give them away as bonuses, and some ruthless peers would even dispose of the useless family members after selling the able-bodied. Now that Loren was willing to buy them all, it saved him considerable trouble. Before long, Aide, who had accompanied the slave owner to examine the health of the slaves, returned and whispered a few words to Loren. Loren then addressed the slave owner. Are you also selling orc slaves? Indeed, orcs are the finest warriors, suitable for guarding homes or heading into battle. As he spoke, the slave owner glanced at the towering Viking warrior behind Loren and swallowed the words he was about to say. Do you also sell members of the Rhine-Lion clan? It is worth noting that the Rhine-Lion clan is one of the royal clans of the Beastmen. Anyone daring to sell a Rhine-Lion slave has not yet been killed by the orcs, indicating the considerable influence behind this slave owner. Upon hearing this, the slave owner first appeared taken aback, then quickly added, Sir, please do not jest. How could I dare sell a Rhine-Lion? What you just saw was an enslaved, dog-headed creature from the dog clan. Fearing Loren and his companions would not believe him, the slave owner led them to the backyard. There, Loren indeed saw the Rhine-Lion slaves Aide had mentioned, thus affirming the slave owner's claims. The normal adult Rhine-Lion orc stands over 3 meters tall, yet the orc slave before him was likely only around 2 meters, perhaps even less. Moreover, unlike the golden short-haired Rhine-Lions, these orcs had curly hair that leaned towards a brownish hue. Are these from the Tiberson dog clan? Loren inquired, pointing at the orc in the cage. Your Excellency, you are truly knowledgeable. The Tiberson refers to a highland area on the continent during the orcs' reign, home to a group of exceptionally fierce dog clan dog-headed orcs. The dog-headed orcs, due to their resemblance to the Rhine-Lions, have been heavily oppressed. Despite their formidable combat abilities, they are forced to engage in menial tasks such as farming and herding. Tragically, during certain periods, they have been collectively imprisoned simply due to their appearance. These dog-headed orcs were not captured by me, they were purchased. Purchased? Yes, from the orcs, the slave owner explained, fearing Loren would not believe him. As you know, there has not been a large-scale war between human and orc tribes for decades. The Galash Highlands are barren and cannot sustain so many orcs. Hence many orc nobles sell some of their orc slaves, or even commoners to us. These dog-headed orcs were bought from a noble of the Bull Bear clan. Isn't this a form of beastly treachery? Loren expressed his disinterest in the sordid affairs of the orc tribes, noting that such disgraceful acts are not confined to any one race. Human nobles often engage in even more heinous deeds. There are a total of 20 dog-headed orcs here. Please name your price, and I will buy them. Subsequently, Loren began to negotiate with the slave owner, even presenting his noble certificate. However, it was evident that being a baron did not afford Loren any additional respect from the slave owner or the forces behind him. Ultimately, the price was settled at 5 gold coins per dog-headed orc. Thus, Loren spent a total of 100 gold coins to purchase 20 dog-headed orcs. After agreeing upon the time and place with the slave owner, Loren returned to the inn with his band of barbarians. That evening, the 36 Viking barbarians, along with Loren and his 5 companions, occupied the entire first floor of the inn's hall. The Vikings' appetites certainly matched their robust physiques, as hearty laughter accompanied plate after plate of roasted meat and barrel after barrel of ale, despite Loren restricting each Viking to only 2 cups of ale. Watching the inn's servers continuously dart between the kitchen and the hall, with even the owner leaving the counter to assist with serving, Loren felt a pang of anguish, akin to the sensation of his purse being emptied. Just as the Vikings were feasting on meat and drink, the inn's door suddenly swung open. The first to step inside was a warrior clad in light-scale armor, approximately 30 years of age, with a chiseled face bearing a faint scar from an arrow on his left cheek. He cautiously surveyed the hall, his right hand never straying far from the short sword at his waist. Following him was a young man with golden hair, striding in with a buoyant step, dressed in a well-tailored dark brown hunting outfit, reinforced at the elbows and knees with durable deer leather. He bore a finely crafted yet unassuming slender sword at his waist, and appeared to be no older than 25. His handsome face and azure eyes exuding the calmness characteristic of nobility. Flanking him were 2 bodyguards, one tall and burly, wielding a battle axe, and the other lean and stern, with 2 short daggers at his waist. Following them were an archer carrying a longbow, a priest clad in a simple gray robe adorned with a wooden holy emblem, and 2 knights dressed in chainmail, each bearing a knight's sword at their sides. The sudden entrance of this group brought a momentary silence to the previously boisterous hall. The youth, surrounded by the others, gently patted the armored warrior's shoulder, prompting him to step aside. The young man approached the crowd and inquired, "May I ask who among you is Baron Loren Li Hua Nai Ko? I am Lon Hawk, here to pay a visit." "Good evening, Lord Lon Hawk." Loren did not even rise from his seat, but lifted a cup of wine from the table and offered a gentle salute to Lon Hawk. This gesture evidently angered Lon Hawk's followers, but before the two guards could speak, Lon restrained them. Lon stepped up to Loren's table, and Marco and the others vacated their seats, moving to another table occupied by the Vikings. "I apologize for my unannounced visit. I hope you will not take offense." "My lord." Lon took a seat before Loren, smiling as he regarded him. "A guest is always welcome. Let us share a drink." Loren handed a wooden cup filled with wine to Lon. The noble demeanor of Baron Loren is quite unlike that of southern nobles. It resembles that of our northern nobility. Unconcerned with trifles, Lon took a delicate sip from the cup and remarked, "The indigenous people of the plains do not concern themselves with noble etiquette. They fear swords and flames far more. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Frosteagle, Sir Lon Hawk?" Lon Hawk is also a knight of the Gem Plains, one of the established ones. His territory is called Frosteagle, named after the Hawk family's emblem. However, Lon Hawk's territory lies at the edge of the Emerald Plains, very close to Lozum, in the northwest of Lozum. This information is marked on the map Loren copied from the Heraldic Institute, due to Frosteagle's remote location. Traveling from Lozum to his territory does not require passing through Frosteagle, thus Loren had not paid much attention to it, though he did remember the lord's name. Of course, the best way to deal with the indigenous people of the plains is to eliminate them. Lon Hawk did not contest Loren's statement. Any lord surviving on the Gem Plains must first address the indigenous people, even those residing at the edge of the plains like Frosteagle. Those starving natives do not care which noble family you hail from. They only seek to fill their bellies. I wonder, my lord, where your territory is located. As fellow frontier knights of the Empire, it is our duty to support one another. In Pulsburg, Lon Hawk's eyebrows subtly twitched, then he revealed a perfectly courteous smile. Indeed. Baron, you possess commendable audacity. He deliberately paused on the word audacity, maintaining a smile that perfectly balanced politeness with mockery, although the hint of sarcasm was fleeting. Loren caught it. The two men silently thought to themselves, foolish. Chapter 6. The Duel. The Huaku family, a noble lineage of military merit, saw its previous head ascend to the rank of earl due to his achievements in warfare, with their fief located in the north. For the north, they were considered newcomers, rendering their status rather awkward. Loren Huaku, the direct heir of the Huaku family, is the grandson of the current head and stands as a paragon among the fourth generation of the family. Discontented with adhering to the well-trodden path laid out by his family, he sought connections privately to become a pioneering knight, successfully establishing the Frosteagle territory in the Gem Wasteland and defending it. This deviation from tradition unexpectedly garnered the support of his grandfather, as the Huaku family provided significant backing in the endeavor of territorial expansion. Loren departed from his domain not only to transport the mineral resources of his territory to Lotham for sale, but also to report on the situation of the territory to his grandfather, the family head. His initial plan was to rest in Lotham for 2 days before returning to the family estate. However, upon hearing this morning about a southern pioneering knight who had arrived in Lotham, not only holding the title of Baron but also making waves in the gladiatorial arena by defeating a Viking warrior, Loren felt a stirring of ambition. The Huaku family, originally from the central region of the empire, faced the inevitable challenges of acclimatization upon their arrival in the north. Loren harbored dual intentions in visiting. If he could cultivate a relationship with Loren through this encounter, strengthening ties with the Horn-Eek family behind him, it would serve to expand the family's network. Even if that failed, establishing rapport with Baron Loren was still prudent, as both their territories lay within the wasteland. Better to have an ally than an adversary. Yet, observing the youthful Loren, especially with his entourage of Viking warriors, Loren felt an inexplicable urge to confront him directly. As for Loren, his perspective was considerably simpler. He had long heard of the rivalry between the northern and southern nobles, and if one ventured into the other's territory, local nobles would invariably make things difficult for them. Loren appeared to be seeking trouble. With Loren's silence stretching between them, the two exchanged glances for a moment before Loren broke the tension, saying, "I have heard that your excellency the Baron is exceptionally valiant, having easily triumphed over the Viking warrior in the arena. My followers are eager to request your guidance. What do you think?" Regardless of the outcome, to earn the friendship of the Huaku family, Loren felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. "I shall refrain from participating myself, lest my presence hinder your followers. Instead, let my Viking warriors step in. They are mere brutes, unbound by concerns of titles, and can engage in a more spirited contest." As he spoke, Loren called over Ragnar, saying, "Ragnar, you heard my conversation with Sir Loren. Since he wishes to engage us in friendly combat to enhance the ties between our regions, you shall represent me in a duel with Sir Loren's followers. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second." Seeing that Loren had summoned his subordinate, Loren could not refuse and beckoned to the armored knight, declaring, "Gal, you will take the field." Of course, both secretly signaled their subordinates to fight fiercely. As night enveloped the sky, the duel took place not in the arena but on the streets outside the inn. Both men were confident in their subordinates, believing they would swiftly conclude the bout. Ragnar wielded a double-bladed axe, freshly acquired from the copper furnace, though he wore no armor. Gal retrieved a broadsword from the horses outside. The two took their stances, and Loren tossed a copper coin into the air. When it clinked to the ground, both warriors charged at each other. Ragnar's double-bladed axe cleaved the air, emitting a terrifying whistle. With arms as thick as a man's thigh, each swing was akin to an avalanche, relentless and unstoppable. Gal intended to sweep with his broadsword first, but found that this towering Viking was faster than anticipated. Given Ragnar's height and reach, Gal had no choice but to step back, raising his sword defensively as Ragnar's axe descended. The resounding clang of metal echoed as Gal's boots carved deep grooves into the packed earth. Loren and his followers stood in astonishment, witnessing the immense strength of this Viking warrior. Again, Ragnar laughed maniacally, swinging his axe in a wide arc, the blade glinting silver in the firelight. Gal's hands trembled, but in the fleeting moment of life and death, he twisted the sword, golden energy coiling around the blade, the tip lunging toward Ragnar's throat like a serpent. Ragnar was compelled to block with his axe, sparks flying from the clash of steel. On the street, witnessing Gal unleash his energy, Ragnar accelerated his assault, delivering blow after blow with relentless ferocity. Due to Ragnar's rapid onslaught, Gal, despite his martial prowess, found no opportunity to counter. Each time he attempted to change tactics, a deadly shadow of the axe would force him back into defense. In the ensuing struggle, Gal resembled a marionette, solely able to hold his sword aloft in defense. The clangs of their combat rang out, but suddenly Ragnar ceased his assault. Gal's energy had long since dissipated, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The tip of his sword, quaking with fatigue, traced erratic lines upon the cobblestones, emitting a dying clatter, while blood mixed with sweat flowed from his split palm onto the ground. "We have lost." Loren ordered his followers to assist Gal down, and under the ministrations of a priest, Gal's wounds quickly healed, though his arm continued to tremble. The might of this Viking warrior had opened Loren's eyes. He had encountered Viking warriors before, and while they were somewhat stronger than the average Pandurs, none could rival Gal. Yet, this Ragnar was different, towering, immensely strong, and remarkably swift, employing the simplest techniques to render Gal's skills useless, forcing him into a passive rhythm dictated by the Viking's brute strength. Approaching Loren remarked, "Baron Loren, I now grasp why you chose to establish your fief in Pulsberg. If the Viking warriors behind you are as formidable as this one, legends will surely spread throughout the Gem Wasteland and even the entirety of the north." Loren, of course, did not believe that all 30 or so Viking warriors behind Loren were as strong as Ragnar. Had they been, the Pandurs would have long since been overrun. Loren cast a sidelong glance at Loren, thinking, "This fool still mocks me for my audacity." Ragnar had not even unleashed his full fury. If only this lad knew that Ragnar could enter a second berserk state, he would be left speechless. Observing Loren's silence, Loren continued, "Should you encounter any difficulties while expanding Pulsberg, Baron Loren, you are always welcome to seek my assistance at the Frost Eagle territory. The Huaku family is eager to extend our support. After all, as pioneers on this Gem Wasteland, we ought to aid one another. The Huaku family and the Frost Eagle territory look forward to forging a sincere and lasting friendship with you." Seeing the noble smile on Loren's face, Loren inwardly spat, recognizing the all-too-familiar airs of nobility. Chapter 7. Departure. As a brash newcomer from the south, Loren, having only recently arrived in the north, was entirely unaware of the Huaku families standing in the region. Faced with Loren's sudden overtures, his initial reaction was to perceive it as yet another nobleman's trick, a common ploy of the aristocracy to ingratiate themselves with those of merit. Such behavior transcended regional boundaries. Nobles were all the same. Loren was not foolish enough to believe that Loren represented the strength of the North's nobility. However, being new to the area, he was reluctant to offend the local nobility too gravely, and of course, did not wish to overly ingratiate himself before fully understanding the dynamics at play. He simply wished to quickly reach his fief and live as a carefree landowner. In the wake of Loren's nonchalant response, Loren took his leave. The following day, Loren instructed his Viking companions to remain in the inn and avoid causing trouble. He also directed Ragnar to ensure that anyone who ventured out to stir up trouble would receive a thorough beating from him. Ragnar's jovial demeanor instantly stiffened, and he repeatedly assured Loren that he would keep the raucous lot confined to the inn, behaving like proper nobles. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down the spines of the Viking warriors. After arranging matters with the barbarian, Loren and Marco swiftly made their way to the United Chamber of Commerce. After replenishing their supplies, they stopped by the Illegitimate to expedite their orders. And amidst the enthusiastic salesmanship of the goblin, Loren ended up purchasing several trinkets. Cursed merchants. Loren cursed under his breath as he hurried out of the shop, his hand instinctively patting his now deflated coin pouch with a twinge of pain. It must be said that the goblin was indeed quite the professional. Loren had no doubt that if he had lingered any longer, he might have been left with not a single copper coin in his pocket. All taken by the goblin's cunning smile. Perhaps by the grace of Loren's recent expenditures, the Illegitimate delivered the remaining equipment to the inn that very evening. The Vikings were ecstatic with their newly acquired double-headed battle axes and 3 short axes. 10 sets of fine steel chainmail were dispatched by Ragnar, while Marco, Tom, and the others already had their own weapons and did not partake in this distribution. Loren had not discarded the Vikings' original gear either. There were still 20 hounds, after all. Who could make use of them? Loren, nearly driven to the brink of poverty, was adamant against any waste. As dawn broke, Loren and his companions arrived at the northern gate of Luosum. The caravans from the United Chamber of Commerce and the slavers were already waiting outside the city, with goods and slaves lined up in a long procession. After meticulously counting the cargo, Aid nodded towards Loren, and the convoy slowly set off. Originally, the scheduled goods required filling 10 carts, and with the addition of slaves, the entire caravan appeared rather cumbersome. However, whether it was due to William Marshall learning of Loren's effortless victory over the Viking warrior in the arena, or fears of Loren being courted by the Hawk family, William Marshall decided to increase his investment in Loren. The rock-armored camels, which the United Chamber of Commerce had previously refused to sell to Loren, were surprisingly offered to him at a half-price deal yesterday. The rock-armored camel could be regarded as the epitome of livestock in Igeria, measuring 1 meters in length and standing 5 meters tall. Its most notable feature is the natural rocky shell that covers its entire body. When threatened, it secretes a special mucus that hardens its shell even further. Contrary to its fierce exterior, the rock-armored camel is remarkably docile, subsisting on various herbaceous plants and can survive for weeks on hay alone, even in barren lands. Its unique foot structure allows it to traverse various complex terrains with stability. Capable of carrying several tons on its back and equipped with built-in water storage, it is exceptionally suited for long journeys. Although the rock-armored camel is not particularly fast, these characteristics have made it a favored choice among military logistics and major caravans. Wild rock-armored camels have nearly been exhausted by various factions, with 80% of those on the continent of Igeria being artificially bred. Even at a half-price deal, the purchase of these 2 rock-armored camels nearly depleted Loren's scant supply of gold coins, leaving him in a dire mood over the past few days. After loading Loren's ordered goods onto the backs of the rock-armored camels, there was still enough space for the elderly, children, and some female slaves and skilled slaves to sit. The remaining female slaves rode in the carts, while the male slaves marched on foot. As for the 20 hounds, they were bound and guarded by 2 Viking warriors. On the first day of their departure from Luosum, they still encountered human villages scattered along the roadside. Farmers working in the fields paused to watch the convoy pass by, and they occasionally encountered patrols from Luosum. As they traveled northward, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. By the second day, the roads were gradually overtaken by wild grasses, with abandoned mill wheels, dilapidated thatched cottages, and empty sheep pens frequently visible. By the evening of the third day, even these remnants of human presence had vanished, replaced instead by the decaying corpses of some wild natives, with vultures occasionally circling in the sky. On the fourth day, Loren's group spotted a human outpost. A stone castle jutted out abruptly at the end of the wasteland. Unlike the ornate and exquisite castles of southern noble territories, this one was rough and weighty, bearing a cold hardness honed by the passage of time and wind. The stone walls were entwined with yellowing vines, and several battlements had collapsed, crudely patched with rough wooden fences. Surrounding the castle were no bustling garrison towns, only a low earthen wall and a few crooked watchtowers. Atop the castle, a flag fluttered in the cold wind. This was the sigil of House Stark, the banner of the dire wolf. as this was the only human territory along the route to Pressburg. Llewellyn made a special trip to the heraldry office, bribing the steward to acquire information about House Stark, once a renowned noble family in the north. During the reign of Philip I, the head of House Stark was granted the title of Earl for his military achievements. However, mere martial prowess could not secure a strong position among the nobility, even in the north. In the art of intrigue, House Stark clearly lacked any talent. In subsequent power struggles, they had stumbled into every conceivable pitfall, with their titles diminishing time and again, and their lands gradually eroded. Now, the Stark family had been reduced to the rank of Viscount, with their territory confined to this barren fief in the Gem Wasteland. Since Viscount Stark was not present in the territory, Llewellyn declined the invitation from the Stark family steward to enter the castle alone, choosing instead to rest with the group outside the castle before continuing their journey northward. Starting on the 5th day, various wild natives began to appear around the caravan, including goblins, wargs, and green-skinned half-orcs. They watched the caravan from a distance, and some of the bolder ones even attempted to approach. Cass, drawing his longbow from his back, swiftly dispatched 2 goblins and 1 warg, causing the wild natives to vanish back into the thick underbrush. Yet, under the midday sun, the shadows moving in the grass and the rustling sounds clearly indicated to the caravan that these wild natives had not strayed far. Llewellyn commanded everyone to don their armor, and the adult male slaves were provided with rudimentary weapons. Marco rode over to Llewellyn and asked, "Chief, shall we engage?" "Not yet. There are too few of them now. A fight would be meaningless. Let's give the audience something grand to witness," Llewellyn replied, gesturing towards the slaves and the 20 hounds behind him. Throughout this journey, Llewellyn had not removed the handcuffs from the hounds, nor had he made any declarations of freedom to win over the slaves. He understood his limitations. Loyalty could sometimes be instilled through fear, a lesson Llewellyn was well acquainted with. He instructed Tom and Aid to scout ahead for information. Tell them to be careful and not to stray too far from the caravan. After all, this is not Duranbale. Who knows what tricks these natives might possess? Stay vigilant and don't fall for any traps. Marco nodded and approached Tom and Aid. The two dismounted and disappeared into the dense wild grass. Chapter 8. The great battle approaches. As Tom and Aid continued to relay information back, Llewellyn, seeing the sun nearing its descent, decided it was time to act. He ordered the carts to be arranged in a circle beside the 2 rock-armored camels, creating a makeshift barricade. All slaves were confined within this circle, with adult male slaves forming the outermost layer, followed by adult female slaves, and the innermost layer comprising the elderly and children. Tom, Aid, and Cass were also assigned by Llewellyn to protect and oversee the slaves and goods. As for the 20 hounds, they were under Marco's watch, positioned at the front, as the spectators would naturally wish to see the action up close. Llewellyn summoned Ragnar to stand before him, flanked by 35 Viking barbarians. "I once discovered a tome of oaths within an ancient ruin. Any warrior who pledges loyalty to me and marks their oath upon this tome shall undergo a transformation, continually surpassing their limits. Ragnar is the finest example of this." With that, Llewellyn produced a deep brown book from his system space. The cover was wrapped in leather, featuring an embossed emblem of a sword and wheat. The spine was constructed from 7 segments of oxidized copper, inscribed with mysterious runes. The entire tome was bound with a dark red ribbon, frayed and cracked, exuding a faint scent of antiquity, resembling a sacred relic freshly retrieved from an ancient chamber. Llewellyn turned the page to the 5th and, from the depths of space, produced a quill crafted from a goose feather along with ink. Gazing at the assembled Viking warriors before him, he commanded, "Step forward, inscribe your names, and pledge your loyalty." The Vikings exchanged glances, uncertain. It was not that the Viking islands had been untouched by charlatans, but none had dared to boast so boldly. However, the recent example of La Gonah was vividly present in their minds. Upon returning to his tribe, La Gonah had effortlessly vanquished the tribal chief. Yet he declined to assume the title of leader, instead proclaiming that he had discovered a means to strengthen the tribe. After La Gonah demonstrated his ability to enter a second frenzy, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. For the tribe to which La Gonah belonged was merely a small faction among the Viking islands. To put it in perspective, even among the warriors capable of entering a frenzy, they were exceedingly rare. Yet, when it was revealed that they were to follow a lord of the Pangdos, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Though the Vikings were not sworn enemies of the Pangdos, many had suffered at their hands over the years. After deliberation between the chief and the tribal priest, it was decided to send forth 35 warriors to accompany La Gonah to verify the authenticity of his claims. If all proved well, further decisions would follow. The prowess of Luo Lun was evident, and he had treated the Vikings well in recent days. For them, offering loyalty to Luo Lun was not only appropriate, but also a pathway to greater strength. However, the Viking warrior could be scratched the back of his head, saying, "Chief, we can't write." Luo Lun, suddenly realizing that he had been so caught up in his own grandeur that he had overlooked the illiteracy of the Vikings, approached Kabi and, in a fit of exasperation, kicked him lightly, saying, "Then just press your thumbprint." Thus, one by one, the Vikings dipped their thumbs in the ink, boldly declaring their names before pressing their prints onto the Book of Oaths. With each print, Luo Lun approved their applications to join his ranks within the system. Indeed, it was an application for membership. After Luo Lun was appointed as the captain of a 10-man team in Dalan Bao, a team function had been added to the system. As long as the subordinates were willing to accept Luo Lun's leadership and fight alongside him, they could form a team. Once formed, these locals of Azeroth could enjoy the benefits of the system, although they themselves would not see the system panel. Only Luo Lun could. This was also the reason La Guna had easily surpassed the limits of the Vikings, achieving the ability to enter a second frenzy. As for the Book of Oaths, Luo Lun had commissioned a craftsman to create it during his time in the south, to give it an authentic appearance as if excavated from ancient ruins. Luo Lun had the craftsman age it meticulously. The path to advancement for the Vikings, upon La Guna's joining, was evident to Luo Lun. They would progress through the ranks of Viking hunter, Viking warrior, raider, berserker, heroic berserker, thundersoul berserker, and dragonhead berserker, totaling 7 tiers. The 35 Viking warriors accompanying La Guna were all of the warrior class, the majority being of the 2nd tier, Viking warrior, and 3rd tier raider, while the mightiest, La Guna, was a 5th tier, heroic berserker. Due to Luo Lun's appointment of La Guna as the leader of the Vikings and the warriors' recognition of him, the system adjusted its classification, removing his name from the ordinary warrior registry and placing it in the hero list. Once all the warriors had joined, Luo Lun's adversaries emerged in the sight of the group. According to the intelligence from Tum and Ide, the opposing force consisted of approximately 100 wolfmen, 200 goblins, and 30 half-orcs, forming a coalition of indigenous tribes. The 30 half-orcs wielded remarkably fine weapons, not only brandishing iron implements, but also donning armor, with their leader clad in iron as well. The wolfmen's weapons were rather rudimentary, most having been pilfered from passing merchant guards and mercenaries. As for the goblins, their armaments were even more dilapidated, with many wielding mere wooden clubs. Under normal circumstances, these 3 factions would have clashed upon encountering one another in the wilderness. However, with Luo Lun, a prime target, in their midst, the leaders of the 3 groups resolved to collaborate in their endeavor to seize the caravan. The Wolfman leader was a towering figure wielding a small meteor hammer. The Goblin tribe's chieftain was a goblin sorcerer, and the half-orc leader was the armored half-orc described by Tum and Ide. As the 3 observed Luo Lun's caravan come to a halt, a dispute arose among them. The half-orc leader insisted on proceeding with the original plan for a nighttime ambush, while the Wolfman leader and the goblin sorcerer argued for an immediate assault. Their reasoning was that if they did not swiftly consume this plump target, they would be left with nothing when the larger tribes and powers became aware of their presence. The half-orc leader spat in frustration, feeling that discussing matters further with these 2 fools was a waste of breath. They could simply wait for half a day for a more assured victory, yet were eager to rush into action. However, with only 30 half-orcs under his command, he realized he could not take down the caravan alone. With merely 40 guards, they dared to escort over 300 individuals and 2 rock-armored camels deep into the wilderness. They were either extraordinarily powerful or profoundly foolish. Too many fools had perished in the wilderness over the years, and this caravan did not appear to be courting death. Thus, the half-orc leader was left with no choice but to follow behind the 2 indigenous factions. Chapter 9. Crushing defeat. The indigenous tribes of the wilderness did not keep Luo Lun waiting long. The wolfmen howled and surged towards Luo Lun and his companions, closely followed by the goblins led by the goblin sorcerer. Luo Lun drew forth a massive 2-handed broadsword from the system's space, its blade surpassing even the standard broadswords wielded by the strongest armored infantry in the Pangdo's army. Not only did Luo Lun effortlessly lift the colossal sword with one hand, but he also twirled it with finesse. His gaze transcended the chaotic charge of the wolfmen and goblins, landing upon the half-orc squad marching in disciplined formation. Luo Lun withdrew his gaze, a wicked smile gracing his lips, and with a mighty swing of the broadsword, he commanded, "Slay them." With that, Luo Lun charged forward. The Viking warriors, led by La Guna, brandished their dual-bladed axes and surged forth alongside Luo Lun. Luo Lun's speed intensified, and he soon confronted the wolfman leader head-on. He scarcely noticed that this wolfman was significantly larger than the others, with a casual horizontal slash of his broadsword. The wolfman leader was sent flying as if struck by a freight truck, crashing into several other wolfmen in the process. As the wolfman leader's body crashed to the ground, it lay motionless, akin to a heap of mud, devoid of life. Loren paid little heed to the fate of the wolfman leader. His focus was solely on the half-orcs. He charged directly into the ranks of the half-orcs, and anything that obstructed his path, be it wolfman or goblin, was effortlessly swatted aside by the sweeping arc of his sword. This broadsword, a masterwork of the army's blacksmith, was blunt and forged entirely from high-quality steel. It bore no remarkable features aside from its astonishing weight. As this blunt instrument sliced through the air, it emitted a dull whooshing sound rather than the sharp whistle of a blade cutting through. Each swing struck with the force of a battering ram, causing the wolfmen to collapse with their chests caving in, while the smaller goblins stood no chance, with several unfortunate souls shattered into pieces, their broken limbs and entrails bursting forth like crushed berries. As Loren advanced relentlessly, golden text appeared on his panel. Experience 20, Experience 10, Heavy Weapon Proficiency 2, Cleaving Skill Proficiency 1. Regardless of whether it was character level or skill level, the experience required for Loren to level up had become exceedingly vast, rendering this amount of experience trivial and hardly worthy of his attention. Upon reaching the front of the half-orc formation, the Viking warriors led by Laguna collided with the indigenous tribes, igniting a fierce clash. The foremost wargs were instantaneously cleaved in two by the Viking marauders wielding double-bladed battle axes, as their rudimentary weapons proved utterly futile against such formidable armaments. Those wargs who attempted to raise their blades in defense against the Viking warriors often met their demise, their dismembered bodies and shattered weapons scattering around the Vikings like snowflakes. Renowned on the continent for their ferocity, the scent of blood ignited the primal rage within the wargs. Their eyes bulged with fury, fangs bared. They lunged madly at the nearby Viking warriors. Alas, in the face of overwhelming strength, the wargs' frenzied counterattack resembled little more than a futile display, akin to young girls swinging their fists at a candy-bearing stranger, serving only to further excite the perverse onlookers. After vanquishing the wargs, when the Viking marauders turned their attention to the smaller goblins, the battle devolved into a farcical spectacle. In mere moments, the goblins abandoned their weapons and fled in all directions, some even pressing their heads firmly to the ground in abject terror. Their upturned green posteriors elicited raucous laughter from the Vikings, with some even indulging in the dark humor of playfully tapping those trembling green backsides with the flat of their axes, causing the goblins to soil themselves in fright. The goblins' panicked retreat seemed to awaken a flicker of rationality within the wargs. As the first warg cast aside its weapon and fled, the remaining wargs stumbled in retreat as well. The Vikings, though few in number, chose not to pursue the scattering native inhabitants but instead focused on rounding up prisoners. The command had been clear: eliminate the wargs, but spare the goblins, as instructed by Loren before the conflict commenced. As the cacophony of battle gradually subsided among the Vikings, Loren had already concluded his own skirmish. He stood upon the chest of the orc chieftain, surrounded by the mangled bodies of 30 orc warriors strewn about in disarray. The orc chieftain glared at Loren with a mixture of rage and palpable fear. This young human had single-handedly decimated the entire orc squad, each sweep of his broadsword sending 3 to 5 orc warriors crashing to the ground. Not a single one of the 30 orc warriors had even come close to engaging him in combat. Ultimately, before the chieftain's very eyes, Loren crushed the skull of an orc warrior with his sword, as effortlessly as one might smash a ripe pumpkin. With a casual kick, he sent the body tumbling to the ground, the sound of his own chest bones cracking under the strain echoing in the air. Loren fixed his gaze upon the orc chieftain and inquired, "Can you speak common?" The orc chieftain struggled to open his mouth, but blood surged forth from his throat instead. He futilely moved his lips, ultimately managing only to cough up a mouthful of blood, failing to utter a single word. Observing the bloodied orc before him, Loren muttered to himself, "Damn, I might have been a bit too rough." He then placed a foot upon the orc's chest. The already cracked armor of the orc chieftain shattered completely, revealing the dark green skin beneath. With a crisp sound of bones breaking, its chest caved in. As the system notification appeared in the lower right corner of Loren's vision, the orc chieftain's life was extinguished. The ability to adjust the position and size of system notifications, or even hide them, was a feature Loren greatly appreciated. Otherwise, the constant barrage of messages during battle would have been exceedingly vexing. Having completed this task, Loren turned to return unfazed by the recent attack from the native inhabitants. Since acquiring the territory from the Emblem Academy, Loren had been contemplating solutions to the pressing issue of his limited numbers. Small factions like today's were as numerous as the blades of grass on the plains, not to mention the larger powers lurking deeper within the wilderness. Despite the Vikings' prowess, they numbered only around 30, and with Loren's contingent, there were scarcely 40 in total. While Loren did not fear any adversary in the wilderness, expanding his territory was not as simple as playing a single-player game. One could not solely rely on individual prowess. Ultimately, a territory is defined by its inhabitants. At the slave traders in Rosum, Loren had set his sights on 20 mastiffs. Having learned from various texts that these creatures possessed considerable combat abilities and keen senses, making them suitable as competent sentinels. As for their non-human status, their hearts could still be judged. As a great philosopher once said, regardless of whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Moreover, with the system in place, as long as disloyal ones were dealt with, the matter would be resolved. Loren had no qualms about such pragmatism. When a multitude of natives began to encircle the caravan, Loren recognized an opportunity. His delight grew exponentially upon seeing a significant number of goblins among the advancing natives. This was precisely why Loren had instructed the Vikings to avoid ranged attacks with their short axes and engage in close combat instead. Sometimes, fear can also be a form of loyalty. Chapter 10. Subjugating the Goblin Mage. Upon returning to the caravan, Loren found Ragnar had already gathered the captured goblins into a tight circle. These green-skinned creatures pressed their foreheads to the dirt, their bony backsides raised high, resembling a grotesque row of mushrooms. Whenever a Viking casually kicked one with a boot, the goblin would emit a high-pitched wail, tumbling and colliding with its companions, provoking uproarious laughter from the surrounding marauders. Spotting Loren, Ragnar chuckled and hoisted a goblin into the air. The diminutive creature, barely standing at 1.5 meters, appeared as a mere doll in Ragnar's grasp. Loren scrutinized the goblin held by Ragnar. It was evidently distinct from ordinary goblins. The signs of age were starkly visible on its wrinkled green skin, which sagged like dried toad skin, marred by mottled brown spots. In goblin tribes, individuals who reach old age are exceedingly rare. These greedy, dull-witted beings often fall victim to infighting, combat, or sheer folly. The presence of an elderly goblin in a tribe suggests only one possibility. This one is a goblin mage. Indeed, this goblin possessed magical abilities, albeit meager ones, having only cast a few fireballs before running out of power. Oh, and it could speak common. As Ragnar shook the goblin, it straightened its body to maintain balance. Addressing Loren, esteemed great human warrior, Nick Malu Izihue Luan pays his respects. Your recent valor was akin to before the goblin mage could finish its flattery. Loren gestured for Ragnar to set it down. Nick, Loren temporarily forgot the goblin mage's convoluted name, hunched over, using a raspy, sycophantic voice to say, Nick Malu Izihue Luan. Too long. From now on, you shall be called Nick. The goblin mage promptly knelt and bowed. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing a name. It then lifted its head, grinning ingratiatingly at Loren, though its wrinkled visage combined with its goblin features made it resemble a moving corpse attempting to wink. I do not possess enough provisions to sustain such a multitude of captives. You shall either become my slave or perish. Ragnar, keenly perceptive, fetched a chair from the wagon, and Loren seated himself, looking down upon the kneeling goblin mage. Slave. Of course, I shall be your slave. It is my honor to serve you, Nick exclaimed hastily, fearing Loren might change his mind. The goblin mage crawled forward, attempting to kiss Loren's boots, only to be unceremoniously kicked over by Ragnar. Nick dared not show any teeth to Ragnar, quickly righting himself and pressing his forehead firmly to the ground, remaining utterly still. Observing the System's enlistment request for Nick, Loren remarked, You are quite amusing. However, I do not concern myself with your secrets. Upon hearing Loren's words, Nick pressed his forehead even more firmly to the ground. Now, go forth and convey my will to the other goblins. And first, give names to all the goblins and ensure they remember them. Go. With Loren's permission, Nick hurriedly stood up, deeply bowing to Loren before rushing towards the goblin captives. Although the decision to subdue the goblins was a sudden whim of Loren's, it had been made after considerable contemplation. By integrating the goblins into the System's team, both their loyalty and combat prowess would be assured. Loren did not expect the goblins to possess exceptional strength. He merely hoped that, with the System's assistance, they could reach the level of elite human soldiers. If not, they could serve as farmers in times of peace and militia in times of war. As for why he did not opt for higher combat-capable beings like the Wergs or half-orcs, The answer was simple: food. Loren lacked the resources to feed the indigenous peoples. Compared to wargs and half-orcs, the goblins were undoubtedly the most manageable of the wasteland natives. In fact, there was arguably no other humanoid creature on the entire continent easier to sustain than goblins. Scholars had once dissected a goblin's stomach and discovered that these little green-skinned creatures possessed an exceptionally strong digestive capability, able to consume nearly anything: leaves, bark, grass, if pressed, even dirt. Though overeating could lead to fatal perforations. Furthermore, due to their nature of following the strong, it was easier to subdue them than wargs or half-orcs. Ragnar did not voice any objections to Loren's plan to capture the goblins. During his years in Dallin Fortress, he had long since developed the habit of obeying Loren's commands. As for the matters that required deep thought, he left those to that fat fool. Seeing the goblin mage leave, Loren turned to Ragnar beside him and inquired about the Viking warrior's condition. Head, there were no significant casualties, a few sustained minor injuries that can be treated with some herbs. However, 2 unfortunate souls were struck by that goblin mage's fireball. Fortunately, the mage's power is limited, and those 2 are still lying down but are not in any life-threatening danger. They should be up and about by tomorrow. Loren nodded. Aside from the visible breakthrough of tier constraints, another advantage of being integrated into the system's team was the enhancement of self-healing capabilities. While they could not regenerate severed limbs, as long as one did not die on the spot, they could gradually recover, coupled with the already robust physique of the Vikings. The goblin mage's fireball was unlikely to kill them. At that moment, Marco approached and said, "Head, the battlefield has been cleared. It's all just debris, nothing useful." Behind Marco, adult male slaves were carrying broken weapons towards the convoy. Every time the slaves passed by the Viking warriors, they cast envious yet fearful glances. The battlefield was scattered with the dismembered limbs of the natives, horrifying the mostly peasant slaves, some of whom even vomited on the spot. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. In the future, we might have the chance to melt down those iron scraps, even if it's just to make a hoe. It could save us several coppers. You don't know how precious food is until you're in charge. If we run out of money, I'll sell you into a brothel to work as a whore. Marco shrank his head and replied, "Head, don't mention iron scraps. I even collected broken leather armor. You can trust me to get the job done." "Trust you? Nonsense," Loren retorted, standing up and kicking Marco, then continued, "Why didn't you collect those native corpses?" "Huh." Marco was puzzled. "What use are those native corpses?" "Those are food," Loren exclaimed, pointing towards the goblin captives. The goblin mage Nick was using his high-pitched voice to preach Loren's kindness to his kin, and upon noticing Loren's gesture, he hurriedly bowed. "You're not planning to use your own rations to feed this bunch of little fellows, are you?" "Of course not." Marco quickly shook his head, then led a group of slaves back towards the battlefield, where the sounds of vomiting soon echoed again. Chapter 11. Capturing the goblins. After instructing the convoy to set up camp, Loren moved his chair next to the goblin captives, keenly observing as Nick named each of these green-skinned little creatures: Iron Hammer, Stone, Mushroom Head, each name eliciting a cacophony of chattering from the goblins. From Ragnar, Loren learned that they had captured over 50 goblins. In contrast to the 70 or so that had perished, the number of goblins was twice that of the wargs, with only 20 dead before scattering. It was no wonder that bards often sang of how goblins proliferated across the continent like weeds. Thanks to their innate survival instincts, a reproductive capacity akin to rabbits, an adaptability comparable to cockroaches, and an ingrained fear of death. As the moon rose, the slaves had already lit several roaring bonfires in the center of the camp. Nick had finally completed the task of naming the 50-plus goblins, exhausting nearly his entire vocabulary. From practical names like Iron Hammer and Stone to creative ones like Shiny Glue Egg, and even to desperate descriptors like Bigfoot and Crooked Nose when he ran out of ideas. When he named the last goblin, who was missing half an ear, as Rags, Nick felt as though his brain might implode. The well-rested Viking warriors gathered around, with Cass leading 20 mastiffs. The mastiffs had already unsheathed their weapons, yet none dared to make a move. The mastiffs' eyesight was far superior to that of humans, and the evening's battle had crushed their pride in combat prowess. No mastiff now entertained the thought of escaping from the Viking warriors' battle axes. Loren sat confidently in his chair, pulling out the Book of Oaths. Regardless of whether the goblins could understand, he reiterated the words he had spoken to the Viking warriors earlier, then pointed at the goblin mage. "Nick, you come first." Nick hurried over, first kneeling on the ground to kiss Loren's shoes, then standing to accept the dagger handed to him by Ragnar, making a small incision on his thumb. As for ink, Loren pointed out that it also cost money. Moreover, in such an atmosphere, blood had a more ceremonial solemnity. When Nick pressed his hand onto the Book of Oaths, Loren simultaneously approved the team application in the system. Loyalty 65, quite decent, Loren mused, glancing over Nick's data panel with a slight smile. He believed he wore a benevolent expression, yet to Nick, it appeared as predatory as a hawk's gaze. Although he had no understanding of what he had done wrong, the instinctual fear was already ingrained in him. Nick's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground again, his forehead nearly touching the earth. Loyalty 70, Loren gained a deeper understanding of the goblin's instinct for self-preservation. Step forward and call them up one by one, just as before. Upon hearing Loren's words, Nick quickly stood up and shouted towards the goblin captives, stone. To Loren, the goblins were essentially molded from the same template, distinguished only by their height and girth. Thus, he could only identify them through the names Nick shouted, locating the corresponding team applications in the system. Mushroom Head, Loren interrupted. Loyalty 32, Loren glanced at the system. This goblin named Mushroom Head had a loyalty far below 60. Ragnar, break this goblin's legs and toss it outside the camp. Throw it far away. Understood. Ragnar grinned as he approached the bewildered goblin, clutching it by the neck with his rough hand, lifting it as if it were a small chick. With a sickening crack and the goblin's blood-curdling scream, Ragnar brutally snapped one of its legs. The goblin's twisted body thrashed wildly in the air. Ragnar showed no concern for the goblin's cries, methodically breaking the other leg as well. Amidst the goblin's wails, he handed it over to a Viking warrior. Throw it far away. Aside from the increasingly distant howls and the occasional crackling of the bonfire, the camp fell into an oppressive silence. Both the human slaves and the mastiffs were rendered mute, neither daring to move nor speak, bowing their heads while occasionally stealing fearful glances at Loren. The goblin captives trembled violently, particularly those who had yet to place their handprints on the Book of Oaths, shaking as if they were leaves in a tempest. In stark contrast, the Viking warriors remained unperturbed. Following the skirmish, all second-tier Viking warriors were elevated to third-tier raiders. Even Kobe ascended to the fourth tier as a berserker, though the Viking warriors could not see the status panels. Their familiarity with one another's prowess within the tribe left them firmly convinced of the Book of Oaths' efficacy, resulting in an unwavering loyalty that surged above 90. Now, regardless of whatever command Loren issued, this band of ruffians would offer their unconditional support. Next, Loren's voice shattered the silence of the arena. Nick promptly called out, "Hammer." The summoned goblin collapsed to the ground in a fit of terror, utterly daunted by the prospect of approaching. Stealing a glance at Loren, Nick hastily summoned a few goblins who had already pressed their handprints, dragging Hammer over with a mix of blows and kicks. Loren addressed Hammer, stating, "Either pledge your loyalty by pressing your handprint now, or face death." Nick swiftly translated Loren's words for Hammer, punctuating his speech with a kick to the trembling goblin. Ultimately, Hammer resigned himself to his fate, drew a dagger, traced a line across his thumb, and pressed it firmly onto the Book of Oaths, subsequently shutting his eyes in fear of meeting Loren's gaze. Loyalty 75 next. As Loren's voice echoed once more, Hammer gasped for air as if emerging from the depths of drowning, hurriedly departing under Nick's relentless goading. Next, as Loren continued to call forth goblins, one by one, Nick summoned them forth. In the end, 5 goblins met a grim fate at the hands of Ragnar, their legs shattered and discarded outside the camp. This was no mere wasteland. Broken legs here meant far more than death itself. Ultimately, Loren managed to recruit 50 goblins. The system panel revealed the goblins' advancement paths. Unlike the Vikings, whose progression was linear, the goblins' advancement was far more intricate. Goblins primarily followed 2 branches, the warrior path and the mage path. Beginning as goblin whelps, they matured into adult goblins, then into big goblins. Beyond the 3rd tier, the advancement diverged into 2 routes: goblin warrior, goblin hero, goblin raider, goblin imperial guard, goblin captain, goblin leader, and goblin chieftain, totaling 10 distinct tiers. The alternate path included goblin mage apprentice, goblin mage, and goblin archmage, comprising 6 tiers in total. However, a greater number of advancement routes did not inherently equate to superior strength. The system's classification of power diverged from the continent's conventional standards. Taking mages as an example, Loren discerned that between apprentice and archmage, there were likely additional tiers such as low-level mage, mid-level mage, and high-level mage, with archmage and beyond including sorcerer, arch-sorcerer, and great archmage, none of which appeared in the goblin mage advancement. This likely stemmed from the goblin's inherent bloodline limitations. Loren had conducted tests in Delenbayo, concluding that the system's tier classification resembled a genetic lock, unlocking segments of genes with each advancement. For instance, the Vikings, whose ancestors may have once prospered, possessed higher base attributes as first-tier Viking hunters than the average Pando's warriors. Upon reaching a certain level, a Viking hunter could no longer progress without breaking through to second-tier Viking warriors, at which point their attributes would surge dramatically. Each successive tier yielded increasingly substantial attribute gains. Different races experienced varying attribute enhancements upon leveling up. For instance, goblins, whose lineage might be rooted in peasantry, found their third-tier big goblin combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary militia, while fifth-tier goblin heroes matched the strength of a first-tier Viking hunter. Individuals like Marco and Tom, likely descended from common folk, benefited from fewer genetic locks and thus could level up continuously, though their power could not escalate dramatically. Fairness, it seemed, remained a relative concept. Initially, goblins required significantly less experience to level up than Vikings. All goblins enlisted were either adult goblins or big goblins, while Nick, being of a higher tier, was a goblin mage, appointed by Loren as the leader of these goblins. Nick's name was inscribed in the hero roster the moment Loren issued his command. Under Loren's orders, Nick and his subordinates transported the bodies of human slaves back to the camp for disposal. During the subsequent journey, Nick was tasked with teaching this band of goblins the rudiments of the common tongue, ensuring they could at least comprehend it. Should any goblin fail to learn, they would become fodder for their companions, and if half struggled, Loren would break Nick's legs and abandon him in the wilderness. After addressing the goblins, Loren turned his attention to the Maomen. It is your turn. Chapter 12. Maomen. Following a brief silence, a middle-aged Maoman stepped forward. My lord, we are willing to pledge our loyalty. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse and heavy, then raised it again to add, but we ask you to grant us one request. Loren did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing him with a frigid gaze. His stare was akin to a blade, slicing through the Maoman's skin until the pressure became unbearable, causing him to bow his head. Speak your request, Loren finally said, his tone laced with intrigue. We shall obey your commands and fight for you until we perish in this wasteland. But should we encounter orcs in the future, we beseech you to allow us to withdraw from battle. We do not wish to shed the blood of our kin. Upon hearing the Maoman's plea, Loren's lips curled into a knowing smirk. In my homeland, there is a saying, conditional loyalty is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. For those who are absolutely disloyal, there exists but one option. As he spoke, Loren gestured toward the desolate expanse beyond the camp, where the anguished cries of goblins echoed incessantly. To my knowledge, the blood feuds among your kind run as deep as those among us humans. Those who fall to the axes of their kin may outnumber those who perish by human swords. No? As for you, a tribe long regarded as slaves. A people who can only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, unable to even protect your own wives and children. Do you truly jest with me by professing a desire to embrace the orcs? Loren suddenly pivoted, pointing toward the proud and valiant Viking warriors behind him. I now offer you a chance to become true warriors, just as they are, within my domain. Irrespective of human or beast, anyone who fights for me shall be granted my protection. Perhaps one day, I shall lead you to rescue your brethren. Yet, all of this hinges upon one condition, your absolute loyalty. Loren approached the Maoman, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Now, tell me, what is your choice? In contrast to the goblins, Loren exhibited greater patience with the Maomen. In this desolate land of Gemstone Wasteland, not a single human peasant was willing to reside. Beyond the purchase of slaves, only the native wasteland dwellers and orcs remained. The indigenous folk could be subdued through cruelty and subsequently oppressed through bloody methods. But the orc tribe was a different matter. A people with a comprehensive social structure could not be conquered solely through slaughter. Loren's measured discourse with the Maomen also served as a calculated investment in future conquests of the orc tribe, with the Maomen presenting an excellent entry point in Loren's plans. Under Loren's watchful gaze, the middle-aged Maoman was the first to kneel, declaring, Buyer vows loyalty to you. Soon after, 19 other Maomen knelt, pledging their allegiance to Loren. Once all the Maomen had pressed their handprints upon the Book of Oaths, Loren appointed Buyer as their leader and instructed Marco to guide them in retrieving weapons, the very old armaments once wielded by the Vikings. Loren remained indifferent to whether the Maoren were loyal due to his recent words or merely feared the fate of having their legs broken and cast into the wilderness. For him, the motivation was inconsequential. The pulsating numbers on the system panel were what truly mattered. The loyalty of the Maoren fluctuated between 60-65, above the passing line, signifying that they would not easily betray their own. As for the future, the unmanageable Baer Lang could simply be eliminated. The evening battle had subdued the indigenous people significantly, Aside from the increasingly feeble wails of the goblins, there was no other movement from them. The next day, the caravan continued its march towards perilous. However, the indigenous people's forgetfulness left Luo-Luon with a profound impression of the dangers of the wasteland. That night, the indigenous people launched an attack on the encamped caravan. This time, Luo-Luon refrained from allowing the Viking barbarians to engage in close combat directly, opting instead to utilize throwing axes from a distance. Dozens of throwing axes sliced through the night sky, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as they descended upon the enemy ranks, instantly tearing bloody gaps in the charging indigenous forces. Following this, under Luo-Luon's command, the Viking barbarians unsheathed their battle axes and charged into the fray, with the Loren and goblins trailing behind to join the fight. The battlefield was still overwhelmingly one-sided. The combat effectiveness of the indigenous people sharply contrasted with their audacity. After being subjected to the rain of throwing axes, the indigenous forces had already suffered heavy casualties. Their direct confrontation with the Viking barbarians was swiftly shattered. The goblin race, emboldened by favorable circumstances, displayed no mercy towards their own kind. Had it not been for a Viking barbarian kicking one of them down, a few goblins would have even pursued their prey into the dark, dense underbrush. As for the Loren, aside from Bayer, Luo-Luon was dissatisfied with the rest. The advancement path for the Loren within the system included Loren Shepherd, Loren Hunter, Loren Warrior, Loren Berserker, and Mountain Guardian, except for Bayer, who had reached the third tier as a Loren Warrior. The remaining Loren were all at the level of Loren Hunter, with even two being merely Loren Shepherds. Years of oppression had caused these Loren to forget how to fight. When they reached the battlefield, they were timid and hesitant, and when they did strike, they held back with compassion. Were it not for their superior physical attributes compared to the indigenous people, their combat effectiveness might have been inferior to that of the frenzied goblins. The battle concluded swiftly. Nick conscientiously led the goblins in cleaning up the battlefield, while Luo-Luon summoned the Loren to stand beside the captives. The state of the Loren post-battle was dismal, with many trembling uncontrollably. Luo-Luon cast a cold glance over their disheveled appearances and beckoned Ed. From today forth, he stated solemnly, Ed shall be your instructor. He will teach you to fight anew, and more importantly, how to kill. Ed immediately embraced his role and commenced the first lesson for the Loren, killing, or more precisely, the art of slaying the indigenous people. He commanded the recently captured prisoners to kneel before the Loren and urged the Loren to slay these indigenous foes. Amidst the wails of the captives, the Loren found themselves unable to strike. As Bayer stepped forward to speak, Ed kicked him to the ground and pointed at his nose, declaring, Silence. Cowards have no right to choose. Observing this scene, Marco approached Luo-Luon and remarked, These Loren are rather different from the rumored orcs. A group long accustomed to being treated as slaves had long since lost their spirit. Fear not. I believe Ed will help them regain their fangs. Ed began to incessantly berate the Loren before personally demonstrating by killing a goblin. When Ed forced a kneeling Loren to smash a wolfman's skull with his own hands, all the Loren broke down. They seized their weapons, blindly hacking away at the indigenous people before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Yet Ed did not relent. He began to explain how to swiftly and efficiently eliminate opponents. Luo-Luon had no time to wait for the Loren to gradually acclimate to the battlefield. Nor did he fear that Ed's radical teaching might produce a psychologically disturbed maniac. Luo-Luon would teach him, with his fists, what the rules were, his rules. Chapter 13. Roasted meat begins to change the goblins as dawn broke. The wheels of the carts resumed their northward roll. Due to a lack of sufficient horses, most could only walk, which resulted in a sluggish pace for the caravan. Along this journey, Luo-Luon witnessed the diversity of species among the indigenous people. In addition to the ubiquitous goblins, wolfmen, and the previously encountered half-orcs, Luo-Luon also observed dog-headed men, lizard men, and other indigenous beings unique to the wasteland from the daily assaults. Although these attacks posed no substantial threat to the caravan, the incessant harassment became increasingly vexatious for Luo-Luon. Eventually, he decided to refrain from participating directly in battles, delegating the responsibility entirely to Marco and Ragnar. The human slaves transitioned from their initial state of fear to a composed demeanor when facing indigenous attacks. When confronted with small groups of indigenous assailants, they would remain stationary. Watching the Viking warriors wreak havoc, when faced with large-scale attacks, they would encircle their carts, observing the Viking warriors slaughter from within. Eventually, a few male slaves even volunteered to join the fight, prompting Luo-Luon to have them imprint their hands on the Book of Oaths and issue them inexpensive weapons procured from the United Commerce. He permitted them to engage in battle. Loren specifically instructed Ragnar to look after these few human slaves, for he had very few under his command. And losing even one would weigh heavily on him, as they represented a significant amount of gold. The entire caravan had grown numb to the attacks from the indigenous people. Even the bloodthirsty Viking warriors grew weary of these mindless foes, who only charged forward with howls, collapsing upon contact. Were it not for the system's enhancement, which allowed the Viking barbarians to quickly recover their stamina, there would likely have been casualties. Of course, there were exceptions, notably the goblins. Each assault by the indigenous people meant additional provisions for them, to the point where Nick began contemplating which indigenous meat was more delectable and should be preserved in greater quantities. To address the food issue, Loren specifically allocated a cart for the goblins to transport their supplies. However, due to the insufficient salt for preserving the indigenous meat, even with the weather turning cooler, the meat began to emit an unpleasant odor, forcing Nick to lag behind with the goblins at the back of the caravan. Fearful that the stench would irritate the already agitated Loren due to the indigenous disturbances, aside from enjoying their fill of meat daily, Nick faced another troubling task, teaching the goblins the common tongue. Nick was uncertain why Loren insisted on this, and did not dare to question his decision. But he was well aware of how dim-witted his kin could be, which left him troubled, as he could only indulge in 3 large pieces of roasted meat per meal. Roasting meat was a skill learned from the human slaves, and ever since mastering this technique, Nick could no longer consume raw meat. Fortunately, he discovered that since the goblins had pressed their hands onto the Book of Oaths, they had become somewhat smarter, particularly after participating in battles. Those who had witnessed bloodshed exhibited a marked improvement. Their acquisition of the common tongue accelerated, and their strength augmented, with 2 goblins standing out prominently. If Nick could see the system panel, he would note that the tiers of those 2 goblins had advanced to the 4th tier as goblin warriors. Though Nick was unaware of the reasons behind this transformation, the increase in strength and intellect following battles instilled him with growing confidence that they would at least meet Loren's minimum requirement of understanding the common tongue. In order to avoid having his legs broken by Loren, Nick offered generous rewards of roasted meat to the goblins who witnessed bloodshed in each battle. Since Loren showed no concern for the goblins' welfare and the rest of the caravan members also did not make a special effort to care for them, all matters of sustenance for the goblins fell under Nick's jurisdiction, as the sole goblin mage capable of igniting fire. It follows that he is the only goblin able to roast meat. The pursuit of roasted meat has become the next life goal for the goblins, who no longer have to worry about their sustenance. Just as Grandpa Ma once remarked, when a person is well fed, thoughts turn to indulging in fine fare. This principle holds true for goblins as well. The allure of roasted meat spurs the goblins to exert themselves more vigorously in every battle. Once integrated into the system squad, their enhanced self-healing abilities permit them to act with greater audacity on the battlefield. During encounters with the indigenous tribes, a cacophony of green-skinned little warriors charging forward always accompanies the Viking warriors, making the latter cautious with every swing of their axes, lest they inadvertently slay these diminutive creatures. As they enjoy better sustenance and display valor in combat, coupled with the fact that the experience required for goblins to level up is minimal at lower tiers, all goblins swiftly advance to the 3rd tier of Greater Goblin, with even 15 brave combatants ascending to the 4th tier of Goblin Warrior. Nick approached Marco, the most affable member of the caravan, to request 15 spears. Noticing the conspicuously taller Goblin Warriors, Marco acquiesced to Nick's request. With Loren's approval, Nick not only acquired the 15 spears, but also salvaged some weapons to arm the goblins. Additionally, Marco kindly rummaged through a pile of discarded items to find 15 relatively intact pieces of armor to hand over to Nick, which filled him with immense joy, prompting him to express his gratitude repeatedly. Subsequently, Nick distributed the equipment acquired from Marco to the goblins, particularly the 15 4th-tier Goblin Warriors, clad in leather armor and wielding spears, instilling in Nick a profound sense of possession. In the ensuing battles, Nick led the Goblin Warriors into the fray, with the ordinary goblins following closely behind, rampaging across the battlefield. Days passed in a repetitive cycle of meals, travel, conflict with the natives, and rest. Although most goblins could comprehend basic common speech, Nick remained anxious. He was uncertain about Loren's threshold for understanding the common tongue and did not perceive Loren as a benevolent master. To avoid incurring Loren's wrath, which might result in broken legs and abandonment in the wilderness, Nick reluctantly sought out Marco to confide his fears. Marco, a kind-hearted knight, reserved his compassion for his own kind. The Marco on the battlefield was a stark contrast to the Marco off it. Loren had once described Marco as having the heart of a bodhisattva and the means of an arhut. Marco did not dismiss Nick simply because he was a goblin. After attentively listening to Nick's concerns, he offered sage advice to integrate the goblins into the team and attempt communication with the human slaves. Engaging in daily conversations would help the goblins master the common tongue more quickly and fluently. Nick cherished this counsel, nearly bowing down to express his gratitude to Marco. After parting ways with Marco, Nick hurried back to the goblin ranks. He mandated that goblins, in addition to combat, must partake in all labor alongside the human slaves, chopping wood, fetching water, and preparing meals. Whatever tasks the humans undertook, the goblins were required to assist. Those who displayed diligence would be rewarded with sizzling roasted meat, while the slothful could only watch enviously. Following this directive, whenever the caravan paused for rest, one could observe the green figures scurrying about, some tiptoeing to assist humans in drying clothes, others clumsily learning to repair wagon shafts. Naturally, some goblins chose to shirk their duties, and even dared to snarl threateningly at the humans, striking fear into Nick, who worried that Loren might slay him due to the insolence of a particular goblin. In confronting such insubordination, Nick showed no leniency, punishing the lazy ones with the might of the fourth-tier goblin warriors. Even the pleas for mercy from the transgressors were in vain. As for the goblin that dared to intimidate the humans, Nick implored Marco to craft a 5-meter-long pole, firmly affixed to the wagon. Subsequently, Nick took it upon himself to shatter the goblin's teeth one by one and displayed them upon the pole. To prevent the wails of this goblin from disturbing Loren and others' rest, Nick thoughtfully stuffed its mouth with rags. Initially, Nick intended to let the goblin hang there until it perished from dehydration, but the following day, the human slave who had been threatened sought out Nick to plead on the goblin's behalf. Nick, intimidated by the human's presence, even if she was merely a slave, could not oppose her. After all, his master, Loren, was also human, and Nick did not believe he held any greater significance in Loren's eyes than the woman before him. Thus, he commanded that the goblin be taken down from the pole. Despite the system-augmented recovery abilities, the goblin, now toothless, would have to subsist on gruel for quite some time. With this cautionary tale in mind, the goblins became increasingly eager to assimilate into the caravan. Soon, a curious scene unfolded. Human slaves directing the goblins and transporting supplies, while the goblins awkwardly stammered in the common tongue, inquiring about the next steps. By the campfire, both parties communicated through gestures, often erupting into fits of laughter. Loren observed the transformation of the goblins with approval, admiring Nick's capabilities. When the Viking warriors once again repelled the assault of the indigenous tribes, Marco approached Loren, stating, "Chief, something feels amiss." Chapter 14. Blood of Uruk. Even if the indigenous tribes were mindless and fearless, it was implausible for them to assault the caravan daily, particularly with the recent occurrences of daytime attacks followed by nighttime incursions. Moreover, the number of assailants was not substantial, typically ranging from 1 to 200. They might charge forth with great fervor, but upon clashing with the Viking warriors, they would abandon their dead and flee in panic, often retreating faster than they had advanced. It seemed that someone had set their sights on us. Loren squinted into the depths of the wilderness, stroking his chin, which had gone unattended for several days. Disperse the mastiffs around the caravan, but not too far. Next time we encounter an assault, let the indigenous tribes approach closely before we engage. The goblins will take the lead, while the mastiffs surround them, with a handful of Viking warriors holding the line. Loren spat and continued, "Who says the natives lack intelligence? They've even adopted the strategy of fatigued troops. Let us see who falters first." In accordance with Loren's directives, the entire caravan adjusted their strategy against the attacks of the indigenous tribes. Nick, upon hearing Loren's command, felt no fear, although uncertain of the reason. He had also discerned certain issues. In the initial few assaults, the indigenous tribes had been numerous and comprised of formidable races from the wilderness. However, in recent encounters, the attackers were predominantly his fellow goblins, accompanied by a few wolfmen, with no sign of any strong races at all. This intelligence bolstered Nick's confidence, motivating him to perform admirably in the upcoming battles. With the alteration in Loren's battle strategy, the casualties among the indigenous tribes escalated. Under Aid's merciless tutelage, the combat genes of the mastiffs, belonging to the beastmen, were thoroughly awakened. The mastiffs, faster than the Viking warriors, inflicted even greater devastation upon the scattering tribes. Soon, Loren enjoyed his first peaceful night in recent days. Meanwhile, on a small hill about a day's journey from the caravan, four half-orcs sat around a bonfire. "The enemy has changed tactics. Our slaves are suffering increasing losses. It seems they have deciphered our assault patterns." The first to speak was a burly half-orc warrior clad in plate armor, a half-finished mug of ale resting beside him. His rough fingers unconsciously caressed the edge of his battle axe. Another fully armed half-orc spat dismissively, the thick phlegm hissing as it struck the ground beside the fire. "Those worthless scum, let them die," he spoke while deftly cleaning the remnants of meat from between his teeth with a dagger. The number of slaves available for capture in the vicinity was dwindling, and venturing further would consume precious time. Moreover, capturing too many might draw the attention of rival factions. Countered the first half-orc. "We do not have that luxury of time," murmured the third half-orc, whose voice rasped like gravel against iron, towering over his companions. He bore a ghastly scar that cleaved from his brow down across half his face, ultimately fading into the shadow of his collarbone, lending him an air of menace in the flickering firelight. He carelessly tossed aside a half-eaten piece of roasted meat down the slope and continued. "Let us discuss the enemy's situation." The entire caravan comprised 2 rock-skinned camels, 10 horse-drawn carts, nearly 400 human civilians, and approximately 100 guards. Before the arrival of the 2 others, we had driven the slaves to launch attacks against them for 6 consecutive days. The opposition consisted of about 36 human warriors wielding double-headed battle axes, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Additionally, there were 20 orc warriors reminiscent of the Rhine lion tribe, 50 goblins, and a goblin sorcerer. Aside from the goblin sorcerer, no other spellcasters were identified. Observations indicated that the enemy possessed merely 4 warhorses and some pack horses, with no cavalry having participated in the fighting. After a brief pause, the first half-orc resumed. "The enemy is exceptionally skilled in close combat, particularly those 36 human warriors. Not only could the natives not withstand their might, but even when I had our tribal warriors mingle among the natives during the initial assaults, the outcomes were hardly better. Their prowess in melee is matched by their skill in hurling throwing axes, which possess tremendous power, capable of piercing our warriors' armor when confronted head-on. However, they seem to have a limited supply of these throwing axes, launching at most 3 volleys at a time. We have conducted 4 night raids thus far, and it is evident that the enemy excels in nocturnal combat. Their human warriors possess superior vision in the dark, even better than ours. Hence, I advise against night skirmishes, as it would only diminish our advantages." Upon the conclusion of the first half-orc's words, the second half-orc interjected. "The enemy's leader is a remarkably young human, wielding an enormous 2-handed broadsword. His combat appearances have been few, yet his strength is unmistakably formidable. He can wield a sword that normally requires 2 hands with just 1. Are we certain that Nika has been slain by them?" inquired the previously silent fourth half-orc. Unlike the other 3 clad in plate armor, this half-orc donned leather armor, with a longbow and curved blade resting nearby. Most strikingly, a massive wolf lay beside him, revealing its formidable fangs, with drool dripping onto the ground. The first half-orc nodded, stating, "We have tracked Nika's movements, and recently, only this caravan has traversed the wasteland, passing through areas where Nika was known to operate. The timing and location align perfectly. Furthermore, after each battle, the enemy has the goblins collect the bodies, which explains our inability to locate Nika and his half-orc team. Are you cowards?" the towering half-orc demanded, fixing his fierce gaze upon the first 2 half-orcs until they lowered their heads. "The great blood of Uruk does not require cowards. Should you tarnish the name of Uruk's blood, I shall personally sever your heads as an offering to the great Uruk." Listening to the towering half-orc's words, the 2 half-orcs hastily knelt. Unfazed by their submission, he continued, "The tribe cannot afford to squander time on this human caravan. Our primary objective is to conduct trade with the One-Eyed in the south, and I trust you comprehend the tribe's dire need for this transaction. Yet, the reputation of Uruk's blood must remain untarnished. Since the ancestors first set foot in the wasteland, none have slain the children of Uruk and returned unscathed. These humans must perish. I have brought 500 elite half-orc soldiers and 100 wolf riders. Mark, tomorrow you shall lead 400 half-orc warriors, 50 wolf riders, and all nearby natives capable of being rallied to annihilate those humans, while I will continue on with the remaining fighters. Mark, remember to bring me the heads of those human warriors. I wish to use them as an offering to honor Uruk. By sunset tomorrow, you shall present me with those heads." The 4th half-orc named Mark stood and bellowed his affirmation. "As for the 2 of you, tomorrow take your people and charge to the front with the natives, washing away your cowardice with the blood of the enemy." The 2 kneeling half-orcs raised their upper bodies, gazing at the towering half-orc as they shouted, "Yes." Chapter 15. The war begins throughout the lengthy annals of Azeroth's history. Countless kingdoms have risen and fallen like meteors. Some have inscribed brilliant chapters and epic tales, while others have left scarcely a ripple. The half-orc kingdom of Uruk belongs to the latter. As the coalition of various races vanquished the Orc Empire and drove the orcs to the Goreresh Plateau. Human nations sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, with elves, dwarves, and other races establishing their own citadels. Amidst the power vacuum, the disparate half-orc tribes hastily united under the ancient battle cry of Uruk, heralding the birth of a kingdom. Regrettably, this hastily assembled realm lacked the time to integrate all half-orc tribes. Just as they prepared to establish a capital in fertile lands, their demise became inevitable. The human rulers deemed the half-orcs, who had proven ineffective against the orcs, unworthy of occupying the fertile territories. This war of annihilation incited no moral controversy. Under the relentless assault of humanity, the half-orc kingdom swiftly fell, and the scattered remnants of Uruk fled in all directions. With the largest faction seeking refuge in the desolate Gem Wasteland, proclaiming themselves as the blood of Uruk. Fueled by their hatred for humanity, they commenced frenzied assaults on caravans, employing ruthlessly brutal tactics that left no survivors. Gradually, they were no longer referred to by their original name, but instead became known as the bloodthirsty bandits, a moniker denoting their savage nature. Loren remained unaware that he had drawn the attention of Uruk's descendants. Yet he was acutely aware that he was on the brink of a great battle. Tom had just reported that a large group of native raiders was advancing toward the caravan. Alongside familiar faces like goblins and wolfmen, there were now dog-headed and lizard folk among the assailants. More significantly, the true masterminds had finally revealed themselves, a band of fully armed half-orcs. According to Tom's description, the native coalition comprised over 600 indigenous warriors serving as fodder, alongside 400 fully armored half-orc infantry and 50 half-orc wolf riders. Among the 400 half-orc infantry, more than 100 wore iron armor. Unlike the disorganized natives, these half-orcs marched in a well-ordered formation, clearly indicating their rigorous training. Loren, cautious and prudent, ordered the caravan to halt and take up defensive positions. Fortunately, their previous encounters had instilled a sense of order, allowing the caravan to respond swiftly to Loren's commands. The entire caravan sprang into action, with the heavy carts forming a robust circular wall. All female slaves, along with the elderly and children, were gathered and placed atop the massive rock-skinned camels, a relatively safe position. All male slaves were armed with weapons, with those previously organized into squads becoming the primary fighting force of the slave contingent. In the forthcoming battle, Loren would have little time to concern himself with their fates. Their survival would depend on their own resilience. Cass was appointed as the temporary commander of the slave forces. He stood atop the imposing rock-skinned camel, a vantage point that not only maximized the effectiveness of his archery, but also allowed him to oversee the battlefield and direct the slaves in their defensive maneuvers. All Viking warriors were fully armed, positioned at the forefront of the formation. Their objective was to inflict as much damage as possible upon the enemy's living forces. This time, Maruk also rode forth, fully armored, standing alongside the Viking warriors. The Viking fighters gazed curiously at this formidable Kangdusi knight, having learned from legend that Maruk was among the first to accompany their leader Loren. Despite Maruk not having engaged in battle thus far, legend openly acknowledged that he could not match Maruk's prowess, hinting at the knight's incredible strength. The second line of defense was comprised of Mongren and Jebulin, commanded by Aid. Their objective was to deter the approaching enemy from nearing the convoy as much as possible. Even the intellectually challenged Jebulin sensed the unusual threat posed by the incoming adversaries. Yet Llewellyn refrained from disclosing the full extent of the enemy's details to everyone. Consequently, those Jebulin, who held a blind admiration for the Viking warriors, remained in a relatively relaxed pre-battle state, utterly unaware of the fierce confrontation that awaited them. The enemy did not keep Llewellyn waiting long, as the earth trembled more intensely. The first to appear before the assembled group were the various indigenous tribes of the wasteland, including the wolfmen wielding rusted curved blades, Jebulin brandishing spears, lizardmen with gaping maws, and dog-headed men swinging heavy clubs. Behind the chaotic coalition of natives, 400 half-orc infantry advanced in a disciplined formation. They moved in rows of 50, stepping in unison, halting approximately 50 paces behind the indigenous forces, demonstrating remarkable discipline. This regular army stood in stark contrast to the disorderly natives ahead. The frontline half-orcs donned iron armor, wielding shields in their left hands and blades in their right. The central ranks wore leather armor, holding long spears and sheathed with sharp, curved knives. With his keen eyesight, Llewellyn even discerned that the last two ranks of half-orcs bore longbows on their backs, a revelation that furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the presence of organized archers among the indigenous tribes, a realization that filled him with regret for not having equipped the Viking warriors with shields in advance. Flanking the half-orc infantry were approximately 50 half-orc wolf riders roaming the periphery. These riders were not particularly large, although the half-orcs had somehow mutated the wolves of the wilderness. The mounts remained smaller than conventional warhorses, while the wolf riders did not pose a significant threat to the Viking warriors. Their speed allowed them to easily circumvent the front lines and target the Jebulin and human slaves behind. The Viking warriors found it challenging to effectively intercept them. Even with systematic enhancements, the murky eyes of the Jebulin struggled to grasp the entirety of the indigenous coalition. Nevertheless, the ominous shadow of the enemy was enough to stir disquiet within the ranks of the Jebulin. Confronted by such a formidable enemy, even the Viking warriors at the forefront and their revered leader Loren could not instill a sense of security in the diminutive green-skinned beings. All the Jebulin trembled uncontrollably, their hands slipping on the grips of their weapons. Had it not been for the Jebulin mage Nike bellowing encouragement from the rear, it is likely that some Jebulin would have dropped their weapons and fled. Nike himself fought to suppress his fear, for as a native of the wastelands, he recognized all too well the blood-red banner fluttering among the half-orc troops. It was the emblem of the bloodthirsty bandits. Nike was acutely aware of the band's formidable and ruthless reputation. Reason told him that Llewellyn could never triumph against such a great army. Yet another voice echoed in his mind. What if? What if Llewellyn could indeed achieve victory? As Nike struggled to rally morale while grappling with his inner conflict, the war commenced. Chapter 16. Mark. There was no standoff, no duel of champions. Once the half-orc army formed ranks behind the natives, the battle began. Led by 2 half-orc commanders, 50 half-orcs and various indigenous warriors unleashed a cacophony of war cries as they charged towards the Viking warriors positioned at the front. The natives understood from the half-orcs that this was the final confrontation, and those who dared to flee would face the consequences of cruelty. Perhaps emboldened by the might of the half-orc army behind them, the charging natives exhibited fierce determination, as if they were confronting a herd of sheep awaiting slaughter. Llewellyn drew his broad sword from the system space without uttering a word, stepping forward, then transitioning into a sprint, ultimately launching into a full charge. The Viking warriors behind him let out a battle roar and surged forward. Yet, faster than Llewellyn was Mark. The imposing King Ducey knight galloped forward. Enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, like a meteor, he collided with one of the half-orc commanders just as the commander raised his axe. The shoulder of the warhorse slammed into the commander's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. Another half-orc commander attempted a flanking ambush, but Mark paid him no heed. The warhorse's speed was overwhelming, and the half-orc commander's curved blade cut only air. Mark barreled toward the half-orc commander who was struggling on the ground. Knocking aside 3 obstructing natives, the sounds of their ribs cracking under the hooves resounding sharply. The half-orc commander attempted to rise, but his arm betrayed him. Likely broken at the spine, he could only watch helplessly as Mark turned his mount, the knight's lance slowly aimed at his throat. As the lance pierced, the half-orc commander twitched twice before falling still. As one of Llewellyn's earliest followers, Mark, the King Ducey knight who had rarely engaged in combat thus far, was the highest-ranked and most powerful warrior under Llewellyn's command. Name: Mark. Race: human. Class: knight. Rank: master. Level: 45 strength, 45 agility, 35 intelligence, 13 spirit, 15 charisma, 20 loyalty, 99 skills. Iron will level 3. Strong strike level 17, shield defense level 10, fleet-footed level 7, weapon mastery level 10, resilience level 9, indomitable level 18, block level 18. Charge level 11. Weapon proficiencies: heavy weapons mastery, great axe level 10, warhammer level 7, two-handed greatsword level 13, light weapons mastery, short sword level 18, dagger level 21. Polearm mastery, spear level 21, lance level 25, one-handed swordsmanship, longsword level 17, curved blade level 13, dual wielding, twin swords level 13, twin axes level 10, bow and crossbow shooting, longbow level 12, crossbow level 15, throwing arts, throwing axe level 13, javelin level 12, exotic weapons, none other, riding level 25, night charge level 23, aura level 10, leadership level 17, veterinary level 10. Trading level 3. Mark's progression path within the system was quite straightforward: Squire Knight to Master Knight to Epic Knight to Legendary Knight. By level 35, Mark had already advanced to Master Knight. The system's allocation of his attributes was relatively balanced, and Llewellyn was uncertain at what level one could ascend to Epic Knight, as the system's advancement methods varied for each individual with no clear indicators. Without a glance at the incapacitated half-orc commander, Mark abruptly yanked on the reins, causing his warhorse to rear. its front hooves carving arcs in the air. As the hooves struck the ground, he squeezed with his legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The knight's lance transformed into a streak of silver lightning in his grasp, sweeping wide and stirring the winds with each motion. As the lance traversed its path, the bone spears of the indigenous tribes shattered effortlessly, their frail bodies akin to leaves caught in a tempest, tossed into the air one after another. One native, having just raised a stone axe, was struck in the chest by the lance's tip, spinning through the air and crashing heavily into the crowd. Mark's movements were swift and decisive, each swing of the lance precisely avoiding the warhorse's charge. The muffled thud of the lance striking flesh mingled with the sharp crack of breaking bones, resonating clearly across the battlefield. His charge left behind a field strewn with lifeless bodies and the shattered remnants of weapons. Ever since he allied himself with Loren, Marco discovered that he grew stronger with each battle. As for Loren's claim that the Book of Oaths could enhance the abilities of his followers, Marco remained skeptical. He had never signed his name in such a tome, nor had he even heard of it at that time. If memory served him right, the leader had proclaimed himself as a divine son of the war god sect, persuading Marco to embrace this faith with promises of power and riches. Perhaps even the prospect of becoming a noble lord, wielding authority from within a grand castle. Marco, who had been raised in the fields, was often rather dull and inflexible. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to a place like Delenbeo. Yet, Marco was not foolish. He understood that no religious sect would operate without taxes, prayers, or obligations, merely demanding one's declaration of faith in exchange for benefits. However, during that time, Marco was gripped by fear of perishing in the cursed land of Delenbeo, compelling him to follow Loren, who was already a squad leader. Despite Loren's seemingly unassuming stature, he was the longest surviving veteran in Delenbeo, having outlasted even the centurion. To survive, Marco was willing to join the war god sect. Even if it meant temporarily aligning with the cult, he could always withdraw once he had secured his life. From the day he joined the war god sect, Marco began to transform. Loren displayed formidable prowess on the battlefield, saving Marco's life time and again, and caring for him deeply within Delenbeo. As Loren often said, "You are my first little brother. Anyone who bullies you is slapping my face." Gradually, the new recruit Marco evolved into a seasoned warrior, and the once feeble fighter became a powerful knight. He could tangibly feel his strength growing. His physical power increased, his vision sharpened, and his horsemanship improved. This transformation deepened Marco's loyalty to Loren. Regardless of whether Loren was righteous or not, Marco was determined to fulfill his every command. Later, Loren acquired a tome on fighting spirit, which, though not a secret of a prestigious family, was obtained by exchanging the heads of over 50 southern natives. Loren glanced at it and casually tossed it to Marco. Marco accepted it eagerly, as becoming a knight with the ability to wield fighting spirit had long been his dream. However, after practicing, he found its enhancement to be rather modest, leading him to shift his focus away from it, although he still enjoyed its impressive display. According to Loren, when Marco unleashed his inner fighting spirit, he resembled a neon light. While Marco had no knowledge of what a neon light was, it did not hinder him from manifesting his fighting spirit in every battle, even if it offered little practical advantage. After all, it made him look impressive. Upon hearing Marco's rationale, Loren remarked that he was subtly flamboyant. Returning to the present, Marco realized he had penetrated through the entire native line and stood before the half-orc battalion. He shook his head to regain focus. It had been a long time since he had felt such a significant surge in power, and he hoped the half-orcs would not disappoint him. Chapter 17. War, Part 1. As Marco prepared to pierce the half-orc chieftain with his knight's lance, another half-orc leader aimed to intercept him and rescue his comrade. But he was halted by a massive sword. The half-orc leader gazed at the sword, which even the mightiest half-orc could scarcely wield, as it descended swiftly from the hands of a seemingly frail human. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for the half-orc leader's head. In a frantic response, the leader raised his curved blade to block, only for it to shatter upon contact with the massive sword, drawing on years of combat instinct. He rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the heavy sword that crashed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying and leaving bloody gashes across his face. Loren watched in astonishment as the half-orc reacted. Though the previous strike had been a mere casual attack, no ordinary person could withstand Loren's basic assault at his current strength. Just as he was about to pursue the fleeing half-orc leader, the surrounding half-orc soldiers sprang into action, charging toward Loren. A flash of cold light cut through the air as Loren's massive sword carved a fierce arc. The foremost half-orc was cleaved in two, his body and weapons severed at the waist, blood spraying in a wide arc. With a second swing, 3 half-orc soldiers were sent hurtling away like rag dolls. Before the third strike could land, the remaining half-orcs, gripped by terror, began to retreat, no longer daring to advance. However, the half-orc leader had long since vanished amidst the chaos of battle. Just as the half-orcs and natives found themselves in a precarious stalemate, Ragnar and his band of Viking warriors surged forth, led by Ragnar and Kobe, their muscles bulging and eyes bloodshot, having entered a state of primal frenzy. They crashed into the enemy ranks like 2 human meat grinders. Each swing of Ragnar's battle axe summoned a rain of blood, cleaving one native in half from head to toe. Kobe's axe swept through the air, simultaneously severing the heads of 3 half-orcs. The Viking warriors followed closely behind, their axes rising and falling, scattering limbs and severed bodies in their wake. In the front lines, the Viking warriors, emboldened by their superior armor, pressed their offense without defense, as the natives' tattered weapons could scarcely penetrate the steel chain mail of the Viking soldiers. Meanwhile, the Viking warriors clad in leather armor, positioned behind, often struck down enemies the moment their weapons merely grazed their protective gear. However, the sheer number of natives in this assault was overwhelming, with only 36 Vikings. They were vastly outnumbered. Coupled with the half-orc overseers behind them, the natives dared not retreat. As the battle line advanced, the Viking warriors found themselves surrounded by the overwhelming mass of native fighters. No matter how fine their armor, it could not shield them from attacks coming from all directions, and their wounds began to accumulate. Though not fatal yet, Ragnar understood that they could not afford to continue like this. The true threat lay with the half-orc warriors, not the rabble before them. Llewellyn paid no heed to the clash between the Viking warriors and the natives. His target was the half-orc formation. Allowing the Vikings to charge headlong into the well-organized half-orc battalion, regardless of their strength, would be tantamount to leading them to their doom. Only by disrupting the enemy's formation could he minimize casualties on his side. Just as Llewellyn positioned himself beside Marco, the sound of a horn echoed from the half-orc formation. Upon hearing it, the natives immediately broke away from the Vikings and charged toward the rear convoy. The Vikings attempted to intercept, but a rain of arrows descended from the half-orc ranks, indiscriminately showering down upon both the natives and the Vikings alike. Damn it! These half-orcs truly regard the natives as expendable. Upon spotting a regiment of archers among the half-orcs, Llewellyn altered his initial strategy of throwing his hand axes before engaging in close combat, opting instead to close the distance and force the enemy archers to think twice before firing. Alongside the horn's call, 50 half-orc wolf riders surged forth from the flanks of the half-orc infantry formation, racing towards the rear lines where the goblins and dogmen were positioned. Marco, hold off those wolf riders. I will deal with the archers. Marco did not respond, silently turning his steed towards the left flank to charge at the half-orc wolf riders. Llewellyn wasted no time, plunging directly into the half-orc formation. Within the ranks of half-orcs, Mark's pupils constricted in disbelief at the audacity of this human charging headlong into their midst. Riding a wolf far larger than the others, he had a clearer view. When he beheld a knight, enveloped in a blood-red fighting spirit, effortlessly piercing through the front lines to stand before him, he felt a sense of incredulity. Luckily, this knight made no immediate aggressive moves and merely stood firm at the front. However, it was not long before another human warrior, wielding a massive sword, also broke through the entire front line. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Mark realized that it was not the indigenous people who were feeble, but rather that these 2 humans were exceptionally formidable. All the indigenous warriors appeared as fragile as paper before them, with none proving a match. Mark began to doubt whether he could defeat these 2 individuals, although he remained confident in his own abilities. The prowess of these 2 suggested that if they chose to retreat, his forces would be unable to impede their escape. As Loren charged forth alone, the central half-orc infantry immediately raised their shields and fell back, while the flanking half-orc infantry advanced swiftly, seeking to encircle the humans before them. Despite having witnessed Loren's might, Mark still did not believe that Loren could pierce through the half-orc formation single-handedly. His own half-orcs were not akin to the pathetic indigenous tribes. These warriors were the finest from the tribe, specifically chosen to avoid the treachery of the one-eyed black market. Yet Mark underestimated Loren's strength. Before the half-orcs could complete their encirclement, Loren surged forward, deftly deflecting a spear aimed at him with his broadsword, then grasping one of the spears from his left, pulling with all his might. The warrior on the opposite end of the spear, along with 2 shield-bearing comrades in front, were pulled down to the ground. The surrounding half-orc warriors were clearly taken aback by the human's immense strength, momentarily stunned before quickly regaining their composure. The shield-bearing half-orc warriors hastily moved closer together, while the rear ranks of spear-wielding half-orcs lowered their weapons, attempting to prevent Loren from advancing through the gap. However, Loren offered them no respite. In the instant the half-orcs hesitated, he stepped onto the head of one half-orc soldier, bent down to seize a shield, and then propelled himself upward. The half-orc's skull shattered under his foot, and Loren, brandishing the shield, charged forward with ferocity, leaving the half-orcs utterly incapable of halting his advance. From the rear, Mark watched in astonishment as Loren, shield in hand, charged forward with relentless vigor, suddenly realizing something and bellowing loudly, "Stop him!" Chapter 18, War, Part 2, when Mark observed the indigenous warriors' offensive faltering. Realizing they had not only failed to inflict harm on the human soldiers, but were instead being systematically defeated. He knew it was time to issue orders for the next phase of the assault. Mark was acutely aware of the indigenous warriors' tendencies. They were cowardly and easily intimidated, particularly as the front line of half-orcs had suffered heavy casualties. Without the half-orcs' steadfast presence, the indigenous warriors were on the verge of disintegration. Under Mark's command, the half-orc archers advanced to deliver indiscriminate fire, in addition to inflicting ranged damage upon the human soldiers. They also served as a stark reminder to the restless indigenous tribes that a formidable half-orc legion stood behind them. To flee now would mean facing retribution after the battle. Mark held absolute confidence in his forces. Even if those two human warriors penetrated the indigenous defenses, he did not believe they could single-handedly dismantle his formation. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he meticulously arranged his troops, placing the archers in the fifth row of the formation, with 2 rows of heavily armored half-orc elites in front and 2 rows of spear infantry as a buffer. This layered defense would ensure that any assailant would be reduced to mere pulp before reaching the archers. However, Loren's might once again left Mark astounded as he effortlessly breached the first 2 rows of half-orc heavy infantry, while the third and fourth rows of spear-wielding half-orcs proved utterly incapable of halting Loren's assault. Mark witnessed with his own eyes as 2 half-orcs thrust their spears forcefully against the man's shield, only to hear a sharp crack as the spear shafts shattered, sending the warriors flying through the air, blood spraying forth. The massive broadsword continued to sweep through the formation, with each encounter resulting in spears being disarmed or warriors being cleaved to the ground. As the half-orc archers released a second volley of arrows and prepared to retreat, Loren surged forward. Whether in the cold weapon era of Blue Star or on the continent of Iseria, archers were not weak in close combat and could be considered formidable. Archery required immense strength and endurance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain sustained fire. Thus, the half-orc archers were no mere pushovers. Upon spotting Loren, they drew their curved blades and charged at him. Yet to Loren, there was little distinction between ordinary and elite half-orcs. No one cared to differentiate between black ants and white ants based on size. When faced with Loren, the disparity between armored and unarmored half-orcs was stark. While the armored half-orcs had initially hindered Loren's capabilities, the unarmored half-orc archers soon bore witness to Loren's full might. There were no flourishes, only raw brutality. The broadsword swept through, sending 3 or 4 half-orc archers flying as if they were but straw dolls. The sound of shattering bones rang out as shields collided. With each step, Loren treaded through pools of blood, each strike resonating with the force of mountain-splitting might. The leather armor offered no protection against the broadsword. Crumpling like parchment upon impact, and the moment curved blades clashed with shields, they twisted and warped. Mark watched the blood-soaked figure fighting valiantly at the center of the battlefield, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This was no longer a mere human. He appeared as an ancient dragon cloaked in human skin. Yet in truth, Loren remained flesh and blood, as evident from the grimace etched on his face. As the armored half-orc elites regrouped to encircle him, the situation grew increasingly dire. Against lightly armored archers, Loren could dispatch 3 or 4 with a single swing. However, against these armored foes, he required far greater effort to bring down even one. Compounding his troubles was the fact that he had somehow lost his shield, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught of weapons from all directions. Loren began to regret not donning armor. While he could endure the combat, his attire was not built to withstand such punishment. A spear struck heavily against Loren's back. Though it did not pierce the skin, the sharp tip pressed against his flesh like a needle at an acupoint, causing him to gasp in surprise. The defensive power conferred by level 10, Iron Bone, was indeed remarkable. Unless wielding extraordinary weaponry, these half-orcs would likely struggle to draw blood, even after half an hour of striking the same spot. Yet the accursed system's design ensured that every attack was accompanied by genuine pain. akin to being struck by a bullet while clad in bulletproof attire, survivable, yet the impact remained excruciating. This wretched system was utterly flawed. Loren cursed inwardly. How could he suffer pain when his skin remained intact? What infuriated him further was the absence of a complaint window within this damned system. The blood of Uruk, a powerful force in the wasteland, had yet to be vanquished, and their combat prowess was beyond doubt. Upon discovering that conventional weaponry could not inflict substantial harm on Loren, the half-orcs swiftly adapted their tactics. Under Mark's command, the half-orcs rapidly changed formation. The armored shield-bearers formed an impenetrable wall at the front, while the spear-wielders followed closely behind. They ceased their reckless assaults, instead advancing in a tidal wave, gradually constricting Loren's space to maneuver. To counter Loren's immense strength, the shields were now held by two half-orcs, and their spears no longer aimed for Loren's vital points, but instead targeted his lower body, seeking to trip him. Mark narrowed his eyes, a malicious grin creeping across his lips. This human was undeniably powerful, but even the mightiest warrior would eventually tire. Presently, the half-orcs enjoyed a significant numerical advantage. They would smother him with sheer numbers if necessary. If only those two dragon-hunting ballistae were present. At that moment, Mark found himself reminiscing about the two dragon-hunting ballistae he had previously dismissed as relics of the tribe. Even though they were antiquities from the Uruk Empire, their power remained formidable. Had just one been present, Mark was convinced that the human before him would have already been eliminated, sparing his elite warriors from sacrificing their lives in this deadly game. Luo-Luin astutely discerned the intentions of the half-orcs, yet they still underestimated his combat prowess. The impact of a single half-orc warrior wielding a shield, or even two, was negligible against Luo-Luin. With a single swing of his sword, he could send both the shield and the half-orc behind it flying. To the half-orcs, it appeared as though this human would never tire. As he tirelessly swung his broadsword, causing one half-orc warrior after another to fall before him. Time seemed to crawl for Mark and the half-orcs, but in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Before the half-orcs could execute their strategic intent, the Viking warriors charged forward. Ragnar, wielding his double-bladed axe, leapt into the fray, knocking down a half-orc warrior upon landing and swiftly cleaving another nearby. He then joined Luo-Luin, chuckling as he observed Luo-Luin's tattered clothing. Head, you seem a bit worse for wear. Chapter 19. War, Part 3. Luo-Luin had long believed that the Vikings were not truly human, at least not in the purest sense. If their extraordinary stature and formidable endurance could be attributed to the harsh environment of the Viking Islands, then their innate resistance and extraordinary regenerative capabilities suggested that some other species' blood coursed through their veins, a notion Luo-Luin found hard to dismiss. After being incorporated into the system's team, the enhancements provided by the system allowed these Viking warriors to traverse the path of the inhuman even further. The more powerful a Viking warrior became, the more pronounced this divergence appeared, exemplified by Ragnar, who, despite Luo-Luin's familiarity with him, still did not strike Luo-Luin as human. The ordinary Viking warriors, upon entering a berserk state, would indeed grow in size, yet remained within a comprehensible range. However, Ragnar towered at least 3 meters tall, his heavy steel armor cracking under the strain. His eyes, rather than the typical crimson of a berserk state, glimmered with a chilling pale blue. Upon closer inspection, one could even glimpse fleeting flashes of lightning within his deep-set pupils. Mysterious runes flickered upon his exposed skin. And with each of Ragnar's assaults, the Viking spirits would accompany him, launching attacks on the souls of their enemies, a phenomenon Luo-Luin termed spiritual assault. Ragnar's current state was referred to by the Viking savages as second berserk. They believed that only the most powerful Viking warriors, recognized by their ancestors, could master this state. Within the system, this phase was designated as Spirit Berserker. Name: Ragnar race, human, Viking, class, Berserker rank, Spirit Berserker level, 35 strength, 35 agility, 20 intelligence, 8 spirit, 3 charisma, 8 loyalty, 99 skills, Iron Bone level 5. Strong Strike level 15, Shield Defense level 11, Fleetfoot level 10, Weapon Mastery level 8, Tenacity level 11, Unyielding level 15, Block level 18. Charge level 16, Weapon Proficiency, Heavy Weapon Specialization, Great Axe level 25, Warhammer level 22, Two-Handed Greatsword level 17, Light Weapon Mastery, Short Sword level 10, Dagger level 18. Polearm Master, Spear level 18, One-Handed Swordsmanship, Longsword level 15, Scimitar level 10, Dual Wielding Style, Twin Swords level 12, Twin Axes level 18, Archery, Longbow level 3. Crossbow level 1, Throwing Arts, Throwing Axe level 17, Javelin level 10. Exotic weapons. None other. Horsemanship level 2. Leadership level 5. The Spirit Berserker. Rank is a significant turning point for Viking warriors. Upon reaching this tier, their attributes experience exponential growth. This phase of Berserk, termed Spirit Berserk, further enhances their attributes, such that Ragnar, at level 35, would see his strength soar from 35 to 45, equaling that of a level 45 Marco. A single instance of Spirit Berserk adds a full 10 points to strength. One must not underestimate this enhancement, as the strength attribute of an adult male hovers around 5 points. Although 10 points may seem to merely augment the strength of 2 adult males, the calculation in the system is far from simplistic. The difference between 10 and 35 could represent a multiplication factor of several dozens. At this level, every increment in attribute signifies a qualitative leap. With the Spirit Berserk state, Ragnar would be a formidable challenge for Marco, who would only have a chance to outlast him until the Berserk state concluded. However, at the Spirit Berserker rank, Ragnar required more experience to level up than Marco. It was likely that Marco had already ascended to the epic tier, while Ragnar had yet to glimpse the threshold of Thundersoul Berserker. Thus, one could argue that the heavens were reasonably fair. Yet, gazing at the fragments of armor scattered across Ragnar's form, Loren could not suppress a curse. Henceforth, any Viking warrior attaining the Spirit Berserker level would be prohibited from donning armor. What a waste. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, and he kicked Ragnar, exclaiming, "Quit your rambling and finish them off." Ragnar grinned widely, wielding his double-bladed axe in one hand and picking up a battered oak shield wrapped in iron from the ground with the other, charging directly towards Marco. As Ragnar surged into the ranks of the half-orcs, he spotted a half-orc riding a wolf. In Loren's words, this individual was clearly a boss. With Ragnar's arrival, the Viking warriors engaged in fierce combat with the half-orcs. Thanks to Loren's onslaught, the half-orcs formation had already descended into chaos. Marco, witnessing the Viking warriors' advance, initially sought to reorganize the half-orc ranks, but Ragnar's ferocity compelled him to first rally his forces to eliminate this towering human warrior. Confronted with the formidable half-orcs, the Viking warriors finally recalled the formations taught by Marco, Ed, and others along their journey. They picked up usable shields from the ground and formed various formations, relentlessly battling within the half-orc ranks. However, one Viking warrior stood apart, Kobe. Already in a berserk state, Kobe's eyes burned crimson, and his double-bladed axe had long since vanished. Now, he wielded a bloodied spear in his left hand and a curved dagger, seized from an unsuspecting half-orc, in his right. Thanks to the system's enhancements, Kobe had not completely lost his sanity. At least he could distinguish friend from foe, but that was the extent of his lucidity. His fighting style was utterly chaotic, relying solely on the immense strength and formidable defense acquired in his berserk state, rampaging through the half-orc ranks like an uncontrollable war beast. As his spear pierced an enemy's throat, he would simultaneously sever another's head with the dagger, splattering blood and transforming him into a terrifying figure of carnage. As the Viking warriors joined the fray, Loren found himself with momentary respite. The half-orcs were evidently wary of this human who dared to assault their formation of 400, as only a few reckless individuals dared to approach him, all of whom he dispatched with ease. While fending off sporadic attacks, Loren observed the battlefield. Although surrounded by half-orcs, the Viking warriors, now organized into formations, suffered little tangible harm from their adversaries, instead employing their overwhelming offensive capabilities to slay half-orcs in return. Not far off, Ragnar was rampaging through the half-orc ranks. Despite Marco's attempts to encircle him, the half-orc seemed utterly impotent against Ragnar in his Spirit Berserk state, as warrior after warrior fell. As for Kobe, Loren's assessment was in need of practice. Just then, Kobe's movements noticeably slowed. Loren recognized this as a sign that the Berserk state was nearing its end. He hastened forward, just in time to see Kobe teetering on the brink of collapse. After Loren dispatched a half-orc attempting a sneak attack, Kobe finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Not bad, thought Loren. At least he didn't drop dead on the spot. He couldn't help but reminisce about the first time he witnessed Ragnar's berserk state. At that moment, Ragnar had yet to be incorporated into Loren's team and had attacked indiscriminately, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in a state of unconsciousness after entering his berserk form. Had it not been for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, Loren might have been convinced that he was dead. Kobe glanced at Loren and chuckled, prompting Loren to scold him. "What are you laughing at? If you can't retrieve your battle axe soon, I'll hoist you up on a flagpole and fly a kite with you." Chapter 20, War, Part 4. just as the goblins contemplated fleeing. The indigenous warriors of the wasteland charged forward, weapons raised. These natives, who had recently been instilled with fear by the Viking warriors, found their courage renewed in the face of the goblins, for they were all too familiar with the nature of goblins from their time in the Gem Wasteland. The natives calculated that after slaughtering the goblins, they could present their exploits to the bloodthirsty bandits for rewards, only to be met with the cold steel of two curved blades. Ed keenly sensed the goblins' wavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his twin blades and darted towards the charging natives like a flash of lightning. His combat style starkly contrasted with the Viking warrior's grandiose approach. Every strike he delivered was precise and lethal. As his blades danced through the air, they consistently disarmed the natives before swiftly slicing through their throats. He maneuvered effortlessly through the throng of enemies, evading attacks with impeccable timing and targeting their vital points with each strike. Wherever he passed, the natives fell, clutching their bleeding throats. Ed's combat resembled a meticulous dance of death, devoid of superfluous movements, with every ounce of his strength directed towards the most fatal strikes. Name: Ed. Race: human. Class: warrior. Rank: master. Level: 39. Strength: 28. Agility: 39. Intelligence: 13. Spirit: 10. Charisma: 21. Loyalty: 99. Skills: Iron Bones Level 2. Strong Strike Level 20. Shield Defense Level 2. Fleet-Footed Level 15. Weapon Mastery Level 15. Resilience Level 12. Indomitable Level 17. Blocking Level 18. Weapon Proficiency: Heavy Weapon Specialization. Great Axe Level 2. War Hammer Level 1. Two-Handed Great Sword Level 1. Light Weapons Mastery: Short Sword Level 23. Dagger Level 20. Polearm Mastery: Spear Level 10. Lance Level 1. One-Handed Swordsmanship: Long Sword Level 18. Curved Blade Level 22. Dual Wielding Style: Twin Swords Level 20. Twin Daggers Level 25. Archery: Longbow Level 13. Crossbow Level 21. Throwing Arts: Darts Level 18. Throwing Knives Level 20. Throwing Axes Level 1. Exotic Weapons: None. Other: Leadership Level 3. Trading Level 8. Horsemanship Level 1. In Azeroth, Ed's class should have been Ranger, but the system clearly disdained such fanciful classifications, thus designating him as a warrior. The advancement path for warriors is quite straightforward, akin to that of knights: warrior apprentice, master warrior, epic warrior, legendary warrior. Following closely behind Ed were the mastiffs, led by Bell. Through Ed's guidance and their battles along the way, the mastiffs no longer feared combat with the natives of the wasteland. They growled, gripping their heavy weapons tightly: battle axes, spiked clubs, and great swords. These lethal tools seized from the natives had now become the mastiffs' favored instruments of slaughter. Apart from 3 second-tier mastiff hunters, the remaining 17 were already third-tier mastiff warriors. Faced with the diminutive natives, the mastiffs revealed their brutal nature. Bell's battle axe cleaved through a jackal's skull, brain matter and splintered bone exploding forth, only to be met by a stone spear thrusting towards his side. With a furious roar, he pivoted, sweeping his axe, the lizard warrior's throat gushing hot blood. Meanwhile, a young mastiff warrior found himself ensnared by 3 wild goblins, the green-skinned creatures screeching as they slashed at his fur with daggers. Yet the mastiff warrior merely grinned, swinging his spiked club and crushing one goblin's skull. The others too slow to escape, meeting the same fate as he crushed their necks with his hands. A dog-headed miner brandished a pickaxe, attempting a surprise attack from the side, but the mastiff warrior's great sword had been lying in wait. The blade swept through the air, decapitating 3 dog-headed creatures simultaneously, their headless bodies swaying as they fell. Despite Ed and the mastiffs diligently harvesting the lives of the natives, over 300 still surged forward. Ed and the 20 mastiffs could not possibly halt them all at once. Most of the natives continued their charge towards the goblins. Nick clenched his hands around his staff, knuckles whitening from the strain. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could see the foul drool dripping from the jackal's yellow teeth ahead. Yet, witnessing Ed leading the mastiffs in a fierce onslaught galvanized Nick with newfound determination. Gritting his teeth, he raised his staff high, murmuring incantations as searing magical energy gathered at the tip. A fireball, the size of a fist, suddenly took shape and hurtled towards the nearest jackal. The fireball struck the beast's grotesque face with pinpoint accuracy, igniting its disheveled mane. The jackal howled in agonizing despair, frantically batting at its face. But the flames had already consumed its head, and moments later, the charred carcass fell heavily to the ground. "Charge!" Nick shouted, surprised by the volume of his own voice. He seized 2 goblins of the goblin warrior, ranked beside him, his voice hoarse with excitement. "You too. Protect me closely." Initially, 50 goblins hesitated, shoving each other in fear. But the natives would not grant them the luxury of time. They roared as they charged forward. As the battle commenced, the goblins discovered that their adversaries were not as formidable as they had imagined. A lizard man that had once been able to take on 5 goblins could now be handled by just 1 goblin with ease. If one could observe the system panel, it would reveal that these goblins had all advanced to 4th-tier goblin warriors, with a few even reaching 5th-tier goblin heroes. While they may not stand a chance against more powerful races, against the natives primarily consisting of jackals, lizardmen, dog-headed creatures, and goblins, they were giants among midgets. One goblin warrior ducked beneath a lizardman's spear, swiftly plunging a rusted short sword into its soft abdomen. The lizardman stared in disbelief, remembering how these green-skinned wretches had once lacked the courage to even meet its gaze. But the searing pain interrupted its thoughts, as another goblin swiftly severed its head with a curved blade. A jackal, relying on its size advantage, tackled a lone goblin. But before it could sink its teeth into its prey's throat, 3 spears pierced its body from various angles. In its dying moments, it beheld the goblins' fierce yet ecstatic faces. Yet goblins were not a particularly strong race. The disparity in numbers was ultimately insurmountable. A dozen wild goblins suddenly flanked the sides, piercing the chests of 3 goblin warriors with sharpened wooden spears. Nick watched helplessly as a goblin warrior was dragged to the ground by a jackal, its arm clamped in the creature's jaws, before being mercilessly bludgeoned into paste by 4 or 5 dog-headed miners. Nick unleashed spells with reckless abandon. Each fireball erupted among the enemy ranks, leaving a trail of charred remains. However, more natives pressed towards him, and the significance of a goblin tribe with a goblin mage compared to one without was not lost on the goblins. The other natives in the wasteland were well aware of this as well. Had it not been for the 2 valiant goblin heroes, Nick would have been reduced to a bloody pulp long ago. Just as he felt his end was nigh, 2 throwing knives struck the throats of 2 jackals across from him, and then he saw Ed's figure. Ed returned, leading the mastiffs back into battle. Chapter 21. War, Part 5. The goblin elder mage nearly wept at the sight of Ed. The 2 goblin heroes provided little comfort to Nick. Had he not been swift, he would have faced numerous near-fatal encounters with the jackal's claws. Ed and the mastiffs rejoined the fray, fortifying the wavering goblin line. The goblins, who revered strength, witnessed Ed wielding his twin blades to sweep through the enemy ranks and the mastiffs ferociously tearing into their foes, their morale soared. They brandished their crude weapons, emitting piercing howls as they charged once more at the natives of the wasteland. It must be said that the goblin race displayed a remarkable courage, uncharacteristic of their kind, when the tide of battle favored them. Although the natives maintained a numerical advantage, the goblins inexplicably felt a sense of impending victory. It was merely a matter of time. The natives were utterly bewildered by the goblins' unusual behavior. According to their experience, these green-skinned diminutive creatures would typically scatter at the first sign of an assault. Yet, the goblins before them not only dared to countercharge, but exhibited a combat prowess that shattered the natives' preconceived notions of this race. The reason was quite simple. At the onset of battle, while the loyalty of the goblins was waning, it nonetheless remained above 60, a threshold that ensured they would not flee before the fight commenced. From a psychological perspective, the valiant display of the Viking warriors had left a profound impression on them. More crucially, their formidable and ruthless master, Loren, instilled in all goblins a fear that prevented them from fleeing until they had seen his and the Viking warriors' corpses. Fear can sometimes manifest as a form of loyalty. Just as the 2 sides were embroiled in chaos, a massive figure rushed in. The half-orc wolf knight had arrived. Aid charged forward, and the leading knight, upon seeing Aid barreling toward him, hastily yanked on the reins, causing the wolf beneath him to rear up, its sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Aid drew his twin blades and deftly evaded as the wolf lunged. The first blade, arcing upward, precisely severed the wolf's throat, while the second blade swiftly cleaved through the half-orc knight's skull before he could raise his curved sword. The second knight, witnessing this, bellowed in fury and charged forward, his curved sword swinging down. Aid crossed his blades to block, sparks flying from the metallic clash. Utilizing the force of the impact, he rolled away, plunging his right blade into the wolf's abdomen while the left severed the knight's calf. The now off-balance knight toppled to the ground, and Aid pierced his heart with a single stroke. The remaining half-orc knights paid no heed to their fallen comrades and continued to flee. Aid had only managed to slay 1 half-orc wolf knight before he ceased his pursuit, for a figure darted past him. It was Marco, who had been tasked by Loren to eliminate these wolf knights. Initially, the wolf knights had foolishly attempted to surround Marco, relying on their numerical superiority. However, they soon realized they were the hunted. Fear spread rapidly, and the surviving knights turned to flee from the harbinger of death. Yet, Marco was swifter, ultimately driving them to scatter in panic. Alone, Marco could not pursue multiple targets simultaneously and thus focused on the group of panicked half-orc cavalry racing towards the battlefield where the goblins and natives clashed. Nick, devoid of mana to cast Fireball, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Nevertheless, the old mage was cautious of his own life, choosing a vantage point that provided a view of the battlefield while remaining as distant as possible. Additionally, he summoned 3 goblin warriors to guard him alongside the 2 goblin champions. Just as Nick was entranced by the sight of a houndman shattering a dog-headed creature's skull with a massive wooden club, a goblin beside him suddenly shrieked in terror. The old mage turned in a hurry, only to see 2 half-orc wolf knights charging towards him. Although 5 of his guards fought valiantly to intercept, they managed to halt only one, while the other continued its menacing advance toward Nick. The old mage, flustered, attempted to rise but found his legs numb from prolonged sitting. He stumbled back down just as he thought his life was forfeit. In that moment of despair, a sharp arrow whizzed from the rear, piercing the knight's throat with deadly precision, causing blood to erupt forth. A second arrow followed, directly penetrating the wolf's skull. The knight, propelled by inertia, crashed to the ground a few meters from Nick. He recognized the arrows as having been shot by Lord Cass, who had displayed remarkable archery skills throughout their journey. Yet, Nick had never imagined that this lord could shoot with such accuracy from such a distance. Reflecting on Marco, Aid, Ragnar, and the unwavering loyalty of the Viking warriors towards Loren, Nick could not help but feel a deeper reverence for his master's might. As Nick pondered, Marco had already dealt with the encircled half-orc cavalry, and upon seeing the still-dazed goblin mage, he glanced at the knight's corpse, pierced by dual arrows, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Apologies, these large wolf dogs ran too swiftly. I could not catch up. Are you unhurt?" Startled by Marco's words, Nick hurriedly sprang to his feet. "I am fine, really, not a scratch on me." Throughout their journey, Marco had shown great care for him, speaking kindly and acting justly. Especially just moments ago, Nick had witnessed him single-handedly breach the entire line of the native coalition. Such overwhelming strength, coupled with a humble demeanor and even apologies directed toward a lowly goblin like himself, was awe-inspiring. As Marco entered the fray, the battlefield between the goblins and the natives approached its climax. Marco galloped across the battlefield, and wherever his crimson aura spread, the bodies of the natives piled high. When Marco's lance impaled the leader of a lizardman tribe, the morale of the entire native coalition shattered, and they cast down their weapons, fleeing in disarray. Many natives discarded their arms, kneeling in supplication, while the houndmen ceased their fighting, gathering together and panting heavily as they surveyed the chaotic scene. In stark contrast, the goblins were unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to strike down the vanquished. While they could guarantee mercy for wild goblins, they revealed their inherent cruelty towards the other races among the natives. As the goblins' brutal actions threatened to incite rebellion among the captives, Aid kicked over a goblin about to commit violence and shouted sternly, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The natives might not comprehend the common tongue, but the goblins, who had learned much of it from the human slaves accompanying the caravan, would undoubtedly understand Aid's command. The goblins, unwilling to defy Aid's orders, pursued and struck down the fleeing natives. Marco paid little attention to the chaos across the battlefield and instead gazed toward Loren. The war came swiftly and departed just as quickly. To prevent unnecessary casualties among the Viking warriors, Loren had instructed several of the Vikings to keep watch over Kobe before rejoining the fray. His figure weaved through the tumultuous melee, each swing of his broadsword accompanied by the wails of dying half-orcs. Meanwhile, Ragnar's ferocious presence utterly dominated the battlefield. As his massive axe cleaved through the skull of the wolf beneath Mark, blood gushed forth like a fountain, the towering wolf collapsing without a sound. Mark had yet to retaliate when Ragnar's iron fist descended like a hammer, the first blow shattering his breastplate, and the second toppling him to the ground. Mark, now under Ragnar's foot, became the last straw that broke the half-orcs' resolve, leading to the complete collapse of their line. Some fought stubbornly, baring their fangs and wielding their curved swords, only to be brutally cleaved in half by the Viking warriors. Others discarded their armor, attempting to flee this bloody scene. Yet their clumsy escape paled in comparison to the swiftness of the natives. The Viking warriors pursued with savage glee, their dual-bladed axes carving cold arcs in the sunlight, each swing unleashing a torrential downpour of crimson rain. The sounds of wailing and battle cries intertwined, leaving only the heavy breaths of the victors and the scattered remains of the fallen upon the battlefield. Ultimately, only a few half-orcs managed to escape, vanishing in disarray across the distant wasteland. Luo Lun sauntered to the side of La Guna, casting a glance at the motionless half-orc leader beneath his feet, his brows slightly raised. Still alive? La Guna grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. Rest assured, boss, I'm holding back. Observing Luo Lun crouch down, La Guna nonchalantly shifted his left foot off the chest of Mark, turning to stride towards his kin. He harbored no fears that this half-orc leader would feign death and retaliate. A wretch who could not withstand even 2 of his punches was hardly capable of inflicting harm upon Luo Lun. Mark indeed bore no thoughts of ambushing. He lay limp in a pool of blood, his gaze vacantly turned towards the sky, struggling to accept the reality before him. Over 400 elite warriors of the Uruk blood had fallen to but a mere handful of humans. Yet the excruciating pain coursing through his body constantly reminded him that this was no dream. Can you comprehend the common tongue? Upon hearing the voice, Mark's glazed pupils constricted slightly, at last gathering a flicker of vitality. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but the moment he stirred, a tearing agony coursed through his bones, rendering him incapable of lifting even a finger. It appears you can understand. Speak, why did you attack us? Luo Lun firmly believed that every action must have a purpose. These trained half-orc warriors were distinctly different from the mindless indigenous folk. If those simple-minded natives would wage war for mere sustenance, these half-orcs clearly would not. At the very least, Luo Lun could not fathom why his caravan would warrant such a grand assault from them. Revenge. Mark inhaled deeply, his voice slow and deliberate. Revenge? Luo Lun could not help but question. He had indeed slain half-orcs before, although they were not as ubiquitous as goblins across the continent. They were still present in many regions. During his service in the Southern Legion, he had dispatched numerous half-orcs. Setting aside whether any profound enmity existed, even if it did, there was no necessity to pursue them from the south all the way to the northern territories. A few days ago, you killed a squad of half-orc warriors. They were the noble kin of the great Uruk blood. We have come to avenge them. Although Luo Lun had never heard of Uruk blood, he understood the reasoning behind this assault. With a slight smile, he replied, "But you have lost. Why not tell me more about your Uruk blood? The great Uruk blood shall ultimately avenge us." Though the words were fierce, despair welled within Mark. Even if the strongest warriors of his tribe were present, they could hardly compete with this formidable human before him. Luo Lun did not press further. He picked up the curved dagger that Mark had dropped, ending the life of the half-orc leader before him. This was not out of mercy. Rather, it was due to his ignorance of Uruk blood and the situation in the wilderness, leaving him uncertain where to begin his inquiries. In Luo Lun's eyes, the half-orc before him was still a warrior deserving of respect. Since he had no questions to ask, there was no need to torment the other. Moreover, whether it was Uruk blood or any other faction harboring designs against Luo Lun, his great sword would provide the most straightforward answer. Following the conclusion of the battle with Uruk blood, Luo Lun commanded the caravan to rest in place. While he listened to Nick's incessant lamentations regarding the dangers he had faced, Tom stealthily returned, bearing unexpected intelligence. You mean there are over 100 half-orcs transporting goods to our left? Although Luo Lun had not interrogated the half-orc leader, he was far from unprepared. Long before the battle commenced, he had secretly dispatched Tom. This seasoned scout had stealthily tracked the direction from which the half-orcs had attacked, quickly discovering deep wheel ruts. Following these marks, he located another half-orc detachment that had split from Mark. This contingent was not insignificant, comprising over 30 laden carts, 100 half-orc infantry, and 50 wolf riders. Due to the weight of the cargo, the entire convoy moved at a sluggish pace. Cautious, Tom did not approach too closely, lest he be detected by the keen-nosed wolf riders. After confirming the specific location and direction of the convoy, he promptly returned to report this significant discovery to Luo Lun. The so-called revenge spoken by the previous half-orc leader had failed to resolve his doubts. Did they truly understand their real strength? The half-orc convoy that Tom discovered provided a clear answer to Luo Lun's queries. It appeared their original mission was to escort valuable supplies. But for some unknown reason during their journey, they had learned of Luo Lun's slaying of their kin and had hastily decided to split their forces to seek revenge against him. Tom noted that the wheel ruts were quite profound, and with so many half-orcs as guards, the value of the cargo was undoubtedly significant. Luo Lun, driven by desperation, could not afford to let them escape. As per the current intelligence, the opposing half-orcs remained unaware of the annihilation of their attacking force. Time was of the essence, and they needed to resolve this swiftly. Luo Lun resolved that he, Mark, Tom, and Cass would proceed to confront these half-orcs. Chapter 23. Assault on the half-orc convoy. Tom and Cass's ability to keep pace with Luo-Luin attested to their considerable strength and rank. Name, Tom. Race, human. Class, assassin. Rank, master. Level, 36 strength, 23 agility, 46 intelligence, 13 charisma, 12 loyalty, 99 skills. Iron body. Level 1, strong strike. Level 22. Shield defense. Level 1, fleet foot. Level 20, weapon master. Level 17, resilience. Level 8, indomitable. Level 15, weapon proficiency, heavy weapon specialization, none. Light weapon mastery, short sword. Level 21, dagger. Level 27, polearm master, none. One-handed swordsmanship, longsword. Level 10, curved blade. Level 11, dual wielding style, none. Archery, longbow. Level 2, crossbow. Level 12, throwing art, dart. Level 11, throwing knife. Level 15, throwing axe. Level 1, exotic weapons, none. Other, command. Level 1, trading. Level 3. Horsemanship. Level 1, name, Cass. Race, human. Class, archer. Rank, sharpshooter. Level 38 strength, 29 agility, 30 intelligence, 12 charisma, 11 loyalty, 99 skills. Iron body. Level 1, strong strike. Level 18, shield defense. Level 1, fleet foot. Level 19, weapon master. Level 10, resilience. Level 7, indomitable. Level 16, weapon proficiency, heavy weapon specialization, none. Light weapon mastery, short sword. Level 13, dagger. Level 10, polearm master, none. One-handed swordsmanship, longsword. Level 14, curved blade. Level 15, dual wielding style, none. Archery, longbow. Level 26, crossbow. Level 25, throwing art, dart. Level 10, throwing knife. Level 12, throwing axe. Level 1, exotic weapons, none. Other, command. Level 3, trading. Level 2. Horsemanship. Level 8. Tom and Cass followed a straightforward and direct advancement route in the system, leading Luo-Luin to occasionally wonder if the system held a bias against humans. In the system, the advancement path for assassins is Assassin, Apprentice, Master Assassin, Epic Assassin, Legendary Assassin. For archers, the path is Archer, Apprentice, Archer, Sharpshooter, Epic Sharpshooter, Legendary Sharpshooter. The four rode on warhorses, swiftly making their way towards the half-orc convoy under Tom's guidance. The autumn day in the Gem Wilderness was not as scorching as the summer heat. The sun remained bright, yet no longer searing. The wind sweeping across the expanse carried the scents of sand and dried grass, accompanied by a refreshing coolness. However, the half-orc leader Ma-Er Guashur wore a frown, for his intuition warned him of impending danger. As the mightiest warrior of the Uruk blood, this instinct had saved him time and again. Ma-Er Guashur trusted his instincts, yet he remained uncertain of the source of the danger. He scanned the vastness with bloodshot eyes, observing the drivers languidly maneuvering the carts, while 50 half-orc wolf riders prowled around the convoy, ears perked, alert to any unusual sounds. Could this transaction be fraught with peril? The one-eyed man, as a human who could survive in the Gem Wasteland, relied on more than merely being a dark hand for the human nobles. His band of marauders possessed formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, the tribe would not have dispatched half of its warriors to ensure that the transaction would not fall prey to treachery. However, this was not the first time the tribe had traded with the one-eyed man. Setting aside the question of whether he could betray them, offending the tribe would jeopardize the ability of those human noble caravans to traverse the wasteland for commerce in the future. But if not the one-eyed man, then who? Surely it could not be those humans. The thought made Ma-Er chuckle at the absurdity. After all, there were only a handful of them. With over 400 tribal warriors and more than 600 indigenous denizens of the wasteland, they could easily overwhelm any opposition, even at the cost of their own lives. Ma-Er shook his head, attempting to rid himself of such thoughts. No matter. Once Make and the others returned, they must hasten to finalize the transaction with the one-eyed man. For this trade was of utmost importance. He understood that the tribe was risking its entire fortune in this deal. If successful, they would not only acquire a substantial amount of food, but also a cache of elite weapons and armor. With these, the tribe could sustain a greater number of kin and bolster their ranks with more warriors. In time, the entire wasteland would belong to the half-orcs, and the glory of the Woolik Empire would once again illuminate the desolation. Where were Make and his companions? Just as Ma-Er muttered to himself, 3 dark figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Narrowing his eyes, he observed them approaching like arrows. As they drew near enough for him to discern their human forms, a feathered arrow sliced through the air. Clang! In the instant Ma-Er turned his head, the arrow grazed his cheekbone and impaled the driver behind him into the cargo box. An ambush. With a furious roar, Ma'urgish commanded the half-orc warriors to quickly establish a defense. The half-orc wolf riders charged towards the three assailants. One of the figures halted, knocking arrows and loosing them, each shot sending a wolf rider tumbling to the ground. Among the other two, one suddenly surged forward, brandishing a knight's lance. His entire being enveloped in a crimson aura, crashing into the ranks of the wolf riders, mowing them down like wheat. This was not the work of the one-eyed man. Ma'urgish had dealt with the one-eyed man numerous times and had engaged in many battles. He knew that none of his subordinates possessed such overwhelming strength. Could it truly be those humans? The thought that Make had yet to return, coupled with his instinctive warning, made Ma'urgish feel a sense of absurdity. But he could not dismiss the possibility that Make and the others had failed, perhaps even met with total annihilation. The human, shrouded in blood-red energy, continued to slaughter the wolf riders, yet Ma'urgish refrained from intervening, for another human had already approached him. This was a very young human, wielding an enormous broadsword. Where are Make and the others? Ma'urgish could not help but ask. Loren fixed his gaze upon the half-orc before him, who towered over ordinary half-orcs. His robust form dwarfed even the Viking warriors. Clad in black plate armor, 2 battle axes appeared weightless in his hands. The steed beneath him was clearly no ordinary mount. Common horses could not bear such a burden, yet this crimson stallion stood firm, exhaling a scorching breath. You mean that group of half-orcs from noon? Loren replied. They have all been slain. Their heads are likely being devoured by vultures as we speak. How dare you? Even Ma'urgish, despite his disbelief, recognized the truth in the words of the human before him. These rabble cannot stop me. Addressing the half-orc leaders surrounding him, Loren gestured. How about we settle this with a duel? If you lose, you surrender. Childish, Ma'urgish retorted, but Loren's response was not his broadsword. It was an arrow that pierced the head of a half-orc warrior. As the half-orc fell lifeless, those encircling Loren surged towards him. Chapter 24, Woolik. Ma'urgish Loren never considered himself a lover of killing, yet years of military service on the southern battlefield taught him the art of murder. Particularly with the enhancement of his abilities through the system, killing became as effortless as breathing. War exposed him to unspeakable filth and cruelty that most could not fathom, ultimately imparting 2 lessons: the efficient art of killing and the necessity of being more ruthless than the enemy. Thus, if someone were to label Loren a good person, he would merely laugh derisively and spit in their face. Of course, he did not consider himself a villain either. Loren held his own principles, though at times they could be flexible, provided he did not cross the line of humanity, which, in his view, pertained to men. Therefore, as Loren cleaved the head from the half-orc before him, he felt no discomfort, his feet already surrounded by over 30 half-orc corpses, severed limbs and scattered body parts littering the ground. The heavy stench of blood caused the remaining half-orc warriors to tremble, their grip on their weapons faltering, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Ma'urgish fixated on this terrifying human, watching as his warriors fought valiantly, yet their attacks barely left a mark on him. No matter the spear or curved blade, they only elicited a frown from him, failing to inflict even a proper wound. In the distance, the mournful howls of wolves echoed, and Ma'urgish's eyes twitched as he witnessed the human knight and archer dispatching the remaining wolf riders, leaving only a handful of wolves sniffing around the fallen knights. At that moment, a series of piercing screams erupted from behind. Ma'urgish turned abruptly, discovering that the half-orc warriors assigned to guard the cargo were collapsing, clutching their bleeding throats. A diminutive human stood atop a cart, flashing him a radiant smile. The drivers huddled together in fear, with only 2 unfortunate souls lying motionless in a pool of blood. Ma'urgish spurred his horse towards Loren, glaring down at him. Enough. Do you take pleasure in slaughtering the weak? Loren met the half-orc leader's gaze with indifference, a mocking smile curling his lips. What, have you half-orcs taken to moral grandstanding? Before the words had left his mouth, Loren swept his broadsword forward. Ma'urgish barely had time to react as his mount let out a horrific neigh, its forelegs severed at the joints, crashing violently to the left. The half-orc leader was thrown from his steed, his armor clanging against the ground. As Loren launched his assault, the half-orc warriors surrounding him prepared to charge. But several arrows struck the throats of those who had just stepped forward. After dispatching the half-orc wolf riders, Make and Koss arrived on the scene, not rushing to join Loren, but instead halting their horses outside the encirclement. Koss' bowstring trembled in his grip. Their cold gazes rendered the half-orcs hesitant to act. Despicable humans. Ma'urgish caressed the bloodied mane of his dying steed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Is this your path of strength? Loren dismissed his concern. Allow me to impart a free lesson. In my homeland, a great man once said that one should engage in dialogue as equals. Marge slowly rose, taking a deep breath as his gaze swept over the surrounding half-orc warriors, ultimately settling on Loren, his voice low and resolute. I will stay. You let them go. Marge did not believe that this meager force could slay the humans before him. These warriors must survive, even if only one, to relay the message back to the tribe, to inform the chieftain and the elders that the skies over the wasteland were about to change. No, are you half-orcs truly this naive? This is not a kindergarten, but the wasteland. Though he did not comprehend what kindergarten meant, Marge could clearly sense the mockery in the other's words. He relinquished any remaining illusions. As the strongest warrior of the tribe, he held his own pride. Humans. He let out a low growl, his dual axes crossing fiercely in his hands. Come on. Show me what you're capable of. Before his words faded, he suddenly lunged forward. The heavy plate armor did not hinder his speed. The axes sliced through the air towards Loren like a whirlwind. Clang. The deafening sound of metal colliding erupted as Loren held his sword with one hand, the broad blade steady like an iron wall against the dual axes. Marg felt an overwhelming force rebounding against him, causing his hands to tingle, and he was forcibly pushed back several steps. Loren remained steadfast, not even shifting an inch, the broadsword casually hanging at his side. As if that strike had merely been a casual flick of his wrist, Marg was struck with terror. He had anticipated Loren's strength, but he did not expect it to be this formidable. Again, Loren beckoned with a playful smile. Marg roared in anger and charged once more, the axes dancing wildly, their blades tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet, Loren's broadsword followed like a shadow, each block precise and powerful, shaking Margwash's arms with each impact. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as metal clashed. Margwash's assault was continuously dismantled, and Loren did not even break a sweat. His sword was as stable as a mountain, each strike imbued with destructive force, as if he were not battling but toying with a trapped beast. Suddenly, Loren flicked his wrist, sweeping the broad sword horizontally. Margwash hastily attempted to block it, but the strength behind this blow exceeded his expectations. Boom! The dual axes were forcibly knocked aside, and the broadsword struck heavily against his chest plate, causing it to cave in an instant. Margwash let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward like a disconnected kite, crashing heavily to the ground, dust billowing around him. Margwash struggled to rise, gasping for breath, each inhalation tainted with the metallic taste of blood. He slowly straightened, the dent in his armor glaringly grotesque under the sunlight. The edges of his axes were already warped, a result of Loren's forceful strikes. Margwash charged forward with renewed vigor, his armored boots crushing the ground beneath him, the axes slicing through the air with a raw display of brute strength, emitting a shrill scream. Loren swung his broadsword upward. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal echoed, sparks erupting. Margwash's axes were forcibly held at bay, while beneath Loren's feet, the ground slightly caved in. Margwash roared, his muscular arms bulging, veins popping as he attempted to overpower Loren, who remained unfazed, suddenly twisting his wrist. Crack! The spine of the broadsword struck heavily against Margwash's shoulder armor, instantly deforming it. The half-orc let out a grunt, stumbling backward, but before he could regain his balance, Loren advanced, the broadsword sweeping horizontally like a warhammer. Bang! The blow landed solidly on Margwash's chest plate. The sound of breaking ribs was distinctly audible. The half-orc spewed a mouthful of blood, his body once again flying backward, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Margwash struggled to rise, but his arms trembled uncontrollably. He glanced down at his chest, which had been completely deformed, even piercing into flesh and blood. Loren approached slowly, dragging the broad sword along the ground, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. You've lost. Margwash grinned, blood seeping between his teeth. Not yet. Seeing the half-orc rise again, Loren raised his broadsword and declared, Pangduosi, Loren Lihoank. For a true warrior, Loren was willing to extend his respect. Uruk Margwash. Chapter 25. Striking it rich. The course of war is seldom altered by the actions of individuals. Otherwise, history would not be filled with so many tragic heroes. When Loren dodged the last desperate throw of Margwash's flying axe, the spine of the broadsword came crashing down on the half-orc's chest. This time, Margwash did not rise again. Loren did not spare the surrounding half-orc warriors because of Margwash. Under the onslaught of Marco's knightly lance and Cass's sharp arrows, not a single half-orc infantryman escaped. The three of them disregarded the fallen half-orcs as they approached the convoy guarded by Tom. A deathly silence enveloped the convoy. The half-orc drivers huddled on the ground like frightened burrowing beasts, their rough green hands covering their mouths tightly, having witnessed how these 3 humans slaughtered the entire escort. The bravest of the tribe, Lord Murugwash, faced the young human wielding a broad sword like a door plank, and was effortlessly slain as if a half-orc warrior were battling a half-orc cub. "Boss, we've struck it rich," Tom said, grinning as he approached Loren, pointing at the heavy carts. Most were filled with pig iron ingots, along with a few carts of spices and porcelain. Saying this, Tom walked over to one of the carts and slapped a sturdy oak box. "Boss, guess what's inside?" Llewellyn surveyed the cart. The box appeared no different from the others, and he could not fathom what treasures the half-orcs might possess. He stepped forward, brushing aside Tom's hand atop the box, and opened it. What lay inside was still a dark mass of pig iron ingots. Llewellyn could not believe Tom would play a trick on him unless he was prepared to be beaten. Thus, Llewellyn dug through the surface, and soon, a small box came into view. He opened it, and was astonished to see what lay before him. "Magic crystals?" "Indeed," Tom replied with a smile. "I just counted. There are 100 of them, various elements, though unfortunately, they are all low-grade magic crystals. But I also discovered this." With that, Tom moved to another cart. He bent down, and, after a moment of searching, pulled out a small box from beneath the cart. Upon opening the small box, 10 magic crystals were revealed. Knowing that his boss was not well versed in magic, Tom wasted no time in explaining: 2 high-grade magic crystals, 8 mid-grade magic crystals. "Boss, we've truly struck it rich this time." Looking at the grinning Tom, Marco chuckled. "So you didn't pay any attention during that duel between the boss and the half-orc?" "What was there to see?" Tom replied nonchalantly. "It was merely a one-sided slaughter. Haven't you seen enough down south?" Llewellyn ignored their banter and inquired, "What about food supplies?" "None." Tom shook his head. Marco approached Llewellyn and suggested, "Shall I take some men to transport these goods to Luosum in exchange for food?" "Forget it," Llewellyn replied, shaking his head. "We'll discuss it once we reach Pulsburg." Due to the Viking warriors, Llewellyn had tried to stockpile food supplies. But as their strength grew, so did their appetites. Following this trend, food would soon become the greatest obstacle to the territory's development. There is always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. At least this time, they had profited. Llewellyn set aside thoughts of food and approached the half-orc drivers. "Does anyone speak the common tongue?" The half-orc drivers exchanged glances until one finally stood up and said, "I'm master, I do. Tell your kin to follow him in the cart." He patted Marco's armor beside him. "As long as you obey, when we arrive, I will spare your lives and keep you as slaves. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken and be thrown to the wild dogs on this wasteland." Llewellyn's earlier brutality left the half-orcs too intimidated to resist. With the help of the half-orc who spoke the common tongue, all the half-orc drivers quickly boarded the carts. Marco rode at the front to lead the way. Cass drove a cart closely behind him, and Tom brought up the rear with another cart. As for the original half-orc drivers of these 2 carts, they had been swiftly dealt with during Tom's intimidation. Llewellyn plucked a blade of grass, stuck it in his mouth, and reclined on one of the carts, gazing at the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the sun was already preparing to set. Due to a shortage of personnel, compounded by the lackluster skills of the half-orc drivers, the entire team advanced in a halting manner, not returning to the caravan until midnight. The first to notice Loren and his companions were the vigilant hounds stationed at the perimeter, observing the blood-stained bell and the half-orcs behind him. Loren couldn't help but lament the futility of war. Upon entering the camp, the goblin sorcerer Nick approached obsequiously, feigning a desire to kiss the tip of Loren's boot. Loren chuckled lightly and raised his foot to kick him aside, dismissing the frivolity. He then pointed at the anxious half-orc drivers behind him, instructing Nick that they were now under his purview as well, similar to the goblins. There was one among them who spoke the common tongue. He suggested Nick inquire further when the time came. Nick surveyed the half-orc drivers, a smile creeping onto his lips as he eagerly assured, "Rest assured, noble master. Nick shall train them to be obedient." At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the center of the camp. Following the sound, Loren saw a throng of human slaves encircled, with even the Viking warriors, who should have been resting, gathering in small clusters nearby. Loren and Nick pressed into the crowd, and the onlookers respectfully parted to make way. Within the circle lay 3 writhing goblins, their contorted faces etched with agony, as their sharp claws dug deep into the earth. Ed noticed Loren and approached him, stating, "They were fine just a moment ago. I have no idea what has happened." Loren pondered whether the goblins had indulged in excessive earth consumption, leading to a perforated stomach, as the surrounding human slaves appeared equally clueless. However, Nick stepped forward, scrutinizing the scene before declaring to Loren, "Master, these 3 goblins seem to be on the verge of evolution." Evolution? In the scholarly circles of the Iseria continent, A highly contentious theory had circulated, positing that goblins might be the most malleable race across the entire realm. The goblin race, characterized by greed, cunning, and cowardice, was also notorious for its terrifying reproductive capacity. Despite their weakness and the disdain they faced, they proliferated across the continent, exemplifying their remarkable ability to breed. This fervent desire for propagation also bestowed upon them another marked trait, a proclivity for debauchery. Unlike the goblins of the fantasy realm of Blue Star, the goblins of Iseria were not solely male. They possessed female counterparts as well. However, their inherently lascivious nature lacked any notion of fidelity, whether male or female. They were indiscriminate in their pursuits of pleasure, seeking satisfaction from kin, foreign races, or even beasts. Moreover, they exhibited a nearly tyrannical hereditary trait. Regardless of whether the father or mother was a goblin, any offspring would invariably be a goblin. Through this almost predatory means of reproduction, over the ages, the bloodlines of nearly every goblin became interspersed with varying degrees of foreign genes. Occasionally, these latent bloodlines would activate within certain individuals, triggering unpredictable evolutions or mutations. For instance, if a goblin were to forcibly mate with a magical beast, and that beast's ancestors had once mingled with a powerful race, then theoretically, the progeny of that goblin might harbor a scant but genuine lineage. Once this bloodline was awakened under certain conditions, the goblin could potentially transcend racial limitations, evolving into a more formidable entity. It is important to note that the concept of bloodlines on the Iseria continent was not mere boastful rhetoric. It held substantial weight. The theory that gremlins originated from goblins was based on this hypothesis. However, due to the vehement protests from the gremlins, this research did not gain widespread traction across the continent. Nonetheless, the existence of goblin variants throughout the lands served as direct evidence supporting the validity of this theory. Indeed, Master Nick withdrew his gaze and respectfully reported to Loren, "These three are likely on the verge of evolving into bear gremlins." Bear gremlins, one of the most common goblin variants Loren had encountered in the south, yet he had never witnessed the process of goblins transforming into bear gremlins. He had always assumed that these creatures resulted from gremlin mutations. Loren observed with keen interest the three goblins writhing in anguish on the ground. Their skin began to take on an abnormal crimson hue, with veins squirming beneath the surface like worms, their bones cracking ominously as if something within them was growing violently. One goblin suddenly emitted a piercing scream, its limbs grotesquely elongating while its once emaciated torso swelled as if inflated. Its rough skin tore, dark green blood seeping forth, only to heal rapidly under the contractions of its muscles. Its spine arched backward, and its form gradually increased in size until it stood nearly twice as robust as its original shape. The plight of another was even more tragic, its right arm and left leg swelling at an uneven pace, while the rest of its body continued to twist and writhe. Its skin repeatedly tore and healed, culminating in a heart-rending scream as its chest caved in, expelling a torrent of black blood mixed with internal fragments, twitching a few times before lying still. The third goblin's transformation unfolded at a more gradual pace. Its bones emitted unsettling friction sounds as its body elongated, muscle fibers entwining and growing like vines. Though the agony caused it to tremble, it bore the torment of its flesh being restructured. Ultimately, it wobbled to its feet, appearing somewhat leaner than the first, but still more robust than its prior goblin form. Loren cast a cursory glance at the failed goblin carcass, redirecting his focus entirely to the two successfully evolved bear gremlins. Noticing Loren's gaze upon them, the two bear gremlins hastily knelt before him. "Well, it seems you've gained some sense." Loren observed them closely, noting that they indeed bore a closer resemblance to gremlins. Their eyes had transformed from murky yellow to a rich amber hue, coupled with enlarged heads and slightly protruding foreheads, making them resemble oversized gremlins. However, the evolution of these two had utterly defied all conventions. Even goblins that advanced to the rank of goblin hero experienced changes within a comprehensible range. Yet these two bear gremlins had physiques comparable to those of ordinary Viking warriors, their sinewy muscles undulating beneath dark green skin, thick necks nearly matching the width of their heads, and even their knuckles had grown as sturdy as hammers. This completely contradicted the law of conservation of mass. Of course, discussing science on the Iseria continent was rather absurd. Here, even the most basic physical laws yielded to magic, let alone the softer sciences such as biology. After inquiring about the names of the two, Loren accessed their panels from the system. Name: Shirtu race, bear gremlin, goblin variant, profession, none rank, first tier bear gremlin level, 5 strength, 16 agility, 6 intelligence, 5 spirit, 1 charm, 1 loyalty, 80 skills, none weapon proficiencies, heavy weapon specialization, great axe level 1, light weapons proficiency, none, polearm mastery, spear level 2, one-handed swordsmanship, none, dual wielding, none, archery, none, throwing art, none, exotic weapons, none others, none. The other bear gremlin, named Tudo, had similar attributes to Shirtu, except for a 1-point deficit in strength. Judging by their panels, the bear gremlins exhibited greater strength than the goblin hero and possessed intelligence on par with that of a normal human, lacking any other notable distinctions. However, in contrast to the goblins, who possess as many as 10 advanced paths, the paths available for Xiongdi are lamentably few, merely 4, and their names are exceedingly simplistic. First stage Xiongdi, second stage Xiongdi, third stage Xiongdi. The distinction lies in the fourth stage, which is labeled with a question mark followed by the term Fan Zu. This marks Loren's first encounter with the advanced paths in the system, leaving him to ponder whether the system itself is uncertain about the intricacies of these goblin bloodlines. Such contemplations do not linger in Loren's mind for long. Once the novelty wears off, he diverts his attention from the two Xiongdi. He plans to escort them to find Marco, to equip these two fellows with suitable armor and weaponry, as they will remain under his care thereafter. Upon hearing Loren's words, Nick eagerly agreed. Observing the two towering Xiongdi, the goblin archmage's expression resembled that of a blooming chrysanthemum. Chapter 27. Pulesburg. Though he lost interest in the Xiongdi, the matter of goblin evolution piqued Loren's curiosity significantly. Initially uncertain about the fate of the captured wild goblins, whether to slay them or spare them, he resolved to integrate all goblins into the system's ranks, as their sustenance was not an immediate concern. Even if provisions ran low, the wastelands were abundant. The goblins outside would also fall under his command. He instructed Nick to ensure that they, along with the half-orcs, imprint their hands upon the Book of Oaths come dawn. For Loren, whether herding 1 sheep or 2, the inclusion of half-orcs into the team could yield unexpected surprises. This battle had cost the goblins dearly, with 15 lost and several severely injured. Had it not been for Ed's intervention, Nick would have resolved to eliminate the critically wounded. Given the already scant numbers of goblins, this casualty rate was grievous, and Nick was particularly distressed. Thus he paid special attention to the fate of the goblin captives. However, Nick dared not act unilaterally regarding the wild goblin's destiny. After the battle, Loren pursued the half-orc caravan, while Ed, who held authority within the caravan, was unaware of Loren's intentions. Consequently, Nick ordered all wild goblins to remain at the camp's periphery, assigning over 20 goblin warriors to maintain vigilant watch. As for Ragna, Nick refrained from disturbing the Viking warriors' rest, fearful that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Loren's words, Nick was overjoyed, leading the two Xiongdi outside the camp, while also summoning the newly recruited half-orc underlings. The human slaves had already set up Loren's tent. However, he chose not to rest, instead casually seated by the campfire as Marco, Ragna, and others joined him. Each recounted the casualties among the warriors. Aside from the 15 goblins lost, neither the Vikings nor the mastiffs had perished, though all were injured, several gravely. Nevertheless, under the system's influence, as long as one survived, recovery would ensue gradually. Overall, thanks to Loren and his companions, the core combat strength remained intact. Yet the overall combat capability of the team had substantially diminished. Tomorrow, all goods would be loaded onto the rockshell camels, and the empty carts would be filled with personnel, hastening the caravan's pace. Perhaps the blood of Uruk had drained the nearby indigenous inhabitants during yesterday's raid. For since their departure that morning, Loren had seen not a single native soul. The wheels traversed the wild grass of the wasteland, emitting a dull, creaking sound. Although the trade route was barely discernible due to years of passage, dense underbrush frequently ensnared the wheels, causing the caravan to halt. Were it not for the presence of 2 rockshell camels, the caravan's speed would have been further compromised. Whenever the caravan paused, the goblins would swarm like hyenas scenting carrion. They wielded crude cleavers, laboriously hacking at the entangled grass stalks, their filthy green skins smeared with grass clippings and mud. The newly captured wild goblins initially stood in confusion, unaware of their companions' fervor until they learned that only those who worked would earn their meals. Last night, they had feasted on sustenance that most goblins had never experienced, meat. Thus, these simple-minded beings equated labor with the reward of meat. Moreover, although they were oblivious to the significance of the morning's ceremony, the anguished cries of those goblins who had been mutilated and cast into the wasteland echoed in their ears. This instilled a heightened sense of obedience to Nick and a palpable fear of Loren, who lay upon the cart. In addition to the original goblins, the caravan now comprised a total of 83. The newcomers were predominantly at the third stage Dugolin, with even two having reached the Goblin Warrior stage, showcasing their superior strength compared to Nick's initial batch. This indicated that the deeper one ventured into the wasteland, the mightier the indigenous inhabitants became. On another front, the half-orcs failed to present Loren with any surprises, consisting solely of first-stage half-orc carriers, lacking even an advanced path, revealing the system's bias against labor professions. Upon arrival at their destination, these half-orc carriers would be converted into militia, for it was no wonder the system regarded them with disdain. They exhibited no aptitude for the role of carriers. Thus, the wheels continued to turn through day and night. And as Loren lost track of whether it was the 15th or 16th day since entering the wastelands, the caravan finally beheld its objective, Pulsburg. The history of Pulsburg is remarkably ancient, established during the reign of Philip I, and it has undergone continuous expansion and fortification. If Lothern serves as humanity's outpost against the orcs, then Pulsburg acts as the forward bastion of Lothern. Less than 2 kilometers from Pulsburg flows the river, known as Salado. Crossing it would lead one within 2 days' journey to the Golos Plateau, where the orcs have retreated. The Salado River, akin to a fissure cleaved by the sword of a deity, stretches from west to east, bisecting the entire gemstone wasteland before emptying into the eastern sea. This mother river, which sustains the entire wasteland, possesses a fierce temperament. During the rainy season, its tumultuous waters carry reddish-brown silt, yet when flowing through the stretch near Pulsburg, the current unexpectedly becomes gentle, with the riverbed rising to form natural shallows. Except during the rainy season, one can often wade across on foot. Due to the characteristics of the Salado River and its unique geographical location, the Pulsburg region has become a focal point of contention between humans and orcs. Whether it is humanity's desire to eradicate the orcs or the orcs' intent to retaliate against humanity, Pulsburg has emerged as a battleground for both factions. Even with the cessation of hostilities between humans and orcs, the struggle for Pulsburg remains unabated. Initially, owing to Pulsburg's geographical advantages, the Pandas held firm control over the area. However, in the later stages, the Pandas' empire found it increasingly difficult to maintain its long supply line stretching across the wasteland, ultimately compelled to withdraw from the struggle for Pulsburg. Subsequently, during the reign of Philip III, the proclamation to embed gemstones into the empire's scepter ignited a wave of expansion across the gemstone wasteland, leading to fierce clashes between both sides in this buffer zone. The unique geographical position of Pulsburg became a contested ground between the orcs and the Pandas' pioneering knights. However, the good fortune was short-lived, as the Pandas became mired in conflicts on other fronts, compounded by the continual disruptions from the indigenous inhabitants and orcs. Gradually, support for the pioneering knights dwindled, and the fervor for expansion in the wasteland began to wane. Nonetheless, both sides shared a common stance on Pulsburg. Whoever occupied it would be met with aggression. It was not without notice that the indigenous inhabitants eyed this advantageous territory, yet regardless of their might, any faction that seized Pulsburg would soon meet its demise. Ultimately, Pulsburg evolved into a unique sanctuary within the wasteland, where only small factions and transient caravans would temporarily halt and rest, with no significant powers establishing a foothold there. Chapter 28. System Upgrade. Present-day Pulizabo resembles the desiccated skeleton of a colossal giant, sprawled across the desolate plains. The once majestic city walls have long since crumbled, leaving behind a chaotic assortment of jagged stones, akin to the remnants of a beast's gnawed bones, scattered haphazardly around the fortress. The entire stronghold is devoid of intact barriers, with only a few segments of wall foundations remaining, alongside massive stones occasionally exposed from the sand, attesting to the fact that this was once an impregnable military fortress. The interior of Pulizabo is equally dilapidated. The original towers stand only partially, their fractured sections irregular, as if severed by some dreadful force. The walkways along the walls, once patrolled by soldiers, are now broken into segments, with debris tumbling and accumulating, forming natural slopes. Eroded bricks still faintly bear the marks of axes and blades. Whether remnants of war or the result of later efforts to salvage materials remains uncertain. The city gates have vanished, leaving behind a gaping void where the arched stones lean precariously, as though they might collapse entirely at any moment. The streets are buried under a thick layer of yellow sand, with cracked cobblestones occasionally peeking through, sprouting patches of withered grass that tremble slightly in the warm breeze. The buildings in the square have largely crumbled into ruins, with only a few broken stone columns defiantly standing, resembling silent tombstones that commemorate the fortress's former glory and bloodshed. Luo Luin kicked a stone at his feet, and then commanded the camp to be set up. "Tom, plant our flag." Luo Luin retrieved the flag he had prepared from his belongings and pointed to the highest point of Pulizabo. Tom promptly planted the flag. The flag, meticulously crafted by Luo Luin, fluttered ominously in the wind, its dark surface adorned with an elongated, serpentine creature clad in golden scales, each scale distinct. The creature bore antler-like horns, its eyes wide and fiery, with silver whiskers cascading from its jaw. Its body coiled like a great serpent, but sported 5 sharp claws, each with 5 splayed toes. Neatly arranged bristles lined its back, tapering into a ribbon-like tail, resembling the Wuzhua Jinlong of Huaxia. Beneath the dragon, 2 prominent characters were embroidered. Ondong. Luo Luin had contemplated many names, as a soul from Huaxiao on Blue Star, naturally considering imposing names like Yanhuang. However, reflecting on the caliber of Azaria, he realized such names were unworthy, ultimately deciding to name his territory after his homeland. The moment the flag was hoisted, the territory of Ondong firmly established itself amidst the wasteland. As Luo Luin admired the flag dancing in the wind, suddenly, a blaring system message intruded upon his vision. System upgrade in progress. Previously, Luo Luin had minimized system notifications to the lower right corner, but this time the message appeared squarely in the center of his field of view. After waiting for some time, he discovered that the system offered no further updates. Attempting to minimize it as he usually did, he found it impossible. All functional buttons had turned a lifeless gray. Even the most basic close operation was unresponsive. Just as impatience set in, the system text abruptly twisted and morphed. Upgrade completed. Subsequently, as abruptly as it had appeared, all text dissipated into nothingness. There was no further information, no assistance, and not even a sound. Everything was conveyed solely in text. Focusing on player autonomy, Luo Luin had to navigate everything on his own. He opened the system panel, which was divided into 4 main categories: personal, military, store, and civil life. It appeared that with the establishment of a territory, a new civil life option had been added. Luo Luin did not hastily explore the new category, but first opened personal. No significant changes were observed, save for the addition of a new attribute: achievement, Lord of Ondong. Next, Luo Luin sequentially accessed the military and store options. Military bore similarities to personal, with each citizen in the troops now displaying an additional attribute: affiliation, Ondong. The store exhibited substantial changes, now brimming with various goods, including provisions, weaponry, and armor. Currency was readily available, requiring only the expenditure of gold coins, albeit at prices double that of the outside market. For instance, armor from the Copper Furnace of Flames, priced at 120 gold coins externally, was listed at 240 gold coins in the system, making it clear that the system was far more profitable than any merchant. Hence, while these items could serve as emergency supplies, they were not viable for regular procurement. The final category of civil life encompassed numerous aspects, including town, prosperity, and taxation, with many subcategories beneath each major heading. Initially intrigued, Luo Luin clicked through each option, but his interest waned. Primarily, aside from the town branch featuring territory, Ondong, and citizens, for 192, all other aspects such as tax revenue and prosperity were recorded as 0, rendering further exploration futile. Luo Luin did not perceive himself as possessing any talent for governance, and thus the civil life category would remain dormant for an extended period. The caravan did not enter the dilapidated Pulizabo, but instead set up tents outside the castle to form a temporary encampment, commencing the preparation of meals. After dining, Luo Luin led the Viking warriors and all the non-human allies to the banks of the Salajuo River. In autumn, the Salajuo River had shed the wildness of summer. Its waters like a mirror, crystal clear, allowing Luo Luin to spot numerous fish swimming within. This could potentially alleviate some food shortages. He turned to the goblin elder mage, Nike, and instructed, "Have your people go down and bathe. Clean yourselves thoroughly. I will inspect later. And those who remain unclean shall be left in the river to feed the fish." Luo Luin then ceased to concern himself with how Nike managed to get the goblins and half-orcs to bathe, leading his Viking warriors to another stretch of the river. Simultaneously, human slaves arrived, driving carts to fetch water. A handful of bold slaves approached Kos to inquire, and upon learning they had finally arrived at their destination, they were seized by the desire to bathe, particularly the female slaves and children. Throughout the journey, Luo Luin had largely left the management of the human slaves to Kos and Mark, both of whom were approachable, enabling the human slaves to express their requests with confidence. Kos agreed to their wishes and organized the manpower to fetch water from the river, intending to heat it for the human slaves to enjoy warm baths, accompanying the caravan himself to prevent any mishaps. The physical condition of these ordinary human slaves could not compare to that of the Viking warriors. Bathing in cold water could lead to colds or fevers. In such an environment on the plains, there would be no clerics, not even barefoot doctors, leaving them to endure their fate. As for the goblins and half-orcs splashing in the river, Loren was indifferent to their well-being. Watching the carts come and go for water, Loren gazed at the shimmering river surface, already contemplating how to excavate a canal to channel the flowing waters of the Salajua River into Perilous. Chapter 29. The First General Assembly of Ondong at Night. Gathered around a campfire were Marco, Tom, Ed, Kos, and Ragnar, seasoned veterans who had followed Loren since the Delenbeo era, along with Nike, who had been summoned due to recent commendable performance. Nike hunched at the edge of the firelight, his frail fingers nervously twisting his tattered clothing. Noticing Nike, Ragnar patted the ground beside him, indicating for him to sit. Nike trembled with fear, his green skin appearing even more pallid in the firelight. He flailed his hands in a desperate attempt to decline, yet fearful of offending, he found himself trapped in indecision until a gentle voice broke the tension. "Come sit here." Marco's words were like a redemptive hymn, rescuing the bewildered Nike. The goblin elder mage, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly moved to Marco's side. Cautiously curling up to sit, he forced a stiff smile towards Ragnar before fixating intently on his own wrinkled toes, as if they concealed some exquisite treasure. "Am I frightening?" Lagna turned to Ed beside him, who raised an eyebrow, displaying an expression that seemed to imply, "Do you not understand?" He responded, "What do you think?" Lagna dismissively snorted, retorted with a leader's tone, "I simply possess a more rugged charm." He paused deliberately, a proud smile spreading across his rugged face, embodying masculinity. Hearing Lagna's voice, Loren, who was examining a map, lifted his head and threw a stone at Lagna, exclaiming, "Do not misinterpret my words indiscriminately." At Loren's remark, laughter erupted among the group. Loren couldn't help but smile at Nick, who sat next to Marco, appearing as stiff as a mummy. With everyone gathered, the first official meeting of Anton territory commenced, led by Loren. As he concluded his statement, Marco and the others instinctively began to applaud. Nick, upon witnessing this, hurriedly joined in, but his eagerness almost caused him to drop his staff. This peculiar sense of ceremony left the goblin archmage bewildered, and even Marco and the others were unclear on its purpose. Since following Loren, he had taken to naming meetings, deeming it a formal approach unless the discussions were of great importance. For instance, titles like the first meeting on improving hygiene in Duranbao, discussion on Duranbao's toilet regulations, and the rally against Lagna's public defecation became commonplace. In the peaceful days of Duranbao, Loren's meetings served as a source of amusement during moments of boredom. At the start of each formal gathering, Loren insisted on waiting for the applause to subside before continuing his discourse. In his own words, this allowed leaders to feel the enthusiasm and importance their subordinates attached to the meeting, although the deeper meaning eluded the group. They complied with the applause simply because their leader enjoyed it. Indeed, the spirits were quite high. Satisfied with the clapping, Loren asserted that meetings devoid of pretense would be a waste of time. The applause soon dwindled, and Loren pushed the map forward, stating, "We are here." Following the direction of Loren's finger, the group gazed at the map, which bore the name Pursberg, with the Salado River winding nearby. Loren circled Pursberg, indicating its significance. Theoretically, all of this belonged to Anton territory, but we knew nothing of these areas. Our most pressing task now was to ascertain the surrounding conditions. Otherwise, we would be as blind as bats. Turning to Tom, Loren instructed, "Tom, you shall handle this. Assemble 20 mastiffs, all capable of movement, and swiftly gather detailed intelligence about the vicinity. I need to know if there are tribes, water sources, beast packs, or any potential threats." "Understood," Tom nodded in agreement. Loren then pointed to the dilapidated Pursberg behind them, saying, "You can all see the state of Pursberg. This will be our home, yet it is evidently uninhabitable." At this juncture, Loren turned to Ed, saying, "Ed, Cass, and Nick." Upon hearing his name, Nick quickly raised his head to look at Loren. "Starting tomorrow, we will commence clearing the ruins of Pursberg while simultaneously beginning construction of Anton Fortress. You three will be responsible for this task. Materials should be salvaged from the ruins of Pursberg. Utilize all that can be salvaged. Prioritize constructing living quarters, for soon the wasteland will be entering winter, and mere tents will be insufficient." Although Ed and the others lacked experience in building, Loren had prepared for this. As a soul from the 21st century of Blue Star, he understood the significance of skilled labor far better than anyone else. When he had initially purchased slaves, he had deliberately selected a group of skilled workers for such moments. Throughout the journey, he had treated these craftsmen with utmost care, ensuring they traveled on stable rock camels and received adequate sustenance. Marco, you will establish the military structure of the territory. In addition to the Viking brutes, form a guard unit consisting of 60 goblins, 28 half-orcs, and 12 humans, totaling a 100-man guard. This unit will be exclusively trained for combat and will not engage in any labor. Nick, coordinate with Marco regarding the goblins and half-orcs. Marco frowned and said, Boss, isn't that a bit too much? Loren understood Marco's concerns. The territory was in dire need of development, and merely building houses required a significant workforce. With limited population numbers, forming such a mixed unit implied that 100 laborers would be unavailable for territorial construction. Moreover, for an army to fight alongside one another on the battlefield, there could be no distinctions at the dining table. This meant that the dietary standards for goblins and half-orcs would need to be elevated to match those of humans, inevitably increasing food consumption substantially. However, Loren felt compelled to proceed with this plan due to the unique geographical location of Pursburg, which indicated that the orcs would not overlook human control here. In Loren's estimation, the orcs would not immediately attack Anton territory, but would not wait until Loren's power had grown either. The Gem Wasteland was not solely supported by human factions. Once it was confirmed that Loren was not merely a passing merchant, but a legitimate pioneering lord taking root, the orc-supported factions would certainly strike at Anton territory. The attack by Blood of Uruk demonstrated that the strength of these wasteland factions was considerable, and the previous assault did not represent the full might of Blood of Uruk. It was illogical to assume that factions supported by orcs would be weaker than Blood of Uruk. Loren estimated that this confirmation would not take long. Since he intended to establish a foothold, he did not plan to engage in guerrilla tactics, making the formation of the guard unit essential. We do not have the luxury of time to proceed slowly. Chapter 30. Selection of goblin warriors. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate when Nick began pacing outside Marco's tent, his rough, dry green hands rubbing together anxiously, occasionally rising on tiptoe to peek into the tent. A mixture of excitement and trepidation filled him as Loren's words from the previous night echoed in his ears. Nick, you have been doing well lately, and I am pleased. Rest assured, Anton territory will have more goblins in the future, all under your command. This statement acted as a powerful tonic, preventing the aged goblin mage from sleeping throughout the night. He envisioned himself commanding thousands of goblins in the future, becoming a pivotal figure in Anton territory, free from the fear of losing his head to a careless strike. Today, however, he was to select 60 goblin warriors to join the guard unit, along with 28 half-orcs, which would substantially diminish his own forces. Yet, Nick felt little sorrow, for Lord Loren had promised that more goblins would be brought in later. Moreover, having a majority of goblins in the Anton Territory Guard was an unprecedented elevation in status. Nick, you're up early. The tent flap was lifted, and Marco emerged, his golden short hair shimmering faintly in the morning light. This knight always exuded warmth, never adopting an air of superiority even towards goblins. Good morning, Lord Marco. Nick quickly bowed, his pointed ears trembling with excitement. He would not dare keep this knight waiting, hence his early arrival. After a brief wash, Marco followed Nick toward the goblin camp. The goblin encampment was far more chaotic than that of the humans. There were no neatly arranged tents. Most goblins dug a pit and simply slept on the ground, with only a solitary, dilapidated tent standing in the center, which served as Nick's dwelling. The half-orcs were stationed around the perimeter of the camp, and upon seeing Marco and Nick, some stood to attention and saluted. At that moment, a groggy goblin stood up unsteadily, walked a few steps in a daze, and then unfastened his belt. Marco's brow furrowed immediately. Weeds, you fool. Nick let out a shriek, his voice sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How many times had it been? Perhaps the third? You are doomed. Lord Loren had established numerous regulations for the goblins, the most crucial being no defecating or urinating in public. Failure to comply would result in a simple punishment from Loren, death. Upon hearing Nick's voice, Siskeo jolted in fright, urinating on his own feet. Terrified, he looked up to see Nick and Marco, and promptly attempted to flee. However, as he took a single step, a massive shadow enveloped him. With a resounding slap, Bear Goblin Shirtu knocked Siskeo to the ground, seizing him by the neck as if lifting a chick, and strode towards Nick and Marco. Stealing a glance at Marco, Nick noticed the knight slightly turned to the side, seemingly intent on not interfering with his decision, which filled Nick with both gratitude and anxiety. He genuinely did not wish to execute his KO. After all, his goblin subordinates were already scarce, and losing one meant losing another. While Nick firmly upheld Loren's rules, he did not believe in excessively harsh punishments. Usually a good beating from Bear Goblin would suffice. Yet, with Marco present, even if this knight did not intend to intervene, if Nick handled the situation poorly and word reached Lord Loren, he could only shudder at the thought. Shut his mouth, break his legs, and hang him until he dies, Nick ordered through clenched teeth. Bear Goblin sure too grinned wickedly, expertly dislocating his KO's jaw, rendering him incapable of even a scream. This was a technique Shurtu had recently learned from Ed. Every time they had a moment during their journey, especially after dinner, Ed would share combat techniques with Viking warriors, houndsmen, and goblins gathering around to learn. Soon, Zizkeo was suspended from a wooden pole in the center of the camp, his legs broken and dangling helplessly. Other goblins gathered around, pointing and murmuring. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude, while others displayed fear. Marco remained silent throughout, waiting for Nick to finish before calmly stating, "Let them assemble." Nick hurried back to the tent, retrieving an old brass gong, which he struck with fervor. The jarring sound echoed throughout the camp, and the goblins gradually stirred, some yawning, others rubbing their eyes, while a few, still half asleep, attempted to relieve themselves but abruptly remembered and scurried out of the camp. Legs crossed. The entire assembly process lasted over half an hour, and the goblins finally managed to gather, albeit in a disheveled manner, some still shoving each other, with a few daring souls approaching the pole to point and laugh at the Hangs's KO. Embarrassed, Nick rubbed his hands together, sneaking glances at Marco's reaction, fearing that the knight would grow impatient. "My lord, do not be deceived by their current demeanor," Nick chuckled nervously, "but in battle, they are quite fierce. Certainly not on par with Lord Ragnar's Viking warriors, but far superior to the wild goblins outside." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly a mumble. For given this knight's prowess, goblins were still just goblins, no matter how strong. However, Marco merely smiled faintly and remarked, "You have done well. The chief is watching." These words warmed Nick's heart, causing his pointed ears to twitch involuntarily. Marco was truly so kind. "Silence," Marco suddenly commanded, his voice not loud, yet carrying an invisible authority that instantly quieted the noisy camp. Whether it was the newly captured goblins or those who had followed Nick from the start, all fell silent, having witnessed the knight's terrifying prowess on the battlefield. Marco surveyed the now quiet goblins. Although they stood haphazardly, weapons carelessly tossed aside, Nick was not mistaken. These Anton goblins, enhanced by the system, were significantly stronger than ordinary goblins. Particularly, the first batch captured alongside Nick had faced more battles, most being Tier 4 goblin warriors, with several even achieving Tier 5 goblin champions. Such goblins, if engaged individually, would possess strength comparable to elite human warriors. Chapter 31. Humans and other races. Marco stood at the center of the goblin camp, his keen gaze sweeping over the assembly of green-skinned warriors, though he could not see the data on the system panel as Loren did. Years of combat experience enabled him to discern the strengths and weaknesses of these goblins clearly. Marco had deliberately left 2 bear goblins for Nick, as the 60 selected goblins were primarily those who had originally followed Nick, while the remainder had been captured during the battle against the Blood of Uruk. Without a powerful character to maintain order, it was likely that the goblin elder could not manage the newcomers. Nick looked at the remaining 20 or so goblins, his lips twitching slightly. However, recalling Loren's promise of more goblins to command in the future, he managed to suppress his anguish. Once Marco departed, he kicked the still-dazed goblin with a scowl. "What are you staring at? Eat. Afterward, go move stones and build houses." In contrast to the half-orcs and goblins seamlessly integrating into the system army, the selection of humans required Loren's direct involvement. In truth, Loren had never fully grasped the criteria for applying to join the system prior to the system's upgrade. It seemed that only those genuinely wishing to fight alongside him would display the option to apply for enlistment. This criterion was maddeningly obscure, resulting in a stark divergence between humans and other races. The goblin race, for instance, was preoccupied with 3 things: eating, fighting, and procreating. As long as one was stronger than them and could ensure their bellies were full, these creatures would willingly follow into battle. The half-orcs were similar. For them, following a strong leader into combat was only natural. However, humans were an entirely different matter. The Viking warriors were somewhat better, as they sought battle and glory. Yet, human slaves presented a far more complex scenario. Some desired basic sustenance, others yearned for freedom, while a few pondered whether they could live a better life. And those willing to fight for Loren were few and far between. Moreover, The definitions of loyalty and following differed between humans and other races. For these other races, once enlisted, some had loyalty levels as low as 30 or 40. For them, following did not equate to loyalty. Loren addressed these disparities with a straightforward method, instilling fear to enhance loyalty. Contrarily, most humans applying for enlistment possessed loyalty levels above 60, with only a handful falling below that threshold. However, following the system upgrade, the situation became more intricate. Last night, Loren discovered that applications for enlistment had bifurcated into two categories, military and civilian, with a subcategory of subjects under the latter. Loren examined this structure. Generally, those applying for military were willing to fight for him, while those applying for subjects merely accepted his rule. Initially, Loren consented to all applications under subjects, and upon scanning the application list, he found that the vast majority of human slaves opted to become subjects. This was understandable. Although they were reluctant to fight, they at least acknowledged his governance. Loren opened the personal panels under the subjects list, which contained only basic information: name, gender, age, affiliation, occupation, and loyalty. This was sufficient for managing the territory, allowing him to grasp a general understanding of the subject's circumstances. Loren assisted Marco in selecting 12 human slaves from the military system and entrusted them to him. Thus, the 100-strong guard of Antong was officially established: 60 goblin warriors, 28 half-orcs, and these 12 human soldiers. The first task that Marco undertook was to locate Ide and Kasi, requesting a mason, and subsequently leading the guard to construct a military camp. According to Marco's plan, for the following week, half of the guard would undergo training while the other half commenced the construction of the camp, until the guard was fully formed. Lagener and his Viking warriors temporarily assumed the responsibility of safeguarding the entire camp. During their leisure, they were also tasked with transporting stones from Perilous Bow, which Loren referred to as strength training. These robust Viking warriors, with their impressive physiques and sheer brute strength, were indeed the chosen laborers. Under Loren's command, the entire Ondong territory functioned like a well-oiled machine, while the Lord himself found himself in a state of ennui. Loren idly kicked at a stone by his feet, his gaze falling upon the cart intercepted from the half-orc, where iron ingots and spices glimmered enticingly in the sunlight, yet his brow furrowed with concern. Though these items held considerable value, who could he sell them to in this desolate wasteland? Loren surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the howling northern winds, there was not a single trace of a merchant caravan. Since entering the wilderness, he had not encountered any trading parties. Loren, being one to dismiss matters that could not be resolved in the moment, thought that perhaps a caravan would pass by the next day. With nothing to occupy his time, he turned and retreated into the tent for a nap. As night fell, cheers erupted from the center of the camp. Loren was amusing himself with arm wrestling against the Viking warriors, his seemingly slender arms consistently managing to pin their muscular forms to the wooden stump. Just as he prepared to face the next challenger, Tom, who had been out on reconnaissance, hurriedly entered. "Boss, I have discovered a goblin tribe and a kobold tribe, along with a family of ogres." Loren's eyes instantly brightened, the tedium of the past days dissipating in an instant, and the group promptly found a place to settle down. Tom, holding the map provided by Loren, indicated 5 kilometers southwest, there is a goblin tribe, quite sizable, estimated to house over 1,000 individuals. Further south, there is a group of kobolds, appearing to be migrants, all adult warriors. When I found them, the two tribes were locked in fierce combat. Although the kobolds had superior individual combat capabilities, the sheer numbers of the goblins made it a stalemate. I estimate that unless something unexpected occurs, the kobolds will ultimately have to detour, and by the end of today's battle, only about 200 of them will remain. He pointed emphatically at the map. Right here. On my way back, I encountered a family of ogres. One male accompanied by 2 females, along with 3 younglings. I did not spot any two-headed ones, and judging by their direction, they should arrive here by tomorrow afternoon. Loren stroked his chin. Ogres were not to be trifled with, standing over 4 meters tall, immensely strong, and possessing considerable magical resistance. Fortunately, the absence of a two-headed ogre suggested this family lacked a magic-wielding ogre, which would have made things considerably more complicated. The newly formed guard would remain in place, responsible for the territory's defense. Lagener, you will accompany me tomorrow to meet these ogres with your Viking warriors. Nike, take your goblins as well. Although the goblin elder's magical prowess was not particularly impressive, he was still the only spellcaster in the territory. Moreover, once the battle concluded, someone would need to transport the ogre's corpses, and these goblins were perfectly suited for that task. Since the last full meeting of the Ondong territory, Nike had been appointed as the leader of the non-human races by Loren. Despite now only having around 20 misfit goblins, he had undoubtedly entered Loren's inner circle. Thus, he was also present at this meeting. Upon hearing that Loren intended to confront the ogres the next day, and that he would be going too, Nike's pointed ears trembled with excitement, yet he steeled himself and replied, "Yes, yes, my lord. After we set out tomorrow, Marika will take charge of all matters in the territory." Chapter 32. Ogres. In an unusual turn of events, Loren awoke early, having felt increasingly rusted due to the recent idleness, and he saw the impending confrontation with the ogres as an opportunity to stretch his limbs. With the Viking warriors' enhanced strength, their physiques had grown even more imposing. Not only could the draft horses in the camp not sustain the pace of this group of warriors, but even the war horses brought from the south struggled to keep up. Thus, the party could only proceed on foot toward the ogres, which led Loren to reminisce about the war horse once ridden by the half-orc Marer Gashur. That horse was clearly no ordinary creature. Had it not been for Loren's desire to impress, which resulted in him severing its leg with a sword instead of bringing it back for breeding, perhaps the issue of war horses in the Ondong territory could have been resolved. Naturally, Loren did not walk. Instead, he reclined on a cart pulled by two bear goblins. With the Ondong territory fervently engaged in construction, the draft horses had to transport stones and fetch water from the Salada River. Fortunately, Kasi mentioned that multiple wells had been discovered at the ruins of Perilous Bow and were currently being cleared, which, once completed, would alleviate the territory's reliance on carts for water. Since the draft horses were all in use, Loren was reluctant to assign a war horse for cart duties, leaving this honorable task to the bear goblins. Despite Loren's formidable strength, his weight was not as burdensome as that of the Viking warriors, so the two bear goblins managed to pull the cart with relative ease. Along the route from south to north, Loren had grown weary of the jolting of the cart. Thus he had laid down furs within, comfortably reclining. It is said that swift endeavors bear fruit. As Loren paused for lunch, the ogre family came into view. The leading ogre towered over 5 meters, its body cloaked in a thick coat of black hair, a single eye gleaming with ferocity. Clutching a hefty bone from a giant beast, stained with ancient blood. Trailing behind were 2 female ogres, each over 4 meters tall, wielding stout logs, their grass skirts revealing sturdy thighs, while heavy flesh swayed with each step. 3 younglings bounced excitedly. Although their stature only reached the waist of an adult ogre, they were still taller than Loren, just slightly shorter than the Viking warriors. Ogres typically function in familial units and adhere to a monogamous system. However, glancing at the male ogre's lower half, even obscured by animal hides, it was evident that they had the means to indulge in such arrangements. The ogres noticed Loren's group, and the younglings, filled with excitement, bared their teeth, drool dripping from their fangs, ready to charge, perceiving Loren and his companions as potential food. Yet, in a surprising turn, the male ogre refrained from attacking, instead administering a slap to each of the younglings, knocking them to the ground. The ogre children looked up at their father with confusion, uncertain of why they were reprimanded, yet obediently got back up, hiding behind their mothers while still peering out, greedily eyeing Loren's group. The male ogre let out a low growl, advancing slowly while gripping the bone club. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. It halted before Loren, rumbling a series of garbled sounds, the foul stench of its breath wafting toward Loren, causing him to grimace. This behemoth had undoubtedly not brushed its teeth in years. Loren dismounted from the cart, covering his nose as he scrutinized the massive creature before him. The beast was clearly attempting to communicate, yet he understood not a single word. Loren turned to his subordinates and inquired, "Does anyone here speak ogre? Translate what this giant wishes to convey." The Viking warriors exchanged glances, bewildered, their expressions reflecting confusion. While they were formidable in battle, relying on them to understand foreign languages, especially the obscure tongue of ogres, was akin to expecting a pig to climb a tree. It was absurd to have been dazed by the ogre's foul breath and to have posed such a question to this group of simpletons. As Loren observed the lack of response from the ogre, the creature grew increasingly agitated. When Loren decided to disregard the situation and resort to a beating, a voice suddenly interjected, "Master, I know a bit of ogre language." Loren turned to see the goblin elder cautiously emerging from the rear of the group. "I didn't realize, Nick, that you were so well-versed," Loren remarked, beckoning Nick to his side. Once Nick positioned himself, he explained, "In my previous tribe, we once followed an ogre for a time, which is why I learned a bit of their language. However, that ogre was later slain by a passing merchant caravan." Loren nodded. Goblins are naturally inclined to follow the strong, reminiscent of minions. "Translate what he says," Loren instructed, pointing at the ogre before him. Master, he is asking why you are blocking the way. This ogre is rather domineering, Loren mused. Yet what surprised him most was that these ogres did not immediately attack upon seeing them approach. Instead, they were engaging in negotiation. This particular ogre intrigued him. Tell him that I, the Lord, have taken an interest in him. This entire area is under my dominion. He can either join me or face the annihilation of his kin. Upon seeing the ogre for the first time, Loren altered his initial intention of immediate violence. Setting aside the minor details, these three adult ogres, with their towering height and robust physiques, were embodiments of raw strength. Viking warriors would pale in comparison. Currently, the Anton territory lacked such formidable individuals. As for sustenance, ogres are notoriously unpicky eaters. The decaying meat in the goblin camp would serve perfectly to nourish this group of ogres. Nick, evidently embellishing Loren's earlier pronouncement, babbled on extensively. One could not help but find the sight of the diminutive elder wizard beneath the towering 5-meter ogres rather harmonious. However, the male ogre grew increasingly impatient. Before the elder goblin could finish speaking, the ogre unleashed a thunderous roar from deep within its throat, spewing foul spittle onto Nick's face, and raised its hefty club to strike. Startled, Nick covered his head with both hands. In a split second, Loren's broadsword was raised to intercept, the blade colliding with the club, sending a shower of sparks flying. Nick felt a rush of wind sweep over him, his frail legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Get back, Loren commanded, fixing his gaze upon the ogre. By the gods, the strength of this ogre is astounding. Witnessing the human prevent its strike, the ogre began to mumble incoherently, its foul breath and imposing stature delivering a double blow to Loren. Nick scrambled backward, translating as he went. Master, that ogre says it will never surrender to a human. Death, it is not so easily attained. What I desire, I shall possess. If it refuses to yield, I shall beat it into submission. Hearing Nick's words, Loren grinned malevolently at the ogre before him, embodying the very essence of a bully. Chapter 33, Yield or Not. As the club and broadsword collided for the third time, the resounding clang of metal reverberated across the desolate plain, sending waves of dust swirling into the air. While the brittle grass lay flattened by the gusts, Loren's boots carved deep grooves into the earth, yet a smile of exhilaration graced his lips. The strength of the male ogre surpassed his expectations. Its bloodshot single eye and flaring nostrils released a putrid mist as its thick neck bulged with veins. Swinging the club with a fierce wind, Loren did not meet the blow head-on. Instead, he slipped away with an almost ghostly agility, sweeping his broadsword low to strike the ogre's knee. Contrary to his expectations, there was no sound of bone cracking. The ogre merely stumbled, its terrifying resilience leaving Loren silently astonished. Enraged by the pain, the ogre shifted its attack, launching a surprisingly agile blow towards Loren's side. Loren's sword seemed to perform a trick of magic, precisely blocking the club's path. As the male ogre engaged Loren, the Viking warriors clashed with the female ogres and their young. Ragnar faced a male and female ogre alone, while the other Vikings encircled the remaining trio of smaller foes. Since Loren had just bellowed for live captures, Ragnar sheathed his axes and activated heroic frenzy, preparing to subdue the female ogre with bare hands. The female ogre's attacks were wild and powerful, each strike capable of creating deep craters in the ground. Yet Ragnar moved with the grace of a cunning beast, darting in between her onslaughts. With a resounding crash, the wooden club grazed Ragnar's shoulder, splintering upon impact with the earth. Instead of retreating, Ragnar advanced, landing a solid punch to the ogre's abdomen. The ogre let out a furious roar, retaliating with a backhanded slap. Ragnar raised his arm to block, but was still pushed back several steps by the ogre's immense strength. Shaking off the impact, Ragnar felt runes flicker across his skin and roared, lunging forward. Meanwhile, the other Vikings were not as bold as Ragnar, who dared to face the ogre barehanded. The frenzied Kobe attracted the female ogre's attention, wielding dual axes in confrontation. Each clash of wood against steel reverberated with deafening resonance, forcing Kobe's feet to slide back with each impact. Just as the ogre raised its club once more, 3 Viking warriors launched a coordinated assault from the side. One seized the ogre's stout right leg, while the other 2 exerted their strength simultaneously. With an earth-shattering roar, the towering beast toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A dozen Viking warriors, akin to ravenous wolves, pounced upon it, each clearly delineating their roles. The ogre's limbs were restrained by 3 warriors, while the others, unarmed, mounted the creature, raining down blows upon its face and abdomen, producing dull thuds. Initially, The ogre responded with furious roars. But as the relentless blows continued, its cries transformed into pained whimpers. As for the 3 ogre cubs, they were swiftly dealt with by the overwhelming number of Viking warriors. For these younglings, before reaching maturity, they were merely targets of effortless kicks and punches, often requiring 2 Vikings to subdue a single cub. The cries of the male and female ogres only incited further fury in the male ogre, which charged at Loren, roaring as it swung its club once more. Loren positioned his sword defensively, and at the moment of impact, he flicked his wrist. Sparks erupted where the sword met the club, deflecting the ogre's weapon off course. Before the ogre could comprehend, Loren kicked its sturdy ankle, causing it to lose balance. As it began to fall, Loren seized one of its arms, swinging it down violently onto the ground. Instead of pursuing the advantage, Loren discarded his sword and beckoned the ogre with a taunting gesture. This universally understood provocation incited the ogre, which, upon rising, began to pound its chest like a gorilla before charging at Loren. As Loren prepared to settle the score with primal combat, Ragnar had already determined the outcome against the female ogre. Having undergone heroic frenzy, Ragnar now stood over 3 meters tall, nearly matching the female ogre's height. Realizing he could not subdue her, Ragnar opted to overpower her instead. He delivered a crushing blow to the ogre's face, the tremendous force sending her staggering backward. Before she could regain her footing, Ragnar seized her wrist and executed a shoulder throw, slamming her massive form into the ground. With a series of thunderous impacts, Ragnar mounted the ogre, his fists falling like rain, causing blood to spurt from her mouth and nose. Her struggles grew increasingly feeble until, at last, she emitted a mournful cry and relinquished her resistance. The battle between Loren and the male ogre evoked unpleasant memories for Kabi, as Loren was currently seizing the ogre's ankle and mercilessly slamming it to the ground. This time, Loren did not employ the same finesse he had used with Kabi. Instead, he swung with sheer force. After several blows, he dragged the already dazed ogre before him, wound up his arm, and delivered a resounding slap to the creature's face. "Do you submit?" Roar. Slap. "Do you submit?" Ugh. Slap. As the 8th slap fell, before Loren could pose the question, Nick timidly approached. "Master, he says he submits." "Really?" Loren turned to Nick. "Indeed, he truly submits," Nick affirmed with conviction. In truth, the ogre had already indicated his surrender after the 3rd slap. But seeing Loren in such fervor, Nick had refrained from interrupting. "That's good to hear." Loren stretched his shoulders, stood up, and approached Nick, saying, as per our usual arrangement, "These 6 are yours." Nick nearly leapt in astonishment. What? He stole a glance at the ogre chieftain, whose fierce gaze tightened Nick's bladder. While Nick yearned to command these formidable beings, he feared the ogre might seize the opportunity to dispatch him should Loren divert his attention. "You must tell him now. Just say it is my command." Loren, noticing Nick's apprehension, spoke directly. Whether it was due to Nick's embellished translation or not, the previously submissive ogre suddenly erupted in rage. Struggling to rise. Without waiting for Nick to translate, Loren swiftly stepped forward and delivered another series of resounding slaps. By the end, Loren could discern that the ogre was pleading for mercy before he ceased his onslaught. "Now you may ask again." After receiving Nick's affirmative response, Loren continued. "As per our usual protocol, teach them the common tongue, and most importantly, personal hygiene." Goodness, I nearly suffocated from the stench. With that, he turned and walked toward the wagon. 2 bear goblins eagerly approached to pull the cart, and Loren patted their shoulders, saying, "A promising future awaits you." Chapter 34. A distinct goblin tribe. Once the battle concluded, Loren resolved to prepare a fire for cooking. However, the immediate challenge before him was how to satiate the ogre's hunger. "Do you think they are hungry?" he asked, glancing at the ogres before him and then turning to Nick. Nick wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Why yes, master. They claim they haven't eaten all day." Given the lightness of their load, Loren had not brought much food. The idea of filling these ogres' bellies seemed utterly implausible. As for the reserve food in Loren's space, he had no intention of utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. Observing the ogres, still incapacitated from their beating, Loren instructed, "Nick, first give them names. Then tell them to endure for a while. Once the Lord has finished his meal, we shall take them to procure food." Regardless of how Nick communicated with the ogres, the Viking warriors commenced resting and preparing their meal. Nick discreetly approached Tom for guidance, as he had already named far too many goblins in the past, and his mind felt nearly drained. He dared not present Loren with repeated names, so he sought Tom's counsel. After profuse thanks to Tom, Nick approached the male ogre and babbled a lengthy explanation. He then brought the male ogre before the 2 female ogres and the 3 ogre pups. this time remaining silent while the male ogre let out a series of roars. Loren then received the ogre's request to join the army. Upon granting his approval, he accessed the male ogre's panel, noting its impressive strength of 25, even surpassing Tom, but its intelligence was a mere 2, comparable to that of a goblin. He then examined the panels of the other ogres, noting that they generally shared similar attributes, robust physiques but simplistic minds. However, one of the pups caught Loren's eye with its attributes. Its intelligence was notably higher than that of the average ogre, approaching that of a normal human, while its mental prowess was astonishingly high at 25 points. Not only did Loren's subordinate struggle to exceed 15 points in mental capacity, but even Loren himself had yet to surpass that threshold. This seemed to relate to personal aptitude, without the qualifications for a magical profession. The system would not allocate points to mental attributes upon upgrading. This revelation shattered Loren's aspirations of mastering both martial and magical skills. Damn, even the system adheres to scientific principles. Among Loren's subordinates, the goblin elder mage possessed the highest mental capacity at 20 points, a feat only achieved after Nick leveled up and the system allocated points. It appeared that this little pup might grow into an ogre mage in the future. However, Loren did not dwell on it. While the Endong territory indeed lacked spellcasters, the presence of 1 or 2 mages would not alter the overall landscape. In summary, having one would be advantageous, but lacking it was not a grave matter. The ogre's remarkable recovery capabilities, coupled with the system's enhancements, meant that by the time Loren awoke from his midday rest, the hulking creatures were already lively, perhaps spurred by their hunger. Loren's next destination was the goblin tribe that Tom had discovered the previous day. Initially, he planned to wait for the Endong territory's guard to form before leading them for an upgrade. However, to satiate the bellies of the 3 large and 3 small ogres, Loren decided to address this matter first. To expedite their march, the Viking warriors had to jog forward, which proved arduous for the 20-odd goblins. The Viking warriors' strides were equivalent to 2 or 3 of the goblins' steps, yet all the goblins gritted their teeth and persevered, daring not to complain. Before departure, Loren had explicitly stated, "Those who cannot keep pace shall become the ogre's dinner." As the appointed overlord of these foreign beings, Loren treated Nick with relative leniency, allowing Ragnar to carry the goblin elder mage. Ragnar had no objections. Nick's slight frame was likely lighter than his axe. Before Nick could refuse, Ragnar swiftly scooped up the goblin elder mage, causing Nick to tremble in fear, unable to decline, and remained obediently immobilized on Ragnar's back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Loren finally beheld the goblin tribe. They occupied a sheltered hillside, where the flat ground was riddled with numerous pits. Several crooked thatched huts stood starkly amidst the desolation. The goblins had evidently spotted Loren and his entourage, their imposing ogre figures conspicuous against the desolate landscape. After a brief commotion in the opposing goblin camp, a throng of goblins charged forth to attack. This surprised Loren. Typically, under normal circumstances, goblins would scatter in fear upon seeing these 3 ogres, not the opposite. Loren drew his broadsword from the system space and instructed the Viking warriors beside him. "Let us resolve this swiftly." Subsequently, powerful and agile figures darted past Loren on either side, swiftly forming a battle line. The Viking warriors remained vigilant, refusing to underestimate their opponents simply because they were goblins. After experiencing the ambush by the Urukai, Marco, Ed, and others had demonstrated to these Viking warriors the importance of military formations and the principle of using full force against any foe, regardless of size. As the battle commenced, the unusual nature of these goblins became apparent. They charged in an astonishingly organized formation, a rarity among typical goblin tribes. Alas, they could not escape the fate of being felled before the Viking warriors' dual-bladed battle axes, not to mention the subsequent entry of the ogres into the fray. Whether male or female, each swing of their arms could topple a significant number of foes. Logically, after enduring such devastating blows, the goblins should have crumbled into disarray. Yet, contrary to all expectations, they surged forward relentlessly. The clang of metal marked the first time since the battle began that the Viking warriors' axes were blocked. "Bear goblin," a warrior warned, observing the noticeably larger creature before them. Ragnar soon discovered that there were hundreds of bear goblins surrounding him. This goblin tribe was indeed peculiar. The probability of encountering so many bear goblins seemed implausible, though Ragnar had no knowledge of the exact odds. It was evident that a goblin tribe of merely around 1,000 could not possibly host such an abundance of bear goblins. On the other side of the battlefield, dense fireballs pelted the ogres like a torrential downpour. Although they did not inflict fatal damage, They caused the tough-skinned ogres to howl in agony. The potency of these fireballs indicated that this goblin tribe possessed more than just a solitary goblin mage. Meanwhile, Ragnar had once again entered his berserk state, and the bear goblins were utterly incapable of hindering him. He surged forward like a released arrow, leading the Viking warriors to tear through the ranks of bear goblins. Embarking on a furious slaughter, Loren, wielding a broadsword, joined the fray, ignoring the goblins around him as he made a beeline for the goblin mage. Loren sought to uncover what had transformed these goblins. Could it be that someone possessed a system? In the chaos of war, individual valor could hardly alter the grand scheme of things. The victory of a professional army is dictated not by the muscle and skill of its soldiers, but by the collective coordination and discipline of the entire unit. Apart from the disparity in national strength, this was also a reason why the Viking warriors often faced defeat against the formidable pandas. In contrast to national conflicts, the skirmish between the Anton territory and the goblin tribe resembled mere brawls among amateurs, where personal prowess could indeed tip the scales. Both goblins and bear goblins exhibited courage that surpassed their kin. However, when faced with the significantly stronger Viking warriors and ogres, courage could not shield them from the battle axes wielded by the Vikings. Soon, the Viking warriors instilled a sense of dread in the goblins and bear goblins. It was then that a resounding whack echoed from the goblin ranks, a cry that seemed to possess an almost magical quality. The previously scattered goblins and bear goblins suddenly rekindled their fighting spirit, their chorus of whack resonating across the battlefield. Once again, the goblins and bear goblins charged forth. But no rallying cry could alter the balance of power. Ragnar pressed forward, his axe cleaving a bloody path through the throng. When he finally discerned the source of the rallying call, he was taken aback to find that the first to shout whack was none other than a goblin. Just as confusion washed over him, two fireballs whizzed toward him. He barely managed to deflect the magical onslaught with his axe, but his momentum was halted. Looking down, he saw 4 goblin shamans flanking the goblin, and to his astonishment, the goblin suddenly erupted with black aura, charging at him with astonishing speed. Had it not been for his berserk state, Ragnar might not have reacted in time. The aura. Ragnar deftly maneuvered his axe, accurately parrying the goblin's thrust. In the split second of impact between the blade and the short sword, Ragnar's right leg lashed out like a whip, aiming directly for the goblin's abdomen. The goblin, clearly aware of Ragnar's immense strength, opted not to take the hit directly, but instead nimbly leaped back, showcasing commendable martial skills in the exchange. What did I just witness? A goblin exhibiting externalized aura, and moreover, serving as the leader of a goblin tribe. Truly, the vastness of Azeroth is filled with wonders. Loren approached Ragnar, halting his advance and addressing the goblin. Can you comprehend the common tongue? Shall we converse? With Loren's inquiry, both sides of the battlefield momentarily ceased their hostilities. The goblins and bear goblins clustered behind the goblin, while the Viking warriors stood silently beside Loren. Only 3 ogres, driven by hunger, greedily gnawed on the carcasses of goblins and bear goblins strewn across the ground, with a female ogre calling over her 3 young. The goblin, surveying the fallen warriors of its tribe, bellowed at Loren, "Human, why have you attacked us?" Loren regarded the goblin with an expression akin to disbelief. "Are you truly so dim-witted?" The goblin, not understanding the term, sensed it was derogatory, and was about to retort when Loren continued, "Where is this place?" "The Gem Wastes. Do you truly require justification for striking you here?" The goblin gritted its teeth, yet surprisingly refrained from replying. Standing over 3 meters tall, Ragnar's presence loomed ominously, and the sight of the human warrior cleaving through bear goblins, as if they were mere cheese, instilled a sense of dread. The goblin realized that its tribe stood no chance against such an overwhelming force. Finally, the goblin managed to utter, "What are the terms for a ceasefire?" Loren smirked, intrigued. "First, I wish to know how a mere goblin like you became the leader of a goblin tribe." Loren found this particularly fascinating. If humans harbored disdain for goblins, then goblins bore a deep-seated hatred for their kin. This vain creature longed to shed the truth of its origins as a descendant of goblins. "I was born in this tribe." The goblin's response was brief, yet laden with meaning. Its birth in this tribe signified that it was a mutation of goblins. "Then tell me, how did you come to possess so many bear goblins and goblin mages?" Even with a system, Loren had only managed to find 2 bear goblins among 80 goblins, a mere 1 in 40 probability, and the goblin mage was merely Nick, who had been a mage even before joining the ranks. In a tribe of 1,000, the emergence of nearly 100 bear goblins signifies a 1 in 10 chance. And the presence of 4 goblin mages raises the question, do you possess an advantage, or do I? It's quite simple. These are warriors who have rallied to my cause in recent years. Loren scoffed. The goblin was quite articulate, yet it really just amounted to having absorbed other tribes. Surrender, and I can offer you a chance at survival. Impossible, human. Do not presume you have secured victory. The great goblin warriors would rather die than surrender. Hearing the goblin declare that they would never surrender was indeed unexpected. Loren grinned at the goblin. If you refuse to surrender, then let us fight. With the goblin's resounding roar, the goblins and bear goblins behind it echoed the battle cry once more. Even the goblin mages joined in. What a charmingly demonic goblin. Observing the renewed fervor of the goblins and bear goblins ignited by their leader, Loren inquired. One last question. Who taught you the common tongue? Go ask him yourself. Loren did not anticipate a response. He struck with his sword, aiming for the goblin's throat. Clang. The goblin's short sword barely deflected the lethal blow. The black aura enveloping the goblin allowed it to withstand Loren's strike, but the immense force propelled the diminutive creature backward. Beside Loren, Ragnar swiftly decapitated a goblin mage before it could react. The remaining goblin mages hastily retreated. One could only wonder if these goblin mages were lacking in judgment. How could a magic user dare to approach Viking warriors so closely? The goblins and bear goblins before them could hardly withstand the might of the Viking warriors' axes. If there were a next life, these goblin mages ought to study diligently under Nick. Even now, the elder goblin mage leading the Anton goblins remained far from the battlefield. The disparity in strength could nullify all advantages, and beyond mere strength, the goblin was inferior to Loren in speed and combat skill. As Loren prepared to capture the goblin after sending its short sword flying, the creature suddenly let out a deafening roar, its body beginning to swell. Black runes emerging across its form. Was it a sacrifice to an evil deity? In Chapter 36, the followers of the Dark God, the continent of Iseria, a realm of magic and fantasy, is undoubtedly home to deities, including those of light, earth, and war, all of which are prominently represented. With the existence of gods, divine wars are a traditional spectacle that cannot be absent. The victors are the gods of the righteous faction, spreading their faith across Iseria, while the defeated are the dark gods, relegated to the shadows, nursing their wounds in hopes of resurgence. The righteous deities, upon their victory, naturally seek to harvest followers, employing methods devoid of sincerity to propagate their beliefs. Thus, the empires of Iseria are also embroiled in a struggle between imperial and divine authority. However, the royal families and nobility of this land generally possess the intelligence to resist the encroachment of divine power, significantly hindering the church's expansion. Moreover, the church is not a harmonious collective. There are numerous conflicts among the various sects, rendering the church even more vulnerable against imperial authority. Take the Empire of Pangduosi. For instance, while it does not explicitly prohibit the dissemination of faith by the churches, the populace tends to place greater trust in their weapons. Such practical nations are prevalent across the continent. In contrast to the relatively moderate nation of Pangduosi, the churches harbor a deep animosity towards the community of mages. The mages of Iseria resemble materialist scientists, believing that the deities worshipped by the churches are merely powerful prehistoric beings. Furthermore, the divine arts practiced by the churches are seen as mere variants of magic, alternative applications of magical elements. These individuals do not even show respect to the goddess of magic, let alone to other deities. The major churches aspire to wage divine wars to eradicate these heretics. However, the mages possess not only formidable strength, but also substantial backing. For the great empires, one seeks wealth while the other seeks power, making the choice obvious. Thus, as long as the deities behind the churches remain absent, uniting all churches would still render them incapable of defeating those they deem heretical. Ironically, the clergy of the human churches often find themselves envious of the heretics they denounce. The churches of other races, such as the beast god, the forest goddess, and the god of smithing, where orcs, elves, and dwarves outwardly show utmost reverence to their deities, unlike human mages who treat such gods as mere subjects of study. As for the defeated dark gods, they have found fertile ground for spreading their faith in places untouched by the mainstream civilization of Iseria, such as the underground or savage lands. Loren, having witnessed numerous such vile sacrifices during the war between the Empire and the southern barbarians, cannot help but feel justified in labeling the creature as a dark god. Just look at the god of light, then at the goblin before him. If it is not a dark god, then who is? Loren does not wait for the enemy to complete their ritualistic display of knightly spirit. The goblin engaged in self-sacrifice could summon something truly grotesque. Without hesitation, he swings his broadsword with great force, sending the goblin crashing into a hapless group of its kin. The disrupted goblin emits a piercing shriek, its misshapen body exhibiting a bizarre half-transformation. Its upper half swells like a balloon, while 4 of its 6 legs twist grotesquely like underdeveloped larval limbs. The creature grasps a nearby goblin and shoves it into its mouth, accompanied by the sickening sound of chewing as the malformed spider legs begin to wriggle and grow. Just as the goblin attempts to seize another bear goblin to aid in its transformation, Loren's sword slices through the air once more. The goblin, having sacrificed its rationality, loses all semblance of combat skill, resorting only to reckless confrontation with Loren. Ultimately, it is felled repeatedly by Loren's blade. Surrounding goblins and bear goblins witness a horrifying scene as Loren methodically hacks at the goblin, akin to chopping filling for dumplings. Regardless of the goblin's enhancements, its innards cannot withstand such relentless blows. As Loren's system announces experience 1000, the goblin finally breathes its last. Subsequently, its corpse begins to decay ominously, transforming into a pool of black ichor. With the goblin's demise, the battlefield polarizes. The goblins either scatter in fear or lay down their weapons and surrender. Meanwhile, the bear goblins' eyes turn dark, seemingly exuding black mist, howling as they charge at the Viking warriors. Only when the last deranged bear goblin is cleaved in two does the battlefield fall silent, save for the cheerful munching of ogres. Ragnar approaches Loren, pointing to the pool of ichor and exclaiming, "Boss, what is this?" Having witnessed many dark god sacrifices on the southern front, Ragnar is taken aback by this half-spider transformation, which culminates in such a gruesome end, more ruthless than those dark gods of the south. Loren glances at Ragnar before delivering a sharp kick to him. Initially puzzled by the sudden assault, Ragnar soon realizes he has not dispelled his spirit frenzy. Loren despises being looked down upon, and is quite sensitive in this regard. Ragnar hastily reverts to a normal state, sheepishly scratching his head. Judging by his misfortune, it must be the work of the Spider Queen, Lossy. Although Loren, having received a noble education, does not know all the deities of Iseria, he is certainly familiar with the more prominent ones. Classic villainous deities like Lossy are particularly well known. As he gazes at the pool of ichor, Loren muses to himself, what a cliched plot. Ragnar, only partially understanding, offers an indifferent response. His interest in the mysterious divine matters waning. Instead, his attention is drawn to the unique goblin camp before them, pondering the possibility of uncovering some valuable treasures, which prompts him to abandon thoughts of the Spider Queen and rush excitedly into the depths of the camp. "Nick, come here and clean up." Upon seeing Loren and the others conclude their battle, Nick jogs over, prompting a playful smile from Loren. The goblin elder mage indeed values his life. Cherishing life often prevents reckless demise. Although unaware of what cleaning up entails, Nick quickly comprehends his duties upon observing the fallen goblins strewn across the ground. After bowing to Loren, Nick leads his subordinate, the Anton goblins, toward the prostrate wild goblins. With them, Nick shows no mercy. After kicking over one goblin, he unleashes a torrent of invective in goblin tongue. The Anton goblins behind him transform into a ferocious pack, mercilessly kicking and punching the downed goblins, hurting them together. Following this, the Anton leader begins delivering a speech, a routine Nick has become quite accustomed to. Loren, uninterested in Nick's performance, leisurely strides toward the goblin camp. Just as he is about to ascend the slope, he hears Ragnar's voice call from the cave. "Boss, come quickly and take a look." In chapter 37, the sacred body of the ogre, aside from the multitude of bear goblins, Loren notices an unusual phenomenon. This goblin tribe of nearly 1,000 consists entirely of adult goblins. Logically, even in the absence of elderly goblins, there should be females and younglings present. However, as his gaze sweeps over the mountain of bones surrounding the altar, the answer becomes clear. As the saying goes, a long illness makes one a doctor. Though Loren is not a physician, his extensive experience in slaying has equipped him with the ability to discern the origins of these skeletal remains. Among them are not only humans. Amidst the remains of grotesque corpses and scattered bones, the majority belonging to goblins. Loren surmised that the deformed skeletons were likely the result of failed evolution attempts by the goblins striving to become bear goblins. Concerning this goblin tribe, the presence of numerous bear goblins could be elucidated by the ominously black altar, constructed from an unknown material, and the final sacrificial rites of the goblins. This was the answer. Loren was uninterested in exploring why Rose, a preacher from the underground, had chosen a goblin in the wastelands as a follower. Nor did he wish to investigate the source of the goblin's combat prowess. Loren simply desired to live a life of indulgence and idleness as a noble, ruling his territory with an iron fist. However, Should anyone dare to create trouble within his domain, Loren would not hesitate to teach them a lesson, regardless of their divine status. The seemingly mystical altar was unexpectedly fragile. Ragnar, having procured an iron rod from somewhere, struck it casually, causing the entire altar to shatter with a resounding crash. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the altar was constructed from bones, inexplicably stained a strange black hue by some unknown force. Exiting the cave, Loren witnessed the ogres feasting heartily on the battlefield, while the goblins, reprimanded by Nick, trembled in fear not far away. As night descended upon the wasteland, the Viking warriors ignited a bonfire. The satiated ogres fell into a deep slumber, their thunderous snores causing Loren to frown. Ragnar, sitting beside Loren with a wooden box, placed it in front of him and remarked, "These goblins are truly impoverished." After a thorough search, this is all we found. Having spent considerable time with Loren, Ragnar had adopted some colloquial expressions. Loren glanced at the box, filled predominantly with copper and silver coins, with only a few gold ones. Additionally, there were some jerky pieces of unknown meat, which Loren had discarded to Nick. "Boss, do you know why those dog-headed beings came here?" Ragnar suddenly produced a piece of dark stone, glistening ominously in the firelight. "Coal. While the continent of Azeroth boasts numerous coal mines, their exploitation is scarce due to the smoke produced when burned, making it primarily a source of warmth for common folk during winter, aside from blacksmiths." Ragnar nodded affirmatively. "I found it in a goblin cave. And there's quite a bit more. I suspect there may be a coal mine nearby. We should send people to investigate tomorrow." "Very well." As Ragnar stood up, Nick cautiously approached. "My lord, we have captured a total of 103 goblins, and as per your instructions, I have assigned them names. Would you prefer to conduct the ceremony tonight or tomorrow?" Before Nick could finish speaking, Loren interrupted. "Let us discuss it upon our return to Antong Fortress." Loren was aware that Nick referred to the matter of the Book of Oaths, but he had lost patience in trying to manipulate these little green creatures. As for the goblins' potential for evolution, Loren had already approved their applications within the system. The remaining task would be left to the goblins to exhibit their own initiative. On the following day, Viking warriors reported the discovery of an open coal mine not far from the goblin encampment. By the third day, Loren's spirits were lifted. At the very least, the blacksmith shop in his territory could commence operations. At this juncture, Tom returned, saying, "Chief, that pack of dog-headed creatures fled. They ran in the opposite direction of the territory after observing our victory. They have no intention of lingering, so I did not pursue them further." It turned out that during the previous day's battle, those sneaky dog-headed beings had merely watched from a distance, and upon witnessing Loren's resounding triumph, they hastily retreated. Tom, feeling uneasy, had followed for a while to ensure their genuine departure. After the ogres indulged in a hearty feast, Loren and his entourage set out on their return journey to Antong Fortress. Since the only cart was reserved for the Lord's use, all the spoils of war were laden upon the ogres. Nick, exhibiting his miserly nature, meticulously searched the encampment, and after the Viking warriors had conducted a rough gathering, he led the goblins in thoroughly rummaging through the entire site. Had Loren not intervened in time, Nick would have insisted on packing up the dilapidated thatched huts of the goblin tribe. This led to the sight of the towering ogres walking about like mobile shelves. Upon their return to the territory, Loren led the goblins and ogres to the banks of the Salado River. Though he was not particularly fastidious, the peculiar odor emanating from the goblins and ogres was enough to make Loren wish to discipline them. The ogres were reluctant, but after Loren delivered a firm beating to one of the male ogres, two female ogres, witnessing this, promptly jumped into the river with their 3 offspring, sending splashes soaring 3 meters high. As for the newly joined goblins, they dared not resist, leaping into the river like dumplings. A few that hesitated were swiftly driven in by Nick and his subordinates wielding long rods, eliciting cries of distress as they tumbled into the water. Subsequently, the newcomers were met not with a welcoming feast, but with labor at the construction site. Antong territory does not harbor idlers. Those who arrive must work. Unsure of their capabilities, they would be tasked with moving stones. Lacking strength, the goblins who engage in deceitful antics would serve as motivation. Surprisingly, the ogres, being tall and robust, were indeed well suited for construction work. The colossal stones that the Viking warriors struggled to move were effortlessly shifted by the ogres, negating the need for cranes. With this cadre of humanoid cranes, the pace of construction accelerated significantly. In contrast, the newly recruited 100 or so goblins merely contributed to the chaos. The majority of these goblins, newly integrated into Antong territory, were at the big goblin tier, having not undergone any upgrades, and thus their intelligence remained stagnant. Although they were relatively obedient after Nick's disciplinary measures, Their low intellect rendered them more of a hindrance than a help. Ultimately, the exasperated Cass approached Loren, insisting that these fools should either be put to work or left alone to avoid causing further disruption. Coincidentally, as Loren dealt with the troublesome goblins, he was also being reproached by Marco, who was fed up with the Antong territory's guards, and in a fit of frustration, the Lord turned his focus on the goblins. Chapter 38. The trade caravan. The morning air in Antong territory resonated with the rallying cries. A clean home is everyone's responsibility. Littering is a disservice. A beautiful city requires effort. These slogans were the result of Nick's tireless efforts, having spent an entire day horse in an attempt to instill them in the goblins. With nothing better to do, Loren encountered the bothersome goblins, leading to the ongoing sanitation initiative in Antong territory. At this moment, Loren reclined lazily in a chair, squinting as he supervised the goblins laboriously using crude wooden shovels to fill in the holes they had dug. Nick, resembling a stern foreman, shouted sharply, occasionally kicking over a few goblins trying to shirk their responsibilities. To truly integrate the goblins into the territory, enhancing their intelligence was paramount. Otherwise, they would revert to their base instincts, as evidenced by the new goblins before him, who required constant supervision. Through the evaluation of Nick's goblins, Loren had confirmed that upon leveling up through combat, the system would automatically allocate points to their intelligence attributes. However, would the offspring of these enhanced goblins exhibit any improvement in intellect? If they remained akin to wild goblins, the plan to assimilate them into the territory would likely falter. While the goblins toiled in the dirt, Marco led the Antong territory guard out for training. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Kobe accompanied them with 5 Viking warriors, targeting the intelligence brought back by Tom regarding a warg tribe consisting of around 200 members. A fully structured force must be maintained within the territory to effectively respond to potential attacks. Luo-Luen and Ma Erika's plan was to initially send the guards to seek out the indigenous people of the wasteland for training, rapidly building combat capabilities before rotating with the Viking warriors. Food, population, and military forces, these 3 dilemmas entwined the development of the territory like a noose. The population of Ndongling was still too scant. Luo-Luen was a human lord, not a goblin king, and it was implausible for his territory to be entirely populated by goblins. However, Ndongling was situated deep within the wasteland, where, let alone refugees, not a single soul could be found. It was utterly impossible to expand the human population by attracting wayfarers. The Vikings were indeed willing to come. Ragnar had even expressed a desire to relocate his tribe from the Viking Isles, yet the territory lacked food. If the food shortage could not be remedied swiftly, the matter of relocating the Vikings could only be addressed after the human slaves cultivated the land in the spring of the following year. Otherwise, what would the Vikings eat upon arrival? They could not survive on rotting flesh like the goblins. Speaking of rotting flesh, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ogres laboring to move stones. Ogres were adept at both work and combat, but their prowess in consumption was even more noteworthy. Coupled with the newly joined 100 or so goblins, even as the guards relentlessly engaged the indigenous people of the wasteland in battle, the stockpile of rotting flesh within the territory was nearing depletion. Each time he pondered these issues, Luo-Luen felt an urge to curse the orc-supported factions of the wasteland. He had been in Pulsburg for nearly half a month, and these fellows had yet to arrive. Their presence could at least alleviate the food crisis for the goblins and ogres. Just as Luo-Luen was energetically orchestrating a sanitation campaign within Ndongling alongside the goblins, a merchant caravan arrived at Ndongling. The mastiffs patrolling outside swiftly returned to the camp to report the situation to Luo-Luen. The caravan was substantial, drawn by 5 rocky-backed camels and followed by several horse-drawn carts. With 200 guards and additional teamsters, nearly 250 individuals were present. Luo-Luen immediately summoned Ragnar, briefly explained the situation, and rode with aid and the Viking warriors toward the caravan. Meanwhile, the caravan supervisor, Josh, was listening to the scout's report, his face a mask of astonishment. "What did you say?" "Pulsburg has been occupied." Josh incredulously pressed further. Pulsburg was a place well known to caravans that traversed the wasteland for years, and no faction had ever managed to seize it. "Are you certain it is not an orc tribe or imperial army?" Josh asked the scout once more. "Absolutely certain, my lord," the scout replied earnestly. "The opposing force appears peculiar, as I spotted lion, tribe orcs patrolling, and I dared not approach too closely. However, aside from the orcs, I also observed a considerable number of goblins and a few humans in the area." Josh furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. What sort of alliance was this? Rhine tribe orcs patrolling? Could it be that some noble from the Rhine tribe had taken Pulsburg? Yet, in that case, There shouldn't be so many goblins and humans present. Was it possible that a newly emerged faction in the wasteland had disregarded the rules and taken control of Peelsburg? After much contemplation, Josh decided to have the caravan remain stationed until the situation could be clarified. After crossing the Salado River, it would only take a few days to reach the Galash Plateau, so there was no urgency in their journey. Josh preferred to err on the side of caution. Before he could send the scout back to check on Peelsburg's status, Loren and his group appeared within the caravan's line of sight. The chief guard of the caravan promptly raised a loud warning, and the well-trained guards immediately split into 3 teams. One group dismounted and drew their swords, standing before the caravan, while another mounted group rode toward Loren's direction to investigate, and the third rushed to assist one of the horse-drawn carts. Helping to don armor swiftly, Josh lifted his spyglass and observed for a moment, then raised his hand to indicate, "Do not be alarmed. There are fewer than 40 individuals on the opposing side, and there are no ambushes nearby. They are likely from Peelsburg." Despite Josh's assurance of no immediate threat, the caravan's captain ordered 5 comrades to don their armor, just in case. In the distance, Loren reined in his horse, watching the 5 approaching cavalrymen with a cold gaze. He spoke first. "I am Baron Loren Li Hua Nai Ku, the Lord of Ndongling. You have entered my territory. Now lay down your weapons for inspection." The leading cavalryman appeared taken aback, hesitating to take independent action, and quickly returned to his unit to report to his superior. Subsequently, one of the 5 cavalrymen swiftly returned, while the remaining 4 watched Loren and his companions warily. "Soldiers," Aide said softly as he rode alongside Loren. Loren nodded slightly. Indeed, it seems this caravan possesses considerable stature. As Loren's group continued to advance, the 4 cavalrymen seemed uncertain about whether to impede them. Finally, one of the cavalrymen stepped forward and said, "My lord, please halt. Are you intending to obstruct a noble?" A smirk of derision crept upon Loren's lips. Or rather, a noble within his own territory? Just as the cavalryman found himself in a dilemma, one of the caravan's riders hurried over, stating, "Lord Josh requests your presence, my lord." Chapter 39. The vast caravan gazing at the formation of the caravan before him. A flicker of envy flashed in Loren's eyes. Setting aside the 5 rocky-backed camels laden with goods, the mere sight of the 200 guards was impressive, each mounted upon sturdy warhorses. Although these horses may not have been the finest in the military, they were significantly stronger than the nagging horses found in the market. Their orderly ranks and standard stances indicated they had undergone formal military training, likely consisting of retired soldiers from Pangduosi, or even active duty troops. With his enhanced vision, Loren noticed several guards in the rear wielding military crossbows. Such quality equipment was a rarity in ordinary caravans. While Loren assessed the caravan, Josh was scrutinizing Loren and his companions in turn. The young man at the forefront was likely the baron spoken of by the guards, dressed in a sharp hunting outfit, with a neatly cropped head of black hair that was quite rare in the Pangduosi Empire. Beside him stood a youth adorned with dual blades, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a vigilant wolf. If these 2 were somewhat ordinary, the imposing figures behind them were truly astonishing. Towering over 2 meters, these bearded giants had facial hair that resembled tangled weeds, some even braided into coarse strands that hung down to their chests. They wielded standard battle axes, with the front few clad in complete armor, yet moving with the ease of those merely draped in a common cloak. Observing Loren silently fixated on the caravan, Josh decided to break the silence first, slightly bowing in greeting. "Good day, my lord. I am Josh Kewer, steward of the Voss Trading Company." Seeing Josh take the initiative to speak, Loren dismounted and replied, "Good day, Lord Kewer. I am Loren Li Hua Nai Ku, the Lord of Ndongling." Josh silently repeated the name in his mind, confirming that there was no family name of Hua Nai Ku among the great nobles of the northern territories, which visibly eased his demeanor. "Ndongling? I am unaware of where that territory is located. I shall certainly pay a visit in the future." Josh displayed the characteristic polite smile of a merchant. Loren pointed to the ground beneath him. "This land you stand upon is Ndongling." Loren produced the document stamped by the heraldic court from his spatial storage. After all, with a ring on his finger, others would merely assume he possessed a spatial ring. Josh took the document and was astonished to discover that Ndongling's extent was centered around Peelsburg, encompassing a radius of 30 kilometers. Have those fools at the heraldic court lost their minds? How could they grant such a vast territory to a mere baron? Josh silently cursed while maintaining an impassive facade as he returned the document. "What may I assist you with, my lord?" Josh inquired respectfully. "Taxation. Since you have come to conduct business in Ndongling, according to imperial law, You are required to pay taxes, Luo Lun stated plainly. My lord has misunderstood. We are merely passing through in Dongling, with our destination being the Galash Plateau. Then you shall pay a toll. Luo Lun raised his voice, adopting a tone of unwavering authority. Henceforth, all merchant caravans from Dongling heading to Galuo Plateau must pay a toll. Those unwilling to comply may take an alternative route. This proclamation immediately incensed the leader of the guards, who stepped forward, ready to retaliate, only to be halted by Joshua's outstretched hand. Luo Lun cast a disdainful glance at the guard captain. What? Do you have an objection? That mocking gaze caused the guard leader's face to flush crimson. Joshua exclaimed loudly, Sir Joshua, I am in charge here, step back. Witnessing Joshua's simmering anger, he reluctantly cast a glare at Luo Lun before retreating. My lord Baron, please forgive the impertinence, Joshua said with a forced smile. Sir Joshua overindulged last night and has yet to recover. While this statement appeared to be an apology, it subtly reminded Luo Lun of the nobility's status, which, despite Joshua being merely a knight, remained worlds apart from that of commoners. Many tactics permissible for commoners could not be employed against nobles. My lord Baron, how much toll do you intend to charge? 1/10. What? Joshua was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had expected this unknown baron to demand a meager sum, never anticipating such a brazen demand. My lord, you cannot be jesting. Certainly, I assure you. I do not jest. To Luo Lun's surprise, Joshua did not erupt in anger. Instead, he bowed slightly in apology before turning back to his carriage. Throughout this exchange, Joshua remained fixated on Luo Lun, who regarded the leader of the merchant guards with genuine curiosity. It must be said, the young man was quite handsome. His golden hair casually tied back, his tall stature exceeding Luo Lun's by half a head. His square jaw bore unkempt stubble, exuding a certain charm of dishevelment. Ragnar was not one to tolerate such behavior. Observing Joshua's unwavering stare at Luo Lun, he bellowed, Boy, if you keep staring, I'll pluck your eyes out. Joshua, clearly reluctant to yield to Ragnar's threat, averted his gaze only after recalling Joshua's earlier warning, muttering under his breath, Viking brute, a bunch of trash. This remark instantly enraged the Viking warriors behind Luo Lun, and Ragnar brandished his axe, ready to teach Joshua a lesson, but was halted by Luo Lun's raised hand. Are you provoking me? Luo Lun's voice was eerily calm, his gaze akin to that of a reaper surveying a lifeless soul. Joshua found himself immobilized by that piercing stare, his instincts warning him that further provocation would surely result in his demise. Just as the tension reached a critical point, Joshua hurriedly arrived. He surveyed the scene without questioning the cause, directing Joshua to check the cargo at the rear instead. Joshua intended to leave a few cutting remarks to salvage his pride, but under Luo Lun's frigid scrutiny, he retreated in defeat. My lord Baron, do not stoop to the level of these brutes. As he spoke, he presented a heavy cloth bag with both hands. Luo Lun casually untied the bag, and gold coins spilled forth like a radiant cascade. After weighing it in his hands, he estimated there to be no less than 100 gold coins. This may not suffice. Luo Lun pushed the bag back. My lord, this is a token of goodwill from the Wozi Trading Company towards Dongling. As for the toll, please state a reasonable amount, and the Wozi Trading Company will certainly adhere to imperial law. 1/10. As I have already stated, I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Now allow my men to inspect your cargo. Rest assured, everything will be valued at the market price of Losam, and upon arrival at Galuo Plateau, you may sell to the orcs at whatever price you desire. Who is this impudent youth? Joshua cursed inwardly while speaking. It seems the Baron does not hail from a northern family, does he? What? Must a lord in the north be of noble blood? Chapter 40. Perhaps a business proposition. Witnessing Luo Lun's steadfastness, Joshua finally lost his patience for continued negotiation. Besides staple goods like grain, tea cakes, and spices, this caravan secretly concealed a cache of fine weapons and contraband salt within the dark compartments of the armored camels. Should Luo Lun's men search the convoy, not only would the Wozi Trading Company and the powerful Waxia's family lose face, but this brash young baron could also extort them further upon discovering the contraband. My lord Baron, I did not intend any offense. Joshua's tone suddenly turned cold. The Wozi Trading Company has always adhered to imperial law. However, I must point out that the imperial code does not grant lords the authority to arbitrarily search merchant caravans. Oh, Luo Lun raised an eyebrow, amused by the sudden assertiveness of the caravan supervisor. I suspect there are orc spies among your ranks, Luo Lun replied slowly. And I further suspect that these goods contain prohibited items explicitly banned from being transported to the Orc Empire. Is that justification sufficient? If not, I can certainly conjure more reasons. A glint of malice flashed in Joshua's eyes. If you insist on framing us with false accusations, the Waxius family will not turn a blind eye. Joshua deliberately emphasized the name Waxius in response to Luo Luen's provocation, invoking the power behind the Wozi Trading Company. The Waxius family, originally a mid-tier noble house in the north, had ascended to prominence due to their daughter captivating the heir of the then Duke's steward, James Stewart. Defying opposition, James married the Count's daughter, and upon succeeding the dukedom, he tirelessly supported her family. With the Stewart family's backing, the Waxius family had now risen to the upper echelons of northern nobility. Luo Luen chuckled softly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You dare to threaten me? Luo Luen was well aware of the Waxius family's background. There was but one duke in the north, and to navigate those lands, one must be familiar with the Stewart family, and thus inevitably, the Waxius family. Nonetheless, Luo Luen was unperturbed by titles of nobility, once within in Dongling. They must heed my command. The Stewart family will not send troops to this desolate wilderness to seek me out, will they? No, merely for self-preservation, Joshua retorted, unwavering as he gazed into Luo Luen's eyes. As the leaders of both factions confronted each other, tensions escalated among their subordinates. Ragnar took a step forward, prompting the merchant guards to swiftly draw their blades, positioning themselves protectively around Joshua. Joshua galloped in from the rear, shouting, "Surround them!" In an instant, Luo Luen and his party found themselves encircled by the merchant guards. What now? Luo Luen surveyed the scene, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Are you, Sir Joshua, planning to assassinate an imperial baron? Certainly not, Joshua replied with a forced smile. I merely seek to ensure my own safety. Joshua had no desire to clash with Luo Luen here, for the latter was an imperial baron and a pioneering one at that. Achieving the rank of a pioneering baron implied substantial backing from a powerful family. However, Joshua was unafraid of Luo Luen. This was the wilderness of the north. Should conflict truly arise, they could simply slaughter the entirety of Dongling and leave no witnesses. Other nobles from the empire would not dare to pursue trouble in the north. Just as Joshua contemplated his next move, Luo Luen abruptly shifted the conversation. Since you refuse to pay the toll, I shall not insist. You may simply take a detour. I happen to have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Oh, Joshua raised an eyebrow, perceiving Luo Luen's words as a sign of concession, and seized the opportunity. What business does the Baron wish to discuss? 10 carts of pig iron, 2 carts of spices, and 100 magic crystals. Luo Luen spoke leisurely. What did you say? Joshua's pupils constricted sharply, setting aside the 100 magic crystals. How could 2 carts of spices be procured by a mere baron of such a remote territory? My lord Baron, you cannot be jesting. I assure you, I never jest. Josh suppressed the shock coursing through him and cautiously remarked, then please present the items. If they are genuine, the Vosh Trading Company will undoubtedly offer you a satisfactory price. How could I carry so many items on my person? Instead, why don't you come to my lord's manor and inspect the goods in person? After weighing his options, Josh ultimately decided to disregard Joshua's objections and follow Loren to verify the merchandise. However, he was not unprepared. 100 fully armed caravan guards trailed closely behind, each maintaining a vigilant stance. Josh had his own considerations. First, while Loren's Viking warriors were indeed elite, their numbers were limited, and his own 100 guards were sufficient to handle the situation. More importantly, the Anton territory evidently lacked war horses. Aside from Loren and 1 guard, all were infantry. Even in the event of an ambush, they could break free, leveraging their cavalry advantage. Secondly, he surmised that Loren had no intention of severing ties completely. Despite Loren's nonchalant demeanor, anyone who navigated the north would recognize the need to show respect to the Stewart family, unless Loren intended to remain in the wilderness indefinitely. Furthermore, he only planned to stay at the manor's periphery and would not enter. If Loren failed to produce the goods, the transaction would naturally be nullified. Compared to the anticipated dangers, the potential benefits from Loren seemed far greater. While 100 magic crystals were rare, their value was not as substantial as imagined. The true fortune lay in the 2 carts of spices, which could yield profits exceeding 100-fold when sold to the orcs in the Galash Highlands. As Loren and his crew lacked cavalry, their pace was slow. Both Josh and Loren's expressions shifted rapidly from tension to joviality. Your Excellency, I have heard that you command the powerful Rhine, Sheetsy, tribe among the orcs, Josh casually inquired. Loren replied with an air of indifference. Oh, your guards must have misidentified them. They are not of the Rhine tribe. Then what are they? They belong to the dog-goat tribe. The dog tribe orcs? Josh paused before realizing mastiffs. Your knowledge is commendable, Lord Josh. As a merchant who frequently traversed between the orcs and the Penguosi Empire, Josh had indeed heard tales of the mastiffs. And those that resemble goblins, what tribe are they from? Given that the scouts had mistakenly identified the mastiffs as Rhine lions, it was plausible they had misjudged other tribes as goblins. What would a human lord want with goblins? Even as meat, they would be unpalatable. They are indeed goblins. Loren's response left Josh momentarily speechless. Chapter 41. Bargaining. The caravan's encampment was not far from Anton's temporary camp. Upon witnessing human slaves transporting stones to construct houses in the distance, and nearby goblins scurrying about with rudimentary tools, Josh felt a sense of enchantment. Your Excellency, where is your lord's manor? Loren pointed towards a distant structure under construction. It is currently being built. Josh chuckled in disbelief. He had been calculating how to diplomatically decline the invitation to enter the manor, only to discover that it had yet to be completed. Upon scrutinizing the makeshift camp, Josh pondered, how could these Vikings dare to occupy Pressburg with just a handful of warriors? Did they rely on those comical goblins? Did this naive youth not inquire about the significance of Pressburg? Gazing at the rudimentary camp before him, Josh became increasingly convinced that Loren's so-called transaction was merely a way for him to save face. Considering the dire fate that awaited this young man, Josh resolved to grant him some dignity. Your Excellency, it is getting late. The caravan is about to depart. As he spoke, he turned his horse around. Lord Josh, are you not going to inspect the goods? Loren, who was instructing Nick, looked up in surprise. Are you serious? Josh expressed skepticism. Upon hearing his words, Loren stated solemnly, Lord Josh, I assure you, this lord does not jest. Seeing Loren's seriousness, Josh quickly adopted a more formal tone. I apologize, Your Excellency. Please allow me to see the goods. As they were speaking, the goblins had already worked together to roll out 12 carts. Loren lifted the canvas, revealing that the first 10 carts were piled high with dark pig iron ingots, while the last 2 carried spices emitting a pungent aroma, essentially the condiments we refer to today. Josh regarded the pig iron ingots with indifference and headed straight for the last 2 carts. He tore open a linen sack, grasping a handful of spices between his fingers, and remarked, Excellent quality. May I inquire where Your Excellency procured these? I apologize, it is a trade secret. Loren replied with a smile, shaking his head. I have overstepped. Josh placed the spices back into the sack, dusted off his hands, and suggested, for this cart of spices, how about 1,000 gold coins? Too little. Loren tapped the cart's shaft with his fingertips. These spices may be worth only 1,000 gold coins in Lotham, but they will fetch a far greater price in the Margush Highlands. How about 1,500 gold coins per cart? Josh lowered his voice. The Voss Trading Company must also bear the risks of the journey. If the price is too high, we cannot afford it. Furthermore, these spices have likely been stored for quite some time, and I see no place for proper storage here. If they remain any longer, they may spoil. In response, Loren chuckled lightly. Lord Josh, you know the true value of these spices. Once you transport this cart to the Galash Highlands, it should easily fetch 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins, if not more. The orc nobles will pay handsomely for luxury. Winter is approaching, and in anticipation of trading with the orcs before the season sets in, caravans on the plains are likely to increase. If the Voss Trading Company does not purchase them, I can simply sell to someone else. Josh had initially thought the mention of a cart of spices was merely rhetorical and not substantial. He did not expect Loren to be serious. The value of these 2 carts of spices was nearly equivalent to the entire worth of the caravan's goods, excluding weapons and salt. The spice trade had always been a privilege of the great nobility. Lesser nobles and merchants dared not reach for it, lest they lose their hands to the wrath of the great lords. The Voss Trading Company had only managed to secure a small quantity of spices for sale to the orcs in the Galash Highlands due to their connection with the Vossius family and the Stewart family, leaving Josh perplexed regarding how Loren had acquired such a bounty of spices. Then please make an offer. Josh finally relented. 5,000 gold coins per cart. My lord, you are extorting. Loren shrugged. Think as you wish. My lord, the caravan does not carry that much money. Not to worry, you may exchange food instead. I noticed your convoy has ample supplies. Of course, the price will be calculated based on the market rate in Lotham. I will consider it. That is fine. Now, what price do you offer for these pig iron ingots? Josh shook his head. Your Excellency, pig iron is strictly regulated by the Empire. I can only sell to the Voss Trading Company. Loren interjected meaningfully. As for whom the company resells to, that is beyond my concern. Very well. You know that while they do purchase pig iron, the prices are not high. I will acquire these 10 carts at 300 gold coins per cart. If my lord does not agree, then so be it. This price was slightly below the market rate in Lotham, but Loren understood that this product was somewhat lackluster. Lotham, as previously mentioned, had no shortage of it, and the orcs were similarly not lacking in iron mines. Although their forging techniques were subpar, finished weapons yielded far greater profit than half-finished products like pig iron. Loren couldn't help but wonder if that batch of half-orcs from Uruk blood had been swindled by their trading partners, after all the effort spent mining and forging. The 2 carts of spices were far more valuable. Now, take a look at this. With that, Loren retrieved a small box from his system space, containing 100 assorted low-grade magic crystals. Josh picked up a few magic crystals to play with and remarked, "My lord, these magic crystals were not rare in the past. It is only due to the diminishing range of the magical beasts that they now appear scarce in the market. The orcs have no shortage of these, and in fact, they possess even more than we do. Therefore, I can only take these back to Pangduosi to sell. Moreover, these are all low-grade magic crystals, so their price will not be too high. How about 30 gold coins for each low-grade crystal? If you happen to have higher quality crystals, I am willing to offer a premium, 150 gold coins for a mid-grade crystal and 1,000 gold coins for a high-grade crystal." Loren understood that the prices offered by Josh, though low, were still within a reasonable range. In the Northern Territory, there was also a gathering place for magical beasts, so magic crystals were not as scarce as one might think. "Well then, I shall keep these crystals for future use. Does your lordship still have mages under your command?" Josh asked, puzzled by Loren's refusal. Loren pointed towards the distant neck. "A goblin mage?" Josh's tone shifted. "Are you suggesting that the magic crystals be given to a goblin mage for use?" "Indeed," Loren replied nonchalantly. Josh silently cursed in his heart. How foolish. A goblin mage would at most reach the level of a novice sorcerer in their lifetime. To allocate magic crystals to such a waste was truly squandering resources. Loren sensed Josh's disdain and inwardly cursed as well. "Fool, I have a cheat." The two, each silently cursing the other, resumed their heated negotiation. Due to Loren's unwavering stance, Josh reluctantly stated that he needed to return to the caravan for consultation. Loren courteously acknowledged that if the deal fell through, integrity remained, and the price could be discussed over time. After leaving the temporary encampment of Anong Ling, Josh hastened back to the caravan base and immediately summoned Joshua for a secret discussion. "Anong Ling has such a wealth of spices?" Joshua exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed. I am unsure where Loren procured so many spices," Josh replied. "Are you certain this is not an illusion?" Joshua asked, incredulous. "No, I specifically opened several bags for inspection. Even those few bags contained more than what we brought this time. The Voss Trading Company had always dealt in grain, as it provided stable, if lower, profits compared to other goods. It was not that the Voss Trading Company shied away from trading in other commodities. Rather, in the Northern Territory, trade with the orcs had long been monopolized, and the Voss Trading Company struggled to find a reliable source. Thus, they could only carry a limited amount of contraband to secure substantial profits. After a moment of contemplation, Joshua slowly remarked, "If we follow Loren's asking price, we would have to relinquish half our grain to obtain this batch of spices." Josh sneered, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Then let us employ another method." "You mean?" Joshua lifted his gaze towards Josh. "Precisely," Josh lowered his voice. "I observe that the territory has no defensive measures. The guards consist merely of a few dozen Viking brutes, perhaps supplemented by a group of goblins." He chuckled derisively. "Oh, and there's a goblin mage too." Joshua fell silent. No merchant traversing the wasteland was benevolent. The benevolent ones had long since fed the wild dogs of the plains. Over the years, the Voss Trading Company had occasionally played the bandit, and Josh had gained a reputation for his ruthlessness. The number of human caravans that had perished at his hands was no less than that of the native inhabitants. However, Loren was indeed a baron conferred by the empire. Joshua still harbored concerns. What if the plan fails? We could attract significant trouble. "As long as we execute it cleanly, there will be no issues," Josh retorted coldly. "Time is of the essence. We will launch a surprise attack tonight. Loren must die, and not a single human from Anong Ling shall remain. Once Loren is dead, even if some fish slip through the net, they will not stir up a tempest." In the night of the wasteland, the moon was veiled by thin clouds. Joshua led 150 guards, concealed by the darkness, stealthily approaching the Anong Ling encampment. According to plan, only 20 individuals remained to guard the caravan, while the rest of the combatants surged forth. Josh, accompanied by 30 cavalrymen, encircled the perimeter, ready to eliminate any who attempted to flee, with Joshua leading the charge with 150 guards to storm the Anong Ling encampment. Josh positioned his 30 cavalrymen to eradicate any Anong Ling personnel attempting to escape. They had considered a direct cavalry assault, but the sound of hooves at night would easily reveal their presence, allowing Loren to flee. The critical aspect of this operation was that Loren had to die. Otherwise, it could lead to substantial complications for the Voss Trading Company. Furthermore, while the entire caravan's guards consisted of veterans from the Pangduosi Empire, obtained through the Voss family's connection with the Stuart family, only 30 were actual cavalry. The rest were merely infantry mounted on horses. While they could manage riding for travel or chasing down a routed enemy, conducting a nighttime raid could easily lead to them falling from their mounts. As the team silently approached the encampment, they found it strange that they did not encounter the orc patrols mentioned by the scouts, only dispatching a few lazy goblin sentinels. Joshua felt a sense of unease, yet the sight before him brought some comfort. Clusters of goblins were gathered around a bonfire, laughing and playing. Where have all the humans gone? Joshua pondered. Just then, a burly Viking warrior emerged from the shadows, bellowing for the goblins to quiet down and kicking over a few of the most boisterous ones before turning to head deeper into the camp. It appeared that the humans were resting at the rear of the encampment. Joshua decided to circumvent the goblins in front and head straight for the core of the camp. After all, the primary objective tonight was to eliminate the humans. These lowly creatures posed no real threat. As Joshua and his men advanced, 2 goblins ventured out of the camp, maintaining a considerable distance before beginning to relieve themselves. When did these filthy creatures learn to be so particular? Joshua thought in surprise. When suddenly, one of the goblins screamed in clear common tongue, "Enemies." After shouting, the goblin hurriedly retreated. Joshua had no time to ponder how the goblin spoke the common tongue and quickly ordered his men to dispatch the 2 goblins. However, it was too late. The goblin camp was already in a frenzy. Joshua had no choice but to alter the plan, opting for a frontal assault to swiftly pass through the goblin encampment and eliminate the humans of unyielding attack. With Joshua's command, the caravan guards surged towards the goblin camp like a tide. However, to everyone's astonishment, these usually timid green-skinned creatures did not scatter in fear. Instead, they clung to the guards like rabid dogs. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos, forcing the guards to deal with these tenacious little creatures first. When did these filthy beasts become so valiant? Joshua's mind raced with alarm. At that moment, a fireball hurtled towards him, and he barely managed to roll away to evade it. Looking up, he saw a goblin mage, staff in hand, carelessly casting fireballs and reaping the lives of the guards. Beside the mage stood none other than Loren, a smile playing on his lips. When Loren heard of the caravan's arrival at unyielding, he had prepared for both scenarios. If the other party was willing to trade sincerely, then the transaction would proceed normally. If they intended to resort to theft, Loren would simply go with the flow. To this end, he had deliberately sent the ogre family away from the camp to find Marco, trying to give the impression that the camp's defensive forces were insufficient. When Josh indicated he would return to the caravan for discussion, Loren deduced that the Voss Trading Company would undoubtedly launch a night raid. These merchants, who had spent years traversing the wasteland, were seldom genuine traders. Most had engaged in banditry behind the scenes. Hence, as soon as Josh departed, Loren dispatched the hound men to inform Marco of the plan for that evening. Even if he was mistaken, it would simply serve as a military exercise. With Loren's emergence, the Viking warriors and hound men joined the fray. If one were to suggest that the formation of the merchant convoy's escort could pose some challenges for the forces of Ding-Ondong, then the current chaotic melee serves as a perfectly tailored stage for the Vikings and the Mao people. They moved in trios, cleaving through the escort as if harvesting wheat. Aid and Ragnar were particularly unstoppable, with the merchant guards unable to withstand even a single round against them. The guards of the Wasim Merchants Guild displayed exceptional military prowess, immediately attempting to regroup as the Viking brutes and Mao joined the fray. However, Aid and Ragnar kept a close watch on these small groups trying to organize a resistance, while Kos's precise arrows picked them off before they could complete their assembly. Loren, wielding a broadsword, approached Yusha with a menacing grin. "You have quite the nerve, boy, to come and challenge Ding-Ondong with just 200 men." Chapter 43. Annihilation of the Wasim merchant convoy. Yusha crashed heavily to the ground, the impact causing his vision to darken. He attempted to grip the hilt of his sword, only to discover that he was left with merely a broken blade. This weapon, crafted by the renowned blacksmith Pangduosi, had consumed 6 months of his savings, yet it shattered before Loren's formidable broadsword after just a few exchanges. The remaining piece of the sword was skewed in the mud, resembling a snapped twig. His breastplate was significantly dented, causing every breath to feel as though iron shards were piercing his flesh. Blood surged from his throat, and he coughed twice, tasting iron. He could not comprehend how this young lord of Ding-Ondong possessed such terrifying strength and speed. He had dispatched many so-called fierce characters in the wilderness with his formidable fighting spirit, Yet in the presence of this individual, he could not endure even a few rounds. Yusha opened his mouth, blood frothing at the corners. He wished to say something, but Loren did not spare him even a glance. Loren was not in the habit of listening to the dying. His broadsword was already in motion, slicing through the air towards Yusha's neck. In that fleeting moment, Yusha vaguely perceived three enormous shadows crashing onto the battlefield. Those merchant guards, who had retired from Pong Duoc's legion and followed him for years, were tossed aside like chaff, with no opportunity to resist. What was that? This thought barely formed before darkness engulfed Yusha. Upon receiving the system's experience points notification, Loren disregarded the fallen leader of the Wasi merchant convoy and turned his attention to the battlefield. Upon seeing the ogres, Loren realized that Marco had also begun to take action. Marco led the Ding Ondong guard, hidden in the wilderness outside the merchant convoy's encampment. To avoid detection by the Wasi merchants, they kept their distance, separated by a vast expanse of wasteland. When the merchant guards poured out, Marco understood that Loren's suspicions were correct. These fellows indeed intended to engage in a risk-free venture. Marco did not rush forward, fearing that the merchant guards had not ventured too far. Although the Ding Ondong guard had improved their skills through daily skirmishes with the indigenous people of the wasteland, they still resembled a band of novices compared to the seasoned veterans of Pong Duoc. When the sounds of battle erupted from the Ding Ondong side, Marco confirmed that the merchant guards would find it difficult to return in a short time, and he quietly led his troops closer. Despite the system's enhancements, this group of novices could not remain discreet. They were quickly discovered by the Wasi merchants. Marco had not anticipated being able to approach the convoy undetected, and upon being spotted, he immediately unleashed his fighting spirit and charged forward. Behind Marco were the half-orc stablemen who had transitioned into soldiers. After a period of training under Marco, the 28 half-orc stablemen had indeed transformed into half-orc warriors, and the system revealed an advancement path for half-orcs. Half-orc warrior, half-orc brave, half-orc leader, half-orc commander, half-orc chieftain. Now, these half-orc warriors donned leather armor, wielding battle axes in one hand and wooden shields in the other, serving as the front line for the Ding Ondong guard. Following them were 60 goblins armed with spears, all classified as goblin warriors and goblin bravos, boasting the highest individual strength among the three races in the guard. Bringing up the rear were 12 human warriors, all designated as warrior apprentices, with none having attained the rank of warrior. They wielded various weapons, primarily tasked with bolstering wherever needed. Yusha could not have anticipated that Ding Ondong would allocate forces to ambush the merchant convoy, as only around 20 guards and a handful of stablemen remained at the camp. However, the Wasi merchants, accustomed to traversing the wasteland and experienced in ambush scenarios, quickly formed a defensive line with several carts. The guards armed themselves and took cover behind the carts, leaning against the massive bodies of rock camels. One clever individual had already mounted a horse, snapping the reins and charging towards Ding Ondong. Marco would not allow this to succeed. He swiftly drew his knight's sword and hurled it with all his strength. The spinning blade sliced through the air, and before the mounted guard could flee far, he was struck down, crashing to the ground. As the Ding Ondong guard closed in, the Wasi merchants began to retaliate, drawing back 7 or 8 bows simultaneously, arrows whistling through the air. Marco swung his knight's spear, knocking several incoming arrows aside, while the half-orcs quickly raised their wooden shields, the arrows thudding against the shield surface. After 3 volleys of arrows, 2 half-orcs were struck, but fortunately, neither sustained critical injuries. One was hit in the arm, and another in the shoulder. Just as the Wasi guards completed their 3rd volley, Marco had already reached the front of the carts. Under the wide eyes of all onlookers, he let out a fierce roar, thrusting his knight's spear beneath the cart for leverage. The entire cart was overturned, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the guards could close their mouths in shock, Marco's spear pierced the chest of the first man. With a flick of his arm, the spear was adorned with 2 flailing stablemen, resembling skewered meat. Disposing of the bodies with a casual toss, Marco bent down to retrieve a short knife. The knight's spear was indeed too long for close combat, making it somewhat unwieldy. "Get him!" shouted a guard from the convoy, raising his blade. However, before they could encircle Marco, the main force from Ding Ondong had already arrived. The half-orcs advanced with their shields, while the goblins lurked behind, thrusting their spears wildly. Although the merchant guards were skilled, they were outnumbered by the Ding Ondong forces. A guard who had just felled a half-orc found himself quickly pierced by 3 spears. With Marco's presence, the battle concluded swiftly. When the last guard fell, blood gushing from his throat, the stablemen knelt in surrender. Seeing that Marco did not offer a response, the half-orcs and goblins exchanged grins at the stablemen. The campfire crackled, illuminating the scattered corpses. Marco instructed the guard to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, specifically advising the human warriors to tend to the horses. Not only was Loren keen on this, but Marco had long desired to establish a cavalry. Loren permitted the non-human races within the territory to consume the flesh of their own kind, such as half-orcs, wargs, and goblins, making it difficult for Loren to classify them as human, preferring to view them as monsters from a game. However, in Ding-on-Dong, any non-human daring to eat human flesh would find themselves bound in the square and tortured to death. The goblins and half-orcs who had joined the guard were expected to adhere to these rules. They could not consume human flesh, nor could they touch the flesh of other non-humans. Thus, the half-orcs and goblins could only diligently pile the corpses together, ensuring any signs of life were met with further stabbing. While they busied themselves with the battlefield cleanup, Marco suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Defend!" Chapter 44. The battle concludes. The guards of Ding-on-Dong were thrown into disarray, flailing about like headless flies, utterly clueless as to where to mount their defense. Marco bellowed, straining his voice to organize the disarrayed ranks of the new recruits. Just then, a cacophony of hooves thundered in the distance, and a goblin's head was crushed beneath the weight of a galloping steed. Atop the horse was Joshkull, the commander of the Voss caravan. He had intended to encircle the beleaguered humans of Andongling with 30 elite cavalrymen, but the turmoil in the camp was utterly unexpected. The typically feeble goblins proved unexpectedly formidable, while the Viking warriors exhibited an astonishing prowess. The soldiers of Pandos had engaged the Vikings in numerous skirmishes, and by conventional wisdom, a single Viking warrior could contend with no more than 2 or 3 seasoned Pandos veterans. However, when an entire unit clashed, the Vikings were, in equal numbers, simply outmatched. Yet these Vikings from Andongling were a different breed altogether. They arranged themselves into neat formations, cooperating in groups of 3 or 5, and slaughtered the guards with ruthless efficiency. After careful consideration, Josh resolved to maneuver his cavalry around the periphery of the battlefield, hoping to rescue Joshua and at least bring someone back to bear the blame. But when he finally located Joshua, he witnessed the young lord of Andongling effortlessly dispatching him. In that moment, Josh realized it was a trap, a deliberate ploy by the Andongling lord to lure him in. Without hesitation, he turned his mount and led his cavalry in retreat. On the battlefield, the Andongling forces, lacking horses, paid no heed to the cavalry's sudden appearance and swift disappearance. Josh directed his cavalry straight to the caravan's encampment, not out of concern for the goods, but aware that having stirred such a considerable mess, the Voss Trading Company and its powerful backer, the Vossius family, would seek vengeance. Josh was uncertain of his fate, but he knew he would not survive. Rather than await his demise, he sought to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos, ensuring he had the means to start anew. Upon returning to the encampment, he discovered that the entire site had been overrun by goblins and half-orcs. It was evident that these ruffians of the wilderness were the forces of Andongling. After a brief internal struggle, Josh decided to embrace the adage that fortune favors the bold. The opposing forces consisted of goblins, half-orcs, and a scant few humans, totaling less than 100, with no terrifying Viking warriors in sight. Josh believed that his 30 elite cavalrymen could indeed overwhelm them, and he felt a surge of confidence in his own capabilities. As Joshua charged forth with his cavalry, the Andongling guards fell into utter disarray. Fortunately, the bodies that had yet to be cleared formed a natural barrier, forcing the warhorses to slow their pace as they navigated the heaps of corpses. The Voss caravan had brought along 50 sets of armor, which had been entrusted to the infantry led by Joshua, leaving the cavalry clad in mere leather armor. It is often said that light cavalry without speed are no match for infantry. After the initial chaos subsided, the Andongling guards quickly regrouped, with goblins wielding spears thrusting from all directions. The cavalry found it increasingly difficult to charge, and one by one, they were unseated from their mounts. As Josh felled a goblin, 3 spears suddenly lunged at him from the side, forcing him to roll off his horse to evade. 2 half-orcs immediately advanced, shields raised. Josh cleaved through one wooden shield, and, with a swift counter, slashed the throats of both half-orcs, blood spraying across his face. Confounded, Josh wondered why these goblins, who had appeared so chaotic moments ago, had not fled but instead had learned to coordinate, attacking isolated cavalrymen in groups. When Josh severed a spear and aimed to strike down a goblin, a knight's sword intercepted his blow. Gazing upon the knight before him, Josh's warrior instincts alerted him to the adversary's seasoned prowess. Without exchanging words, he summoned his fighting spirit and charged at Marco. Marco sidestepped, the knight's blade carving a deep trench in the muddy ground. Josh followed up with a horizontal slash, and Marco raised his sword in defense. Sparks flying from the clash of metal against metal. Marco grinned, suddenly exerting force to push Josh away before countering with a strike aimed at his shoulder. Josh hastily retreated, the blade grazing his leather armor and leaving a gash. Josh's hands trembled uncontrollably. The knight's strength was formidable, were it not for his fighting spirit. He would have surely met his end. Marco showed no intent to relent, thrusting his knightly sword towards Josh's throat. Josh gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to block the attack, but the sword only deviated slightly before finding its mark in his shoulder. A fierce blaze of fighting spirit ignited within him. But as he thrust his sword towards Marco, despair washed over him. Ignoring the risk of crippling himself, he unleashed his fighting spirit, only to find it ineffective against the knight. Marco effortlessly withdrew his sword, deflecting Josh's attack with ease, then delivered a simple thrust that concluded the battle. Josh looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, blood trickling down its edge. He could not comprehend how every member of Andongling was so overwhelmingly powerful. Despite exerting all his effort, he had been afforded no opportunity. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, but his body betrayed him as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Marco did not hesitate, stepping forward to plunge the sword's tip into Josh's neck, extinguishing his life entirely. This was a habit ingrained by Loren during their time in Delenbayo. Whenever conditions permitted, one must ensure the enemy was utterly vanquished. Josh's demise signified the complete annihilation of the Voss caravan's guards. Marco paid little mind to the fallen Josh, instead turning his attention to the Andongling soldiers. Frowning at the sight of these new recruits, clearly unprepared for the sudden cavalry assault, they floundered in confusion, but in the face of death, they finally remembered their training. However, had the cavalry assault been more substantial or had the battlefield been less littered with corpses, the outcome could have been starkly different. Marco contemplated the necessity of implementing the midnight emergency drills that Loren had established in Delenbayo. On the other side, Loren concluded the battle with the Voss caravan's guards, seasoned veterans of Pandos, refusing to surrender even as the last man stood. These individuals may not have been virtuous, but they were undoubtedly formidable warriors. Watching the human slaves clean the battlefield, Loren was more concerned with the situation on Marco's side. If successful, the food shortage for Andongling would be resolved. Chapter 45. A bountiful harvest. The clearing of the battlefield continued until dawn. Loren exhibited great respect for the fallen Pandos veterans, ensuring their bodies were not left for scavengers, but instead buried properly by the goblins in a deep pit. Marco, having not slept all night, awaited the full light of day before returning to the temporary encampment with the Andongling guards and the spoils of war. After a simple lunch, everyone gathered around Loren to assess the losses and gains from the recent battle. At the Andongling camp, although a few Viking warriors and dogmen sustained injuries, none had perished. In stark contrast, the goblins faced significant losses, with over 100 originally present, now reduced to around 50. This deeply saddened Nick, the foreign overseer. Among the Andongling guard, 8 half-orcs fell in battle, and 21 goblins were slain, the majority of these casualties occurring during Josh's cavalry charge. The human warriors, protected specifically by Marco, suffered only minor injuries, with no fatalities. In light of these relatively minor losses, the bounty of spoils was astonishing, leaving Loren elated at the mere thought of their acquisitions, bringing him joy each day. Let us first discuss the provisions. For sturdy Yinjia Tawasho bore a significant load of sustenance, including wheat, soybeans, and even some vegetables. This bounty not only ensured that the inhabitants of Andongling could feast heartily, but it also facilitated the long-discussed plan of migrating Ragnar's tribe. The remaining Yinjia Tawasho carried even more delightful surprises. In addition to a modest quantity of spices, there were weapons, armor, and a considerable amount of salt. These weapons and armor, intended for sale to the beastmen, were crafted in sizes much larger than those typically used by humans, perfectly suiting the stature of the Viking warriors. Furthermore, the equipment scavenged from the guards of the Wis merchant convoy was more than sufficient to re-equip the entire Andongling garrison. From Yoshire's cart, a substantial quantity of coins was unearthed, with over 2,000 gold coins alone and 500 silver coins, alongside an assortment of miscellaneous items. Loren speculated that these might serve as tokens, as the Wis trading company undoubtedly needed to regularly pay protection fees to the various factions in the wasteland. Otherwise, with merely 200 men, they could handle small tribes, but against formidable powers like the Blood of Aluk, they would be severely outmatched. After the skirmish with the Wis merchant convoy, life in Andongling returned to a tranquil routine. The goblins were assigned to Marco's garrison, and following this battle, Another goblin had evolved into a bear goblin, prompting Marco to claim the two existing bear goblins as well, as he aimed to assemble a bear goblin squad. Fortunately, the presence of 3 large ogres and 3 smaller ones prevented the alien chieftain Nick from becoming a mere figurehead. Observing Nick's dejected demeanor, Loren casually tossed him 10 primary magic crystals and 2 intermediate ones, instantly brightening his countenance. Loren's reluctance to part with high-level magic crystals was not due to stinginess. Among the 100 crystals, only these 12 were of the fire type, whereas the high-level crystals contained none, rendering them useless to Nick. Now that the goblins were under Marco's command and the territory was temporarily abundant in provisions, the remaining alien flesh became a boon for the ogres, who were overjoyed. Especially since Loren had previously prohibited them from scavenging corpses after battles, resulting in the male ogres facing punishment. However, Nick had informed them that these supplies were finite. Once consumed, they would have to adhere to a more conventional diet like the humans. Loren instructed the goblins and half-orcs to clear an area along the Salado River. Erecting a fence with magnolia wood, they buried the fallen goblins and half-orcs there and erected wooden markers for each goblin, inscribed with their somewhat humorous names. Loren specifically advised that both the houndmen on patrol and the garrison during their training should periodically visit this site to deter wild beasts from disturbing the graves. The goblins and half-orcs were puzzled by Loren's actions, as their customs dictated that fallen comrades be left in the wilderness. During lean years, such corpses could serve as sustenance. Loren did not expect this gesture to win over the hearts of these alien beings. He merely felt it was the right thing to do. The soldiers of Undonling also received new equipment, transforming their armaments. Their primary tasks now included timely monster hunting for experience. Hunting for meat to sustain the territory, Loren had grown weary of fish, and returning to the former goblin tribe that produced coal. At Loren's request, a blacksmith workshop was established, where the first order of business was to melt down the assorted scrap collected along the way, coupled with the wrought iron ingots seized from the half-orcs. Undonling would not face a shortage of iron in the near future. Loren did not intend for these enslaved blacksmiths to forge any legendary weapons. They were incapable of producing even the standard arms of the Pangduo's army. Their utmost capability lay in crafting everyday items like iron pots and agricultural tools. As he observed the glowing furnace in the blacksmith shop, Loren pondered how to entice a few dwarven blacksmiths to join their ranks. In addition to the iron shortage, the cavalry forces of Undonling faced indefinite delays. With their increasing levels, the Viking warriors grew larger and heavier, making it impossible for any horse to carry them for extended periods. Loren had long suspected that these individuals were not pure humans, unlike himself, Marco, Cass, and Ed, who had not experienced growth despite their high levels. As for the goblins, their diminutive stature rendered them ill-suited for riding, as their balance was severely lacking. Even the humans and half-orcs struggled to ride, merely managing to function as infantry capable of riding occasionally. KB and 4 Viking warriors had set out for the Viking Isles. To expedite their journey, Loren provided each with 3 horses for changing along the way. He also ensured they had ample funds, urging the Viking tribes to travel light and discard any unnecessary belongings, emphasizing that Undonling was replete with resources, particularly wealth. The construction of Undong Fortress progressed more swiftly than anticipated. The ogres and Viking warriors worked together efficiently, swiftly dismantling the crumbling walls of perilous. Loren had initially envisioned a design akin to Delanbeo, but upon commencing work, he realized the masons he had hired were utterly unreliable. These craftsmen were only capable of minor repairs in rural settings, lacking the expertise to construct even a basic noble castle, let alone a military fortress. Although the first phase of Undong Fortress's construction was not yet complete, it resembled a large rural village. As the foremost bastion of humanity's alliance against the beastmen, the former Perilous was incomparable to Delanbeo. This military stronghold, supported by the entirety of the human empire, boasted ample personnel and resources. At its zenith, it housed 5,000 soldiers, with the capacity to accommodate over 10,000 during times of war. Even in its current dilapidated state, the remaining stones were more than sufficient to construct dwellings for the residents of Undonling. Presently, 2/3 of the first phase of construction in Undonling had been completed. The wall, under the direction of the masons, had reached approximately 10 meters in length. However, its height and thickness left Loren doubtful of its ability to withstand even a wolf. It was not that the masons lacked ambition, but rather that a taller structure would risk collapse. Ultimately, Loren decided to abandon the idea of a wall and focus on building more practical structures instead. The overall layout of Undonling appeared reasonably well organized. Despite Loren's lack of professional design expertise, he had a clear vision of how to delineate residential, commercial, living, and production zones. Of course, the commercial area remained an empty expanse, while the living area consisted of a large square featuring a stone platform. Loren often gathered the inhabitants of the territory here to announce policies. The production area housed a sizable blacksmith shop and a tailor shop, processing the spoils acquired from the indigenous tribes of the wasteland. The residential area was the most developed, featuring uniform, grand courtyard houses, since they were constructing single-story homes. Loren contributed his insights, sharing everything he had observed and experienced from his time in Blue Star with the Masons. One should not underestimate the ingenuity of the working class. While they may not be capable of building castles or walls, they excelled at creating dwellings. They ingeniously crafted a unique Azaria-style courtyard primarily using stone, complete with the characteristic heated column. At first glance, it might seem slightly awkward, but upon further inspection, one could not deny its charm. Though lacking in aesthetic appeal, the dwelling is habitable. Considering the robust physique of the Viking warriors, each house has been constructed with remarkable height and spaciousness. An extensive courtyard has been specially built for the ogre family of 6, showcasing a thoughtful design. The Viking warriors, human slaves, and the dogmen are arranged in groups of 4 per courtyard, or 2 families sharing one if they have kin. In the framework of Loren's plan, these structures are merely temporary. Once a true designer and construction team is found, the territory will undergo further reconstruction. Loren envisions a utopia where every individual resides in a 2-story house with private gardens. Currently, the furnishings in the courtyards remain incomplete, primarily due to the Viking warriors lagging in their progress. They are presently engaged in crafting tables and chairs from timber using axes. Initially, they did not take this task seriously, procrastinating and seeking to evade labor. However, the situation changed dramatically when a Viking warrior unexpectedly advanced in rank, becoming a Viking berserker. Although the warriors cannot perceive the system panel, the sensation of newfound strength is palpable. This ignited the enthusiasm of the Viking warriors, who now tirelessly wield axes to create furniture. Loren specifically requested that they use axes for woodworking, as the Viking warriors have gained considerable strength after numerous battles. Many find themselves stuck at the threshold of advancement from Viking raider to Viking berserker. To transcend this bottleneck, they either require a substantial amount of experience or must find an alternative, akin to an epiphany. The system recognizes both idealistic and materialistic paths to advancement. This sudden surge of motivation among the Viking warriors disrupted the daily rhythm of the guards. The once proactive Anton territory guards, who regularly sought trouble with the tribes on the plains, now find themselves wielding axes and venturing into the woods. Fortunately, just a few kilometers southeast of the territory lies a vast forest of ironwood. Loren has inspected it and noted that the trees resemble the acacia trees from his homeland. Presently, Marco leads the guards to the forest daily, cutting timber, which serves as a strength training exercise for them. Goblins and half-orcs reside in the barracks' communal sleeping quarters. Referring to goblins and half-orcs as different races is merely Loren's perspective. In this land, the true other races recognized by humans are those with established civilizations and social orders, such as elves, dwarves, and orcs. Naturally, the understanding of other races among elves, dwarves, and orcs is similar to that of humans. However, creatures like goblins, half-orcs, and gnolls, despite some individuals being capable of using tools or forming rudimentary social structures, are generally perceived as closer to beasts than civilized races in the collective consciousness of the Azeroth continent. Even though half-orcs once briefly established their own nation, Loren is still carefully considering how to integrate these humanoid creatures into his territory. One thing is clear, a hierarchical management system must be established. As a preliminary attempt, he instructed Nick to select several brave goblins and half-orcs who excelled in battle and spoke the common tongue fluently, rewarding them with a set of courtyard houses for their use during their time off. Regarding the construction of the Lord's Manor, the humble masons adhered to the principle of building large when high construction was not feasible, resulting in an expansive structure. The manor includes a reception room, study, kitchen, bedroom, and guest room, everything one would expect from a noble's castle as recounted by minstrels. If one building is insufficient, they simply construct several. Ultimately, the finished manor is essentially a grander version of a courtyard. The central structure serves as Loren's residence, while the left side is designated for office use and the right side for guest reception. There is also a kitchen and quarters for servants at the rear. Each building is sturdily constructed from stone, lacking in ornate decorations but excelling in spacious practicality. An open area has been reserved in the courtyard for future cultivation of flowers and plants. While it may not rival the grandeur of true castles, Loren finds satisfaction in it. Standing before the newly completed manor, he gazes at the gilded plaque prepared in the system space. Anton Protectorate sounds far more majestic than any fortress or bastion. Yet, looking at the unembellished courtyard before him, Loren cannot help but shake his head. Well, it does not disgrace our ancestors. Perhaps we shall hang a more fitting sign in the future. Just as Loren laments the inability to display the plaque of the Anton Protectorate, the elusive Tom appears at his side. Chapter 47. The Kushal tribe. Tom brings Loren significant news. Marco, leading the Anton Territory Guards, has discovered a migrating nomadic tribe on the plains, numbering approximately 800 individuals, with an estimated 300 able-bodied men of fighting age. After conversing with Marco, the tribe's leader expressed interest in visiting Anton Territory. If the circumstances are favorable, the tribe is willing to join Anton Territory in seeking the protection of the Pondos Empire. Marco had initially intended to send a subordinate to report to Loren, but coincidentally, Tom returned from training with the dogmen, so he was sent on this errand. This presents a rare opportunity for Loren. Tom mentions that this group also brings some cattle, sheep, and horses. Though not in large quantities, they could address a portion of the territory's meat supply. The plains are abundant in grazing land, so raising these livestock is merely a matter of time. More crucially, nomadic peoples are skilled horsemen. Even those of average ability would surpass the half-hearted cavalry currently in Anton Territory. Loren promptly accompanies Tom on horseback to the temporary camp of the nomadic tribe. From a distance, a cluster of connected tents comes into view, along with livestock grazing nearby. Marco is engaged in conversation with a tall nomadic warrior. The guards of Anton Territory maintain a disciplined formation facing the tribe's encampment, weapons at the ready, yet everyone remains vigilant. It seems that Marco has indeed been diligent in training these new recruits since the encounter with the Voss Trading Company. Loren rides over to Marco, dismounting to closely observe the tribe's leader before him. The man is robust, clad in rough leather armor, draped with a dark brown wolf pelt, which bears signs of wear, indicating a tumultuous journey. He possesses a chiseled face, high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and unkempt dark brown hair, adorned with several small braids, while a short, coarse beard graces his chin. Loren takes the initiative to speak. Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. I am Loren Li Hua Nai Ko, the Lord of Anton Territory and a knight of the Pondos Empire. The leader places his right hand on his chest and bows slightly. Honorable Lord Baron, I am Matthias, the chieftain of the Kushal tribe. His voice sounds considerably younger than his appearance suggests. I understand you seek a new home for your tribe? I believe Anton Territory would be an excellent choice. Loren is well aware of his own shortcomings in the art of political rhetoric. Rather than waste time with pleasantries, he prefers to speak plainly. Indeed, may I first have the opportunity to see the conditions of Anton Territory? Matthias, clearly no political expert himself, responds straightforwardly. Loren finds this request entirely reasonable. It is customary to inspect the goods before making a purchase. Of course, shortly thereafter, Loren and Tom lead Matthias and 20 warriors towards Anton Territory, while Marco remains to oversee the camp of the Kushal tribe. Upon arriving at the newly constructed Anton Fort, or more accurately, Anton Village, Matthias gazes in awe at the surroundings. The architectural styles he had never before encountered filled him with wonder. Even more astonishing was the sight of several towering ogres dutifully following human commands to transport stones, while diminutive goblins assisted with translations. Additionally, the Anton Territory's guard unit they had encountered earlier was primarily composed of goblins. It appeared that the Anton Lord was remarkably lenient regarding the requirements for his subjects, which was indeed good news for the distant Kushar tribe. Matthias meticulously observed every detail around him, while Loren patiently accompanied him without haste. Upon reaching an open area, they beheld Viking warriors engaged in woodworking. Matthias approached one of the warriors, who astonishingly was using a battle axe to carve intricate patterns into wood, seemingly crafting a totem. The Viking warrior looked up, flashed a hearty smile at Matthias and Loren, then returned to his carving. As a battle-hardened warrior himself, Matthias recognized immediately that this human was exceptional. The bulging muscles and robust arms suggested immense strength. Even more surprising was his ability to carve delicate designs with such a heavy weapon, indicating an astounding mastery of control over his power. Matthias assessed in his mind that if a confrontation were to arise, he might not stand a chance against this human warrior, and there were nearly 30 such warriors present. Coupled with the human knight they had encountered on the plains and the seemingly unremarkable young man beside the Anton Lord, the military strength of the Anton Territory exceeded expectations. My lord, How many warriors like this do you possess? The Kushar leader, lacking political experience, perhaps naively inquired about military strength upon their first meeting. However, Loren found this straightforwardness refreshing, indicative of a genuine character without ulterior motives. These are merely the vanguard. More than 1,000 will arrive subsequently. Loren did not deceive him. Ragnar had mentioned that their tribe consisted of over 1,000 members, counting men, women, and children alike. My lord, may I see your food supplies? Atiasai asked again. Upon hearing this, Tom shot him an incredulous glance, wondering if the lad was truly foolish or merely pretending. Atiasai recognized that his inquiry was somewhat impolite. He was seeking refuge, not conducting an inspection. However, his journey through the Anton territory had revealed no farmland, raising his concerns about their dwindling provisions. Without sufficient stored food, how could so many survive on the plains? Loren, unperturbed, readily replied, Very well, I shall show you the granaries. The Anton construction team had established 4 massive warehouses for storing grains, wrought iron ingots, and various odds and ends. Each warehouse was flanked by several large wooden barrels filled with water, ready to extinguish any potential fires. Typically, 2 mastiffs stood guard here. The warehouses were in close proximity to the barracks, ensuring that should any incident occur, the mastiffs could sound the alarm and the guard would swiftly respond. Additionally, Loren had not placed all his eggs in one basket. Beside the Viking residential area, 2 more warehouses were constructed specifically for grain storage. At Loren's signal, the mastiffs opened one of the warehouse doors. Inside, bags of grain were piled high, nearly reaching the rafters. Loren walked over, tore open a sack, and rubbed a handful of wheat between his fingers. We have 4 such warehouses. He scattered the grains back into the sack, adding, The stored food is sufficient for thousands to sustain themselves until next year. With a direct gaze into Atiasai's eyes, he declared, Trust me. The Anton territory is your best choice, and you have no other options. Chapter 48. The Kushar submission, though I know not the reasons behind your migration to the plains. It ultimately boils down to 2 causes, natural disasters or human calamities. Regardless, both indicate that your original homeland cannot be returned to in the near future. Along your journey, you must have witnessed the harshness of the plains. Small tribes like yours find it exceedingly difficult to survive here, thus necessitating reliance on a powerful protector. Loren gestured southward, shaking his head. As for continuing southward, you are already deep within the plains. Setting aside whether you can even reach Pandos. Even if fortune favored you, and you did arrive, are you certain the lords of Pandos would truly accept you? As far as I am aware, Pandos does not enjoy a favorable relationship with the Pampas Plains. The Gem Plains lay to the northeast of Pandos, with the Pampas Plains to the northwest. One could say that the Gem Plains formed the tail of the Pampas. Over the past 2 years, tensions between Pandos and the Pampas have escalated, drawing the attention of northern nobles to that conflict. Loren paused, revealing a confident smile. Only the Anton territory is truly suitable for you. You have seen that I can even accept goblins. What more for your Kushar tribe? Furthermore, I, Baron Loren Lihoen-Ek, stand behind the ancient and powerful Hoen-Ek family of the Empire, supported by formidable warriors and kin. Only here can you and your tribe find genuine protection. Loren deliberately emphasized the words ancient and powerful, though he felt his ability to deceive paled in comparison to that of seasoned politicians. He believed that a few half-truths might suffice to persuade this novice before him. Atiasai was evidently swayed by Loren's words. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, My lord, this matter is of great significance. I wish to return to my tribe to discuss it with them. Would that be acceptable? Of course, Loren replied readily, even arranging for some food and salt blocks to be prepared for Atiasai to take back. By afternoon, Atiasai indeed returned with the entire Kushar tribe to the camp entrance. Upon seeing Loren emerge, Atiasai was the first to kneel on one knee, followed closely by all the tribespeople who knelt in unison. Honorable Lord of the Anton territory, Atiasai proclaimed loudly, the Kushar tribe requests to join your domain and become your subjects. From this day forth, the herders of Kushar shall tend your horses, and the warriors of Kushar shall fight for you. The commands of the Anton Lord shall be unwaveringly executed by the Kushar tribe. Loren had never encountered such a formal occasion and found himself momentarily at a loss for words, simply nodding in agreement. He quickly summoned Cass to organize an evening feast of welcome. This former Dallin treasure archer had now become the steward of the Anton territory. What was termed a feast was essentially a grand barbecue gathering. During the festivities, Atiasai recounted the reasons behind the tribe's migration. In recent years, the emergence of the Avar Khanate on the Pampas Plains had led to ongoing conflicts as they sought to unify the entire region. Naturally, The Pandos Empire was unwilling to see a formidable nomadic empire arise at its doorstep, resulting in fierce clashes between the northern nobles and the Avar Khanate on the Pampas. Moreover, intertribal skirmishes frequently erupted, creating a chaotic battleground across the Pampas plains. The Kushar tribe, once considered a medium-sized tribe on the Pampas, had suffered grievous losses amidst the prolonged warfare. Atiasai's father, the former chieftain, along with the tribe's shaman, perished in a single battle. Before his demise, the shaman proclaimed that the tribe's path to survival lay to the south, urging them to migrate southward. After electing the young Atiasai as their new chieftain, the tribe commenced their arduous journey southward. Along the way, they encountered numerous attacks, and by the time they reached the Anton territory, only about 800 remained. The following morning, Loren was awakened by the sounds of commotion outside. Rubbing his throbbing head, he recalled how he had indulged in copious amounts of ale the previous night to celebrate the Kushar people's joining, leaving him with a lingering hangover. Reclining upon his bed, Loren first accessed the system interface and approved all the applications for entry from the Kushar people. The system had become significantly more user-friendly following the upgrade, allowing for a single-click approval of all requests. Lacking the energy to scrutinize each individual's loyalty, he reasoned that with an increase in the population of his territory, it was improbable for every person to exhibit unwavering loyalty. He decided to focus on those with loyalty ratings below 60, keeping a closer watch on them. As he pushed open the door, he discovered that the construction team from Andong had commenced work early to build homes for the newly arrived Kushar people. Although the Kushar traditionally resided in tents, none would refuse the opportunity to inhabit a more comfortable Sihiyuan. At the construction site, children of former human slaves and Kushar youngsters gathered around the ogres, observing as they moved stones. Each time the ogres bared their teeth, the children shrieked in fright. And nearby, Nick felt a wave of anxiety, fearful that the ogres might suddenly go mad and snatch a child for a meal. Should such an event occur, it would surely spell disaster for the ogres, and he doubted he would survive either. Loren noted that the ogres had become increasingly adept at constructing buildings. And if this continued, it was conceivable that one day the skill of building would indeed appear in the ogre's repertoire. The joyous laughter of the children was a balm for the soul, yet Loren felt that these little ones were too idle and needed to be occupied with tasks. With a soul hailing from the ancient lands of Blue Star, he held a deeply ingrained belief in the importance of education for children. Unfortunately, Andong lacked teachers. In fact, there were hardly any individuals capable of writing. He resolved to establish a school once a teacher was found. The inclusion of the Kushar people provided Loren and Mark with potential candidates for their long-cherished cavalry. The Kushar were equally enthusiastic, with 200 adult males volunteering to join the Andong Guard, bringing along 70 warhorses. Mark wasted no time, taking the newly formed cavalry and the existing infantry to train in the wilderness. The remaining Kushar, along with women and children, stayed in Andong to assist, while the herders brought cattle, sheep, and 7 rock-armored llamas to graze in the open plains. As for the elders, a nomadic tribe displaced by warfare seldom had any. The Kushar tribe had once possessed a rock-armored llama, but it had perished amidst the chaos of war, thus their herders retained experience in caring for these creatures. Mark specifically dispatched 5 Viking warriors along with a squad of goblin guards to accompany the herding team, ensuring their safety. This arrangement was met with gratitude from Atai and the Kushar herders. Last night, Loren had already handed over the Book of Oaths to Mark. While the Andong Guard did occasionally conscript some of the indigenous inhabitants while suppressing the native tribes on their territory, Loren did not regard these natives with the same seriousness. However, the Kushar were different. Loren needed to justify their enhancement of strength, even if the rationale sounded far-fetched. Naturally, he was too lethargic to personally oversee the handprint ceremony. He simply instructed Mark to devise a reason to carry it out. As the army grew, Loren contemplated when to commission a new Book of Oaths from the craftsman. Chapter 49. Fierce Wolves with the addition of the Kushar tribe. Andong began to bustle with activity, since the entire territory was still in the communal dining phase. Each mealtime saw a throng of individuals gathering in the open area of the living quarters. Some carried porcelain acquired from the half-orc transport convoy, while others held wooden bowls, lining up to receive their portions and squatting in the square to devour their meals heartily. The livestock brought by the Kushar were few, and Loren was reluctant to slaughter them. Presently, the primary sources of meat were fish and the meager game hunted by the guard, while staples were plentiful. During the meal, Mark reported to Loren about the status of the Andong Guard. Currently, the guard consisted of 200 cavalry, all Kushar, and 180 infantry, which included 35 half-orcs, 20 humans, 5 bear goblins, and 120 goblins. The last shipment from the Wozy Trading Company not only brought warhorses, but also several fine bows and crossbows. Mark decided to reassign those 20 humans as archers in the guard. Kos, in addition to managing the daily affairs of Ondo, had to carve out time to train these archers. He had frequently complained to Loren about hastening the arrival of the portly fellow. Mark reorganized the Ondone Guard according to the military structure of Pongdwasi. 10 men formed a team, 10 teams constituted a banner, and 10 banners made a regiment. The higher organizational levels were not yet necessary for Ondo. While the Kushar were proficient horsemen, they still had much to learn to become formal cavalry. Thus, Mark concentrated his efforts on training these Kushar cavalry. Previously, while in Delenbeo, he had managed only around 30 cavalry. Now, he found himself responsible for 200. And he was still figuring things out, leaving him no time to oversee the infantry. Consequently, Aid became Mark's aide, tasked with managing the infantry of Ondo. Loren did not interfere with how Mark and Aid organized the guard. However, each soldier's level had indeed risen significantly, suggesting that the surrounding native tribes had recently faced considerable hardships. In the wilderness, an orc legion advanced rapidly. Leading the charge were 50 towering warriors of the Buershiong tribe, each standing over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles on their robust arms. Most were bare-chested, revealing dense brown-black fur, their large hands gripping battle axes and spiked clubs. Following closely behind were 1,000 soldiers from the dog tribe. These individuals were shorter than average humans, but moved with remarkable agility. Their pointed ears perked up on either side of their heads, and their moist black noses twitched as they sniffed the air. Clad in hardened leather armor, they held long spears pointed skyward, with curved knives sheathed at their waists. 100 warriors from the Shifu sheep tribe brought up the rear, their heads adorned with slender, curved horns, distinct from the other orcs. Each bore a longbow nearly their height, and their quivers clinked lightly with each step. Their elongated pupils scanned their surroundings with vigilance. 300 were wolf cavalry flitted around the formation like shadows, their war wolves baring teeth and exhaling hot breath. These wolfmen were somewhat taller than goblins, wielding curved swords at their sides, darting back and forth through the ranks, their keen ears swiveling to capture any suspicious sounds. At the heart of the procession were over 30 creaking carts, 5 of which were laden with goods tightly bound in filthy oilcloth, while the remaining carts contained enormous wooden cages. Each cage was crammed with 35 prairie elves, their slender wrists chafed red by hemp ropes. Leading the troop were 5 warriors from the lion tribe, mounted on armored warhorses larger than the average steed. A distinctive golden mane fluttered in the wind, and the leftmost warrior bore an untidy feathered eagle perched upon his shoulder, which was preening its wings with its beak. In front of the 5 lions, a heavily armored Wairfu wolfman rode a war wolf, accompanied by a cat warrior on horseback. This Wairfu wolfman was more imposing than the other wolf cavalry, his heavy iron armor scarred with marks from blades. A fierce scar ran from his left brow to his cheekbone, enhancing the ruggedness of his chiseled face. His thick wolf tail rhythmically thumped in sync with his steed's steps, and his right hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. The Kate warrior beside him was strikingly handsome, particularly his fluffy, soft tail that swayed playfully with the horse's movements, exuding both charm and a hint of playfulness. His ears were adorned with tufts of fine fur, and his eyes glimmered with a deep blue sheen in the sunlight. Gedalin, instruct the troop to quicken their pace and eliminate the humans occupying Prizeburg. Allowing those filthy humans to claim that land is a disgrace to the Empire, and your tolerance of their presence there for so long is a blatant disrespect to Duke Long. The voice of the cat person was soft and melodious, laced with a hint of languor. However, upon noticing the bobbing Adam's apple on his neck, Gedalin felt a wave of revulsion. Enough, Mialuo. Gedalin suppressed his anger and stated, the warriors are thoroughly exhausted. They require rest. Although Gedalin harbored a desire to eliminate the effeminate Mialuo before him, he understood that such an act was unwise. This delicate catfolk was the secretary to Duke Leon of the Lion clan, and the most favored one at that. Duke Leon had once rescued him and his clan from peril. It is a misconception to believe that Orcish nobility is devoid of intrigue. While they may lack the convoluted schemes of humans, their methods are often more direct and brutal. As a former noble of the Wolf clan, Gedalin had faced defeat in a territorial war, losing not only his lands but also the lives of his clan members, who were to be executed by their adversaries, until Duke Leon intervened and purchased their freedom. Thus, Gedalin found himself in the wasteland, where he established the fierce wolves. From that moment forth, The fierce wolves became Duke Leon's clandestine agents in the wasteland, with every plundered good funneled through the Duke's channels for disposal. In return, the Duke provided Godolin with weapons, provisions, and even soldiers. As the power of the fierce wolves grew, so too did Godolin's ambitions. He yearned to no longer scrape by in the wasteland, dreaming of returning to the Orc Empire to reclaim his former territory. He had tested the waters with Duke Leon several times, but the Duke remained unyielding, needing the fierce wolves to conduct his unsavory dealings in the wasteland. Godolin did not dare to act rashly, well aware that Duke Leon's spies were embedded throughout the fierce wolves. The number of wolf werewolves in the fierce wolves was still insufficient. Chapter 50. Godolin 1 month prior, Mia Luo had approached Godolin with 5 warriors from the Lion clan, bearing news that Duke Leon had received word of a tribe of prairie elves migrating to the Gem Wasteland, ordering the fierce wolves to eradicate them and bring back any survivors. For this operation, Duke Leon not only sent his most trusted secretary Mia Luo, but also provided a co-stun falcon, a rare breed cultivated by the Eagle clan. Duke Leon possessed only 2 of these precious falcons. With the falcon's reconnaissance, the fierce wolves swiftly located the prairie elves' whereabouts. But the resistance they encountered was far fiercer than anticipated. Godolin had initially planned to leverage his familiarity with the wasteland's terrain to gradually exhaust the elves' stamina and will. Yet Mia Luo incessantly urged him, invoking Duke Leon's orders, compelling Godolin to command a direct assault. The nearly 1,000-strong tribe of prairie elves inflicted severe losses on the fierce wolves. They refused to surrender. And had Godolin not devised a clever strategy to ensnare live captives using hunting nets, they likely would have captured none of the 70 prisoners. Even in captivity, the elves sought opportunities to end their lives. Godolin was left with no choice but to bind them tightly and silence them, only loosening their restraints during meals. Initially, the prairie elves engaged in a collective hunger strike, prompting Godolin to publicly execute 2 of them as a means of intimidation, threatening that their compliance in eating would spare the remaining captives from further torment. This ultimately coerced them into eating, albeit begrudgingly. Just as Godolin and the fierce wolves prepared to escort the elven captives to the Galash Plateau to deliver them to Duke Leon, an unexpected report arrived from his subordinates stationed at the fierce wolf stronghold. A scout reported the presence of a group of humans in the Pressburg region. Initially, Godolin assumed it was merely a common merchant caravan resting temporarily, as such occurrences were commonplace in the wasteland. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was more complex. These humans showed no intention of leaving and had begun extensive construction in Pressburg, even launching offensives against the surrounding indigenous tribes. Godolin initially dismissed it, thinking it was merely another arrogant human noble attempting to display heroism in the wasteland. He calculated that he could easily eliminate them on his return journey through Pressburg. Yet, as further intelligence poured in, Godolin began to sense the gravity of the situation. His second-in-command, the cautious Wood, dispatched additional scouts to gather more information. The intelligence collected left Godolin astounded. This human faction, known as the Anton Territory, had arrived in Pressburg a month prior. Even more startling was the revelation that they had defeated a band of half-orc marauders en route. Although Godolin had always looked down upon these self-proclaimed descendants of Uruk, he recognized their formidable strength. Strangely enough, the Anton Territory had subsequently attacked a caravan belonging to the Voss Trading Company. Godolin was aware that this company engaged in trade with Duke Leon and the Orcish nobility, paying a substantial protection fee annually, and was rumored to have the backing of powerful human nobles. This perplexed Godolin. What was the true nature of the Anton Territory? Why would they assault a human trading company? The Anton Territory's military was not large, yet their combat prowess was remarkable. They boasted a contingent of formidable human warriors, and would speculated they might be Vikings from the eastern coast. Even more astonishing was their acquisition of 3 adult ogres and 20 suspected mastiffs among their ranks. Additionally, they had formed a force of over 100 from the indigenous tribes. This was somewhat predictable to Godolin, as the indigenous people of the wasteland proliferated like weeds, quickly regenerating even after being cut down. The fierce wolves also utilized these indigenous tribes in battle, primarily as cannon fodder, and Godolin was well aware of their capabilities. This information had not yet swayed Godolin's intentions of returning from Pressburg to the Galash Plateau, but the latest news left him more hesitant. The Anton Territory had recently incorporated a nomadic tribe of over 800 people, establishing a cavalry unit of 200, led by a powerful knight skilled in combat. This intelligence, acquired at the cost of 5 wolf cavalry scouts, had already claimed 10 wolf cavalry lives for the sake of more comprehensive information about the Anton Territory. Under normal circumstances, Godolin would have dismissed such a ragtag army, but having just engaged in a fierce battle with the prairie elves, the fierce wolves were now considerably weakened. Coupled with the persistent annoyance of Mia Luo by his side, Godelin was disinclined to engage in another protracted conflict. He resolved to ensure the safe delivery of the elven captives to Duke Leon and to regroup before addressing the humans in Pressburg. The challenge lay in persuading Mia Luo to take a longer route. Avoiding the shortcut through Pressburg would prolong their journey to the Galash Plateau by an additional half-month. Godelin initially intended to covertly alter their course, hoping Mia Luo would not notice. However, the astute catfolk secretary detected the change within 2 days. During a heated argument, Godelin inadvertently revealed the human occupation of Pressburg to Mia Luo. This revelation stirred a hornet's nest, inciting Mia Luo to erupt in fury, accusing Godelin of betraying Duke Leon and the entire Orc Empire. Godelin internally scoffed at the notion of betrayal. The Persian cat was clearly motivated by ulterior motives. Although the recent campaign against the prairie elves had resulted in the deaths of nearly 1,000 elves, only 70 had been captured alive. Mia Luo was undoubtedly concerned that such a result would not suffice to report to Duke Leon, as the slain elves were of no value. Only the living could fetch a good price. Now, with news of human forces in Pressburg, this effeminate creature saw an opportunity to achieve merit and impress Duke Leon. Godelin had also heard that a snow fox from the Fox clan had recently been appointed as a secretary by Duke Leon, and this Persian cat feared losing favor. Willing to gamble the lives of the fierce wolves in hopes of regaining the Duke's affection, Gedlin certainly did not wish to launch a direct assault on the so-called Anon Ling, not because he doubted the capabilities of Lai Lang to conquer it, but rather because he sought to avoid further significant losses for Lai Lang. Moreover, Gedlin perceived the potential utility of the humans within Anon Ling. Although he had yet to devise a concrete plan for their exploitation, he sensed that, with the right maneuvers, he might harness their strength to reclaim the Galuo-Shur Plateau and even regain his lost territories. At the very least, this could serve to bolster the influence of Lai Lang. Gedlin intended to return and consult with his former steward, Wu Da, now the second-in-command of Lai Lang, who was renowned for his cleverness. Thus, despite Mia Luo's incessant urgings for an offensive against Anon Ling, Gedlin hesitated, as Lai Lang still heeded his command. However, a message brought by Mia Luo yesterday utterly disrupted Gedlin's plans, compelling him to reconsider. Chapter 51. The Assault of Lai Lang. Mia Luo delivered the latest edict from Duke Leon, demanding that Gedlin promptly eradicate the human forces in Pulesabo and ensure the safe delivery of the captured elves to the Duke's domain. Faced with the Duke's direct command, Gedlin dared not defy it, especially with Mia Luo watching closely. He could only order Lai Lang to change course and march towards Pulesabo. At this juncture, in Anon Ling, Luo Lun stood beside the corpse of a wolf rider, while several cooks were butchering the flesh of the war wolf. Despite the poor taste of wolf meat, the goblins and ogres were not discerning. This marked the 13th wolf rider slain by Anon Ling, and recently, sightings of wolf riders had become increasingly frequent. They never initiated attacks, merely observing from a distance. Had it not been for Marco and Cass teaching these wolf riders a lesson, their audacity might have escalated. Luo Lun learned from Nick that the only force capable of fielding organized wolf riders in the wasteland was the Lai Lang bandits, a formidable faction predominantly composed of orcs. He deduced that this Lai Lang bandit group was likely the secretive support of the Orcish forces in the wasteland, and the frequent appearances of the wolf riders near Anon Ling suggested that Lai Lang was poised to launch an offensive. Luo Lun remained vigilant, instructing all subjects to refrain from wandering in the wasteland, halting coal and lumber operations, reducing the frequency of herdsmen venturing out to graze, and enhancing their defenses. In addition to the patrols conducted by the Mauron, the Kushier cavalry also diverted forces to join the patrols. From the first sighting of the wolf riders to the appearance of Lai Lang's main force, a full fortnight had passed, and Luo Lun began to doubt whether Lai Lang would indeed arrive. It was only today that the patrolling Kushier cavalry encountered the main body of Lai Lang. Upon seeing the dark mass of Orcish troops, the cavalry immediately turned their mounts back towards Anon Ling. The wolf riders pursued relentlessly, the speed of the war wolves evidently surpassing that of the Kushier cavalry's steeds. Just as they were on the verge of catching up, Marco fortuitously arrived on patrol. Faced with the formidable Marco, the wolf rider squad quickly abandoned several corpses and retreated in disarray. Marco did not pursue, but promptly ordered the recall of all patrolling guards and herding subjects. Upon Marco's return to Anon Ling, the alarm bells sounded from the watchtower, echoing a warning throughout the wasteland. Gedlin's countenance shifted between uncertainty and anger as he listened to the report from the wolf riders. The loss of 8 elite wolf riders while besieging a single individual was a grim revelation, altering his perception of the human knights mentioned by Wu Da. He dismissed the remaining troops without reprimand. Beside him, Mia Luo remarked sarcastically, questioning whether the strength of the Wolf Rider cavalry was too feeble or if the Lai Lang Wolf Riders were lacking in prowess. 20 against 1. Yet they suffered such losses. Had this transpired within Duke Leon's forces, those incompetent soldiers would have been executed to feed the wild dogs. Mia Luo, mind your tongue. The warriors of Lai Lang are not for you to judge. Furthermore, I have long asserted that this group of humans is not to be underestimated. Mia Luo's feline ears twitched slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, what makes them so formidable? He elegantly adjusted his cuffs as he spoke. Gedlin, conceal your rhetoric. Do you presume I am oblivious to your intentions? The pale blue of my feline pupils surveyed the wolf warriors within the tent, prompting Gedlin to gesture in understanding. Gedlin was unperturbed by any schemes Mia Luo might concoct. He believed he could easily crush Mia Luo with a single hand. And he doubted Mia Luo would find it necessary to act against him unless he were a fool. You merely wish to manipulate the humans of Pulesabo for your own ends. Mia Luo suddenly leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper, but you must understand. Deceiving a lion leads to the hyena becoming mere bones upon the savannah. What are you implying? Gedlin inquired, gazing intently at Mia Luo. You require an ally who can speak on your behalf before Duke Leon, and I likewise seek a partner capable of procuring items to appease the Duke. What say you? The Catman suddenly executed the most formal of courtly bows. Gedlin, Baron Bloodclaw. Gedlin was astonished that Mia Luo could recall his former title and clan. If Mia Luo had heard it from Duke Leon, it would be understandable. If not, it signified that Mia Luo was far from the naive pet he appeared to be. Gedlin was inclined to believe the latter. He did not inquire which was the case, for it mattered little to him. As Mia Luo had stated, he indeed required an ally who could articulate matters before Duke Leon, and the price to pay was merely to execute tasks that Mia Luo found inconvenient. Over the years, Gedlin had undertaken countless dubious missions for Duke Leon and was not averse to accommodating another request from Mia Luo. Since forging an alliance with Mia Luo, the latter no longer attempted to dictate Gedlin's decisions. Gedlin instructed the orcs to set up camp and rest, while he took his trusted aides and guards to assess the situation in Anong Ling, observing that Anong Ling lacked any substantial fortifications, with only bizarrely shaped dwellings. Gedlin grew increasingly confident in his capacity to eliminate these humans. Even if the opposing knight were formidable, he would be unable to stir any tempest in the face of genuine warfare. Gedlin ordered the orcs to prepare a fire and cook, allowing them to rest adequately for a day, readying for the decisive annihilation of these humans the following day. However, Luo Luan was far from willing to grant him this wish. He had been waiting impatiently and, upon the arrival of the main force, immediately rallied his men. Gedlin was taken aback by the audacity of the humans to initiate an attack, all the better, as he too wished to resolve the conflict swiftly. In Anong Ling, Luo Luan and Ragnar led the charge, with the Viking warriors closely following. This time, Luo Luan donned 2 layers of armor rather than his hunting attire, and the Viking warriors mirrored his preparation. Thanks to the recent gifts from the Voss caravan, Anong Ling now boasted ample weapons and armor. Each Viking warrior was not only clad in double armor, but also wielded a battle axe in their right hand, while their left hand brandished a wooden shield reinforced with iron that Anong Ling's blacksmith was still perfecting. Under the system's enhancement, these Viking warriors possessed remarkable physiques. Regularly, they engaged in weight training, allowing them to run with this gear when an ordinary person would struggle to walk. Only Ragnar was an exception in his berserk state. He could rupture his armor, and Luo Luan was reluctant to equip him with 2 sets. Luo Luan contemplated acquiring a pair of alchemical undergarments for Ragnar from Losum. For after each transformation, he was left with nothing but tatters, an eyesore indeed. Behind the Viking warriors marched the infantry guard of Anong Ling, led by Ed, with ogres and Nick also under his command. Chapter 52. The battle commences thanks to the rigorous training from Marco and Ed. The guard of Anong Ling now bore an increasingly military appearance. Behind Aida, 3 adult ogres loomed, and with the current capabilities of Anong Ling, armoring the ogres was an unattainable dream. However, crafting weapons for the ogres was feasible, as the task required little technical prowess, merely large iron rods. Loren had specifically instructed the blacksmith to draw inspiration from the baseball bats of his homeland. Yet, the craftsmanship of Anong Ling's blacksmith fell short. The bat heads were misshapen and uneven, which, paradoxically, lent a more menacing aspect to the weapons. Standing beside Ada was the goblin mage Nick, an elder who had recently donned new equipment. He had persistently beseeched the women of the Cuxier tribe to weave him a necklace of beast teeth, which he now wore with a sense of pride. Even more gratifying for him was the pouch at his waist containing 11 magic crystals, treasures that enabled him to cast spells with remarkable swiftness. However, these low to mid-tier crystals would need to be replaced once depleted, unlike high-tier crystals that slowly regenerated their magical power. Behind the ogres stood the infantry guard of Ling, led by 35 half-orc warriors. Marco had scavenged 35 suits of armor from the fallen guards of the Voss caravan to equip these half-orcs. Although somewhat mismatched, they were all clad in iron. The half-orcs, akin to Viking warriors, held shields in their left hands and axes in their right, albeit their gear was a size smaller than that of the Vikings. Though these half-orcs were all at the second tier, half-orc warrior, their levels were far from negligible. Following the half-orcs was a phalanx of goblins, all uniformly clad in armor and wielding spears, with various weapons hanging from their waists. And Ling did not possess a surplus of long spears, so Loren provided them with a batch of simplified red tassel spears. They were merely wooden shafts with spearheads affixed, sufficient for inflicting harm. These goblins predominantly belonged to the ranks of goblin warrior and goblin champion, and in terms of stature, they appeared significantly taller than their wild counterparts. 5 bear goblins interspersed among the goblin ranks were designated as firefighters, ready to assist in any areas that might become perilous. They, too, wore 2 layers of iron armor, their stout arms gripping heavy maces, instilling dread merely by their presence. In addition to the bear goblins, 20 human archers also formed part of the goblin contingent, dressed in lightweight leather armor. Some bore longbows, while others wielded crossbows, with quivers slung at their hips and various melee weapons at the ready. As one of the few ranged units in Ling's forces, these individuals were all at the rank of archer apprentice. As Cass stated, their future prospects appeared bleak. Ultimately, Loren decided against involving the Hound Men in this battle. Their additional 20 members would not significantly alter the dynamics. It was wiser to keep them in Ndong Fort as a reserve force. Marco led the newly formed Cuxier cavalry on the left flank of Ling's army. Though the Cuxier warriors were formidable, their late formation meant their levels were not high. Their primary task today was to engage the opposing wolf cavalry. Marco cast a glance back at the Cuxier cavalry, pondering how many would perish on the battlefield today. Yet, the Cuxier warriors exhibited an unusual calm. The bloodshed on the plains was as routine to them as eating and drinking. Young Atayasi craned his neck, observing the orcs across the field. For orcs were a rarity on the plains. He had only seen them 3 times in his lifetime, and now confronted by so many, his eyes widened in astonishment. On the side of the fierce wolf, Gold Lin rode his war wolf at the forefront, followed by the Boer, bear, tribe warriors. Behind them were the Dao Gu dog, tribe spear throwers, and the Shifu, sheep, tribe archers. The right flank, comprised of wolf cavalry, had already formed their ranks, awaiting the clash with Ling's cavalry. Without any formality, both sides positioned themselves and charged forth. Loren understood that his forces were scant and that, aside from the Viking warriors at their rear, the remaining soldiers of Ling might not possess superior strength compared to their adversaries. The battle's outcome hinged on their ability to breach the orc formation and eliminate their leader, thereby concluding the skirmish. Thus, he personally led the Viking warriors at the forefront of the charge, while the other units of Ling maintained a defensive formation and advanced steadily. In stark contrast, Gold Lin appeared remarkably composed, standing at the rear with an air of confidence, convinced that the human forces could not withstand the onslaught of the orc horde. He envisioned the Boer warriors cleaving humans in half with their massive axes. However, what transpired next nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. The 30-plus Viking warriors charged with alarming speed, and the Shifu archers could only manage a single volley of arrows before the humans reached the Boer warriors. More terrifyingly, the arrows either ricocheted off shields or were deflected by armor, causing no damage whatsoever. The foremost human, wielding a broadsword, sent a Boer warrior flying, weapon and all, while another, in a display of exaggerated prowess, suddenly expanded in size, using his shield to knock aside 2 Boer warriors before cleaving a third in 2 with his axe. The subsequent human warriors, while not as flamboyant, coordinated seamlessly, using their shields to absorb the Boer attacks before retaliating with swift axe strikes. In a matter of moments, a dozen Boer warriors lay lifeless in pools of blood. Gold Lin was taken aback. Over the years, Duke Leon had tightly controlled the expansion of the fierce wolf, leaving them with few powerful orc races. The Boer tribe had only around 100 warriors, after leaving some to guard. They had already lost 30 in previous skirmishes against elves and were now suffering catastrophic losses against this group of humans. The strength of these humans rivaled that of the Boer warriors, with some even surpassing them. They did not rely on elaborate techniques. Instead, they engaged in brutal, visceral combat with axes against orcs, a bloody melee far more intimidating than the elves' magical arrows. Given the limited number of Boer warriors, Loren and the Viking fighters swiftly penetrated the ranks of the Dao Gu tribe orcs. It was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. As the Viking barbarians mercilessly harvested the lives of the orcs, the Dao Gu warriors' spears could not penetrate the Viking armor. Their inferior quality spears broke upon impact. The Viking warriors paid no heed to the thrusting spears, charging alongside Loren and Ragnar, striking down any orc they encountered. Thus, Loren and the Viking warriors surged through the orc ranks like an out-of-control train, wreaking havoc wherever they traversed. Orcs were either cleaved down or sent flying, their formation shattered and disarrayed. Chapter 53. And Dongling Assault Team. Despite Loren and the Viking warriors carving through the orc formations, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming, and the Ndongling Guard soon collided head-on with the Dao Gu tribe orc warriors, plunging the battlefield into a fervent clash. The three ogres rampaged through the battlefield like bulldozers, their massive iron rods sweeping down and toppling scores of Dao Gu orcs with each swing. The male ogre's iron rod was slick with blood and gore, so slippery he could scarcely grip it. He opted instead to thrust the rod into the ground and seize an orc warrior, hurling him into the fray. Aida closely followed the ogre, wielding two curved blades that danced in a deadly blur. His strikes were swift and brutal, and each time he lunged, an orc warrior fell. A Dao Gu officer attempted a sneak attack, but before he could raise his weapon, Aida retaliated with a swift stroke that severed half his skull. The Dao Gu warriors, already reeling from the chaos wrought by Loren and the Viking fighters, were subjected to a savage onslaught from the ogres. Just as they managed to regroup at the sound of their officer's roar, they collided with the half-orc shield wall. The half-orcs, with bulging veins on their muscular arms, braced their shields firmly against the oncoming spears of the dog-headed orcs, which clashed against the shields with a resounding din. The half-orcs thrust their battle axes through the gaps in their shields, targeting the legs of the dog-headed creatures with precision. A Dag tribe orc, having just raised his spear, found his ankle severed by a swift blow, writhing in agony on the ground. The goblins behind him tiptoed, extending their spears over the shoulders of the half-orcs to jab indiscriminately. Though these rudimentary spears were crudely made, they still penetrated the flesh of the Dag tribe orcs, causing gaping wounds. The bear goblins scurried back and forth like firefighters, their heavy mace flattening both orc and weapon with each strike. One bear goblin, in a frenzy, seized a Dag tribe orc and wielded him as a weapon, leaving the surrounding orcs in stunned disbelief. In the midst of the chaos, Nick held a magic crystal in his left hand and waved his staff with the right, muttering incantations as fireballs erupted one after another among the orc ranks, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The human archers, positioned at the rear, frantically loosed arrows without bothering to aim, as long as they avoided their own comrades, each shot inevitably finding a hapless target. The battlefield resonated with the cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, and the clashing of weapons, as blood turned the earth into a dark crimson mire, treacherous underfoot. Discarded weapons and severed limbs littered the ground, while some injured Dag tribe orcs continued to crawl through the blood-soaked earth. In contrast to the gruesome slaughter on the side of the Anton Guard, the skirmish between the Kushal cavalry and the Wolf Riders was less bloody, yet equally brutal. Though the warwolves lacked the endurance of warhorses, their short bursts of speed were unmatched, weaving through the battlefield like a tempest, their fangs and curved blades glinting ominously. Marco understood that the only way to confront these foes was to be even more ruthless and rapid. He raised his knight's lance high, roaring as he charged headlong into the Kushal cavalry. The two cavalry forces collided like crashing torrents, with the warhorses whinnying and the warwolves howling. Marco's lance struck true, piercing the throats and chests of the wolf riders with lethal precision. His fighting spirit, akin to a raging mist of blood, enveloped his armor, rendering him a vision of death incarnate. The Kushal cavalry followed closely, their lances and blades cleaving through the ranks of wolf riders, who fell one after another. Yet the wolf riders were not to be underestimated. Their curved blades were swift and cunning, and several Kushal cavalrymen found themselves cut down, screaming as they fell, only to be torn apart by the war wolves. But Marco had no time to tend to them. He abruptly reined in his horse and turned, leading the remaining cavalry into battle once more. After several charges, the wolf riders faltered, They had never encountered such a frenzied human knight, who rampaged across the battlefield like a meat grinder. At least 50 wolf riders lay slain beneath his lance, and the remaining ones began to hesitate, unwilling to confront him directly. However, Marco had no intention of letting them escape. He allowed the Kushal cavalry a brief moment to catch their breath while he spurred his horse into the heart of the wolf rider ranks alone. The wolf riders panicked, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the blood-soaked figure charging toward them, their blades trembling in their hands. After Loren and the Viking warriors dispatched the Shafu, sheep, tribe orc archers, they turned their attention to Godlin. He was easily recognizable, riding a war wolf larger than the others, surrounded by a cadre of wolf riders, clearly a prize target. Loren grinned widely, a predatory smile, and without further ado, led his men into the fray. The Viking warriors shouted as they followed, cutting down any orc warriors who dared to impede their path, as though they were mere chaff. Godlin's personal guard displayed commendable loyalty, rushing forward to intercept. One wolf rider brandished a curved blade, lunging at Loren, whose eyes could see the fear reflected in the orc's gaze. Yet the orc pressed on regardless. Unfortunately for him, courage alone was insufficient. As Loren swung his broadsword, sending the rider flying off his war wolf as if striking a baseball, the guards fought valiantly, though they were soon overwhelmed. But their sacrifice bought Godlin precious moments to flee. Loren watched as Godlin rode further away, frustration boiling within him as he spat on the ground and turned to his Viking warriors. Several of the Tier 4 Viking berserkers, aside from Kobe, were struggling to maintain their berserk state, appearing as though they had languished in a tavern for days, barely able to stand. Fortunately, Loren had consistently trained these warriors to manage their berserk state through desensitization drills, essentially allowing them to endure punishment even in the throes of rage, thus retaining some combat efficacy. "Do you still have the strength, you softlings?" Upon hearing Loren's taunt, the Viking warriors immediately roared back, cursing as they declared their readiness to slay another 100. "Very well, let us return to the fray." With a wave of his hand, Loren led the charge back into battle, the Viking warriors howling in pursuit, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Just then, a sharp horn sounded across the plains. The wolf riders, who had been fiercely clashing with the Kushal cavalry, abruptly turned and fled, having begun with over 300 riders, now reduced to fewer than 100, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and howling war wolves. Marco was drenched in blood, even his horse stained crimson, as the battle progressed. The two cavalry forces became entangled, with some dismounting to fight on foot, resulting in utter chaos. Atheas approached, grimacing as he covered a wound on his arm. Marco glanced at him and ordered, "Rally the troops and tend to the wounded." On the main battlefield, the Dag tribe orcs, already decimated by Loren's assault team and the Anton Guard, collapsed entirely upon hearing the retreat horn, scattering in all directions in a desperate bid for survival. The Anton Guard pursued for a while, but soon found themselves too fatigued to continue, allowing the orcs to escape. Loren watched the figure in the distance who had sounded the horn, fleeing with the remaining wolf riders, and raised his middle finger in exasperation. Chapter 54. They are not as good as Shadwa after the war concluded. The entire Anton Guard army seemed drained of energy. The Viking warriors sat in a line, panting heavily, blood dripping from their armor to pool on the ground. The Anton Guard and Kushal cavalry fared little better, each soldier too exhausted to even lift an arm. Only the three ogres remained vibrant, squatting on the ground as they picked at the remains of the orc corpses, their mouths smeared with blood. Although Nick was also weary, he jumped around, urging the ogres not to eat, at the very least avoiding their own fallen comrades, as he certainly did not want to see them butchered by Loren and buried in the earth, leaving him a true outcast among his kind. The ogres, thoroughly engrossed in their feast, meandered closer to Loren. The lead male ogre, upon raising his head, locked eyes with Loren's cold gaze, causing him to hastily discard the half-eaten corpse of a boer, bear, tribe orc, turning to bellow at the two female ogres in a mock reprimand. Loren paid them no mind. He had other matters to attend to. Earlier, Tom had mentioned the location of the orc encampment, and with the panicked wolf riders fleeing in the opposite direction, Loren decided to investigate the orc stronghold. He assigned Ed the task of cleaning the battlefield and summoned Marco and Ragnar, acquiring a horse from the Kushal cavalry, and set off for the orc encampment. As for Ragnar, let him tag along. After all, he was not slow on his feet. "What did you say?" The grooming knife slipped from Mia Luo's hand with a clatter, her deep blue eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the lion, tribe warrior. "My lord, remnants of the fierce wolf dog tribe have just returned, claiming they were defeated." Godlin has vanished with the wolf riders. Now all the fierce wolf forces are gone. My lord, what should we do? Mia Luo was utterly bewildered, her mind buzzing. Beside her, a Rhine warrior with a hawk perched on his shoulder quickly added, My lord, we must retreat as well. Humans will soon pursue us. If we do not depart immediately, it will be too late. Yes, let us hasten. It was only at this moment that Myaluo regained his senses, hurriedly rising to his feet. Curse that Gedleen. He could not even fend off a group of humans. Once I return, I shall demand that Duke Ling execute him without mercy. As he rushed out of the tent, Myaluo caught a glimpse of the elven captives confined in cages. This is disastrous. I cannot report back empty-handed. Duke Ling will surely not let me off lightly. The image of the Duke's wrath sent a shiver through Myaluo's body. All of this is the fault of that incompetent Gedleen. Myaluo cursed him silently once more. Yet, when weighed against the elves, his own life held greater significance. Be careful, my lord. Hearing the voice of the guard, Myaluo stumbled. Looking up to see a warrior of the Lane tribe lying in a pool of blood beside the horses, while a seemingly ordinary human man stood nearby. Utterly unremarkable in appearance, Tom had long been crouched at the edge of the Lialong bandit camp, and upon seeing the elves in cages, he could not help but mutter to himself, These orcs truly underestimate the territory of Ondong, daring to bring elven slaves here, unafraid that these long-eared ones might flee. As the orcs scattered in a frenzy, Tom had no intention of stopping them. To him, the elves were the only valuable assets within the camp. As long as they remained unharmed, the escape of a few orcs was of no consequence. Once most of the orcs had fled, Tom stealthily infiltrated the camp to seek any new discoveries. It was then that he noticed the Lane warrior tasked with guarding the horses. Tom scrutinized the warrior closely, confirming his Lane lineage. As an upper-tier race among the orcs, their status was akin to that of the Eight-Banner soldiers during the Qing dynasty. If a Lane warrior was guarding the horses, it suggested that a significant figure resided within the camp. Tom resolved to eliminate this Lane warrior and gain control of the horses. Without steeds, this important figure would have no means of escape in the wilderness. As a system-certified master assassin, Tom swiftly dispatched the Lane warrior before he could react. Just as he intended to drag the body away to conceal it, he suddenly found himself face-to-face with the hurriedly escaping Myaluo and his entourage. Tom remained silent, drawing forth his dagger. He recognized that the prominent figure among them was the cat tribe orc. Capturing him would suffice, and the fates of the other Lane warriors mattered little. Seeing Tom remain silent, the Lane warriors wasted no time. One guarded Myaluo while the other three charged forward with their great swords. Although Tom, as an assassin, lacked the direct combat prowess of Raguna or Mark, he was more than capable of dealing with several Lane warriors. He deftly raised his dagger to parry the first warrior's sword, twisting his body to evade the second's strike. Before the third warrior could react, Tom's dagger had already sliced through his throat. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that it resembled a culinary task. By the time the remaining two Lane warriors comprehended the situation, their comrade had already collapsed, clutching his neck. Tom flicked the droplets of blood from his dagger and exclaimed, "Too slow." This phrase suddenly reminded him of his days at Deland Fortress, where every time he was bested by Loren, he would be ridiculed with this very line. In those moments, he had seethed with frustration, yearning to punch that insufferable face. Now, as he uttered the phrase himself, Tom could not help but grin. It felt remarkably satisfying. Were it not for Loren's incessant warnings about the potential for diseases transmitted through blood, Tom would have relished the idea of licking the blood from his dagger in a display of bravado. When Loren's men arrived, 5 Lane warriors lay slain on the ground, each with their throats expertly slit, their blood saturating the earth. Myaluo was tightly bound with coarse rope, forced to sit upon the ground, and Tom had even taken the care to remove his chin strap. Meanwhile, Tom scrutinized the elves, gazing intently into each cage, as if studying a new and exotic species. The elves glared back at him, their eyes blazing with fury. Had their mouths not been muffled with cloth, they would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses upon this insolent human. Observing the scene, Loren could not help but laugh and scold. "You're a true pervert." Tom chuckled, unperturbed by the accusation. "Boss, don't those knights always boast about how breathtakingly beautiful elves are?" He gestured toward the cages, stating, "These creatures are indeed attractive, but not to the extent of the exaggerated claims. Frankly, some are even less appealing than the ladies of Xiatoadamo. Xiatoadamo was a renowned brothel in the Southern Empire, famous for its beauty at reasonable prices. Chapter 55. My lord, I wish to live get lost. Loren kicked the bound Myaluo, disregarding his furious glare, and turned to Tom, asking, "What is the story with this Kate girl?" Tom shrugged. "I have no idea. Perhaps she is linked to some significant orc figure. These lane warriors are likely her guards." Upon saying this, Tom smirked slyly. "Boss, you've misjudged. This is not a little female cat, but a tomcat." At Tom's words, Llewellyn looked at Myaluo in astonishment, and even Mark and Raguna gathered closer, struggling to comprehend that such a striking cat-eared being was, in fact, male. The group of burly men gawked at Myaluo as though he were a spectacle, leaving him feeling both embarrassed and furious, his ears trembling with indignation. Llewellyn leaned in closely to scrutinize, discovering a subtle bulge at Myaluo's throat, although not overtly apparent. It was indeed a legitimate Adam's apple. Llewellyn signaled for Tom to reattach Myaluo's chin strap. Before Llewellyn could pose a question, Myaluo erupted, "You filthy humans. Let me go? Duke Ling will not spare you. He will have each of you hanged." His voice was rather melodious, prompting Llewellyn to glance down at Myaluo's lower regions, dismissing the threat entirely. Myaluo, sensing his gaze, trembled with rage. "You bastard, where are you looking? Damn it. I'll gouge your eyes out." Without a word, Llewellyn swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as blood trickled from Myaluo's mouth. He clutched his face, silenced, tears brimming in his eyes, evoking a sense of pity. "Now, Kate gentlemen, understand the gravity of your situation." Llewellyn lifted Myaluo's chin, stating, "From here on, you will answer my questions. Should your responses fail to satisfy me, I have numerous goblins and half-orcs at my disposal. I believe they will take a liking to you." After receiving the slap, Myaluo became considerably more compliant. He glared at Llewellyn, yet his striking visage lacked any real intimidation. "State your name and your relationship with Duke Ling," Llewellyn inquired coldly. "I am Myaluo, the secretary to Duke Ling," he replied through clenched teeth. "Human, I advise you to release me immediately, or you shall face the wrath of Duke Ling." With a swift motion, Llewellyn delivered another slap, causing Myaluo's face to swell. "Rather than threaten me, I suggest you provide some useful information to mitigate your suffering." Llewellyn's tone remained calm, but his eyes were icy. The Duke Ling Myaluo spoke of was well known, even to Llewellyn during his time in the south. He hailed from the Lane tribe of the Orc royalty, and was the younger brother of the current Beast King. In his youth, Duke Ling was renowned for his fierce demeanor, advocating for resistance against humans, and even choosing a territory near the Gem Wasteland. During that time, he often led hunts against humans on the wasteland and clashed with the Pangduo's army of Lusum, achieving more victories than defeats. These accomplishments earned Duke Ling immense renown within the Orc Empire, attracting many young orcs to pledge their loyalty to him. However, as the years passed, Duke Lion's demeanor gradually transformed. The frequency of his conflicts with Lusum diminished, and in recent decades, there has been not a single border skirmish. Loren pointed to the caged elves and inquired, "What is the story behind that?" Myaluo glanced at them and replied, "Duke Lion discovered a migrating tribe of prairie elves in the wasteland and dispatched Goblin to eradicate them. These are the captured elves." "And who is Goblin?" "The leader of the fierce wolves." "Ah, the particularly swift orc known as Wolf. So, this fierce wolf has just finished exterminating an elven tribe and has come straight to confront me. How audacious. Tell me about Duke Lion's army." Myaluo hesitated for a moment before saying, "I do not know much about the Duke's forces, but I can assure you that in terms of both numbers and strength, they are far beyond what the fierce wolves can compare to. The Duke's army comprises not only line warriors, but also a significant number of bear, orcs, Keepute, bull, orcs, and elephant, orcs, among other powerful orc races. I have even seen a contingent of tiger, warriors." Loren found it unremarkable that Duke Lion commanded a vast array of powerful orc tribes. Yet the animosity between the Tage and Line tribes is only slightly less intense than the hatred between orcs and humans. It is rumored that the chieftain of the Tage tribe currently maintains a group of mastiffs as a ceremonial guard to vex the Line. Given the nature of their relationship, the allegiance of the Tage tribe to Duke Lion is indeed impressive. Loren posed several more questions, to which Myaluo answered truthfully. When it appeared that Loren had exhausted his inquiries, Myaluo mustered his courage and said, "The Duke will not permit humans to occupy Pulizabo. I advise you to leave swiftly before the Duke sends troops." Loren fixed a cold gaze upon him, causing Myaluo to flinch, fearing another blow, and he quickly shut his eyes. However, the anticipated slap did not descend. Instead, the ropes binding him were loosened. Loren did not return the dagger to his system space, but casually tossed it in front of Myaluo. "I have no habit of showing mercy to my enemies. My voice is calm, yet I can offer you a dignified death. Will you resolve this yourself?" or shall I assist you? Mialuo's head snapped up, disbelief filling his eyes. Although he had sensed during their conversation that his captor would not easily let him go, he had not anticipated the grim pronouncement of a death sentence. Mialuo was acutely aware of the allure his appearance held for men. Throughout his life, he had been subjected to the predatory gazes of countless men, whose fervent stares had never waned despite knowing he was male. Even when he was discovered by Duke Lyon's officials and presented as a gift to the Duke, such looks persisted, albeit more concealed. Yet, the humans before him were different. Whether it was the one who had effortlessly slain 5-line warriors or the one who now compelled him to take his own life. Alongside the knight and the burly human resembling an orc, their gazes were tinged with curiosity and indifference. Since his capture, Mialuo had contemplated how to resist fiercely, resigning himself to the notion that he could face death with dignity. Yet, when death loomed so near, terror engulfed him like a tidal wave. His fingers trembled slightly, and he could not muster the courage to grasp the dagger within reach. Loren's voice resonated once more. What? Do you require my assistance? My lord, Mialuo's voice quivered. I wish to live. Chapter 56. Prejudice is unreliable when death truly approaches. The instinct for survival compels one to change, and this holds true for orcs as well. Just as Mialuo, who had consistently referred to Loren and others as humans, unconsciously uttered the term my lord in this moment. Give me a reason, Loren stated. Gazing at the cat-eared male before him, Mialuo hurriedly replied, I can sing and dance, and I also play musical instruments. Furthermore, I can. He spoke rapidly, fearing that a moment's hesitation could lead to his demise at Loren's hands. Say something useful. Is that all a duke's secretary does? Mialuo was momentarily at a loss for words due to Loren's inquiry. While he held the title of secretary, everyone understood the true nature of his role. You speak common well. Can you write? I can. Of course. Mialuo quickly continued. Not only do I speak beast tongue and common, but I also know a bit of Elvish. Oh, an orc who knows Elvish? This surprised Loren. Even during the era of the Grand Elven Empire, there were few non-elves who spoke Elvish on the continent of Aijua, and now, with the elves in decline, very few would intentionally study the language. Aside from slave-catching teams and historians, the Duke has a particular fondness for elven poetry and had someone teach me. So I know a bit of Elvish and can understand some elven writing, Mialuo explained. Loren could not help but think how frivolous the pursuits of the nobility were. A mere toy like secretary learning Elvish could only serve to recite poetry in idle moments, perhaps for other purposes as well. Noticing the application from Mialuo in the system under livelihood, Loren casually approved it. Your life is spared. I am Loren Lihoanek, the lord of the Anton territory. From now on, you shall be my slave. Upon hearing Loren's words, Mialuo collapsed to the ground, first exhaling in relief, then succumbing to fear. He was uncertain how this human would command him, but it was certainly preferable to dying at that moment. Loren paid no further attention to Mialuo and turned his focus to the elves in the cage. These elves indeed resembled the descriptions found in various fantasy tales, with long pointed ears and slender, tall figures. However, unlike the fantastical portrayals, not every elf was extraordinarily beautiful, nor did they all fit a single mold. Their skin and attire bore witness to the hardships they endured. Yet, this was only logical. Such a destitute elven tribe could hardly maintain the legendary pride and grace. As survival took precedence, Loren called Mialuo over, inquiring which of the elves led this group. Although Mialuo was disinterested in the fierce wolves' military actions, he was quite invested in the fate of these elves. Leading Loren to a cage, he pointed to one of the elves and declared, My lord. She is the leader of this group. She is a formidable warrior who single-handedly killed 8 bear warriors. Had it not been for Goblin using other elves as hostages to threaten her, she likely would not have been captured alive. Loren paid no heed to Mialuo's derogatory term for Goblin. While a secretary and a slave might hold similar roles, their statuses were worlds apart. And it was only natural for Mialuo to harbor some resentment. Loren looked at the elf Mialuo indicated. Her hands were bound, her mouth gagged, and the wrinkles on her face revealed her considerable age. However, considering that elves can live for over 200 years, what appears as a child to an elf might very well be older than Loren himself, perhaps due to her years of martial training. Her physique was more robust than that of her fellow elves. Unlike the other elves, who exhibited anger and fear, her gaze was markedly more tranquil. Loren had no inclination to play the saint. Since these elves were spoils of war, they would naturally become his slaves. Release them was out of the question. He signaled for Ragnar to open the cage. The 2 nearby elves immediately began to thrash about in a frenzy to obstruct them until the freed elf calmed them with a simple statement. It's all right. After descending from the cage, the elf bowed to Loren, saying, Greetings, esteemed Lord of Anton territory. I am Torin of the Wind Whisper tribe. Thank you for rescuing us. It appeared that the elves possessed keen hearing, as the dialogue between Loren and Mieluo had reached her ears. The name of this elf is unexpectedly succinct. Unlike the elaborate names of elves that often consist of 7 or 8 syllables found in many fantasy tales, it appears that the Fengyu tribe has been significantly assimilated by humans. Your command of the common tongue is quite impressive, Loren remarked with a hint of regret. I had anticipated needing a translator. Loren initially intended to test whether Mieluo was being deceitful, but alas, the elf did not provide an opportunity for such scrutiny. Beside him, Mieluo trembled in fear, casting furtive glances at Loren, terrified that his uselessness might lead to a swift demise. Upon hearing Loren's words, the elf chuckled self-deprecatingly. For those of us who have been abandoned, the elvish language cannot fill the bellies of the tribe's children, but the common tongue can. Would you not agree? You speak truthfully. You are not only a formidable warrior, but also a sagacious sage. In response to Loren's flattery, the elf did not reciprocate, but rather asked directly, "How do you intend to deal with us, my lord?" Loren was taken aback by the elf's straightforwardness and retorted, "What do you suggest? We beseech you, noble sir, to allow us to leave. Once we find our kin or return to the elven forest, we shall provide you with generous rewards. That is far too distant." "I care only for the present," Loren replied, shaking his head. "You are already my spoils of war. According to the rules, you either pay a ransom or become my slaves." "That is impossible," the elf responded firmly, yet in a calm tone. "We elves would rather die than become slaves. If you insist on making us your slaves, you shall only receive corpses." Loren was well aware that the elf was boasting. Otherwise, there would not be elven slaves in human society. In the Pangduosi Empire, while elven slaves were rare, they certainly existed. However, Loren did not wish to pressure the elf unduly, as he contemplated the possibility of these individuals joining the Anton Guard. Although the elven empire had waned, elven magic, archery, and sword dancing remained renowned across the continent. "Very well, you shall work for me for 10 years, and after that, I shall grant you your freedom." "Will you keep your word, my lord?" Loren declared. "Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I am a man of my word and shall not retract it." "Good." Loren was momentarily rendered speechless. He had intended to issue further threats, but the elf had agreed outright. Observing the elf before him, Loren suddenly realized that he had been misled by prejudice, assuming that all elves were haughty and unruly. However, the elves in front of him were quite the opposite. They were pragmatic. In the wilderness, even if Loren were to release them, where could they possibly flee? With their tribe obliterated, these few elves wandering the wild were akin to walking treasures, as even the indigenous peoples of the plains recognized the value of elven slaves. Their best option was to align themselves with Loren. As for working for 10 years, for elves, a decade was but a fleeting moment. Chapter 57. The overseer of foreign races, Nick Marco, returned to Anton to summon people to collect the spoils of war. The orcs had fled, leaving behind carts that required drivers. Ragnar and Tom opened the cages one by one, liberating a total of 73 elves, both male and female. Under the gentle reassurances of Anxur, the elves maintained a rare sense of calm, gathering together to rest while their gazes frequently wandered to Loren. Mieluo was at a loss for what to do, awkwardly standing beside Loren. According to Anxur's description, aside from himself, this group of elves included 5 warriors, 10 archers, and a novice wind mage, with the remainder being commoners. These commoners possessed some combat skills, as elves enjoy significantly longer lifespans than humans, allowing them ample time to explore various fields. However, lacking systematic training and real combat experience. Even those elves who understood the basics of combat were far from prepared for true warfare. Loren had no intention of forcing all the elves into battle. These commoners were equally important to Anton. In gaming terms, these elven commoners could be considered skilled life players. Do not assume that elven life players are solely artists. Like poets or painters, among this group, most commoners were tailors, herbalists, carpenters, and many were shepherds and farmers. Grandpa Ma once said that one must be well fed to pursue a spiritual life, a sentiment that holds true in any world. The inclusion of these skilled individuals could significantly enrich the needs of Anton. Anxur would serve as an instructor for the Viking Guard, teaching the Viking warriors the elven sword dance. Loren did not expect these brutes to wield axes with the finesse of a dance. He primarily wanted them to learn the techniques of strength inherent in the elven sword dance. The remaining warriors and archers would directly join Anton's regular guard, while the wind mage would fall under Nick's jurisdiction. Additionally, all arrangements concerning the elves' livelihoods would also be overseen by Nick. Anxur was unaware that the Nick Loren referred to was a goblin. Otherwise, Loren suspected he might not have agreed. As for any potential regret upon meeting Nick, Loren was not one to be easily swayed. Those who displayed bravado could simply pay their dues and leave, or they would have to comply with the arrangements and adopt a proper work ethic. Once Anxer conveyed Loren's arrangements to the elves, the system began receiving applications in succession. In addition to 73 applications for livelihood, the military section also received 17 applications. After careful consideration, Loren consented. But he instructed Tom to keep a close eye on the elves to prevent any secrets of Anton from being disclosed. When Marco arrived with Anton's personnel, the elves instantly became agitated upon seeing a large number of half-orcs in the crowd. After all, anyone who had roamed the wilderness had likely encountered goblins, half-orcs, or gnolls, the three notorious denizens of the plains. Many elven warriors instinctively reached for their waists, only to find nothing there, forcing them to stand guard protectively in front of the commoners, which pleased Loren immensely. Upon learning that these half-orcs were not only legitimate residents of Anton, but also members of the Anton Guard, the elves, though incredulous and slightly disdainful, refrained from any further actions due to their precarious circumstances and obediently followed the main party toward Anton. As the procession passed the battlefield, Anton's people were busy cleaning up. The elves were quite unprepared for the sight of the battlefield ravaged by Viking warriors, with some even regurgitating the scant food they had in their stomachs. It was not that the elves were being overly sensitive. Rather, their combat styles differed greatly. Elven battles typically left whole corpses, while Viking warriors wielded their axes with brutal efficiency, often cleaving opponents in half or dismembering them before eviscerating them. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses, intestines trailing behind, and several heads were split open like halved watermelons. Only the residents of Anton could maintain their composure while collecting bodies and weapons. The old residents were long accustomed to such sights, and as for the newcomers from Kushir, they had seen far worse on the plains. Nick scampered over, and upon seeing Loren, the green-skinned goblin instinctively dropped to one knee, preparing to perform a standard boot-kissing gesture. However, halfway down, he suddenly froze. Recalling Loren's earlier warning, "Should you dare to lick my boots again, I shall have your tongue severed." With that thought, the goblin mage abruptly halted his movement, instead opting for a deep bow. Subsequently, Nick caught sight of Mia Luo standing behind Loren and was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly lowered his head even further, nearly burying his eyes within his collar. In Nick's mind, women near his master were a deadly taboo. Merely glancing at them could cost one their head. Loren was no stranger to this behavior. The goblin mage had previously visited 3 times a day to pay his respects, greeting in the morning, checking in at noon, and bidding farewell in the evening, his eagerness often eliciting goosebumps. Later, after being reprimanded by Loren several times, Nick finally restrained himself somewhat. However, whenever he encountered the Lord, he would still instinctively approach to offer his servitude. "Nick," Loren pointed to a distant group of elves, aside from those who have joined the guard. "The rest of the elves are under your command." He deliberately indicated an elven mage. "See that one? An apprentice wind mage, also under your jurisdiction." "Huh," Nick gaped, unable to wrap his green-skinned head around the idea of a goblin managing elves. This was something even the oldest goblin mage would not dare to dream of. Beside him, Mia Luo was equally flabbergasted. Previously, Loren and Anxier had not concealed their arrangements for the elves from him, and he had always thought Nick was a powerful human mage, only to discover he was a goblin. Did this goblin possess some unique qualities? Mia Luo gazed intently at the goblin mage before him, whose green skin was wrinkled and caked in mud. If there was any distinction, it was that he wore a set of apparently well-tailored clothing, albeit now soiled from battle, and adorned with a necklace of bone and teeth that seemed incongruous. Mia Luo could not discern any notable differences in this goblin, but the thought of the elves' expressions upon learning their superior was a goblin brought him a sense of joy. Llewellyn clapped Nick on the shoulder, saying, "Old Nick, you are the overseer of the other races. Show some authority. Don't think that just because they are a handful of prairie elves, you won't one day oversee even dragons, should they be of another race." Nick was completely overwhelmed, mumbling incoherently in goblin tongue. Llewellyn guessed he was lamenting ancestral grievances. Seeing Nick about to become overly agitated, Llewellyn slapped him on the back of the head, causing Nick to stagger and mumble, "Let us go. I'll introduce you to them." Chapter 58. Nick is actually a goblin? When Llewellyn brought Nick to the elves and publicly announced that this goblin was Nick, the entire assembly of elves erupted into chaos. The elves voiced their protests, drawing the attention of the Viking warriors. The previously resting warriors swiftly armed themselves with axes and shields, silently encircling the elves with cold, predatory gazes, akin to observing livestock awaiting slaughter. The initial clamor gradually subsided under the watchful eyes of the Viking warriors, yet the anger on the elves' faces remained unabated. Angsir slowly rose, his voice calm, yet simmering with indignation. My lord, are you deliberately insulting us? Insulting? Not at all. Loren patted the trembling Nick beside him. Nick is the overseer of foreign races in Anong, overseeing not only goblins, but also half-orcs, and even the ogres over there. You, of course, are not exempt. No, we are different. We of the Wind Whisper tribe will never accept a goblin as our leader, Angsir declared sharply. Loren fixed his gaze on Angsir from the very beginning. I stated that you either pay a ransom or comply with the arrangements. There is no third option here. As Loren's words fell, the Viking warriors stepped forward in unison, their formidable presence inducing several young elves to falter and retreat. Angsir surveyed the Viking warriors surrounding them and asked, Are you threatening us, my lord? No. I am merely stating the facts. After a prolonged silence, Angsir deflated like a punctured balloon. My lord, I wish to prove that we are different from the foreign races you speak of. Upon hearing Angsir's words, Loren inquired with interest. Oh, how so? Because this group of elves has me. Angsir stood tall, fixing his gaze on Loren. I wish to duel one of your warriors. If I win, I hope the elves will receive fair treatment. Firstly, being under Nick's jurisdiction does not mean differential treatment. Your conditions will be identical to those of other subjects. Secondly, I accept your challenge. Loren declined Ragnar and Aid's eagerness to participate and chose to face Angsir himself. Angsir was not weak. On the contrary, according to the system panel, he was quite formidable. His class rank was Master Warrior, level 35. Although his rank matched Aid's, some of his attributes surpassed even Aid's level 39. The saying on the continent of Iseria that elves are favored by the gods was indeed accurate. Are you sure you do not wish to change your weapon? Loren watched as Angsir casually picked up a common long sword from the ground and kindly reminded him. There is no need, my lord, Angsir replied, weighing the sword in his hand. He hesitated briefly, glancing at Ragnar, who was eager to step in behind Loren. Are you certain you do not wish to send in someone else? I have no confidence in defeating him. Feeling belittled, Loren chuckled and shook his head. Since the opposing side was ungrateful, he decided not to say anything further. Their duel quickly drew the attention of all present. In addition to the observing elves and Viking warriors, even the subjects who were cleaning the battlefield gathered around. Young Aetius squeezed to the front row, excitement bubbling in his gaze as he watched the two combatants. He had previously asked Marco about the Lord's strength, to which Marco had simply replied, I cannot defeat the Lord. To Aetius, who viewed Marco as a god of war for daring to charge single-handedly into hundreds of wolf-riding orcs, the thought of a lord who could make such a formidable warrior feel inferior was awe-inspiring. When Loren retrieved a broadsword from his storage, Angsir began to regret his arrogance. The ability to wield such a heavy sword with one hand spoke volumes of this human lord's strength. As the two clashed, Angsir quickly realized how mistaken he had been. Loren was not merely strong, he was exceptionally powerful. Even the orc from the bear tribe who had previously fallen to his sword did not possess the raw strength displayed by this human. The more they fought, the more astonished Angsir became. Loren's speed defied logic. Each strike was impeccably timed, seemingly anticipating Angsir's every move, as if he could read his thoughts. After several exchanges, Angsir fully comprehended that he had no chance of winning. The only reason he had lasted this long was that his opponent was holding back. Indeed, Loren suddenly accelerated, his broadsword flashing like lightning aimed directly at Angsir's throat. Despite Angsir's utmost effort to block, the sword tip came to rest a mere 3 inches from his throat. You have lost. With Loren's voice ringing out, Angsir relinquished his grip on the longsword. I have lost. Your strength is formidable. The elves shall heed your will. The elves stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The strongest warrior in their tribe, who had never faced defeat even against the fierce orcs of the wolf tribe, had now suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a human, and one with no ability to retaliate at that. Lord Angsir did not employ his fighting spirit. Indeed, Lord Angsir is simply fatigued. If he had utilized his fighting spirit, he would not have lost. The elves were reluctant to accept Angsir's defeat, scrambling for excuses. Be quiet. Angsir glared at the elves before him. The Lord did not use his fighting spirit either. A loss is a loss. Do not seek further justifications. Loren disregarded the elves' debate and turned to the quaking Nick. Nick, do not cower like a quail. You represent me now. Do not disgrace me. Having said that, he went off to boast and banter with the Viking warriors. Nick gazed at the Lord's retreating figure, his trembling body gradually calming. He first bowed respectfully to Loren's back, then straightened up and turned toward the elves. Initially, Llewellyn's appointment of Nick as the overseer of foreign races had been a mere jest, but now he no longer viewed it as such. According to Llewellyn's vision, the future of Anong would undoubtedly be one of mixed races, necessitating a foreigner to manage them. Nick was the only suitable candidate in the territory, and it seemed the goblin mage's talents extended beyond mere magic. The intelligence attribute had consistently received the least allocation from the system, unlike strength, agility, or spirit, which were automatically assigned based on class and potential with each level up. The system showed great respect for the science of intelligence. Like Ragna, who has surpassed level 30. His intelligence attribute is a mere 8, only slightly more intelligent than the average person. In contrast, creatures such as goblins and bear goblins exhibit an intelligence attribute that stagnates at 5 after reaching that threshold. However, the goblin archmage is a notable exception. Despite being only level 20, its intelligence attribute has already reached 8. It is worth noting that Nick's initial intelligence attribute was a mere 4. Regrettably, Loren cannot manipulate the system's attribute allocation. Otherwise, he would allocate all points to intelligence for Nick, perhaps nurturing a goblin scholar. Chapter 59. Starting from a young age following the war with the fierce wolves, the territory of Anong embarked on an extensive construction phase. The sounds of construction crews hammering echoed from dawn until dusk, transforming Anong into a vast construction site. In addition to constructing dwellings for the Kushal people and the newly arrived elves, the crews were also tasked with preparing housing for the imminent influx of the Viking tribe. Ogres once again became the backbone of the construction efforts, their massive forms conspicuously present on the site. These lumbering giants toiled daily, moving stones and cutting materials, content as long as their hunger was sated. In this conflict, the Viking warriors suffered minimal losses, whereas the Anong territory's guard faced substantial casualties. Out of 35 half-orcs, only 23 remained. Of 120 goblins, merely over 70 survived, and the Kushal cavalry bore the brunt of the losses. Despite Marco's steadfast efforts, only 153 of the original 200 Kushal cavalry remained, most of them injured. The spoils of this battle were not nearly as bountiful as those captured from the Voss trading caravan. Aside from 73 elves, there were only some food supplies and herbs. For the Wind language tribe was not affluent enough to avoid relocation to the wastelands. As the dawn and dusk alternated, days passed quietly. The native inhabitants of the wasteland were largely swept away by Marco and Ed, alongside the Anong guard, leaving only the more distant areas to search for remnants of the wasteland populace. The Viking warriors ceased their wood carving of furniture as Loren imposed stringent training regimens upon them. In the mornings, they would carry logs around Anong for exercise, while afternoons were dedicated to practicing combat skills under Ungshir's guidance, occasionally assisting at the construction site by moving quarried stones. Autumn marked the season of bustling trade caravans across the wastelands, with merchants heading north to the Garrosh Plateau and others journeying south towards Lossum. Regardless of whether they were human or orc, Loren imposed a tax of 1/10 on all, with those unwilling to comply being redirected. During this period, several defiant caravans attempted to force their way through, only to find their goods confiscated and stored within Ondong's warehouses. Over time, both humans and orcs became aware that the former territory of Pulsburg was now occupied by a human lord who imposed heavy taxes. Throughout the skirmishes with both human and orc caravans, the Mastiffs, led by Bel, participated wholeheartedly. Following the battle against the fierce wolves, Bel approached Loren, and after Loren painted an enticing vision for him, Bel's loyalty surged, unburdened by any qualms about engaging in battle with orcs. What was this vision? Essentially, Loren confided to Bel that his aspiration was to establish a city-state where all citizens, regardless of race or social standing, be they orcs, humans, or goblins, could live in harmony. To Loren's astonishment, Bel, the dashing middle-aged mastiff, was genuinely moved by this notion, leaving Loren quite taken aback. It remains unclear how Bel communicated this to the other mastiffs. But thereafter, in battles against orcs or humans, the mastiffs charged forward with fervor, prompting Loren to question whether the indigenous inhabitants of this world were so enamored with grand promises. Out of curiosity, Loren later employed similar rhetoric with the Viking warriors, only to be met with mockery. Kobe bluntly remarked, "Boss, with your ways of pillaging and slaughtering, how can you speak such words without feeling ashamed?" It was they who attempted to breach the checkpoint. Loren defended himself, asserting, "I have not laid a finger on the caravans that chose to detour." However, the Vikings were evidently unimpressed, with Ragna laughingly quipping, "Boss, with your demeanor, you're bound for hell, where you'll continue to plunder the demon's coffers. Of course, I'll be right beside you." After enduring the Vikings' jests, Loren fell into a dejected state for several days, only to subsequently adopt an unusual routine of early departures and late returns. He would rise before dawn to visit Mia Luo's quarters and return late at night. The subjects of Anong paid little mind, as it was customary for a lord to take a beautiful captive as a concubine. What? You say that captive is male? It is still customary for the lord to take a handsome male captive as a favorite, within the simple minds of the subjects. The notion of a lord oppressing either gender was seen as typical. Loren, who never oppressed his subjects, was viewed as an anomaly merely indulging in a captive. Considered a paragon among nobles, Mia Luo was in despair during these days. Upon arriving at Anong Castle, Loren had casually assigned him a room and sent him on his way. As Mia Luo found himself at a loss for what to do, Loren unexpectedly sought him out. Claiming to be researching educational materials, Loren visited him almost daily, come rain or shine. Initially, Mia Luo suspected Loren harbored ulterior motives, believing the research of educational materials was merely a pretext. However, after a few days, Mia Luo's perspective shifted. He sensed that Loren had no ulterior motives. Not only that, but Loren often berated him for lagging behind in comprehension. Concurrently, these days allowed Mia Luo to completely reassess his view of Loren. He had initially perceived him solely as a physically powerful lord, only to discover that he was also a scholar of profound knowledge. Loren innovatively annotated phonetics for characters using symbols such as A, W, and E, and even introduced multiplication tables. Amidst Loren's scolding, Mia Luo began annotating every character in the book A Brief History of Iseria with phonetic markings. Given the scarcity of educational materials in Anong, and Loren's lack of patience to create one, he resorted to finding a book in the system's space for reference. After all, it was merely to teach children to recognize characters. Any book would suffice. And A Brief History of Iseria was one of the few appropriate for children in the system's space, as it was crucial not to introduce inappropriate content too early. After a week, Loren grew impatient. While Mia Luo had barely transcribed a third of A Brief History of Iseria, it was not that Mia Luo was slow. Rather, any book tied to history was inherently lengthy. Upon hearing from Cass that the school had been completed, Loren promptly took Mia Luo there, announcing that he would be the principal and teacher of Andong's first primary school, along with the role of logistics guard without needing to juggle other duties. Loren would arrange for 2 guards from Ed's side to stand watch. In a state of bewilderment, Mia Luo was informed of the official establishment of Andong's first primary school, where all children in the territory were required to attend. The school would observe 1 day of rest each week, and in addition to literacy, Loren mandated that Marco, Angsha, and Ed dedicate a half-day each week to teaching swordsmanship, horsemanship, and other fundamental military skills. Chapter 60. Northern Trade Caravan. Since the establishment of Andong's first primary school, the laughter of children had vanished. Every time Loren passed by the school, hearing the children reciting their lessons, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Mia Luo found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Not only did he have to teach the children during the day, but he also burned the midnight oil annotating phonetics for A Brief History of Iseria. What troubled him further was that the class resembled a hodgepodge of races. Aside from humans, the classroom was filled with chattering goblin infants and half-grown orcs. The goblin pups were spoils brought back by the Anong Territory's guard from their extermination of the goblin natives, while the orc children were contributions from the orc caravans that dared to breach the checkpoints. The orcs, in their dealings with human society, offered various goods, but the most valuable among them was, without a doubt, the orcs themselves. Although Loren had no interest in assuming the role of a righteous avenger, as long as the orc caravans dutifully paid their taxes or took alternative routes, he would not trouble them. However, should they choose to challenge him, they would not escape the wrath of his iron fist of justice. The orc slaves seized were mostly sent to the Anong Guard for combat, while the remaining ones were entrusted to Nick for the construction of the Anong territory. As for the miners, Loren, with a generous sweep of his hand, sent them all to the Anong First Primary School. The establishment of the Anong First Primary School was, in essence, a whimsical venture born out of Loren's ennui, influenced by the ideals of compulsory education from his former life on Blue Star. However, the news brought back by Marco was of a different nature, directly affecting whether the Anong territory could weather the harsh winter of the plains with stability. Loren had not anticipated the territory's rapid development. The population swelled like a balloon, rendering his previous preparations for supplies wholly inadequate. Fortunately, thanks to the contributions from the Voss caravan and other obstinate traders, essential supplies such as food and salt were not lacking, but the issue of winter coats had become pressing. Although the Anong territory boasted ample coal and equipped each courtyard with heated beds, it would not be reasonable to confine the inhabitants indoors for the entire winter. Beyond coats, there was a significant shortage of small necessities like paper, oil lamps, and cooking utensils. Not only did Loren wish to procure goods, but he also sought to sell. As he had no intention of forming a caravan to trade with the orcs, the spices, porcelain, tea leaves, and hides seized from the caravans were all valuable in Galash Plateau and could fetch a good price in Lossum. Thus, Loren instructed Marco to make a trip to Lossum under the name of Count William Marshall, persuading the United Merchants Guild to send a caravan for trade. Since Loren was prepared with genuine goods and would pay in real currency, he deemed it not deceitful toward the United Merchants Guild. Marco, utilizing a relay system, traveled swiftly, returning with news a few days later. Previously, Count William Marshall had arranged with the head of the United Merchants Guild to provide Loren with assistance. So the guild's representative readily agreed to Marco's request. Marco also brought word that the northern nobles annually organized a large-scale caravan in the second month of spring and the last month of autumn, transporting goods across the Gem Plains to trade with the orcs. Naturally, the United Merchants Guild would be involved, promising to bring the supplies needed by the Anong territory while taking Loren's goods in return. Loren calculated the days, realizing that the northern trade caravan was set to depart shortly, and soon the entire plain would come alive with activity. As the weather on the plains grew colder, one would expect the native inhabitants to gather winter supplies during this final month, yet the plains exhibited an unusual tranquility, with all natives tucked away in their dens. A vast caravan, composed of humans, traversed the plains, endless numbers of rock-armored camels and carts stretching as far as the eye could see. Numerous human knights surrounded the caravan, some returning to it, while others ventured into the distant wilderness. The leading knight raised his hand to signal the caravan to halt, and then rode forth to a lavish carriage at the center of the convoy. He dismounted with agility, respectfully addressing, "My lord Lucas, it is time for a break as per our schedule. We shall resume our journey in an hour." Indeed, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, revealing a sharply defined face with high cheekbones, piercing brown eyes, and meticulously trimmed facial hair. Supported by a coachman, Lucas alighted from the carriage and inquired, "Gordon, how much longer until we reach Pressburg?" "My lord, we shall arrive by noon tomorrow." "Good." Just as a servant was about to drape a cloak over Lucas, he raised his hand to halt him. "Gordon, let our dealings with the orcs take precedence. Do not pursue any unnecessary matters." Upon hearing Lucas's words, Gordon was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Gordon recognized that Lucas was instructing him not to seize the opportunity to cause trouble for the Anong territory, which had occupied the former Pressburg. Gordon hailed from the Voss family, and the Voss caravan's issues could not simply be overlooked by the family. After extensive investigation, all evidence pointed toward the Anong territory as the perpetrator behind the infamous 10% tax policy and the violent actions against non-compliant caravans, confirming them as the culprits. Prior to the caravan's departure, the family head had specifically instructed Gordon Voss to seek an opportunity for revenge against the Anong territory. Within the caravan, there were several noble factions eager to confront the Anong territory, as the 10% tax policy had offended numerous nobles behind various caravans. Gordon Voss believed that if he could incite conflict, other representatives of noble factions in the caravan would eagerly join in the effort to dismantle the Anong territory. Unfortunately, with Lucas's directive, Gordon Voss had no choice but to comply. Lucas's full name was Lucas Stewart, hailing from the only ducal family in the north. Moreover, Lucas was no minor figure. He had led the entire caravan as the representative of the Stewart family in trade with the orcs for over a decade. Setting aside family connections, Lucas was also a viscount with his own fief in the north, while Gordon was merely an honorary baron. Were it not for the Stewart family, Gordon would never have been appointed as the commander of the caravan's guards. It was rumored that the goods of the Voss family had been borrowed from the Stewart family. And although the losses sustained by the Voss caravan were not crippling, the short time frame made it difficult for the family to procure enough cash to restock, necessitating borrowing from the Stewart family. Gordon was unsure why Lucas wished to spare the Anong territory, but he knew that as long as Lucas had spoken, he had to obey. Chapter 61. Below Cloadicei, the caravan soon arrived near the Anong territory and set up camp. The United Merchants Guild also sent representatives to invite Loren. Upon receiving the news, Loren did not bring along Viking warriors or the Anong Guard, but simply instructed Ragnar and Ed to heighten security before proceeding with Marco to meet the representatives of the United Merchants Guild at the Northern Trade Caravan's encampment. Loren wished to avoid any form of conflict with this caravan. While he was direct in his dealings, he was not foolish. From the previous intelligence provided by the United Merchants Guild, it was evident that this caravan was backed by almost all of the great nobles in the north. In the north, one could afford to offend certain powerful nobles, but offending all of them was a luxury that the current Anong territory could not afford. As for the future, who could say what it would hold? When Loren and Marco arrived at the campsite, they finally understood the vastness that Bell had mentioned. A seemingly endless expanse of tents stretched before them, with herds of rock-armored camels grazing on the plains not far away. Loren found it difficult to imagine that he would one day use the term herd to describe the number of rock-armored camels. Recalling how he once felt prideful over possessing 10, he was struck by the stark contrast that illustrated the disparity between wealth and poverty. In addition to their wealth, the military capabilities of this caravan were formidable. The area was surrounded by enclosures, and the timber used indicated it was not sourced from the plains, likely brought by the caravan from Lossum. Within the camp, not only were there ranks of armored soldiers patrolling, but 2 watchtowers had been erected at the front and back of the encampment, making it resemble a military base more than a caravan site. The representatives of the United Merchants Guild dismounted with efficiency and exchanged hushed words with the guards of the encampment. The infantrymen scrutinized Loren and Marco for a moment before stepping aside to clear the path. "My Lord Baron." The representative of the United Chamber turned to the 2 gentlemen and bowed, stating that horseback riding was prohibited within the camp, and asked for their understanding. Without hesitation, Loren dismounted, with Marco following suit, gracefully leaping from his horse. Observing the 2 nobles' cooperation, the representative of the United Chamber visibly sighed in relief and promptly performed a deep bow. As he gestured for them to follow, Loren tossed the reins to the infantryman stationed at the gate, saying, "Young man, our horses are rather high-strung. You must take good care of them." With that, a few silver coins glimmered as they arced through the air. The infantryman fumbled to catch the coins, eagerly assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I will tend to your esteemed steeds with utmost diligence." Navigating through the bustling camp, the representative guided the 2 gentlemen to a deep blue tent. After exchanging a few hushed words with the guard at the entrance, the guard promptly lifted the flap and reported within. Shortly after, a robust middle-aged man emerged from within the tent. His face, round and jovial, bore the characteristic amiability of a merchant. Although his ample satin robe could not conceal a slightly protruding belly, the solid shoulders and muscular arms hinted at a vigorous youth. "Baron Loren, good day. I am Broclotus," he said warmly. "Good day, Baron Broclotus," Loren replied. From the earlier conversations with the United Chamber's representatives, Loren had learned that Broclotus was the head of the United Chamber and a baron of imperial honor. Broclotus took Loren's arm, affectionately ushering him into the tent. One could hardly conceive the opulence of the wealthy, for this was no mere military tent. It was evidently a mobile noble's parlor. Beneath their feet lay a thick, intricately woven carpet, soft and silent to tread upon, with gold and deep red threads interlacing to form elaborate patterns. In the center stood a long ebony table adorned with gilt copper accents, meticulously arranged with silver-plated wine jugs, crystal goblets, and several plates of exquisite delicacies, fresh grapes, candied fruits, figs, and even a small dish of rare spices. In one corner, a finely crafted brass heater emitted a delicate fragrance, burning not ordinary charcoal, but specially blended charcoal infused with spices. "Please, take a seat." Broclotus cheerfully signaled to a servant to pour wine. "Let us converse over a drink." The servant promptly approached, filling the goblets with amber-hued wine. Loren lifted the crystal cup, feeling the delicate engravings along its surface, which likely cost more than a common soldier's half-year salary. Broclotus raised his glass, breaking the silence with a smile. "My lord, Marquis William Marshall specifically asked me to convey his regards. Your exploits on the frontier are truly commendable." Loren gently swirled the contents of his goblet and replied, "Your lordship is too kind. I merely fulfilled my duty as a knight of the Empire." His Majesty would never neglect a loyal frontier knight. Broclotus emphasized the word loyal, particularly with respect to one as talented as you, governing the Anong territory. "The Marquis has instructed that the United Chamber will fully support you in your endeavors. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The United Chamber will assist you as much as possible." Naturally, Loren understood Broclotus's implication, and gratitude welled upon his face as he leaned forward slightly, sincerely stating, "I appreciate His Majesty's concern, as well as the support from Marquis William and yourself. As you know, the peculiar position of the Anong territory presents unique challenges. We face threats from the indigenous tribes of the wasteland, as well as the assaults of the orcs. The Anong territory lies deep within the wasteland, lacking resources, and we find ourselves in dire need. Insufficient food, inadequate weaponry, and even the draft animals are scarce. Just as Loren appeared ready to elaborate on his grievances, Broclotus quickly interjected. Do not worry, Sir Loren. The United Chamber has several mercenary groups at its disposal, seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Should you need assistance, they can be dispatched to help defend your territory, and you need not concern yourself with the costs. The United Chamber will cover all expenses. Loren, knowing well the difficulty of securing aid, replied, While we do not lack manpower, as long as we can ensure a steady supply of resources, I assure you, we shall not allow the enemy to gain any advantage. Seeing Loren's refusal, Broclotus did not press further. We can discuss specific plans later. I can assure you that the United Chamber will send a merchant convoy to the Anong territory every 2 months. At that time, whatever you need, the United Chamber will guarantee to sell it to you at cost. Could it not be a bit lower? We are all working for the great Emperor Philip, Loren suggested. A 10% discount. You know my authority is limited, Broclotus replied, understanding that it was prudent to accept the offer. Loren recognized that the Anong territory was not worth significant investment from the royal family or Marquis William at this time. Just as they were conversing, a guard from the chamber reported at the entrance. After receiving permission, he entered and stated, My lord, Lord Lucas has sent word that you are to attend a meeting in the main tent immediately. Upon hearing this, Broclotus warmly grasped Loren's arm, exclaiming, Perfect. I shall introduce you to the prominent families of the north. After all, the Gem Wasteland is part of the north, and it will benefit Anong to establish familiarity among them. As Broclotus led Loren into the main tent, they found a considerable assembly already gathered. This main tent was far more modest than Broclotus's, supported by rough wooden beams and adorned with ordinary woolen blankets on the floor. In the center stood a long wooden table surrounded by a dozen simple wooden chairs, with several braziers providing light and warmth. The air tinged with the faint scent of burning pine. Groups of nobles conversed in hushed tones, pausing to acknowledge Broclotus with nods as he entered. When Broclotus introduced Loren as the lord of the Anong territory, most responses were lukewarm. Some offered perfunctory greetings before turning away, while others frowned, and a few openly glared at Loren. Had it not been for the decorum of the gathering and Broclotus's presence, it was likely that some would have openly scolded him. Loren remained unfazed by the hostility, fully aware that these nobles' merchant caravans had likely suffered greatly under his 10% tax policy. Broclotus gestured for a servant to bring a chair and seated Loren beside him. After a quarter of an hour, the last few nobles arrived. Besides Loren, 13 noble representatives filled the tent. Once everyone was present, Lucas entered with Gordon, prompting all to rise and pay their respects. Lucas's gaze swept over the assembly and lingered noticeably upon Loren. He then inquired with a questioning look toward Broclotus, Baron Broclotus, who is this gentleman beside you? Broclotus hastily introduced, This is Baron Loren Li Hua En Ik, the lord of the Anong territory. Loren stepped forward, bowing as he greeted, Good day, Lord Lucas. Good day. Baron Loren, Lucas replied curtly, before taking his seat at the head of the table. Just as he settled, a mocking voice echoed from the corner. Are we to discuss serious matters here? Is it appropriate to have an outsider listening in? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A burly man clad in armor contrasted starkly with the finely dressed nobles surrounding him. Broclotus leaned closer to Loren, whispering, That is Utriad Okoji, the third son of the Okoji family head. He has always been combative, previously serving in the Okoji family's knightly order, fighting against the tribesmen on the plains for years, and is a notable warrior of the north, having only recently returned. Before Broclotus could finish, Lucas interjected, Baron Broclotus. Since Baron Loren is your guest, do you have any differing opinions regarding Sir Utriad? Broclotus calmly rose, My lord, Baron Loren's Anong territory is the former Pressburg. The location for our transaction is within the territory of Andong. I believe it is essential for the local lord to participate in the meeting. Lucas nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the point. Indeed, Sir Utriad, what is your perspective? Sir Utriad scoffed, sneering, What a joke, this Andong territory. How many have claimed lordship in Priest Porok over the years? And what has become of them? He contemptuously assessed Loren. All present are noble figures of the north. What merit does this inexperienced boy possess to sit here? Lucas rapped the table and spoke in a grave tone. Sir Utriad, mind your words. I must remind you that Andong is the legitimate territory of Pangduosi, and Baron Loren is a noble sanctioned by the Empire. You ought to exhibit a modicum of respect. Although Utriad refrained from retorting, his expression conveyed utter disregard for Lucas's admonition. Brock lowered his voice to inquire of Loren, though the Okoji family is merely a count. They are an established noble lineage in the north. How have you offended them? Perhaps their caravan has been taxed by me, Loren shrugged, as you know. Not everyone can accept a 10% tax. Brock shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, aside from taxation, there was little else to be done regarding the position of Ondo. Lucas did not decide on Loren's participation, but instead posed the question to him. Baron Loren, what is your view? The caravan is trading in Ondo. According to imperial law, as the Lord of Ondo, I have the right to attend this meeting. Loren paused, then shifted his tone. However, this is the North, the Gem Wasteland. Invoking imperial law is an act of cowardice. Since Sir Uhtred claims that Ondone lacks the strength to participate in this meeting, why not let him test that claim himself? Loren's words resonated more with the nobles of the North, and some, reveling in the drama, even whistled. In truth, Loren held little interest in the meeting. Rather than confer with this rowdy assembly, he would prefer to bask in the sun back at Ondone's courtyard. Brock's intention to have Loren attend the meeting was all too evident, yet for Loren, unfamiliar with the North, he was content to oblige. Originally, he sought to avoid trouble, but with provocation at hand, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Since there was no profit to be gained, he might as well create some. Are you challenging the Okoji family? Uhtred abruptly rose, glaring at Loren with fierce intensity. What? Is it that you, Sir Uhtred, lack the courage? Or is it the Okoji family that is fearful? Loren replied unhurriedly. You seek death. Uhtred instinctively reached for his sword, only to remember that he had surrendered his weapon to the guard before entering the tent. Seizing a nearby wooden chair, he intended to hurl it at Loren. Enough. Sir Uhtred, sit down. Lucas commanded sternly, then turned to Loren. Baron Loren, mind your words. To insult a family that has been rooted in the North for many years, contributing significantly, is unbecoming of a noble. Upon Loren's respectful gesture, Lucas continued. Since Baron Loren is the Lord of Ondone, he naturally possesses the right to attend. However, as the Okoji family is a principal member of the caravan and has raised objections, shall we resolve this in accordance with Northern tradition, through a duel? Do either of you dissent? Certainly not, Loren responded with a smile. Uhtred grinned wickedly. Just as I desire. I will relish crushing this insolent boy. Very well. Lucas began to announce, when Loren interjected. My lord, I have a proposal. Lucas furrowed his brow. What proposal does Baron Loren have? Uhtred sneered from the side. Are you having second thoughts? It's too late. Loren ignored Uhtred and calmly stated, I wish to raise the stakes. Chapter 63. The inevitable duel. The people of the Pangduosi Empire are known for their straightforwardness. They prefer to resolve disputes physically, especially in the North, where the best means of settling conflicts is through dueling. In contrast to the more restrained duels of the southern nobles, those in the North are markedly more brutal. However, the instinct for self-preservation knows no bounds, even among the hot-headed youths vying for a woman's affection. The older noblemen have learned to send their knights to duel on their behalf. Yet, neither Uhtred nor Loren falls into this category. Uhtred is supremely confident in his abilities and has no inclination to let another fight for him. Loren, on the other hand, has only himself and Marco. Since his opponent has chosen to engage personally, he cannot afford to appear weak. In the open space outside the camp, Lucas stood at the center, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, I shall reiterate, if Sir Uhtred triumphs, Baron Loren must not only withdraw from this meeting, but also relinquish all goods previously negotiated to Sir Uhtred. Conversely, should Baron Loren prevail, his goods will occupy the Okoji family's allocation for this year's trade with the orcs. Do either of you have objections? The goods Lucas referred to are those Loren intended to sell to the United Merchants Guild in each year's biannual trade with the orcs. The quantity of goods each family may sell is strictly regulated. The nobles of the North are keenly aware of the value of rare commodities. Should families be allowed to trade freely, it would disrupt market prices and undermine the balance of power among the northern nobility. Even the deeply entrenched United Merchants Guild must bow to this rule. The goods acquired from Loren must first be returned to Rosamund, completing all formalities before proceeding with further transactions. This is not to say the United Merchants Guild lacks the capacity to engage in direct resales. It is merely that the interests entangled within this regulation are too significant, compelling even the noble patrons behind the guild and the Philip family to refrain from undermining it. As Loren stepped out of the tent, he took the opportunity to inform Brock that should he win, he would only accept the base price originally promised by the United Merchants Guild, with any additional profits going entirely to them. Should he lose, he would compensate the guild accordingly. To Loren's surprise, Brock was remarkably generous, stating on the spot that regardless of the outcome, Loren could handle the goods entirely at his discretion, with the United Merchants Guild taking nothing. Such an opportunity to earn favor without financial expenditure was not to be missed by Brock. Let the duel commence. Northern duels are typically devoid of embellishments. With a wave of Lucas's hand, the two stepped into the arena. As Loren drew a massive sword from the space of the system, everyone gasped in astonishment. The sword was astonishingly large. When Loren swung it casually, the blade cut through the air with a deep, resonant whoosh, confirming it to be a formidable weapon rather than an empty shell. Uhtred, fixated on the exaggerated sword, recalled a rumor circulating in the taverns of Rosamute, where a lord of the Gem Wasteland had single-handedly bested a frenzied Viking warrior. He had initially thought this merely a fabricated tale spun by a noble to glorify himself. Yet being well acquainted with the character of the Gem Wasteland's lords, he felt the truth of the rumor might not be far-fetched. Nevertheless, Uhtred had no intention of retreating. He did not believe he would necessarily lose. There are no surrendering warriors in the north, and certainly, Uhtred would not be among them. Uhtred gripped his sword with both hands. While it may not rival Loren's weapon in size, it was a hefty, finely crafted steel sword. And a fiery aura began to envelop him, akin to a raging inferno. By the gods, is this aura of fighting spirit so commonplace? I hardly encountered any in Delenbayo throughout the year, yet in less than half a year in the north, I've encountered several. Although Loren inwardly cursed, his hands remained active. The two heavy swords collided with a thunderous crash, sending sparks flying. Uhtred felt a tingling in his grip, nearly losing hold of the sword hilt. To his astonishment, he discovered that Loren's seemingly casual swordplay contained such terrifying power. Come again, Uhtred roared, his fiery aura surging around him. He altered his strategy, opting not to clash directly but instead to agilely circle around Loren, searching for vulnerabilities. Yet, Loren remained unfazed, wielding the exaggerated broadsword with one hand. Every block perfectly timed as if he could anticipate Uhtred's every move. In his grasp, the heavy blade felt as light as a feather, yet it bore the force of thunder. With another clash, Uhtred was forced back several steps, his arm trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Loren's broad sword struck again. Uhtred sidestepped, but still felt the blade's wind graze his shoulder, the sound of shattering armor clear to hear. He merely grunted and retaliated with a fierce thrust. Loren stepped back half a pace, slightly turning to evade, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Uhtred sprawling. Uhtred spat blood, his pride as a Northland warrior compelling him to grit his teeth and rise once more, brandishing his sword in a charge. Loren seized the moment, sidestepping Uhtred's thrust, rotating his sword to deliver a harsh blow to Uhtred's back. With a thud, Uhtred fell heavily into the snow, struggling to rise. He found the tip of Loren's sword resting against his throat. You have lost, Loren stated coolly. Gasping for breath, Uhtred fixed his gaze on Loren, and after a moment, he released his grip on the sword and struck the ground heavily. I have lost. The surrounding nobles fell into a stunned silence. What was expected to be an evenly matched duel concluded in such a lopsided manner, showcasing the formidable prowess of the Lord of Anon. The expressions of the watching nobles varied as they each calculated their own strategies. Those like Brock, who had yet to antagonize Anon, were privately pondering how to engage with this powerful frontier lord. Meanwhile, nobles who had previously clashed with Loren over trade tariffs were compelled to reassess the costs of continuing their opposition. Although such a formidable warrior might not alter the overall dynamics of the Northlands, he certainly possessed the ability to create considerable trouble for a particular family. Regardless of their current sentiments, these noble representatives would undoubtedly report their observations to their respective lords upon returning to their fiefs. Among them, Gordon was the most shaken. Initially, he believed that the opportunity for revenge against Anon had slipped away due to the warning from Viscount Lucas. Yet he had not anticipated that the reckless Uhtred would boldly provoke Loren. Expecting Loren to perish under Uhtred's blade, he was astounded to witness Uhtred's swift defeat. A shadow flickered in Gordon's eyes as he realized that the Vashis family indeed needed to reevaluate their relationship with Anon. Chapter 64. No one is a fool. There were no melodramatic developments following the duel. Uhtred displayed the composure expected of an old noble, showing neither rage nor treachery, but rather accepting the outcome with grace. As per their agreement, Loren was not only permitted to attend the meeting that day, but was also allowed to partake in the trade with the beastmen the following day. In truth, the meeting did not involve any confidential matters, merely outlining the processes and security measures for the upcoming trade with the beastmen. Loren remained a silent observer throughout, offering no opinions, and returned to Anon once the meeting concluded. Accompanying Loren was the cargo sold to him by the United Trade Association. As for the earlier talk of funding and cost prices, Loren did not take it seriously. Moreover, Anon was not in need of funds at present. having no obligation to owe anyone in that regard. What Anong truly lacked was trading caravans willing to engage. Therefore, Luo Luin adhered to the market price set by Lawson, adding a little extra. Despite Brock's numerous refusals, he ultimately accepted it under Luo Luin's insistence. The United Trade Association was responsible not only for transporting goods to Anong, but also for bringing back the merchandise that Anong would sell to the beastmen the next day. Witnessing Luo Luin's adeptness, Brock confidently assured him that he would facilitate the arrangements for the upcoming trade, alleviating much of the trouble for the newcomer. That night, the tent of Lucas was brightly lit. Lucas was meticulously reading a letter, while Uhtred sat nearby, hesitant to speak. "You have worked hard. Is your body all right?" Lucas finally set the letter down and inquired. "Thank you for your concern, my lord," Uhtred quickly replied. That Baron Luo Luin showed mercy. "I will recover in a couple of days." Lucas nodded and said, "Tell me, what are your thoughts on the Lord of Anong?" "Very strong," Uhtred answered without hesitation. "I had no power to retaliate against him." Lucas poured tea from a kettle, gently pushing a cup towards Uhtred. Unlike the Northlanders who favored strong spirits, Lucas preferred the tea favored by southern nobles. After sipping the tea, Lucas remarked, "According to reports, besides Baron Luo Luin, Anong has a knight named Marco, who is likely the one accompanying Luo Luin today, as well as a warrior wielding dual blades, all of considerable strength." Uhtred nodded while holding the teacup. No wonder they could repel the fierce wolf's assault. This Anong is indeed no ordinary place. A few experts alone cannot defend an entire territory. Lucas set down his cup, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. The military strength of Anong is quite peculiar. Intelligence indicates they have a guard of over 30 Viking warriors, along with more than 100 goblins and half-orc mixed units. Recently, they have also recruited migrating Kushal people, forming a cavalry unit of 200, along with a few beastmen and ogres. At this point, Lucas rubbed his throbbing temples. What is strange is that the soldiers of Anong exceed those of their kin in strength. The combat prowess of those Viking warriors far surpasses previous Imperial battle reports, and even the goblins and half-orcs are significantly stronger than the ordinary natives of the plains. Uhtred appeared astonished. "How is this possible?" "Our analysts have come up with 3 possibilities," Lucas said in a lowered voice. Luo Luin may possess a method that allows individuals to rapidly increase their strength, perhaps a more accessible form of martial training, or possibly some special potion. Even a mysterious ritual. The family leans toward the third possibility. Even if Anong truly developed a way for goblins and half-orcs to learn martial skills, it would not change the inherent traits of those races in a short time, unless it was coupled with an enhancement effect similar to blood magic. Regarding potions, Lucas shook his head. If such a potion existed, it would be exceedingly costly and unlikely to be widely used on the lowly goblins and half-orcs, unless it required some enormous price, such as a life. Therefore, the most plausible explanation is some form of dark god's ritual. Lucas's voice grew even more somber. "The issue is we do not know which dark god he worships or what sacrifices are required." It seemed Lucas was expressing his thoughts to Uhtred, or perhaps he was simply speaking to himself. Uhtred sat still, not daring to interject. Sensing Uhtred's unease, Lucas smiled. "Do not be nervous. These matters will soon cease to be secrets. From today onward, whether it be the nobles of the Northlands or the honored nobles behind the United Trade Association, they will pay closer attention to Anong, and this information will soon be analyzed by them. Naturally, those in the Stewart family will likely learn of it even sooner." Uhtred tentatively inquired, "My lord, should we take the initiative?" "No. The master suggests that we refrain from unnecessary complications for the time being, and instead focus on the military forces of Ondongling to ascertain any unacceptable flaws. Additionally, we should explore a more tempered approach to persuade Loluin to relinquish his methods, ideally reaching a mutual agreement." Perhaps weary from sitting, Lucas stood up, prompting Uhtred to hastily set down his teacup and rise as well. Furthermore, Luoluin's full name is Luoluin Lihuang Yak. The Yak family is certainly not insignificant in the southern regions, and the current head, Kanglad Yak, is no benevolent figure. Although Loluin is known to be a bastard son of the Yak family, and has reportedly had a tumultuous relationship with them, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it is merely a scheme devised by the cunning old fox, Kanglad. The family holds the current head of the Yak family in high regard, and the primary focus of the Northern Territories is presently on the Pampas Prairie. The master is reluctant to provoke this crafty old fox at such a critical juncture. "I understand," Uhtred replied respectfully, nodding. Lucas patted his shoulder and said warmly, "The Aokji family has always been the most reliable ally of the Situarti family. The master specifically instructed me to share this intelligence with you to spare you the effort of further investigation." We are grateful for the trust of the Sitiarti family. The Aokji family will forever cherish this friendship. Uteroide was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have been sent as a representative of the Aokji family by its head. Lucas's words implied that the secret methods of Ondongling had already been deemed as the Sitiarti family's possession, and the Aokji family would do well to recognize their place. However, in exchange, they might be entitled to a share, though the extent would depend on the whims of the Sitiarti family. Indeed, the losses incurred by the Aokji family in this instance would be entirely borne by the Sitiarti family. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave to rest. Upon Uteroide's departure, Lucas brought the previous letter close to the candlelight. The flickering flames quickly consumed the paper, illuminating his contemplative visage. Lualuan Lihuang Yak, he murmured softly. A whisper only audible to himself. What secrets do you conceal? Chapter 65. The deal. The Pangduosi people dominate the continent of Azaria not just due to the admirable lineage of the Philip family, whose 6 generations of emperors have been free of tyrants, but also because the Pangduosi people are indeed valiant warriors, born for battle. Across the entire continent, one would be hard-pressed to find another empire like Pangduosi, which has engaged in conflict almost annually since its founding, and importantly, has managed to achieve more victories than defeats. However, the Pangduosi Empire does not engage in senseless warfare. Each battle serves a distinct purpose, which is a primary reason why the empire's economy has not yet collapsed. Lualuan had previously witnessed the brutal ferocity of the southern legions of the Pangduosi Empire as they decimated the indigenous tribes in the southern rainforests, and today, on the Gem Plains, he beheld the valor of the northern legions. Early in the morning, Lualuan and Marurko arrived at the encampment of the northern merchant caravan. From Bulyuok, Lualuan learned that each northern merchant convoy's escort is composed of knights drawn from various noble families, typically numbering between 3,000 to 5,000 men. Thanks to a certain lord who collects a tax of 1/10, this time, the northern merchant convoy was carrying a substantial amount of goods, resulting in an escort of 5,000 men. Naturally, not all of these men were knights. The group included a considerable number of infantry and auxiliary soldiers. At the camp entrance, the light cavalry of Pangduosi stood in perfect formation, clad in light chainmail and wielding long spears exceeding 2 meters in length, with gleaming longswords sheathed at their sides. Most striking were the heavy cavalry nearby, being outfitted in full steel plate armor by the auxiliary soldiers. The armor was thick enough to withstand arrows. And even their steeds donned metal barding, resembling a moving assembly of iron cans from a distance. Not far from the cavalry formation, the Pangduosi infantry also formed ranks. Leading the charge were heavily armored infantry brandishing large shields, followed by spearmen, and finally, at least 500 archers armed with longbows crouched at the rear. Even more impressive were the 2 massive crossbows wheeled out by the auxiliary soldiers. The base of these weapons stood half a man high, and the bowstrings were crafted from the tendons of magical beasts, requiring 4 strong men to wind the mechanism. The bolts were as thick as javelins, capable of piercing through 3 layers of oak shields. The entire northern merchant convoy appeared less like a trading expedition and more akin to a military campaign. Representatives from various noble families were fully armed, including Bulyuok, the representative of the United Merchant Association, whose armor, though somewhat distorted by his rotund belly, was nonetheless proper gear. Lualuan and Marurko approached Bulyuok on horseback. As someone experienced in multiple transactions between the North and the Orcs, Bulyuok noticed Lualuan scrutinizing the merchant escort, and, assuming Lualuan was anxious, reassured him, "Do not worry, there will be no fighting. We have brought so many men merely to deter any potential disturbances from the Orcs." Lualuan nodded but remained silent. He was not anxious, but rather calculating whether this military force could withstand an assault on Ondongling. The answer was evident. Resistance was futile, with no chance whatsoever. These Pangduosi soldiers, temporarily serving as escorts for the merchant convoy, were clearly seasoned veterans. Their tactical coordination, individual combat prowess, fighting spirit, and overall command far surpassed the rabble of Lialong. Even if he and Legena led the Viking warriors, their best outcome would only result in inflicting some casualties. The Viking warriors would likely soon be encircled and annihilated. Should he and Legena fail to break through, they too would perish in a protracted struggle. Although Lualuan was unaware of his own limits, it was inconceivable that he could single-handedly vanquish an army of 5,000. As for the infantry of Ondongling, they would likely be incapable of even breaching the heavy infantry shield wall. And as for the cavalry, it was inconceivable. The heavy cavalry likely numbered around 500. Even if Marurko were to slay all 500 of those ironclad warriors, he would either exhaust himself or succumb to death. Not to mention the presence of at least 2,000 cavalrymen. The reputation of the Northern Cavalry resounded throughout the continent. As the drivers shouted to herd the towering rock-armored camels from their pens, the heavy loads were securely fastened to their backs. With a command from Lucas, the entire caravan began to move slowly. Bullywok rode alongside Loren, enthusiastically recounting anecdotes of the northern nobility. Though Bullywok hailed from the central part of the empire, as one of the heads of the United Merchant Association in the north, he was well informed about various noble affairs. Loren, equally intrigued, frequently inquired for details, their lively exchange drawing the attention of their attendants. This transaction was set to take place on the opposite side of the Salajuo River, near the Jeluoshi Plateau. Lucas prudently stationed 500 cavalry and 500 infantry to guard the southern bank, while leaving another 500 cavalry and 500 infantry on their side of the Salajuo River. Once the vanguard successfully crossed the river and signaled safety, the entire convoy commenced its passage. During this season, the Salajuo River was particularly calm, with gentle flowing waters. Especially near Ondongling, the deepest parts reached about waist-high for an adult. The broad feet of the rock-armored camels disrupted the tranquility of the river's surface, while the cavalry vigilantly surveyed both banks, allowing the entire merchant convoy to cross the river without incident. While they traversed, Bullywok engaged Loren in a casual discussion about the details of trading between the northern caravans and the orcs. For instance, during the spring trading season, the orcs would proactively cross the river to the southern bank, while in autumn, it was the humans' turn to venture northward. This tacit understanding had persisted for several years, forming an unspoken agreement between both parties. Once the convoy was reassembled, a cavalryman hurriedly approached Lucas to whisper a report. After listening, Lucas waved his hand, and the entire caravan began to move again at a slow pace. Not long after, a dark mass appeared on the plains ahead, as another key player in today's transaction. It seemed the orcs had been waiting for quite some time. Loren squinted his eyes to observe closely. The orcs' display this time was indeed impressive. There were at least 50 rock-armored camels, surrounded by herds of cattle, sheep, and horses, seemingly part of the orcs' trade goods. What was even more striking was the long line of carts behind them. It appeared that Duke Leon's supply of rock-armored camels was limited, necessitating the use of ordinary carts to supplement their numbers. Indeed, the trading partner for the northern caravans was none other than Duke Leon of the Rhine Lion clan, the young, fiery lion of the Rhine who once proclaimed the extermination of humanity. It can only be said that politics changes even faster than the weather in the Gem Wasteland. Aside from the drivers and attendants, there were quite a number of fully armed orc soldiers present. Taking advantage of the moment, Loren carefully examined the orcs' military strength. He knew that his own territory, the Anton territory, would inevitably clash with Duke Leon's forces. The orcs' combat prowess was closely tied to their racial attributes. Races such as Rhine, Lion, Tiger, and Bull were naturally robust, allowing a single orc warrior to easily face off against 3 to 5 elite Pangdosi soldiers. However, for weaker races like Dog, Mouse, and Cat, the situation was reversed. They might struggle against even an ordinary human soldier. Loren meticulously scrutinized the orc army before him, realizing their numbers were not extensive, totaling perhaps less than 2,000, yet they were all members of powerful races. Leading the charge was an exceptionally tall warrior of the Rhine clan, riding an astonishingly large lion with a mane that flared like flames. Behind him marched around 500 heavy-armored Rhine warriors, each exceeding 3 meters in height, clad in armor, wielding standard greatswords, and emanating an intimidating presence simply by standing there. Following closely were the Bull and Capped Ox warriors, also towering figures over 3 meters tall. Their equipment was not as uniform as that of the Rhine, but they all carried heavy weapons such as massive axes, war hammers, and morning stars. The majority were wolf cavalry from the Wolf clan, numbering over 1,000. The wolf cavalry under Duke Leon was not to be compared with the fierce wolves. Not only were their war wolves significantly larger, with fearsome fangs, but the wolf warriors atop wore makeshift iron armor, brandishing curved swords or spears, their eyes fierce. The equipment of this orc army revealed the astonishing wealth Duke Leon had amassed from trade over the past decade. Upon seeing the northern caravan, the leading Rhine warrior rode his great lion leisurely toward Lucas, looking down to taunt him. "Lucas, you are still so timid. No wonder you are still alive." As his words fell, the lion beneath him suddenly opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. The warhorse behind Lucas was startled, neighing and bolting, and the knights had to tighten their reins to regain control. Only Lucas's mount merely snorted, remaining unfazed. He coldly laughed and urged his horse forward a few paces, unyieldingly retorting, "Anthony, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Rest assured, even if you die, I shall live on." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Anthony's eyes as he growled, "Lucas, one day, I will sever your head and hang it on the gates of Lotham." Lucas scoffed, "If you truly had that capability, I would have died over a decade ago, instead of returning with a bunch of lion ears to claim rewards. Are you seeking death?" Anthony's hand pressed heavily on the hilt of his sword, his lion-like eyes brimming with killing intent. The Northern Knights immediately sensed the tension. Gordon and Uthred were about to ride forward, but were halted by a silent figure raising a hand. Loren keenly noted this detail and asked Broke beside him, "Who is that person? How could he stop Uthred and the others?" Broke glanced over and replied, "Talion. He has reportedly been with Lucas for a long time, but usually, he is not very noticeable." Hearing this, Loren regarded Talion with intrigue. How could someone so inconspicuous command such obedience from two northern nobles? After noting Talion's appearance, he turned back to Lucas and the orc, asking, "Do these two have a grudge?" Broke shook his head, "I do not know either." The leader was not this orc before, but a fox orc named D'Angelo. Lucas evidently also noticed this, directly asking, "Anthony, why is it you this time? Where is D'Angelo?" Anthony snorted coldly. "The Duke sent him to handle other matters. From now on, I will be responsible for your transactions." Lucas frowned. "Anthony, I have no time for your nonsense. Let us trade quickly. If you do not wish to trade, I shall turn back this instant." Though Anthony longed to cleave Lucas in two, he dared not defy Duke Leon's orders. With both leaders signaling, their respective parties immediately sprang into action. The humans' accountants, drivers, and attendants hurried to tally the orcs' goods, while the orcs dispatched a group of fox and cat orcs to verify the supplies brought by the humans. Given the sheer volume of trade, even with prior agreements on quantities, it would take over a day's time to complete the inventory. According to convention, the caravan would need to camp here for the night, and they could not set off back until the following afternoon at the earliest. The trading with the orcs was proving to be much smoother than anticipated. Aside from a brief moment of tension, neither side sought to create trouble for the other. After lunch, Loren strolled around the camp, chewing on a blade of grass, with Broke following closely. "Are you curious? Wondering why the orcs have so few goods?" Loren slightly nodded. "Indeed, I did not expect the orcs to sell us so many warhorses, but even if warhorses are expensive, along with those cattle and sheep, it still seems insufficient. Look there." Broke pointed to a cart just returning from the orcs' goods. The cart carried only a single box, guarded by 5 Pangdosi knights. "Is it fur?" Loren had always believed that aside from warhorses, the most valuable items from the orcs were their slaves, yet no slaves were seen during this transaction. Besides warhorses, slaves, and livestock, there seemed to be nothing else of worth from the orcs. As for minerals, the Pangdosi did not lack them. There was no need to travel such a distance to trade with the orcs, but a cart of fur surely did not warrant 5 Pangdosi knights as guards. Broke lowered his voice. "That box should contain secret silver." "Secret silver?" Loren gasped. Just by its name, one could tell how valuable it was. Like all things fantastical, secret silver is significantly lighter than ordinary metals, yet its hardness and toughness far exceed steel, and it efficiently conducts magical power, making it a top-tier material for crafting staves and magical armors, a favorite among wizards. Not only that, as if fearing Loren was not astonished enough, Broke revealed another explosive piece of news. They occasionally sell fine gold. Loren displayed an expression of disbelief. Fine gold is even rarer than secret silver. This legendary metal can tear through magical barriers, making it an excellent material for crafting magic-breaking weapons. It is said that weapons forged from fine gold never wear out, and can easily pierce the scales of a dragon. Loren looked at Broke with an expression that suggested he thought he was being made a fool of, to which Broke chuckled softly. "The Galash Plateau is indeed barren. Yet it is also rich." After the defeat of the orcs, over 1 million orcs rushed into the Galash Plateau. The land of the Galash Plateau was already barren, with sparse crops, and since the orcs were not adept at farming, even though they were naturally skilled at herding, they could not feed so many mouths. At that time, the orcs dared not venture south to trouble the humans, and they could only grit their teeth and continue northward, seeking trouble with the more northern barbarian tribes. In order to survive, the orcs not only sought to expand their territory to the north, but also began to adopt reforms reminiscent of human practices, the most notable being the policy of mixed habitation. This initiative completely upended the traditional autonomous governance of various orc tribes, forcibly implementing a human-style feudal system, whereby orcs from different tribes were intermixed and governed by newly appointed nobles who were tasked with addressing the issue of basic sustenance. Although this measure temporarily alleviated the food crisis, it also sowed numerous seeds of discord for the future of the Orc Empire. However, at that time, the Orcs were too preoccupied to consider the repercussions. Simultaneously, the Orcs actively engaged in trade with various races across the continent. Although the Luoshigo Plateau was plagued by a scarcity of food, it nevertheless possessed certain mineral resources. Coupled with the rampant magical beasts on the plateau at the time, the output of magic crystals was both abundant and of excellent quality. Yet, due to the brutal reign of the Orcs over the continent, other races were reluctant to engage in commerce with them. Only human merchants were willing to partake in this trade, leading to the establishment of numerous clandestine smuggling routes between Pangduosi and the Galash Plateau. The royal family and nobility of Pangduosi, in a bid to prevent the Orcs from becoming desperate, turned a blind eye to these illicit activities. Of course, the human smugglers were not philanthropists. They seized the opportunity to profit from the chaos. Under the pressure of these smugglers driving down prices, the Orc Empire was compelled to sell its ores and magic crystals at nearly giveaway prices, merely to secure enough food for survival. As the relationship between the Orcs and humans gradually improved, the scale of trade between the two parties expanded. However, problems soon arose. The magical beasts on the Galash Plateau were nearly hunted to extinction, and the mineral resources on the human side were plentiful and cheaper, making the food acquired insufficient to sustain the entire Orc Empire. Just as the Orcs were preparing to take desperate measures, it seemed the Creator God did not wish for the Orc race to perish. They discovered astonishingly rich gold mines on the plateau. This discovery allowed trade between humans and Orcs to continue, and later on, the Orcs even found veins of mithril and fine gold deep within the plateau, further facilitating the expansion of trade with the north. Isn't it ironic that the Orc Empire, derisively dubbed the Magic Desert, possessed such vast quantities of fine gold and mithril? The Creator God truly relishes in irony. Loren nodded in agreement, expressing a shared sentiment. Do the major human empires merely stand by and watch? The principle of innocent men suffer for possessing wealth applies not only on Blue Star, but also in the continent of Azeroth. Humans are not particularly benevolent. How to seize it? Bloke took out his pipe, igniting it as he spoke. The Galash Plateau's terrain is perilous, aside from fine gold and mithril. It holds no intrinsic value. The only access is through the Gem Wasteland, while other routes are treacherous mountains. Even if conquered, how would one transport resources out? If humans truly united to seize the plateau, would it not ultimately benefit Pangduosi? Would other empires agree? Bloke exhaled a plume of smoke and continued. Moreover, while fine gold and mithril are precious, which empire does not have some in reserve? To go to war over such meager resources is disproportionate in terms of risk versus reward. As for us in Pangduosi, he shrugged, we may have the intention, but lack the strength. Instead of risking war, it is wiser to conduct business with the Orcs, ensuring a stable profit. Loren, do you know why the royal family allows such extensive trade between the North and the Orcs? Upon hearing Bloke's question, Loren was well aware that the northern nobles were not merely motivated by profit. With fine gold, mithril, and warhorses at stake, the Orcs, if not foolish, would certainly desire more than just food. Weapons and armor, which were under embargo, would undoubtedly be included. A conflict between Orcs and humans was inevitable. It was a law of nature. Why then would the royal family of Pangduosi and the northern nobility support a future enemy like the Orcs? Were they foolish? The answer was certainly negative. Loren understood clearly that, in essence, it boiled down to two words: corruption. Although he comprehended this, today, Bloke seemed particularly loquacious. Possibly because he wished to foster a closer relationship with Loren, leading to an engaging conversation. Thus, Loren played along. For the sake of business? Yes, for business. But not solely for that reason. Bloke took another puff of his pipe, which made Loren envious, regrettably, as Bloke had only 2 pipes, both of which were used. Nevertheless, Bloke promised Loren that next time the joint chamber visited Anton, he would bring back several pipes and fine tobacco. Do you know what the biggest crisis facing the Orc Empire is at present? Bloke had no intention of letting Loren respond. Continuing on his own, it is those nobles they have adopted from human practices. They have not considered that human empires appoint nobles strictly within their own kin. But what of the Orcs? Even during their peak reign over the continent, the so-called Behemoth Empire was essentially a tribal confederation. The chieftains of their powerful races are no different from the emperors of our human empires. Imagine mixing these individuals within a single nation. Can peace be maintained? Previously, they had to unite against hunger. Now that we ensure they are well fed, how can tribes like the tiger, bear, and Capet let the lion tribe ride roughshod over them? While they may be called dukes, a duke lacks the imposing presence of an emperor. Loren watched the smoke from the burning tobacco with longing, while Bloke grew increasingly animated. Furthermore, regarding this trade, we provide food, and the orcs will grow ever more dependent on our supplies, leading them to forsake agriculture. Even if we do not make a profit, we still demand that the orcs trade vast quantities of iron ore. Why? Simply to deplete their mineral reserves. Although we do sell them some weapons, it pales in comparison to the iron ore they supply. Our aim is to use trade to gradually drain the orcs of their war potential. Even if they truly desire war in the future with their current resources, we in Pangduosi can easily crush them. Surely the orcs must notice this? Loren interjected, providing a timely prompt that delighted Bloke, who grinned widely. What do you think is the most abundant item in our cargo aside from food? What else could it be? Silks, satins, and exquisite artwork, I presume. Loren feigned ignorance, prompting Bloke to reveal spices, tea, carpets, porcelain, various items designed to please those orc nobles. Such treasures could make them part with even their ancestral armor. Suddenly lowering his voice with an air of mystery, he continued, do you know what else the orcs provide for trade every spring? This truly touched upon Loren's blind spot. He leaned forward, sincerely inquiring, what? Bloke slowly uttered two words, maps. Maps. Indeed, maps. Bloke spat out a mouthful of smoke. Every spring, the orcs supply a map detailing the intelligence of various orc villages, including their locations, populations, and fortifications. They assist humans in capturing orcs? Bloke cast a sidelong glance at Loren, grinning malevolently. Surprised, are you? Those vile orc nobles actually provide us with intelligence to enable our slave-catching teams to capture orc slaves on the Galash Plateau. This revelation astonished Loren. He had never anticipated that the orc nobles would sink so low. Therefore, even if some orcs noticed, what of it? Most orc nobles had already rotted from the core. Take Duke Leon, for instance. Was he not once a formidable figure in his youth? Now he merely runs errands for all the orc nobles. Bloke paused meaningfully. Moreover, with orc nobility in such decline, how do you know it isn't part of the Emperor Orc's design? Loren comprehended the implications of Buluo Ku's words. If those nobles were truly to exert themselves and develop their territories, what do you suppose would be their first course of action upon gaining strength? The enmity among the various clans of orcs is often more ancient than their grievances with the human race. The trade between the North and the orcs proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, as neither party harbored intentions of causing trouble for the other, resulting in a seamless exchange of goods far ahead of schedule. By the afternoon of the following day, the northern trade caravan had completed its preparations to return. Anthony and Lucas met once more at the same location where they had been at odds the previous day. Lucas, Anthony inquired while riding atop his lion, I have heard that your kind intends to reclaim Perilous. Lucas, firmly gripping the reins of his horse, retorted defiantly. And what of it? Do you have an objection? Unfazed by Lucas's demeanor, Anthony sneered, rest assured, come spring, I shall present you with the heads of the humans from Perilous as a token of our trade. With a cold chuckle, Lucas turned to beckon a knight, who promptly rode forth. Lucas whispered a few instructions, and the knight swiftly turned his horse back towards the camp. Lucas, what does this mean? Anthony inquired, to which Lucas replied coolly, you wish to sever the heads of the humans in Perilous, do you not? I have summoned them for you, fearing you might lack the capability. Anthony, however, was not deterred by the prospect of killing a human in this place. Rather, he was reluctant to be used as a pawn by Lucas. Lucas chose not to respond to Anthony's question, instead gazing silently into the distance at the desolate plains. Meanwhile, within the northern camp, Loren was discussing the next trade venture of the joint chamber with Buluo Ku. Loren had already received his dividend list, which had been converted entirely into gold coins, as he could forget about acquiring precious metals like refined gold and silver. Such strategic materials could only be obtained in limited quantities by a few prominent families in the north, with the remainder allocated to the joint chamber, which would then convert the remaining goods into gold coins for distribution among other families. Loren, lacking experience as a lord, his highest position in Blue Star having merely been a sanitation monitor in elementary school, was now responsible for managing over 1,000 people. With the impending arrival of the Vikings, the population of Anton territory would soon exceed 2,000, leaving Loren uncertain about what the territory required. The others, such as Marco and Aide, were merely foot soldiers and similarly lacked experience in governance. As for Nick, if he were to apply the management style suited for goblins to Anton territory, it would be self-destructive without even the intervention of orcs. Thus, upon receiving the dividend list, Loren approached Buluo Ku to deliberate on potential acquisitions. He was not apprehensive about disclosing the situation in Anton territory to Buluo Ku. As the territory's greatest secret lay in Luo Luen's system, matters such as territorial size, population, and resource status could not be concealed from an expert scrutiny. Luo Ku, being one of the leaders of the Joint Chamber in the north, though lacking direct territorial management experience, possessed ample expertise in enterprise management. The personnel of various shops and caravans under the Joint Chamber in the north far exceeded the population of Anton territory. Just as Luo Ku was advising Luo Luen on potential acquisitions based on his experience, a cavalryman arrived to inform Luo Luen that Lucas wished to see him. Luo Ku assumed that Lucas was seeking to win Luo Luen over due to the recent duel with Ute Leda. In the north, when the Stewart family sought to recruit someone, none could stand in their way. Thus, Luo Ku neither intervened nor cautioned Luo Luen regarding his position. Through their interactions in recent days, he had discerned that this young man was far more perceptive than he appeared. Remaining observant of the situation might indeed prove to be the wisest course of action. Watching Luo Luen's retreating figure, Luo Ku, though silent, was filled with confusion. He found Lucas's urgency peculiar, inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Typically, he would wait until the northern trade caravan had returned before attempting to court Luo Luen, rather than approaching him directly in this manner. Even if the Stewart family was indifferent to him, could they truly disregard the royal family behind the joint chamber? Initially, Luo Luen had also shared Luo Ku's perspective, believing that Lucas sought to win him over. However, when the cavalryman indicated that the meeting would occur outside the main tent, Luo Luen felt a sense of surprise. Nevertheless, Luo Luen was not concerned about what Lucas could do to him. If the other party genuinely intended him harm, the outcome of their encounter remained uncertain. Dismissing Marco, who wished to accompany him, Luo Luen followed the messenger knight out of the camp. Upon arriving before the two, he cast a puzzled glance at Lucas before silently riding alongside him, his gaze fixed upon the leader of the orc trade caravan. Lucas regarded Luo Luen's arrival, then spoke in a low voice. Did you not wish to sever the heads of the humans in Perilous? I have brought them for you, the Lord of Anton territory. Luo Luen, Li Hua Nai Ku. Chapter 69. Alliance, Vassalage, Cooperation. Baron Luo Luen, Lucas continued. This lion before you claims to desire the heads of all humans in Perilous. Hence I summoned you to witness whether he possesses the courage to act on such threats. Although Luo Luen did not understand why Lucas had called him, he was resolute in not yielding in the face of the orcs. Once Lucas finished speaking, Luo Luen raised his eyes to the orcs, his gaze filled with provocation. In response to Lucas's instigation, Luo Luen was not entirely devoid of irritation. He contemplated whether he could eliminate both individuals present and disguise the act as the work of this Lion Clan orc, while formulating his plan to dispatch both adversaries. Anthony broke the silence. Boy, are you the new Lord of Perilous? What, do you have an objection? Luo Luen replied curtly. Very well. I hope that when my great sword descends upon your head, you will still possess such bravado. With that, Anthony turned and rode back towards the orc camp, leaving Lucas and Luo Luen to silently regard his retreating figure. Let us go. Lucas ultimately broke the silence. Luo Luen did not respond, only gently nudging his horse to follow. His gaze remained lowered, as if deep in thought. Their pace was unhurried. And seeing that Lucas and Luo Luen had matters to discuss, Lucas's guards refrained from approaching. Are you curious why I summoned you? Lucas broke the silence once more. Lucas, I have not offended you, have I? Though the probability seemed slim, if that orc leader had truly taken action, Luo Luen would have been forced to respond defensively. Should Luo Luen kill that lion, the transaction might very well escalate into war. Luo Luen suspected that Lucas might have been willing to sacrifice him to ensure the safe return of the northern trade caravan. Even Luo Ku would find it impossible to oppose such a decision. However, Luo Luen could not fathom how Lucas would benefit from his demise. Was it truly for the sake of the Washiosi family's honor? Yet if Lucas did not seek his death, what purpose did summoning him serve? Seemingly perceiving Luo Luen's thoughts, Lucas smiled knowingly, saying, Do not overthink it. I called you here merely to ensure you recognize what you will be facing. He turned his face, his gaze lingering on Luo Luen's youthful countenance. Young man, do not presume that defeating the fierce wolf means you can secure your position in Perilous. Luo Luen was not surprised that Lucas was aware of the defeat of the fierce wolf by Anton territory. If the Stewart family were unaware, that would indeed be surprising. A ducal family entrenched in the north for over a century could not possibly be so inept. Are you suggesting that the orcs will directly send troops to attack Anton territory? Luo Luen replied calmly. Seeing Luo Luen's confidence, Lucas spoke with a hint of intrigue. It appears you still have an ace up your sleeve. My trump card has always been the sword in my hand. Loren gazed into the distance at the encampment, his expression unchanged. Lucas shifted the topic, inquiring, Loren, you are not yet married, are you? Indeed not. Loren replied, casting a puzzled glance at Lucas. Unsure of the reason behind his question. Was he suggesting a marriage alliance? Yet, what could possibly attract the Stewart family to form such a union with the territory of Anong? I have a niece, of a similar age to yours. We could arrange for you to meet her someday. To alleviate Loren's apprehension, Lucas added, rest assured, she is also a Stewart, and for the Horneck family. It would be a match of equal standing. Loren felt little emotion towards Lucas's inherent arrogance, having encountered such nobility often enough to develop a resistance to it. He bluntly declined Lucas's proposal. I appreciate your kind offer, my lord, but I have no intention of marrying at this time. Lucas's displeasure was evident. He had proposed the idea on a whim, only to find Loren unappreciative. Even a base-born daughter of the Stewart family was not a match that just any family in the north could aspire to. However, Lucas maintained his composure, allowing his fleeting displeasure to dissipate quickly. Loren, you underestimate the orcs. I know you have served in the Southern Legion and have slain many natives, but the orcs of the Garrosh Highlands are not to be compared with the jungle tribes of the south. When you witness the orcs as a formidable organized race, you will understand their true terror. Even the fiercest beasts have been driven to the highlands to gnaw on sand. In response to Loren's words, Lucas did not argue but smiled. You are correct. However, we rely on our powerful knightly legions, superior weaponry, and organized mages and priests. Yet, it seems that your Anong territory currently lacks these. At this point, Lucas suddenly fixed his gaze on Loren. Loren, become a vassal of the Stewart family. We will provide you with the utmost assistance, enabling your Anong territory to establish a foothold in the wasteland. Loren scoffed at Lucas's grandiose vision. If the Stewart family could truly establish themselves in Pressburg, they wouldn't need Anong territory, having long since occupied such a strategic location. As for the promised utmost assistance, that was mere folly. The majority of the northern nobility's focus was on the Pampas Plains, leaving little time to support a pioneer territory deep within the wastelands. Once again, I thank you for your kind offer, Loren replied with dignity. I believe that Anong can defend this land through its own strength. However, rather than being a vassal, Anong would prefer to collaborate with the Stewart family. Oh, in what manner would you propose this collaboration? Loren met Lucas's gaze directly, articulating with precision. Anong territory is the most ideal trading hub for commerce with the orcs. Regardless of whether they were noble or Orcish, both sought a stable location for trade. Yet neither Lotham nor the lands of Duke Rhine-Lion could satisfy both parties. Pressburg was indeed the most suitable location, but both sides had previously clashed over ownership, and it was clear they could not reach an agreement now. If Anong territory could survive the orc assaults and compel them to abandon their attacks, it would truly be the best choice for mutual trade. Similarly, for Anong territory, mutual trade was the only option Loren could conceive. The 10% tax was merely a temporary measure. Loren needed a method to invigorate Andong's economy entirely. However, Anong was deeply entrenched in the wasteland. Devoid of any unique resources, and aside from its geographical advantage, it had no other means. Are you really so confident? Lucas scrutinized the young man before him, seemingly searching for the secret behind his conviction. Naturally, Loren's response was resolute. Lucas was baffled as to the source of Loren's confidence. For the Stewart family's intelligence network had already unearthed Loren's background. He was not supported by the honorable noble class, nor could he possibly be linked to the royal Philip family. As for the Horneck family, their backing of Loren, a bastard, appeared to consist solely of a baronial title, with no substantive assistance beyond that. Lucas could not fathom which other force in the north might be covertly supporting Loren. Thus it seemed that the only possibility for Loren's confidence lay in some secret that rapidly enhanced military strength. This revelation heightened Lucas's regard for that secret considerably. It is commendable for a young man to possess such zeal. If your Anong territory can endure until this time next year, the Stewart family will indeed collaborate with you. It is settled then. Loren understood that, given the current state of Anong, impoverished and lacking, it would be impossible to truly impress Lucas. Nevertheless, securing such a verbal commitment was not a loss. Following the conclusion of trade with the orcs, life in Anong territory progressed amidst the sounds of construction. With Marco and Ed leading the guards of Anong in a fervent effort to gain experience, the indigenous peoples around Anong Fort had been eradicated. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before all the natives in the wasteland of Anong territory were cleared out. Since the return of the northern trade caravan, no merchant convoys had passed through Anong to engage in trade with the orcs. With no tasks at hand, Loren occupied his time either tormenting the Viking barbarians or training the guards of Anong. while everyone found Loren's training arduous. The overall strength of Andong's military had indeed seen a notable improvement. In the wasteland, Marco spat out the root he had been chewing, squinting at the clouds on the horizon, then commanded, "Attaias, have the men fill their water flasks. We will turn back to Anong in a quarter of an hour." Upon hearing Marco's order, Attaias responded affirmatively and promptly turned his horse around, the steed snorting and taking a few steps in place. Attaias then placed 2 fingers in his mouth, producing a sharp whistle of 3 short and 1 long note, causing the entire unit to spring into action as if whipped by a lash. The outermost cavalry immediately fanned out to provide vigilance, while the remaining cavalry dismounted swiftly to fetch water, and an additional team of Kushal cavalry began checking the condition of the horses. Although Anong territory had yet to afford to equip the cavalry with auxiliary troops, the Kushal people, being nomadic by nature, possessed an intimate knowledge of horses, akin to their own fingers. This made Marco's task of training this cohort of veterinarians considerably easier. Currently, the cavalry guard of Anong had been replenished to 200 men, and Loren had refrained from recruiting more Kushal conscripts this time, instead incorporating half-orcs into the cavalry. As for the half-orcs' combat capabilities, Loren believed they simply required more training. If Uruk blood could produce half-orc wolf riders, Loren was confident that Anong could cultivate half-orc cavalry. Since then, within the camp of Anong, the half-orc cavalry endured rigorous training, often emerging with bruises or broken limbs. Had it not been for the system's support, it was likely that the half-orc cavalry would have ended up as a multitude of cripples before achieving their training goals. Of course, Loren's hellish training regimen was indeed effective. Though the half-orc cavalry still lagged behind their Kushal counterparts, they were satisfactory as regular cavalry, at least not falling off their mounts while brandishing their lances during a charge. Loren shamelessly named this cavalry unit the Feathered Guard. In his past life, he had been particularly fond of the names Feathered Guard and Tiger Elite from television dramas. Though he could not yet boldly display the title of the Anong Protectorate, naming the army was certainly permissible. The cavalry unit is known as Yulin, while the infantry is referred to as Huban. As for the Viking warriors, Loren has designated them as Ziontineing, a name that aptly reflects their predicament during battles, often finding themselves encircled within enemy ranks. To this end, Loren specifically requested Bulok to craft 3 military flags in Losam, to be brought when the next joint assembly arrives at Andongling. With no indigenous people remaining around Anong Fortress, the Guard of Andongling had to venture further afield in search of them. Given that the Yulin army comprises cavalry, the task of locating the indigenous tribes fell upon them. If they encountered a small group of natives, Marco would lead the cavalry to attack. However, if faced with a larger contingent, they would send word back and wait for aid to arrive with the infantry before launching a coordinated assault. In an effort to enhance the speed of the infantry, Andongling modified dozens of carts into troop carriers, creating a unique motorized infantry reminiscent of Iseria's style. Just as the convoy prepared to turn back to Andongling, scouts suddenly returned. After listening to their report, Marco pondered for a moment before, under the guidance of the scouts, he led the cavalry directly into the fray. Soon, they beheld a dark mass ahead, filled with wargs. These savage natives drooled, wielding rusty machetes or sharpened sticks. A rough count revealed at least 200, if not 300, howling as they formed a circle. Not far from the warg encirclement stood 50 fully armed half-orcs. The sight of these half-orcs reminded Marco of a previous band known as the Blood of Uruk. In this desolate expanse, the only half-orcs clad in armor, apart from those of Andongling, were indeed the Blood of Uruk. Contrary to expectations of shredded merchant caravans, within the warg's encirclement were 2 women. One was clearly a knight, adorned in gleaming silver armor that sparkled under the sun, making her appear almost like a moving target. She wielded an intricately decorated longsword, its blade adorned with mysterious blue runes. Despite being surrounded by over 20 wargs, her movements resembled a dance, each swing of her sword claiming a life with precision. Strangely, the seemingly lethal blows that landed upon her armor merely left shallow scratches before glancing off. The other woman stood beside the knight, unarmored and clad in a flowing scarlet robe, resembling a noble lady. Yet, no one dared to consider her a fragile maiden. With a mere gesture, she conjured fireballs that soared to half her height, exploding among the wargs and creating charred patches on the ground. Her magical robe appeared extraordinary as well. Flames that reached its edges would automatically recede, leaving no embers behind. Chapter 71. The sky falls with Loren's support on the battlefield. Both sides took note of the cavalry, led by Marco. The 2 besieged women visibly relaxed, their tense expressions easing somewhat. The half-orcs reacted swiftly. skillfully maneuvering around the Wurg's line and advancing toward Marco. The lead half-orc, with blood-red eyes, bellowed in a raspy voice. Humans, heed this. We are the bloodthirsty bandits. If you wish to survive, do not meddle in our affairs. Although puzzled by the sudden appearance of over 200 cavalry, particularly with a few half-orcs among them, the half-orc leader chose to assert dominance, invoking the name of the infamous bloodthirsty bandits, a title that resonated more ominously among humans than the blood of Uruk. Marco disregarded the half-orc's threat, his gaze scanning the battlefield. The situation of the female mage caught his attention. The ruby atop her staff still radiated a dangerous glow, summoning flames with each flourish. However, upon closer inspection, her movements had grown sluggish, and the light from her staff had dimmed considerably from its initial brilliance. Charge! Marco commanded decisively, gesturing forward. In response, Atiasai immediately led the cavalry into a charge. The cavalry of Andongling had evolved significantly. They were no longer the inexperienced unit they once were. Each rider had undergone rigorous training and gained substantial experience, with their levels and capabilities markedly improved. The iron steeds surged like a torrent, breaking through the half-orc defenses, swiftly reaching the Wurgs. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Under the onslaught of the well-trained cavalry, the Wurgs and half-orcs could not mount an effective resistance, and the indigenous tribes were soon decimated. Once the battle concluded, Marco approached the two women. The knight deftly removed her helmet, allowing her golden hair to cascade down like sunlight, the tips still stained with a few drops of fresh blood. Her skin was strikingly pale, while her lips were a vivid red, reminiscent of freshly plucked cherries, with a perfectly sculpted nose. Most captivating were her eyes, which shone with a clarity that seemed to pierce through souls. She casually handed her helmet to the mage beside her, tucking her loose hair behind her ear, revealing a smooth forehead and refined profile. It was only now that Marco realized she appeared to be in her early 20s, much younger than he had imagined. Yet the intensity in her gaze was far beyond that of an ordinary young woman. "Thank you for your assistance, sir," she said, her voice softer than Marco had anticipated. "I am Ayla, and this is Lillian." The mage, Lillian, was slightly shorter than Ayla, her voluminous curls resembling a flickering flame draped over her shoulders. Her amber eyes sparkled playfully as she smiled at Marco. "Thank you for your help." After speaking, she nonchalantly set the helmet on the ground and plopped down, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her face. "Finally, I can catch my breath." Though her robe bore little blood, its hem was smeared with dirt and mud. Yet, she seemed utterly unconcerned, grinning at the nearby guards, revealing two adorable little fangs. "It was but a trifling effort," Marco replied, aware that even without the cavalry of Andongling, the indigenous tribes would have posed no threat to them. Only now, up close, did he notice the glaringly obvious magical equipment adorning them, no less than 5 visible pieces. This was merely what was apparent. Who could say how many hidden trump cards these two possessed? Feeling somewhat awkward, Marco ventured, "You too." Clearly unaccustomed to conversing with women, he pondered for a time before continuing. "What brings you alone to the wilderness?" "We are out here to explore." Lillian interjected before Ayla could respond, exchanging a knowing glance with her companion. Marco raised an eyebrow, questioning which noble lady would venture into such perilous terrain for exploration, especially equipped so finely. His scrutinizing gaze flitted between them. Ayla, evidently more composed than Lillian, adjusted the straps of her armor and slowly replied, "We are indeed here to broaden our horizons, but we did not anticipate encountering so many Wurgs." Respecting her discretion, Marco refrained from pressing further. "It is getting late. I suggest you both return soon. The wilderness is perilous and ill-suited for solitary travels." Atiasai, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter at Marco's bluntness. How could he suggest they return when they were deep in the wilderness, without a single horse to their name? "We're lost," Lillian suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Marco. "We intended to join a caravan, but ended up going the wrong way, and our rations are nearly depleted." She added pitifully, "Could you please tell us where the nearest human settlement is? We need to restock supplies and purchase a few horses. Our steeds were taken by the Wurgs." After a moment of contemplation, Marco concluded that apart from Andongling, there were no other territories nearby. The nearest territory would be Andongling. "I am the captain of the Andongling Guard. You may accompany us back for mutual safety." "May we stay for a few days?" Lillian eagerly inquired. Ayla furrowed her brow slightly, seeming somewhat hesitant. However, after surveying the desolate surroundings, she finally spoke. "If it's not too much trouble, we would like to stay for a few days until we find a suitable merchant caravan to leave with. We can offer compensation. That would be no issue." Marco readily agreed, stating, "Our lord is very hospitable. You may stay at Dongbao." "Wonderful. Lillian exclaimed as she leaped down from her helmet, clapping her hands with excitement. I knew you were good people. Ayla gracefully bowed in thanks, saying, thank you. At this moment, Atheas observed the scene and mused to himself. Lord Marco is truly a master of subtlety. To have the ladies voluntarily propose to join them is a mark of true skill. As the guards tidied up the battlefield, Marco noticed Ayla meticulously polishing her longsword with a soft cloth. The gems embedded in the scabbard glimmered in the sunlight, unmistakably of exquisite quality. Meanwhile, Lillian sat off to the side, producing a delicate silver water flask adorned with intricate patterns, clearly a valuable item. On the return journey, Lillian appeared particularly lively, incessantly asking questions and darting over to the guards to inquire about the affairs of Dongbao. Ayla, on the other hand, spoke little, mostly walking silently. Occasionally, when Lillian's questions became too outlandish, she would softly interject with a reminder. Marco walked at the rear of the group, observing the two young ladies ahead, and felt that something was amiss. Yet, he was too lazy to ponder it further, reassured that should any trouble arise, Loren would handle it. Chapter 72, The Daily Life of Ayla and Lillian, Part 1. So, you brought them back just like that? Loren's gaze flicked between Ayla, Lillian, and Marco, a playful expression gracing his face. He raised an eyebrow at Marco, clearly implying, despite your imposing brow and eyes, you have an interest in them too? What are you thinking? Marco instantly recognized Loren's misunderstanding and quickly explained, I merely thought it unsafe for the ladies to be alone in the wilderness, recently. The only human territory is our Dongbao. Once the merchant guild's caravan arrives, they can travel back to Lozum with them. Loren didn't genuinely believe Marco was driven by lust. Marco was typically a paragon of virtue when not on the battlefield. He waved Marco aside with a smile and stepped forward. Lillian was eagerly looking around, particularly animated upon seeing ogres hefting massive stones to construct buildings, tugging excitedly at Ayla's sleeve. Ayla, however, remained much more composed, attentively observing Loren's conversation with Marco. When she noticed the lord approaching, she promptly signaled for Lillian to be quiet. Welcome to Dongbao, ladies, Loren began, adopting what he believed to be his most gentle tone. Good day to you both. Good day, esteemed lord of Dongbao. Ayla and Lillian quickly curtsied in greeting. Marco has informed me of your arrival, Loren smiled. Dongbao welcomes you. Stay as long as you wish, provided you do not mind our humble accommodations. We apologize for the trouble, Ayla replied. Loren engaged them in casual conversation. Though neither lady's explanations were particularly coherent, Loren paid little mind, thinking it merely typical of bored noble women seeking a taste of an adventurer's life. Far preferable to having their negligent parents lose them in an expedition. With no empty courtyard available, Ayla and Lillian had to make do in Loren's lordly residence. Fortunately, the residence was a large, mixed dwelling, and Marco along with his seasoned veterans had long been accustomed to it. Thus, accommodating two young ladies was hardly a challenge. Loren even summoned Cass to find a few reliable human women to assist with the ladies' daily needs. Previously, the lord's residence had been filled with rough men, and Loren had never considered hiring maids. Now that guests were present, he finally remembered the necessity. It would be unreasonable to expect the two ladies to manage everything by themselves. Ayla and Lillian found everything here remarkably novel. It was their first time residing in such a style of architecture, and they were particularly intrigued by the large object known as a Kong in their room. After Loren briefly explained its use, Lillian was so excited that she nearly ignited a fire to test it, but Ayla laughed and stopped her. As soon as Loren left the room, Lillian eagerly sat on the Kong, then lay down. She rolled back and forth before wrinkling her nose in complaint. It's so hard. Ayla gently sat at the edge of the Kong, indeed finding the firm surface somewhat uncomfortable. For young ladies accustomed to a life of luxury, such bedding was hardly comfortable. However, Lillian's attention soon shifted. She sat up with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, This Dongbao is truly fascinating. Did you see those ogres building houses? There are so many goblins and half-orcs. And I even saw orcs. Yet they are different from those elsewhere. The goblins are even dressed and behave politely. Ayla, how do you think Loren accomplished this? Ayla did not respond immediately, equally perplexed by the scene before her. How had this young lord managed to civilize these previously uncultivated creatures? It completely overturned their previous understanding. At that moment, there was a gentle knock at the door. Ayla rose to open it and found several elves standing outside, carrying fluffy, soft blankets. The leading elf spoke softly. Ladies, the Lord has instructed us to bring these to you. He knows the stone Kong is hard, and these will provide warmth and comfort. These blankets were gifts from the merchant guild. Hearing that Loren's lordly residence lacked adequate living facilities, Block had generously provided a substantial amount of necessities. Naturally, He had taken great care in selecting gifts for Loren. The blankets were filled with high-quality goose down, offering an exceptionally soft touch. Upon seeing the elves, Lillian's eyes widened, and she excitedly tugged at Ayla's sleeve, whispering, "Ayla, it's elves. Elves. Lillian, remember your manners." Ayla gently admonished her, then turned to the elves, apologizing decorously. "I apologize. This is her first time seeing elves, and she has lost her composure. I apologize on her behalf." Lillian then realized her faux pas. While she had encountered elves before, she had never expected to see them in the depths of the Dongbao wilderness. She quickly stood up, sincerely adding, "I'm truly sorry." One could not help but note that Lillian's apologetic expression was particularly endearing. Even the elves could not bear to hold it against her. The lead elf smiled slightly. "It's quite all right." The elves skillfully arranged the blankets for them. As soon as they departed, Lillian eagerly leaped onto the bedding, joyfully rolling back and forth, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is so comfortable." Ayla, however, first solemnly thanked the departing elves. "Thank you for your efforts." Lillian quickly scrambled up, echoing, "Thank you." The elves waved their hands amicably outside the door, indicating they were available if needed, before silently departing. Since stepping into the wilderness, Ayla and Lillian had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep, compounded by a day and night of relentless travel with Marco and the others, leaving them utterly exhausted. Now, lying in the soft, warm blankets, they exchanged only a few words before a heavy drowsiness enveloped them. In no time, both were lost in sweet slumber. The arrival of Ayla and Lillian had little impact on Dongbao. The daily rhythm continued unabated. However, every occurrence in this territory seemed to challenge the young lady's perceptions, leaving them in a state of continual astonishment. If one were to suggest that ogres serving as construction workers and elves acting as maids fall within the realm of comprehension, then witnessing goblins diligently participating in morning exercises each day would utterly subvert their imagination. At dawn, the guards of Anton Ling would unwaveringly encircle Anton Fortress to commence their morning drills, be it cavalry or infantry, without exception. Leading the formation was Lord Loren, followed closely by Viking warriors bearing heavy logs, their strides still resounding with vigor. Following them were the infantry phalanx led by Aid and the cavalry squad commanded by Marco. Ella and Lillian stood at the roadside, gazing at this peculiar assembly as they marched with impeccable synchronization, a melange of humans, goblins, half-orcs, orcs, and even elves. Even more astonishing to them was the fact that as they ran, they sang a powerful and resounding melody in a language unfamiliar to them. Unity is strength. This strength is iron, harder than iron, stronger than steel, towards Anton Ling, radiating brilliance. Although they could not grasp the entirety of the lyrics, the concise and repetitive structure, combined with the uplifting tune, was remarkably catchy and profoundly infectious. The coexistence of humans, goblins, half-orcs, orcs, and elves, not only in peace but also in harmonious song and synchronized steps, presented such an absurd and shocking spectacle that, had it not been witnessed firsthand, no account would have sufficed to convince Ella and Lillian of its veracity. Chapter 73, The Daily Lives of Ella and Lillian, Part 2. Ella and Lillian stood by the roadside, watching the strange assembly recede into the distance, their minds still unable to find tranquility. At that moment, a young elf named Yilin approached them, stating that Lord Loren had specifically assigned her to guide them around. To be frank, Anton Fortress was rather small, rendering a guide unnecessary. The primary concern was that Loren, adhering to many customs from his previous world, feared that the two newcomers might find themselves disoriented and thus sent someone to elucidate matters for them. Yilin led them through the territory, and the more they observed, the more they felt that Anton Ling was entirely unlike any other territory they had encountered before. Firstly, they discovered that the heavy pouches of coins at their waists had completely lost their significance here, becoming burdensome trinkets, as the citizens of Anton Ling did not utilize money. Instead of copper and silver coins, labor was rewarded with small wooden tokens known as gongfen, inscribed with numbers. Meals were provided at no cost, as the Lord's estate operated a large cafeteria, serving 3 meals a day. While the food was not particularly exquisite, it was sufficient to satiate hunger. However, should one desire additional dishes or other items, they would need to exchange their gongfen for them. After several days of observation, they noted that the exchange was not limited to ready-made items. Anyone accumulating enough gongfen could approach the appointed overseer to request a purchase. If the overseer deemed the request reasonable and necessary, they would record it and send someone to procure the items from the external merchant guild. This was true not only for humans, but for other races as well. Elves, orcs, half-orcs, and even goblins could approach a goblin mage named Nick for requests. Though Nick appeared rather formidable towards outsiders, he was fair in his dealings, usually accommodating reasonable requests. Anton Fortress lacked commercial establishments, possessing only a bustling blacksmith's workshop, constantly resonating with the sound of clanging metal, and a tailor's shop for mending clothes. Furthermore, there was a general store dubbed supermarket, which astonished them the most. This supermarket was a large stone edifice, meticulously organized with items ranging from basic food supplies like salt and flour to daily necessities such as thread and bowls, even including some exotic goods imported from afar. Each item was marked with a small wooden tag indicating the required gongfen for purchase. The workers within the supermarket were a diverse lot. A robust human man was busy moving goods, a foxkin orc was tallying at the counter, goblins were cleaning the shelves, and even an elf was organizing the merchandise. They worked in harmony, each fulfilling their respective roles. Patrons, regardless of their race, quietly perused the shelves, contemplating what they could exchange their gongfen for. Occasionally, someone would present their gongfen token, and the counter attendant would chip away a portion with a small chisel before handing over the item. The entire process was characterized by a lack of conversation or dispute. Ella and Lillian observed that sometimes mothers would bring their children, who gazed longingly at the sweets. If the mother counted her gongfen and found it sufficient, she would exchange some for a treat. Additionally, visitors from other races would express wishes for specific items, prompting the staff to consult with Nick in the back. This was the rhythm of life here. Work, earn gongfen, and exchange gongfen for goods. Anyone could partake, irrespective of their race. It appeared deceptively simple. Yet everyone seemed accustomed to this existence, harboring no discontent. Ella and Lillian also discovered that in Anton Lang, both human children and those of goblins and half-orcs could attend school free of charge, regardless of gender. This phenomenon was unimaginable in any lord's territory across the continent of Azeroth. The school was bustling with students. Yet only 2 teachers were present, a stunning catkin orc and a foxkin orc. Upon learning that the exceptionally beautiful catkin orc was, in fact, male, both were left utterly astonished, with Lillian's mouth agape in disbelief. In truth, Mia Luo had already noticed the 2 unfamiliar human women. Their beauty was indeed striking, and under ordinary circumstances, he would have stolen glances at them. However, he was currently so preoccupied that he scarcely had time to drink water, let alone concern himself with such matters. Ever since Loren had appointed him as principal, he had assumed the role of a hands-off manager. Mia Luo was now overwhelmed with responsibilities, not only teaching students and developing curricula, but also regularly taking older students out for work. Given the scarcity of literate individuals within the territory, Loren had naturally set his sights on these students, euphemistically labeling it as an internship. Consequently, Mia Luo, as principal, was burdened with overseeing all tasks requiring writing and arithmetic, inventorying merchant goods, recording resident information, and tallying community needs. Essentially, any task involving literacy or numeracy fell to these children, who had only been studying for 2 to 3 months. Yet, how could children with such limited experience manage these tedious responsibilities? Many tasks required Mia Luo's direct involvement. Fortunately, during one inventory session, he encountered a foxkin orc named Helen. When Mia Luo discovered that she could read and write in the common tongue, it was as if he had found a lifeline. He immediately rushed to Loren, nearly threatening him with dire consequences if he did not provide assistance. Loren likely sensed that he had been excessively demanding lately and consented to allow Helen to join the teaching staff. Helen had originally been a slave destined for sale in Pandos, but the orc merchant caravan that passed through Anton failed to pay taxes and attempted to force their way through a checkpoint, only to be decisively eliminated by Ragnar and his Viking warriors. As a result, Helen became Loren's slave. It was evident that one could infer that an orc capable of reading and writing in the common tongue could not possibly be an ordinary peasant. However, Mia Luo was too overwhelmed to concern himself with such inquiries. He was on the brink of madness and would accept anyone to alleviate his burden, even a demon. Fortunately, although Loren was demanding, he truly invested in the school. The students received the finest provisions, and Mia Luo benefited from this as well. Furthermore, whenever Mia Luo requested improvements in teaching conditions, Loren would immediately comply, promptly attending to what could be accomplished within the territory and seeking to purchase what could not from the merchant guild. Loren genuinely embodied his oft-repeated mantra: education should never be compromised, regardless of hardship. Mia Luo would daily curse Loren as a devil, wishing him a swift descent into the underworld. In the stillness of the night, as he lay in bed, he muttered curses under his breath. Yet deep down he understood that even if given the chance to choose again, he would likely refuse to return to serve as the secretary for Duke Lyon. Although his time in Ondongling had been brief, it had been exceptionally fulfilling, despite the frequent frustrations caused by the clumsy goblins and half-orc children. He felt an overwhelming pride whenever he heard them call him teacher. Each time this thought crossed his mind, Myaluo could not help but scold himself for being so foolish. Chapter 74. On this night, in this place, life in the Ondongling was not particularly affluent, yet it seemed that everyone lived with a sense of stability, free from the worry of hunger. As long as one was willing to work, they could exchange their labor for the necessities of life. The two young women had never encountered such a place before, and though they felt a sense of unease, they could not articulate what was amiss. Time did not halt to accommodate one's desires. When the first snowflake fell upon the wilderness, winter had truly arrived. The United Merchants Guild never ventured into the wintry expanse, so if Ayla and Lillian wished to return to Luosing, they would have to wait until spring of the following year. Surprisingly, the two young women did not feel disheartened. Rather, they were delighted to remain in the Ondongling. Their curiosity about their young lord, Loren, intensified when they discovered that the phonetics and multiplication tables the children learned were authored by him, at Lillian's strong insistence. Ayla reluctantly agreed to join her as temporary teachers at the first primary school of Ondongling. Myaluo wholeheartedly supported the initiative and promptly introduced them to Loren, who welcomed them warmly. He had already heard from Marurka of the formidable skills possessed by these two young women, particularly Lillian, who was an accomplished sorceress. Their arrival not only filled the void of cultural teachers at the school, but also resolved the long-standing lack of magic instruction. It should be noted that there were only 2 magic practitioners in the entire Ondongling. One was a goblin mage named Nick, who was uncertain of how he had attained his powers, let alone teach others. The other was an elven wind mage, who also lacked formal training and could not impart foundational knowledge. In stark contrast, Lillian's background was evident from her expensive magical equipment, indicative of her noble lineage and comprehensive magical education. Although she claimed she could not teach exclusive knowledge without permission, even imparting basic magical theory would greatly benefit the children of Ondongling. Moreover, becoming a mage was no simple feat. Although the Ondongling lacked a crystal ball to test magical aptitude, Lillian observed that none of the human children exhibited the potential to become mages, let alone apprentices. As for other races, goblins, who relied on luck, were unpredictable. However, 2 elven children demonstrated talents in wind and earth magic. Yet Lillian specialized in fire magic and could not provide in-depth guidance. Lillian's presence, alongside Ayla, invigorated the warrior curriculum at the school. Whether it was the Viking warrior Ragna, the human warrior Aid, the knight Marurka, or the elven warrior Anchier, all hailed from practical backgrounds and lacked systematic teaching experience. While Anchier had some elven training methods, they were not entirely suitable for human children. In contrast, Ayla had received noble education from a young age, mastering a scientifically effective teaching methodology that was perfectly suited for the foundational learning of the children in Ondongling. The addition of Lillian and Ayla truly represented a remarkable leap in the teaching quality of the first primary school of Ondongling. Early in the morning, Loren, accompanied by Marurka, Ragna, and others, arrived at the outskirts of Ondong Fort to await their guests. The ever-curious Lillian pulled Ayla along, eager to observe. Amidst the biting cold wind, a substantial procession approached, led by KB, with the Viking warriors behind him, each robust and clad in animal skins. Despite their attire, they held tightly to their weapons, their keen gazes scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. At the heart of the group were women and children. It was evident that the entire tribe had dressed them in their warmest clothing. Although their little faces were flushed from the cold, the children's eyes sparkled with energy. KB spotted Loren and quickened his pace, a smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Boss, I'm back." Loren greeted him with a smile, patting his shoulder firmly. "Well done." At this moment, the entire Viking contingent came to a halt. A burly Viking chieftain with a thick beard and a ceremonial warrior, adorned with a totem staff, approached. Ragna stepped forward and introduced, "Boss, this is our tribe's chieftain, Heleage. Beside him is our priest, Warfu." Heleage took a large step forward, his voice deep and resonant. "Greetings, noble lord." Loren nodded calmly in response. "Welcome to Ondongling. I appreciate your journey." Loren did not anticipate an immediate oath of fealty from the Vikings. He understood that they needed rest and warmth first. Following a brief exchange, the entire Viking tribe was guided by the residents of Ondongling to their prepared accommodations. Women, children, and the elderly were prioritized and settled into simple yet adequately warm wooden houses, where thick cotton clothing and steaming food were distributed to alleviate their fatigue and chill. The men assisted in organizing their belongings and consolidating supplies. The camp was alive with activity throughout the afternoon. Children, as always, quickly formed bonds. In no time, a daring Viking child had joined forces with local children, curiously examining one another and even engaging in playful snowball fights. As night descended over the wilderness, deepening the chill, a massive bonfire was ignited in the central square of Ondongling. Whole sheep were roasted for the occasion. In preparation for the Viking tribe's arrival, Loren had gone to great lengths, not only sacrificing numerous sheep, but also bringing out all the mead purchased from the United Merchants Guild for everyone to enjoy. Once they were well fed and merry, the children of Ondongling took to the center of the gathering, breaking into song. The melody was one that Myaluo often hummed in his leisure, and the children found it delightful, insisting on learning it. Initially, Myaluo hesitated, uncertain whether Loren would approve, but ultimately yielded to the children's persistent requests and secretly taught them. Eventually, Loren discovered this endeavor. However, he not only supported it, but also insisted on scheduling a music class each week, with the sole requirement of translating the lyrics into the common tongue. This left Myaluo, already burdened with work, exasperated and muttering to himself about his own meddling. Though the children sang with less than perfect proficiency, their earnestness shone through. When the harmonious voices of different races intertwined, their innocent yet determined song drew applause and laughter from the crowd. After their performance, the jovial Vikings rose to their feet. Forming a large circle, they stamped their feet in unison, creating a powerful and resonant rhythm. They bellowed ancient, rugged war songs and danced with primal vigor. Lillian was utterly captivated, pulling Ayla into the throng of dancers. Soon, humans, orcs, elves, and even goblins and half-orcs were swept up in the infectious joy, encircling the bonfire in a vibrant display of unity. Loren, Heliage, and Wu Erfu sat together, enjoying roasted meat while observing the lively and harmonious scene. Initially, when KB described the situation here, I was skeptical, Heliage remarked, setting down his cup. Now that I witness it firsthand, I am truly convinced. And Dongling is indeed a wondrous place. Loren gazed at the jubilant crowd before him and softly replied, indeed. Hela and Ulf exchanged a glance, simultaneously rising to their feet and walking towards Loren. Assuming they were about to propose a toast, Loren raised his own cup. To his astonishment, the two suddenly knelt on one knee, their left hands pressing firmly against their chests, and solemnly declared, "The Storm Tribe swears by the glory of our ancestors to be loyal to you henceforth, bloodline inherited, never to betray. Should we breach this vow, our souls shall find no peace." These deep and solemn words drew the attention of the nearby Vikings. The closest Viking, upon hearing the oath, paused for a moment before immediately kneeling on one knee, echoing the solemnity of the declaration. One after another, 5, 10, and then a multitude of Vikings ceased their laughter and dance, while women pulled their children close, their expressions grave as they followed suit. Ultimately, every Viking, regardless of age, knelt in reverence. Even Ragnar and the earliest followers of Loren knelt in the same manner, pledging their allegiance. The wave of oaths continued to spread, and soon humans, orcs, elves, goblins, half-orcs, and even ogres knelt in this solemn tide. In the end, within the entire square, apart from Lillian and Ella, not a single soul remained standing. Initially, there were only scattered whispers, but gradually more voices joined in, culminating in a deep and harmonious oath that reverberated gently through the night sky. Bloodline inherited, never to betray. Lillian and Ella stood frozen, profoundly moved by this incredibly solemn scene. They gazed at Loren, who remained steadfast despite being worshipped by all, as if witnessing an invisible crown being bestowed upon his head on this night, in this place. Chapter 75. The Trace of the Grey Dwarves. The addition of the Viking tribe bestowed unprecedented martial strength upon Loren's Ondongling, resulting in the Viking raiding party officially swelling to a formidable 300 warriors. This development granted Loren a mobile force capable of responding proactively to emergencies. Not only did the raiding party expand, but the Tiger Legion also received a significant enhancement with the addition of 200 Viking warriors. Though the Vikings joining the Tiger Legion were slightly older and possessed less physical strength and combat prowess compared to their counterparts in the raiding party, their wealth of battle experience far surpassed that of the new recruits in the Tiger Legion. Hela, as the chieftain of the Viking tribe, also joined the Tiger Legion, becoming Aid's deputy, while the tribal priest Ulf enlisted in Loren's raiding party. Ulf's path as a priest diverged from that of other Viking warriors, comprising 6 distinct stages: priest-apprentice, priest, high priest, spirit seer, soul whisperer, and heroic songster. Currently, Ulf occupied the 3rd stage, high priest, Ragnar had once remarked that Ulf was a genius, his abilities surpassing those of the priests from smaller tribes, even attracting the attention of larger tribes. However, out of loyalty to his original tribe, he had never departed. Beyond bolstering and dongling with a substantial population and warriors, the Viking tribe also brought Loren a piece of news that piqued his interest. During their migration, they had spotted the figures of dwarves on the plains, albeit different from the commonly known dwarves. Based on Hela and Ulf's descriptions, Loren surmised that these dwarves were likely gray dwarves. Gray dwarves are uncommon on the surface of Azeroth today. Legends speak of 6 major races of dwarves, aside from the legendary gold, silver, bronze, and black iron dwarves. The majority of commonly seen dwarves are offshoots of the mountain dwarves. Gray dwarves, however, were long ago banished to the underworld by the 4 legendary dwarven factions. Loren found it perplexing that the continent of Azeroth seemed particularly fond of the practice of exile, with the underworld being a frequently chosen destination. Not only the gray dwarves, but elves had also exiled night elves, and humans would cast the most heinous offenders into the depths. In summary, on the legendary continent of Azeroth, it appeared that the various races did not adhere to the principle of eradicating threats entirely. Rather, the underworld seemed a more suitable place for such dealings. Loren was uncertain how to enter the underworld, having only heard bards and taverns speak of a great chasm in the central part of the continent, where the depths supposedly led to the underworld. However, the chasm was perpetually filled with fierce winds, and those who leapt into it had yet to return alive, leaving the connection to the underworld in question. Loren's intrigue regarding the gray dwarves extended beyond mere curiosity about how these subterranean beings had emerged to the surface. With the influx of Viking warriors, the demand for weapons and armor in Endongling surged. The region did not lack raw materials, but the existing blacksmiths were unable to forge equipment that met Loren's standards. In Loren's reasoning, as gray dwarves were still dwarves, they would undoubtedly possess the skill of blacksmithing. Even if their craftsmanship did not rival that of mountain dwarves, they could not be inferior to the blacksmiths of Endongling. Thus, Loren was not only curious about the circumstances surrounding the gray dwarves' emergence, but also felt a physical yearning for them. Upon learning the location of the gray dwarves' appearance, Loren prepared to embark with the Viking raiding party and Nick. Such a significant commotion naturally attracted the attention of the ever-curious Lillian. Upon hearing that Loren intended to capture gray dwarves, she immediately insisted on joining him with Ella. Loren welcomed this development, setting aside their combat prowess. Their knowledge could prove invaluable. Moreover, having 2 beautiful companions for the journey was undeniably delightful. Although Ella felt somewhat resigned, she ultimately agreed, seeing Lillian's enthusiasm. Thus, the Endongling Grey Dwarf capture team officially set forth. The beauty of the snow-covered plains was undeniable, but the mud after the snow melted was irksome. The Viking warriors trudged through the sticky earth, their boots caked with wet mud. As the lord of the land, Loren of course did not traverse the terrain like the Viking warriors. Considering the uncertainty of the journey, he prudently arranged for a pack beast to carry provisions, just in case. Moreover, Loren fully embraced his capitalist nature, riding atop the rock-armored beast alongside Nick, Lillian, and Ella. Journeys are often dull, so Loren took out a deck of cards and taught the 3 how to play 50. The monotony of the trip was entirely shattered by the introduction of the cards. He taught them the rules of 50, which immediately sparked their interest, especially for Lillian. Once she grasped the rules, she became hooked, insisting on playing late into the night even after they set up camp, only to be forcibly dragged off to sleep by Ella. The next morning, she was the first to seek out Loren, clamoring to continue. At the card table, Nick could only team up with Loren, for if he were to face Loren as an opponent, he would hardly dare to interfere with Loren's hand. Only as a teammate, under Loren's command, could he muster the courage to engage with Ella and Lillian. 50. Lillian quickly learned that the most crucial aspect of playing 50 was confidence. She even stood up, pointing at Nick and Loren, proclaiming, "Do you want to? I ask you, do you want to?" As she boasted about her hand of 5 clubs, Loren revealed 3 cards. Saying, "What? You have a pure color?" Lillian feigned astonishment, covering her mouth, before slamming 3 cards onto the mat and exclaiming, "I have hearts." "Huh. How will you be so arrogant now? All these points are mine." Just as Lillian burst into laughter, Nick quietly asked, "Master, may I play?" Upon receiving Loren's nod, Nick gently placed 4 kings on the mat, saying, "Apologies, Lady Lillian, I have 4 kings." "How is that possible? Nick, you have such good luck. Are you cheating? Are you hiding cards?" Lillian exploded, shaking Nick vigorously. At that moment, Ragnar's rough voice called out from ahead, "Boss, we've arrived at the location." Luolun turned his gaze towards the surroundings, where undulating hills stretched as far as the eye could see. appearing rather unremarkable. A question arose in his mind. How did these gray dwarfs come to inhabit the wasteland? If they had been here for some time, it was implausible that no news had leaked out. Conversely, if they had only recently arrived, it would imply that there exists an entrance to the subterranean world nearby. Spread out and remain vigilant, Loren commanded, and the Viking warriors swiftly dispersed to conduct reconnaissance. In the afternoon, a warrior returned with a report. Traces of activity had been discovered in the vicinity, although it could not be definitively concluded that they were left by the gray dwarfs. It was sufficient evidence that someone had lived here not long ago. Had the gray dwarfs already migrated? Chapter 76. The Assault of the Gray Dwarfs in the Dead of Night. After finishing a final round of poker with Loren meticulously stored the cards before rising to return to his tent, while Loren was pulled inside by AI Law. The campfire in the center was ablaze, the wood crackling in the night breeze, and the rocky-humped camels curled up on the west side, their scales glimmering with sand in the firelight. On the adjacent ground, bags of flatbread and beast meat were casually piled, and even a battle axe was thrust into the soil, its blade reflecting the flames like a piece of glowing iron. Two Viking warriors on night watch sat back to back by the fire, their shields leaning against their legs, their heads drooping occasionally before jolting awake. Their eyes still clouded with lingering drowsiness, clearly struggling against the fatigue of the deep night. At that moment, in the shadows surrounding the camp, hundreds of eyes began to move slowly. As they drew nearer to the camp, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations growing clearer, causing the stones at their feet to dance gently. The rocky-humped camels on the west side sensed the disturbance first, abruptly raising their heads, their heavy hooves stamping anxiously on the ground, white vapor billowing from their nostrils, low grunts emanating from their throats, their curled bodies tensing straight. Inside the tent, Loren was rubbing the hilt of his broadsword, the smile from earlier vanishing from his face as he said to AI Law and Loren, "They have arrived." As his words fell, he turned, and the moment he stepped out of the tent, his gaze fixed upon the unwelcome guests outside the camp, an assembly of heavily armored iron cans. The armor, forged from dark iron, was embedded with rusted iron rings at the seams, and even the helmets revealed only two narrow slits, just wide enough to accommodate their eerie green eyes. Their stature was unimposing, the tallest barely reaching Loren's waist, only half of Loren's height, yet their build was as robust as compressed boulders. With each step, the armor clanked, blending with the tremors of the earth. Loren observed the iron cans outside the camp, and if he was not mistaken, these were the gray dwarfs he had been seeking for days. Since arriving at this place, although he had not yet encountered the gray dwarfs, he could feel their watchful gaze from the darkness every night. Even with enhanced vision from the system, Loren was unable to pinpoint their location in the pitch-black wasteland. Moreover, they were exceedingly cautious. He had attempted to distance himself from the camp under the pretense of relieving himself, but each time he neared a certain range, the feeling of being observed would abruptly vanish. After 2 fruitless days of searching, Loren decided to change tactics. The Viking warriors intentionally displayed a growing laxity in their defenses. Supplies were haphazardly stacked, sentinels dozing off, and patrols being reduced. Yet the gray dwarfs remained patient, lurking in the shadows, not even revealing half of their bodies. Just as Loren was on the verge of giving up and contemplating a different approach to lure the enemy, this band of subterranean creatures finally made their move that night. Loren's whistle pierced the night sky, and the Viking warriors surged from their tents, swift yet composed. As most of the Viking warriors were new recruits, not yet having undergone system enhancements, they struggled to discern the distant forms of the gray dwarfs in the dark. But their years of combat experience allowed them to recognize the formidable enemy from the heavy footsteps and the sound of clashing metal. Loren had not anticipated such a multitude of fully armored gray dwarfs, hence the Viking warriors had not donned their armors. Fortunately, they were not the inexperienced recruits of the guard. Under the shouts of Ragnar and Ulf, they swiftly sprang into action. In particular, the veterans of the Viking assault team coordinated with each other, expertly assisting one another in donning their armor before advancing to the front. With a resounding thud, heavy shields were thrust into the ground, facing outward, their edges interlocking, quickly forming a robust shield wall. Despite their imposing presence, the gray dwarfs, encumbered by their heavy armor, were not swift, granting the Viking warriors precious time to assist one another in donning their protective gear. Due to a shortage of weaponry and equipment, only 100 of the Viking assault team were fully equipped with iron armor, these elite warriors steadfastly holding the front line. While the remaining 200 formed a deep defensive formation, the gray dwarfs responded with remarkable speed. As subterranean beings, they possessed superior night vision. Upon realizing that the humans within the camp had rapidly organized their defensive formation, they slowed their advance. Once they had adjusted their formation, the gray dwarfs continued to move forward, albeit at a deliberate pace. Though Li Un and Ai La could not see the dwarfs clearly in the darkness, the synchronized heavy footsteps made the two girls hold their breath in tension. Li Un, be ready. Wait for my signal, Luo Luan's voice called from the front. He did not look back, but simply issued a reminder towards the rear, then stepped through the line formed by the Viking warriors. The warriors instinctively parted to let him through, and he approached Ragnar and Ulf, standing shoulder to shoulder at the forefront. Lilian nodded firmly, her slender fingers tightening slightly as a softly glowing magical scroll materialized in her hand. She took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rapid beating of her heart. Perhaps sensing her anxiety, Nick leaned slightly towards her, saying, "Do not worry, Lady Lilian, Master will surely prevail." In Nick's mind, Luo Luan had long become a symbol of invincibility in battle. His current concern was how to protect himself and survive. As the gray dwarfs drew near, the firelight finally began to illuminate the forms of the first row of iron cans. The Viking warriors initially froze, followed by a surge of adrenaline brought on by their tension. Many of the recently joined warriors widened their eyes, breathing heavily, their hands trembling slightly around their weapons. With a few impulsive ones even taking a step forward, barely restraining themselves from breaking rank. Ulf quickly noticed the agitation among the warriors. He raised his staff with his left hand, murmuring a deep incantation. Then, he directed the staff towards the Viking warriors. And a gentle white halo spread from the tip of the staff, cascading over all the warriors like flowing water. In the instant the halo passed, the previously restless recruits gradually calmed, their rapid breathing stabilizing, and the fervor in their eyes diminished. Having cast the soothing spell, Soul Whisper, to calm the Viking warriors' emotions, Ulf did not pause. He continued his low prayers, and another halo expanded, this time the divine spell, Battle Spirit. When the fiery red halo enveloped the warriors, each felt a surge of power coursing through their limbs, their previously tense muscles becoming more robust, and their grip on their weapons steadier. At that moment, the gray dwarfs were only 20 paces away from the Viking warriors' defensive line. Luo Luan gripped his broadsword and shouted, "Lilian, throw it." Chapter 77. The battle, considering the possibility that the attackers were gray dwarfs, known for their superior night vision. Luo Luan specifically sought out Lilian to inquire if she had any means to illuminate the battlefield. After clarifying Luo Luan's needs, Lilian promptly assured him that there was no issue, and in an instant, a magical scroll appeared in her hand. This scroll contained an enhanced version of the illumination spell, which lasted approximately 15 to 20 minutes, likely meeting your requirements. Watching Lilian flaunt the scroll, Luo Luan was once again astounded by the girl's extravagance. Not only did she possess a luxury space ring, but she also used a precious magical scroll to inscribe a spell with no offensive capability, namely a level 1 illumination spell. Even in this era of advanced alchemy, the material costs for producing magical scrolls remained exceedingly high. What left Luo Luan speechless was when Lilian added, "If time is insufficient, I have several more here. By the way, Ai La, I recall you have a few as well." Seeing Ai La nod in affirmation, Luo Luan could only inwardly lament, "Truly, the avarice of capitalists knows no bounds." "That will suffice," Luo Luan hastily replied. "You merely need to await my signal, activate the scroll, and throw it into the sky above the battlefield." "Shall I throw it?" Lilian hesitated. "Perhaps Ai La should do it. She has greater strength." "Rest assured, this is a second-generation magical scroll that does not require the infusion of magical power for activation, so Ai La can certainly use it." With the advancements in alchemical technology, the functionalities of magical scrolls had continually improved. First-generation scrolls required the user to input a trace of magical power to activate, whereas second-generation scrolls automatically generated activation energy through the magical array inscribed on them and magical crystal powder. The magical crystal powder corresponds to spell attributes. Merely pressing the raised tip of the scroll would automatically produce a faint magical energy, enabling the direct triggering of the spell inscribed on the scroll without the need for the user to inject magical power. Naturally, this came at a price several times higher than that of the first generation. Luo Luan was once again astonished by Lilian's wealth, silently muttering, "The avarice of capitalists." However, when he met Lilian's anxious yet expectant gaze, he revealed a gentle smile and firmly stated, "No. You shall be the one to accomplish this. I believe you can do it." This affirmation acted as a reassuring balm, causing Lilian to blush instantly, her mind racing with thoughts on how to throw it both accurately and far. At this moment, upon hearing Luo Luen's command, she took a deep breath, swiftly pressed the raised tip of the scroll, and exerted all her strength to hurl it forward. Although Li Lian's strength was limited, the scroll barely reached the air above the Viking warrior's line. Yet, the moment the scroll ignited, a dazzling light erupted. The Viking warriors had already received Luo Luen's instructions. As he called out the signal, they all promptly shut their eyes. However, the opposing gray dwarves were utterly unprepared for the blinding light that erupted in the thick darkness mere seconds after the illumination spell was cast. For these creatures, who resided underground and possessed heightened sensitivity to light, the sudden brilliance was akin to flames searing their very souls. The front row of gray dwarves emitted agonized howls as their heavy helmets jerked up, their eyes instinctively squinting against the onslaught of white light, tears streaming down their cheeks. More gray dwarves clutched their eyes and spun about in confusion. Some collided with their companions' iron armor, while others could not maintain their grip on their hammers, letting their weapons clatter to the ground, turning the entire line into a chaotic jumble. The illumination spell, after the initial blinding seconds, radiated a softer glow. After counting to 3, Luo Luen was the first to open his eyes. Slay them! With Luo Luen's furious roar, the Viking warriors suddenly opened their eyes and surged forward like a torrent unleashed. Luo Luen led the charge, his broadsword carving a vicious arc as he cleaved a gray dwarf and its armor in two. It must be noted that the craftsmanship of the gray dwarf's iron armor far surpassed any opponents Luo Luen had encountered previously. Whether it was the crude iron armor of the half-orcs from Uruk blood or the heavy plate armor of the beastmen warriors from the fierce wolf tribe, all had shattered under the might of Luo Luen's broadsword. Yet, the gray dwarf's armor demonstrated astonishing resilience, with a deafening clang. The gray dwarf struck by Luo Luen was sent flying, crashing heavily several meters away. Surprisingly, the armor retained its integrity, aside from a deep gash, miraculously showing no signs of significant cracks. Under Luo Luen's watchful gaze, the ironclad figure trembled slightly before gradually rising to its feet. The joints of the armor emitted a shrill metallic grinding noise, and the dwarf within seemed merely dazed. However, this tenacity lasted but a fleeting moment. Before he could fully regain his balance, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, never to rise again. Clearly, while the exquisite armor could withstand the sharp strikes and formidable impacts of the broadsword, it could not fully dissipate the terrifying force transmitted within. The gray dwarf warrior inside had likely suffered internal devastation. To Luo Luen's left, Ragna entered a state of first-tier frenzy, wielding his dual axes like whirlwinds of death. Bang! 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 The battle axes clashed violently against the gray dwarf's heavy armor, each impact sending dazzling sparks flying and producing a grating metallic clamor. Though the gray dwarfs struck by him were repeatedly knocked back, they managed to rise again with the assistance of their companions, rejoining the fray. This prompted Ragna to feel astonished, inadvertently increasing the intensity of his strikes. Meanwhile, to Luo Luen's right, Ulf's achievements were even more remarkable. The young priest had already returned his staff to his back, gripping a heavy warhammer with both hands. His eyes glowed crimson, muscles taut, clearly in a frenzy. Yet unlike the others, Ulf's pupils remained sharp, his reasoning intact. The warhammer had a natural advantage against heavy armor. There was no need to cleave through the tough shell, as the sheer blunt force was sufficient to obliterate the life within. While the gray dwarf struck by Ragna could still struggle to rise, those struck by Ulf's warhammer collapsed like deflated sacks, blood seeping from their armor's seams and rapidly staining the ground, leaving no trace of life. The Viking warriors pressed forward, their heavy steps forming a steel wedge, ruthlessly piercing the gray dwarf's disordered lines. The front row of warriors charged with their iron shields, toppling gray dwarves to the ground, while the rear followed suit, their battle axes crashing down with a thunderous resonance. When striking exposed gaps, they shattered bones into fragments. In an instant, the cacophony of shattering bones, the sharp clang of metal, and the warriors' roars intertwined with the dwarves' screams, tearing through the night sky of the wasteland. However, the gray dwarves exhibited remarkable resilience. As they gradually acclimated to the illumination spell's brilliance, they began to voluntarily withdraw toward the center, attempting to regroup and establish a defense. Yet Luo Luen, Ragna, and Ulf, the three sharp blades, remained steadfastly anchored at the front lines, thwarting the gray dwarves' efforts to reorganize. Chapter 78. The healing light of sanctity. The gray dwarves' exquisite armor posed significant challenges for the Viking warriors. The battle axes swung against them often left only shallow scratches, knocking the dwarves back a few steps at most, but failing to breach their defenses. Most gray dwarves ultimately succumbed to the relentless barrage of heavy blows, their internal organs shattered by the terrifying force transmitted through their armor. This method of combat severely drained the Viking warriors' stamina and energy. Each full-force swing of the axe consumed vast amounts of strength, leaving their arm muscles sore and fatigued, while their vision gradually blurred from the sustained tension. Despite over 20 Viking warriors, including Kobe, having entered a frenzy, the entire group's advance grew increasingly sluggish, each step becoming heavier. The battle had escalated into a fierce crescendo. Even the previously unstoppable wolf began to exhibit signs of fatigue, retreating momentarily into the formation of Viking warriors to regroup. At this juncture, Ragnar had initiated heroic spirit frenzy, his stature surging to 3 meters. Faced with the diminutive gray dwarves, he discarded his axe and resorted to wielding his enemies as makeshift weapons, seizing them with his bare hands. Although Ragnar possessed immense strength, his colossal form rendered him somewhat unwieldy, momentarily entrapping him in a predicament where his power could not be fully unleashed. Only Loren continued to efficiently reap the lives of their adversaries. Upon realizing that slashing attacks were ineffective against the ironclad foes, he altered his strategy, leveraging the sheer size of his great sword to bludgeon the gray dwarves, sending both them and their armor crashing to the ground with each resounding strike. While the armor might remain intact, the skulls within could not withstand such formidable force, shattering under the impact. Seeing little success against Loren and Ragnar, the gray dwarves concentrated their efforts on attacking the Viking warriors. Utilizing their height advantage, they relentlessly struck from below the shields with their heavy hammers and sharp axes, exploiting the blind spots of the Vikings. A dull thud resonated as one Viking warrior's calf was struck, causing him to groan and collapse. A nearby gray dwarf immediately rushed forward, axe raised high, while the Viking warrior gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to raise his axe in defense. Surrounding gray dwarves attempted to encircle them, but were valiantly thwarted by other Viking warriors. Wolf, with a powerful swing, sent an enemy flying and pulled his injured comrade back into formation. However, the peril grew increasingly dire as the number of wounded increased. Gaps began to emerge in the Viking line, their previously tight formation loosening. By this point, the gray dwarves were outnumbered by the Vikings, especially with the relentless killing prowess of Loren and Ragnar still in play. Just as the entire defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse, a magical scroll radiating a soft golden light ignited above the Viking warriors, cascading brilliant white light like a waterfall, enveloping each Viking. A warm, tingling sensation coursed through their wounds, fractured bones began to mend in the glow, fatigued muscles regained strength, and even the energy expended in their frenzy was instantaneously replenished. This was the 6th-level divine spell of the Church of Light, Radiant Healing. Following Radiant Healing, 2 fireballs, one large and one small, crashed into the ranks of the gray dwarves, followed by a roaring fire dragon that swept through, igniting a patch of scorched earth among the enemy ranks. Lillian and Nick appeared at the fringes of the battlefield, while Ella stood protectively beside them, wielding a knight's sword. If Marco were present, he would notice that the knight's sword in Ella's hand was not the same as the one she had wielded upon their first meeting. However, it was evident that this weapon was no ordinary blade. The sword bore 3 engraved runes that shimmered with a cold light. The gray dwarves, whose martial skills were mediocre at best, relied solely on their sturdy armor to contend with the Vikings thus far. Yet, those dwarves that rushed towards Ella were no match for her. Their proud, robust armor crumbled like thin paper before the might of her runic sword. Ella struck with the swiftness of the wind, precisely piercing the necks of each foe, while Anton's side faced considerable difficulties. The plight of the gray dwarves was even more dire. Their ability to maintain a stalemate with the Vikings was predicated on their resilient armor and initial numerical superiority. Just as they were on the verge of completely exhausting the Vikings, the sudden descent of Radiant Healing revitalized the Viking warriors, plunging the gray dwarves into despair. Even the most elite forces could not withstand such attrition. The gray dwarves finally began to crumble. One gray dwarf dropped his axe and fled, followed by an increasing number of them, their previously defiant line disintegrating in an instant. Regrettably, the armor that had once provided them with formidable defense now became a hindrance, severely impeding their movements. Furthermore, having endured a grueling battle, the gray dwarves were already exhausted and could not outrun the rejuvenated Viking warriors. The Vikings needed only to pursue and deliver a single kick to topple these beleaguered ironclad foes to the ground. Once down, the gray dwarves lacked the strength to rise again. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Loren's gaze remained fixed on the cluster of gray dwarves. having sought their commander since the onset of the battle. However, the Grey Dwarves bore an almost identical appearance. The cacophony of battle drowned out all commands, and he could not decipher their language, leaving him to search in vain amidst the chaos, unable to pinpoint his target. Yet, in the face of their rout, the identity of the commander became glaringly evident. Only a little over 30 Grey Dwarves maintained an orderly retreat amidst the chaos. "I have found you." Loren tightened his grip on his great sword, disregarding the scattered fleeing soldiers, and charged directly towards the orderly squad. The Grey Dwarf commander also sensed Loren's approach. Aware of the formidable threat posed by his adversary, he understood that escape was impossible and resolved to fight to the death. At his command, the 30-odd Grey Dwarves turned resolutely to charge at Loren. Alas, this was a futile endeavor, after enduring such a prolonged battle. Loren's skill in dispatching foes had only grown sharper. With swift arcs of his great sword, he soon felled all 30 Grey Dwarves. Their only achievement was further tattering Loren's already ragged attire. Loren rubbed his chest, reluctantly acknowledging the astonishing might of the Grey Dwarves. Although his high-level, iron bones had prevented him from being genuinely harmed, the areas struck by heavy weaponry still throbbed painfully. The Grey Dwarf leader stared in disbelief at the human before him, almost unable to trust his own eyes. His once proud guard had been so effortlessly decimated by a single individual. The blows from his warriors landed on Loren as if nothing had transpired. Even if his skin were as tough as iron, were his internal organs similarly fortified? Loren fixed his gaze on the Grey Dwarf leader. The leader bore no distinguishing marks from the ordinary soldiers, appearing nothing like the villains typically adorned in striking attire on the battlefield. Had he not revealed a flaw during the retreat, Loren might have truly struggled to identify him. With his great sword in hand, Loren advanced step by step towards the Grey Dwarf leader, eager to pose a multitude of questions that begged for answers. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The confrontation between Loren and the Grey Dwarf leader concluded swiftly. The leader's robust armor offered little resistance against Loren's overwhelming strength. To avoid accidentally killing his adversary, Loren intentionally drove his great sword into the ground, engaging him in unarmed combat. After several rounds of grappling and holds, Loren hoisted the Grey Dwarf leader high above his head and then slammed him heavily to the ground. A dull thud echoed, and dust swirled. This time, the Grey Dwarf leader collapsed onto the earth, unable to rise again. Loren straightened and surveyed his surroundings. Witnessing the fatigued yet elated faces of the Viking warriors and the multitude of Grey Dwarf corpses strewn across the battlefield, he raised his great sword skyward, and the Viking warriors erupted in a thunderous cheer, pounding their chests in fervor. In the aftermath, the Viking warriors ignited several large bonfires, boiling cauldrons of steaming meat soup. Their lord, Loren, had procured mead from an unknown source, allowing each Viking warrior a cup tonight, served in the helmets of the Grey Dwarves. Beside the bonfire lay a mountain of armor, while on the other side, a group of Grey Dwarf captives, stripped of their clothing and tightly bound, awaited their fate. The winter nights of the wilderness were unforgiving. These wretches might not survive the night. Following Loren's orders, all severely injured Grey Dwarves were to be executed. The Viking warriors strictly adhered to this directive, even dispatching those whose injuries were merely fractures. Had it not been for Wolf's timely intervention, there might have been no Grey Dwarf captives left. Ultimately, the 50-odd Grey Dwarves who survived were primarily those who had succumbed to exhaustion or were rendered unconscious without visible wounds. Loren remained unfazed by the ferocious retaliation of the Viking warriors. Had it not been for Lillian's timely use of holy radiance of healing, the Viking warriors would have undoubtedly suffered a loss of at least a quarter of their ranks, a prospect that Loren found utterly unacceptable. "Thank you, Lillian," he said, raising his goblet in her honor. The wine they were drinking was a cherished vintage from Loren's collection, typically stored in his system space, reserved for special occasions. The mead consumed by the Viking warriors had also been placed in the system space before Loren's departure, intended for interactions with the dwarves, whose appreciation for fine alcohol is a universal truth. However, it now served to delight the Viking warriors instead. "Oh, it's nothing," Lillian replied, hastily waving her hand. Yet the uncontrollable smile and the dimples that emerged at the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner joy. Observing this, Loren's eyes sparkled mischievously, and he sprang to his feet. "Come, my rascals, let us raise a toast to our little fairy Lillian." "To Lillian, the little fairy," the Viking warriors chorused, standing up and lifting their dwarven helmets in her direction. The exuberant cheers caused Lillian's cheeks to flush crimson, and with a playful glare at Loren, she quickly stood, raised her goblet, and emulated the warriors by downing her wine in one swift motion. Perhaps in her eagerness, The effects of the alcohol surged, painting her fair cheeks with a vivid blush, while her tousled hair shimmered softly in the firelight, lending her an especially enchanting allure. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the Viking warriors leaned back, contented, and returned to their tents for a well-deserved rest. Loren, on the other hand, comfortably perched upon a large stone, patted his belly and exchanged a knowing glance with Ragnar. The simpleton Ragnar immediately grasped the implication, grinning broadly as he strode purposefully toward the area where the captives were held. Moments later, he returned, dragging the leader of the Grey Dwarves and unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground before Loren, sending up a small cloud of dust. Lillian and the others beside Loren observed the captive with curiosity. The Grey Dwarf's appearance was as his name suggested. His skin was a dull gray, perhaps a result of never seeing sunlight, with an ashen hue. Unlike the surface-dwelling dwarves with their long hair and beards, the Grey Dwarf leader sported a massive, bald head that gleamed in the firelight. His face was broad and flat, seemingly compressed by immense pressure, while his eyes were disproportionately large. Their pupils a murky gray-white adapted to darkness, squinting in the flickering light. His nose was flat and broad, reminiscent of the surface dwarves, and he possessed a stout and robust physique, with muscular arms thicker than an average person's thighs. The Grey Dwarf, thrown to the ground, began to howl in a language Loren could not comprehend. He had not anticipated that these Grey Dwarves would be incapable of speaking the common tongue, which was precisely why he had brought them before Lillian and Ella, hoping these two well-traveled noble women might understand him. Ella, Lillian, can you comprehend what he is saying? It was evident that both Lillian and Ella were hearing this language for the first time. Lillian furrowed her delicate brows, attempting to decipher the guttural sounds, but ultimately shook her head in resignation, indicating her inability to assist. Ella, however, appeared deep in thought, rising to Loren's side and whispering a few swift words in his ear. With every word she spoke, Loren's gaze toward the Grey Dwarf leader grew increasingly frigid, causing the leader to shrink back under his scrutiny. Once Ella finished, Loren posed no questions. Instead, he rose abruptly and strode toward the Grey Dwarf leader. Producing a dagger from his system space, he brutally stomped down on the leader's wrist, severing 3 of his fingers. Despite the excruciating pain, the Grey Dwarf leader suppressed a scream, merely grunting as he fixed Loren with a steady gaze. Do you see? You still have 7 fingers left, along with 10 toes. That should provide me ample opportunity for amusement. He paused, leisurely beginning to count. I will start counting now. If you utter that absurd language again by the time I reach 3, I will continue my work. 1, 2, 3. Loren did not grant the leader a moment to respond, finishing his count almost instantaneously. As his words trailed off, the dagger struck again, severing yet another finger. Ah! This time, the Grey Dwarf leader could not contain his cry. Loren, seemingly oblivious to the outcry, continued. Look, another one gone. It matters not if I finish off your fingers and toes. I have plenty of fresh curiosities back home to entertain you with. Have you heard of 1,000 cuts? It is said that a skilled artisan can slice away 3,600 pieces of flesh from a single individual, and they do not even die. Look at your coarse flesh. It must be more resilient than the average person's. Perhaps you could even set a record? Chapter 80, The Stalwart Ballant. When Loren severed the 5th finger of the Grey Dwarf leader, he finally ceased speaking in his incomprehensible tongue and switched to the common language. Although his pronunciation differed somewhat from the contemporary common tongue, Loren could grasp the general meaning. Stop, you demon. What do you wish to know? With the bloodstained dagger. Loren tapped the leader's mangled palm, grinning sinisterly. Stalwart, why are you no longer putting on a brave front? I thought you could endure until you were nothing more than a skeleton. To be honest, I was rather curious about how much flesh I could carve from you. Previously, although Ella had been unable to understand the leader's words, she surmised that he would likely speak the common tongue. The common language had been prevalent across the continent for ages, with its origins shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it was created by the gods, while others attributed it to the Titans. However, given the timeline of the Grey Dwarves' banishment to the underground by the 4 legendary dwarves, it was plausible that the common tongue had already gained traction on the continent. Even if the lower-tier Grey Dwarves could not speak it, their noble class certainly would have retained it. Moreover, the Grey Dwarves who now approached were clad in finely crafted armor, clearly not something a small tribe could assemble. Thus, Ella speculated that, as the leader of this raiding party, he might indeed possess knowledge of the common tongue. Loren had initially entertained doubts about the leader's intentions, even summoning a few other Grey Dwarf captives to listen. Although he could not comprehend their words, their vocabulary and intonation closely resembled that of the leader. Only after Ella shared her analysis did Loren decide to test the leader. If he truly could not speak the common tongue, then he would merely have dispatched a useless captive. Seeing Balland once again fall silent, Loren remained unperturbed, chuckling softly as he turned to Ragnar. Ragnar, go fetch some clothing to cover that little dwarf. I do not want him turning into an ice sculpture, as I still have use for him. After issuing his command, he returned his gaze to the gray dwarf leader, regarding him with a bemused smile. Do you see? I am extending my goodwill first. My patience is limited. Do not take my kindness for granted. Balland cast a glance at Ragnar's retreating figure before heaved a resigned sigh and turned to Loren. What do you wish to ask? Go ahead. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Balland, from the Haishi tribe. How did you emerge from the underground? Upon hearing this question, Balland's gaze flickered. His lips pressed tightly together as he sank back into silence. Observing the gray dwarf named Balland fall silent once more, Loren grinned and called out, Nick, come over and help this stalwart stop the bleeding. We cannot allow him to bleed out and perish. Nick evidently understood Loren's intentions. He first dashed to the campfire, clutching a piece of still-burning charcoal. Upon seeing the approaching goblin, Balland twisted frantically, shouting, Get away. You damned greenskin monster. What do you want? Put that thing down. Observing Balland's resistance, Ulf, who had been seated nearby, stood up and firmly restrained Balland's struggling body and his bleeding hand. Nick chuckled sinisterly and even pretended to blow on the fiery tip of the charcoal, revealing the hottest part of the glowing coals beneath. Tough guy, hang in there. Just endure a bit longer. Before he could finish his sentence, he forcefully pressed the searing hot end of the coal against Balland's bleeding severed fingertip. A sizzling sound erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred flesh. Balland let out a shrill scream, writhing in agony. Yet, Nick did not hesitate. His movements were remarkably swift as he proceeded to brand the other 4 severed fingertips with precision. After 5 rounds of cauterization, Balland was drenched in cold sweat, resembling someone pulled from a river. Loren crouched beside him and patted his agonized face. So, tough guy, can you now explain how you managed to climb up here? The teleportation array. Yes, the teleportation array. Balland gasped, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Teleportation array? This revelation stunned Loren, and even Ella and Lillian, who were nearby, displayed expressions of astonishment. Lillian, who had kept her eyes tightly shut and her ears covered in fear, could not help but open her eyes in surprise, gazing at Balland. You bastards can even create a teleportation array? Loren instinctively felt that Balland was deceiving him. Dwarves were not even as adept in magic as orcs. The orcs at least had their beastly shamans to dabble in divine arts, while the dwarves' so-called god of forging only knew how to wield hammers in close combat. Had these gray dwarves mutated from their prolonged stay underground? No, it wasn't us who built it. We accidentally uncovered an ancient relic while mining and found it inside. And then, Loren pressed on. Where did you teleport to? He realized a critical issue. Even if there was a teleportation array, there would need to be one at both ends, right? In the past few days, the Viking warriors had thoroughly scoured the vicinity. They had not seen so much as a hair of a large group of gray dwarves, let alone the teleportation array. Underground, in a palace underground. The underground teleportation array sent you underground? Are you mocking me? As he spoke, Loren swiftly struck again, causing Balland to lose another finger. Loren, at this moment, Ella stood up, interjecting, what he means is beneath, not underground. Is there a difference? Loren furrowed his brow, turning back. Although there was no concrete data, scholars on the continent believed that the underworld was at least 1,000 meters beneath the surface world, while what he referred to as beneath could merely be a matter of several dozen meters. After hearing Ella's explanation, Loren finally comprehended. He turned to Balland, whose face was contorted in pain, and smiled. Tough guy, you see, it's all a matter of dialect. I misjudged you, and I apologize. Nick, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing the summons, Nick hurried over, skillfully picking up the glowing charcoal to perform another round of cauterization on the new wound. Loren tapped Balland's face with his dagger, saying, tough guy, get some good rest. Tomorrow we shall visit that underground palace you spoke of. He then signaled to Ragnar, who had been standing nearby watching the scene unfold, to keep an eye on Balland and ensure he did not die, before turning back to the tent to catch up on sleep. Chapter 81. Is this truly something that can be created in a magical world? Loren slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky before finally emerging from the tent. He stretched vigorously, every joint popping like firecrackers. As he glanced around, he saw Ulf and Nick, the large and small sentinels, standing guard on either side. At their feet lay the gray dwarf leader Balland, tightly bound with sinewy ropes, while Anton's men had thoughtfully draped a tattered quilt over him for warmth. Ulf spoke as Loren emerged. Boss, I sent Ragnar to get some rest. Loren nodded and approached Balland, lightly prodding him with his toe. Hey, tough guy, how did you sleep? Balland remained silent, Unable to meet Loren's gaze, his head bowed. Resembling a chastised spouse. Nick, start a fire and prepare a meal. Once we are well fed, we shall venture to the underground palace, this tough guy mentioned. Not long after, the aroma of stew filled the camp. Loren did not skimp on the captives. Each gray dwarf received a steaming bowl of meat soup. During the meal, Lillian appeared visibly shaken by Loren's actions from the previous night. The young girl quickly finished her food and sat there, lost and avoiding Loren's gaze. Ella, however, remained composed. Loren observed Lillian's demeanor but paid it no mind. After the meal, Loren and his group escorted the gray dwarf captives, guided by Balland, as they set out on their journey. However, they had barely walked a short distance when Balland halted in a barren hollow, seemingly devoid of life, near the camp. The hollow was concealed by several massive rocks, overrun with dry vines, rendering it indistinguishable from anything unusual. This is it, Balland declared, pointing at the boulders. Where's the entrance? Loren squinted, scrutinizing the large stone, unable to discern anything remarkable. Balland moved to a nearby boulder, half the height of a person, and with his good hand, pressed a series of inconspicuous protrusions on the side of the rock in a specific sequence. What the hell? Is that a password lock? Loren watched in astonishment as Balland manipulated the stone. Yet, despite his vigorous actions, nothing happened. The mountain did not crack, the boulders did not shift, and not a sound was heard. Balland, however, calmly returned to the largest boulder and pointed at it, saying, "This is the entrance to the underground palace." Loren stared at Balland, bewildered, doubting whether he had unintentionally driven this short dwarf to madness the previous night. Ragnar, unable to contain himself, kicked Balland, and an astonishing sight unfolded. Half of Balland's body appeared to sink directly into the solid rock. The other half remained outside, creating an eerie spectacle as if a person were being physically embedded into the stone. Balland cried out in pain and crawled back out of the rock, unharmed, now looking at Loren as if he were the fool. It was not that Balland wanted to run. The issue was that his right foot was bound with a rope, a length used by Anton's guards to tie down large beasts captured in the wilderness, with the other end firmly in Ragnar's grasp. Is this illusion magic? But that rock was obviously real. Balland's hand was resting against it while he pressed the mechanism. Why did it transform into a door after he activated the mechanism? Can such a thing truly exist in a magical world? Despite his astonishment, Loren resolved to investigate further. As he raised his leg to step in, Ulf immediately called out to stop him. "Boss, let me go in first to check." "Get out of the way." Loren shoved Ulf's arm aside without hesitation and stepped boldly toward the cold, hard surface of the rock. Loren had never considered himself a competent lord. If he had to define his role, he believed he was more like the leader of a gang. In this situation, allowing Ulf to enter first to scout was undoubtedly a rational decision for a mature leader. But after 2 lifetimes, striving tirelessly to reach this point, for what purpose? What a whimsical notion it is to seek clarity and indulge in one's desires. When danger lurks, let the subordinates take the lead. Such tasks are not suited for Loren, who finds them quite objectionable. As his feet descended, the anticipated sensation of impact did not materialize. Instead, he found himself upon a solid, even surface, akin to the desolate lands outside. In a swift motion, Loren deftly slipped inside. How to describe this? There was scarcely any sensation, merely a sudden transformation of the surrounding environment. Loren had envisioned a narrow cave, yet what greeted his eyes was an exceedingly broad, artificial passageway, unfathomably deep, with walls remarkably smooth, as if shaped by some colossal force. The ceiling was adorned with peculiar fungi emitting a pale, ghostly luminescence, twinkling like will-o'-the-wisps, serving as the sole source of light in this eerie realm, casting everything in a hazy, spectral glow. Before Loren could further examine his surroundings, a commotion arose behind him. Ragnar, dragging along the gray dwarf Balland, entered with a string of curses, nearly colliding with Loren's back. Hastily, Loren stepped forward to clear the way. Following them, Ulf, Ella, Lillian, Nick, and others entered cautiously. The initial reaction of everyone mirrored Loren's astonishment. They were all left speechless by the extraordinary underground construction. "What in the world is this place?" Lillian exclaimed, her face pale as she instinctively huddled closer to Ella. While waiting for the others to arrive, Loren discerned why the gray dwarf was privy to the door-opening password. Various inscriptions and symbols were etched into the wall behind them. Though unfamiliar with the script, Loren could comprehend the illustrations, which clearly depicted the sequence for entering the password, indicating precisely which button to press. Following the illustrated order would undoubtedly reveal how to unlock the door. "Ella, Lillian," Loren called to the 2 young ladies, Come over and take a look at these markings on the wall. Do you recognize them? Lillian leaned in, tilting her head as she scrutinized the wall for a while, but shook her head in confusion. Ella, however, remained silent. Her brow furrowed as she examined the symbols intently for some time before uncertainly stating, "These characters resemble the symbols attributed to the legendary Atlantis clan." Atlantis? At the mention of this name, everyone perked up, even Ragnar scratching his head in curiosity towards Ella. Lillian's eyes widened in awe, sparkling with admiration. "Yes. I once came across a fragmentary inscription in ancient texts. Scholars speculate it pertains to the Atlantis script, with several characters bearing a striking resemblance to those on the wall." "Oh, you may not be aware of the Atlantis clan. Perhaps you have not heard of this ancient race. It is said they existed alongside the deities, appearing suddenly on the continent of Iseria, only to vanish without a trace. However, no definitive evidence has surfaced to prove their existence. All remains mere legend and conjecture." The group stood in stunned silence, captivated by Ella's erudition. This scholarly knight exuded a depth of knowledge far surpassing that of the bewildered mage Lillian beside her. "Let us proceed. We shall explore further," Luo declared, breaking the silence as he diverted his gaze from the stone wall. Regardless of whether it was Atlantis or subterranean rodents, they had come this far, and it was imperative to investigate further. Chapter 82. Cerberus illuminated by the faint glow of the fungi, the passage appeared exceedingly dim. This level of light sufficed for the gray dwarves accustomed to life underground. Yet for surface-dwelling humans like Luo, it felt rather too dark. Ella looked up at the luminous moss above and inquired of Belind, "These must be the ghostly moss, if I recall correctly, which provides illumination in the underground world." Belind was visibly taken aback by Ella's query. He had not anticipated that this human knight possessed such knowledge. "I am uncertain if that is the case. They do resemble the ghostly moss of the underground world, but the latter is generally brighter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ella chose not to elaborate further. Luo cast a surprised glance at Ella. Her knowledge exceeded that expected of a typical noblewoman. Whether regarding Atlantis or the underground realm, such information was not commonly known, even among the highest echelons of nobility. It seemed that Ella's background was even more significant than he had surmised. Moreover, it appeared that the surface world was not entirely disconnected from the underground. The elite on the surface must possess means to communicate with those below, otherwise, how could Ella possibly be privy to this knowledge? As Luo pondered Ella's origins, Lillian, who had been closely following Ella, suddenly recalled that she still had several scrolls of the light spell tucked away in her space ring. In a flurry, she retrieved one and exclaimed, "Everyone, close your eyes. I am about to cast light spell." The group, all having endured the fierce battle the previous night, immediately understood her intent upon seeing the magical scroll in her hand, promptly shutting their eyes tightly, especially Belind, who closed his with great fervor, fearing he might be blinded should he hesitate even slightly. In truth, Luo had contemplated this earlier, but as a man, it felt inappropriate to rely on a young lady's resources, hence he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Thankfully, the young heiress generously took the initiative, sparing him the need to find a suitable excuse. Unfortunately, the light spell inscribed on the magical scroll could not follow the caster. Yet Lillian's wealth allowed her to expend a third scroll, illuminating the passage as they reached its end, a metal doorframe devoid of a door. Through the frame, a vast open space became discernible. Striking red beams of light crisscrossed the doorframe, and Luo found it increasingly familiar. It resembled the infrared security systems depicted in films from his past life. "The teleportation array lies beyond," Belind pointed out. This time, Luo did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, he bent down to pick up a stone, weighing it in his hand before tossing it inside. Contrary to expectations, the stone did not shatter but landed safely with a crisp sound. "You go first," Luo insisted, still wary, deciding to let Belind enter first. Belind said nothing and simply stepped through the red beams into the open space. Even the rope tied around his leg passed through safely. Upon witnessing Belind's safe passage, Luo prepared to step forward, only to be outpaced by Ulf, the young Viking priest, whose caution had been piqued by Luo's own. Without uttering a word, Ulf swiftly crossed the doorframe. Once steady, he checked himself, moving his limbs before turning back to Luo with a grin. "Boss, all is well." Luo remained silent, stepping over the row of red beams. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt as though something scanned him thoroughly as he passed through. After Luo crossed over, Ragnar, Lillian, Ella, Nick, and the Viking warriors followed suit one by one. Behind the door lay a vast expanse. The surroundings were no longer stone walls, but rather a cold, hard metal. Above them still hung the dimly glowing ghostly moss. due to the insufficient light. The distance remained obscured. Even Loren's keen eyesight could only perceive a shadowy mass. The air here was stifling, filled with the acrid scent of sulfur mingled with stale dust, causing one's nose to itch uncomfortably. "I shall cast light spell," the young heiress Lillian declared, clearly unable to tolerate the oppressive atmosphere. Without hesitation, she retrieved another magical scroll and hurled it into the air. Instantly, a soft yet brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. In the luminous glow of Xiaoming Shu, everyone was able to discern their surroundings clearly. Rather than a palace, this place resembled a colossal cage. There was not a hint of splendid architecture or decoration. Everywhere one looked, there were metal walls extending upwards into a darkness that even the illumination could not penetrate. In the distance, a massive corner led deeper into the unknown. Belind pointed towards that corner and remarked, "The teleportation array is just behind there." Loren cast a glance at the corner and suddenly commanded, "Ragnar, sever one of his legs." Without questioning the rationale behind Loren's words, Ragnar yanked the rope, dragging Belind closer, and, disregarding his struggles, unsheathed his battle axe, swiftly lopping off Belind's leg. Almost simultaneously with Belind's anguished scream, a heavy, tremulous breath echoed from the far corner, followed by a violent shaking of the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The group drew their weapons, eyes fixed on the corner, where three grotesquely terrifying heads of monstrous hounds emerged from the shadows, each large enough to swallow a living being whole, with gaping maws filled with fangs resembling curved short swords, drooling viscous saliva. 6 blood-red eyes locked onto Loren and his companions, and then the hulking body of the infernal three-headed dog, Cerberus, fully revealed itself from behind the corner. Ella's voice broke the tense silence. This time, the usually composed night was filled with tension and a hint of fear. Hell, the abyss, the celestial realm, and the demon realm. These elements of the magical world were certainly not absent from the continent of Iseria. Creatures like the three-headed dog of hell were unique to that realm, having evolved from the common hellhound. Hellhounds, while not as ubiquitous as goblins on the continent, were comparable to wargs in their prevalence. However, once a hellhound grew 3 heads, it ascended to one of the most formidable beings in hell, its power magnifying significantly. Loren never anticipated encountering such a creature in this forsaken place. Impossible, he thought. The Hell Creature Research Group of the Magic Association had released an observational report 2 years ago, confirming that Cerberus had been in slumber at the gates of hell. How could it possibly appear here? Ella's voice echoed again, but Loren had no time to concern himself with her mention of unfamiliar organizations and places, for Belind, now missing fingers and a leg, was exerting all his strength to cry out hoarsely, "Great Cerberus, slay these damned human intruders. As long as you kill them, our Haishi tribe is willing to offer you 100, no, 500 strong tribesmen for your enjoyment." Chapter 83, The Negotiation Falls Apart. Belind's desperate cries reverberated against the cold metal walls, yet Cerberus did not respond, instead fixating its gaze on Loren, who stood at the forefront of the group. Despite the lack of movement from Cerberus, the palpable aura of terror emanating from it rendered Ragnar and the others breathless. The moment Cerberus appeared, Ragnar activated heroic frenzy, and the Viking warriors behind him, including Kobe, entered a frenzied state, their eyes bloodshot. Had it not been for Ulf's whispers of the soul and Loren's prior training, these warriors might have already charged forth. Loren, observing that Cerberus had not launched an immediate attack, took a step forward and proclaimed, "If you do not intend to fight, shall we converse?" Educated in noble circles, Loren possessed more knowledge than Ragnar and his brutish companions. Generally, creatures of Cerberus's caliber had intellects comparable to that of normal humans, if not superior. If the creature was willing, communication was entirely plausible. Of course, having never encountered a hell creature, Loren could not guarantee that it shared the temperament of Iseria's magical beasts, but it was worth a try. Cerberus's 3 gaping maws remained motionless, yet in the next moment, a deep voice resonated within the hearts of all present. "Who are you? How did you arrive here?" "I am Loren Hawk, Lord of Frost Eagle territory in the Empire of Pangers." Loren maintained his composure as he gestured towards Belind beside him. As for how he got here, this eager little gray dwarf friend led the way. Loren was not surprised by this mode of communication. It was merely a mental link, a trick that Cerberus would find unremarkable. As for why he did not divulge his true name, who could say whether this creature might employ curses or other forms of magic? The demons of the abyss were masters of soul manipulation, and it was not surprising that their hellish counterparts might possess similar capabilities. Witnessing Loren engage Cerberus in conversation, Belind, despite his agony, shouted with all his might, great Cerberus. Do not believe his lies. They are intruders, sent by the Atlanteans to slay you. Nick, Loren replied without turning his head. Tend to this loquacious brute and staunch his bleeding. We still have some reminiscing to do. One could not deny the resilience of the Grey Dwarf's constitution. Loren was astonished that Balin still had the strength to shout in his condition. Although Nick trembled with fear, he dared not disobey Loren's command and, with trembling steps, approached Balin. The one-legged Balin frantically scooted backward with his hands, and Nick, lacking charcoal, could only compress his magical energy to conjure a diminutive fireball, which he aimed at Balin's severed leg. The first attempt seemed insufficient, so Nick followed up with another, ensuring the wound was thoroughly charred and no longer bleeding before hastily retreating to the group, casting nervous glances at Cerberus. Balin was now utterly drained of the strength to interject, reduced to painful groans. Well then, the bothersome fly has quieted. Loren clapped his hands and continued, we may proceed. What is Pangers? The voice inquired again. A human empire on the continent of Iseria. Humans? Is that what your kind is called? How long had this creature been imprisoned here to be unaware of humanity? Loren mused internally while responding. Indeed. And the Atlanteans? Are they truly gone as he claims? To my knowledge, the Atlanteans have long since vanished. Ragnar and the others observed their lord engaging in casual conversation with the Hellhound, their expressions frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. So, Loren concluded, the deal you struck with these Grey Dwarves is that they would find a way to release you, and in return, you would assist them in transporting to the surface? Indeed. Their flesh is too unpalatable. Eventually, I grew weary of it. Thus we reached an agreement. That makes sense. Loren nodded in agreement. These miners likely have their meat tainted with, or it cannot be very appetizing. By the way, where is the teleportation array? May I see it? Certainly, come closer. The voice of Cerberus seemed to possess a bewitching quality, and Loren's expression remained inscrutable as he stepped toward the creature. Just as Loren was nearing Cerberus, the largest head lunged forward without warning, its gaping maw agape, unleashing a violent torrent of dark red flames. Simultaneously, the head to its right moved in sync, spewing forth a noxious acidic liquid like a high-pressure water gun. At the moment when everyone was taken aback by the sudden ambush, Loren vanished from his original position and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared to the left of the Hellhound, wielding a massive broadsword that had seemingly materialized in his hand. With a sharp, slicing sound, he struck fiercely at the left head of the Hellhound. You filthy mutt, I knew you harbored malicious intent. The Hellhound's reaction was astonishingly swift. Its left head twisted sharply to the right, clamping down on the blade of the broadsword with a powerful bite. Then, using the force of its twist, the massive creature spun around, causing its central and right heads to lock onto Loren once more, dark crimson flames and acrid green acid rapidly coalescing in its throat. Suspended in midair, Loren found no leverage, yet the veins in his arms bulged like coiling dragons. Relying solely on his extraordinary brute strength, he wrenched the broadsword from the Hellhound's jaws and swiftly positioned the massive blade in front of him. Almost simultaneously, a searing column of fire and corrosive acid struck the broad surface of the sword, the tremendous impact akin to being struck by a battering ram, sending both Loren and his weapon flying across the room, crashing onto the metallic floor with a resounding thud. However, Loren sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened, shaking off the residual acid from the broadsword. Though the sword was not an artifact of divine craftsmanship, it was forged from exceptionally solid and weighty materials. Even so, its surface was now pockmarked and marred by burns. In the brief interval between Loren's leap to attack and being hurled away, Ragnar and the others finally regained their senses. By the time Loren landed, Ragnar's massive axe had already struck the Hellhound, but its skin was extraordinarily tough, leaving only a white mark upon impact. Avoid the heads, Ella shouted. The left one deals physical damage, the middle one casts fire magic, and the right one sprays acid. Chapter 84. You filthy mutt, you've inflicted great pain upon me. The Viking warriors accompanying Loren into the subterranean labyrinth numbered only 50, the rest remaining outside to guard the captured Grey Dwarves. Among these 50 warriors, nearly 30 had ascended to the rank of Viking berserkers after the bloody battle with the Grey Dwarves the previous day. Now, these bloodthirsty warriors surrounded the Hellhound, desperately hacking at its immense body. Yet most of their strikes merely left superficial white marks on its skin, failing to penetrate. Conversely, the Hellhound effortlessly swatted away any Viking warrior who ventured too close, sending them sprawling with its terrifying might. Several warriors were knocked far away, lying on the ground for an extended period, unable to rise, their bones likely broken. Were it not for the hellhound's own massive size and the crowd of attackers limiting its angles, it would have unleashed flames and acid upon the Vikings long ago. Although Ragnar's axe struggled to inflict damage, the terrifying brute force bestowed by Spirit Berserk allowed each of his heavy strikes to land like a battering ram, causing the hellhound's massive body to shudder. What the hellhound found unbearable was that each of Ragnar's attacks carried a soul shock. While they did not inflict physical wounds, they brought waves of piercing pain. Thus, the left head of the hellhound relentlessly pursued Ragnar, attempting to seize him in its jaws. If Ragnar's presence only caused it mild discomfort, Llewellyn's assault was agony. The hellhound could not comprehend how this small figure possessed such immense strength. Each blow felt as though its own bones were being shattered. Thus, the central and right heads focused their efforts on Llewellyn. The only other individual capable of threatening the hellhound was the wealthy young lady, Lillian. Aware that her magic was ineffective against the colossal beast, she ceased incantations and instead began to expend her wealth. She frantically retrieved magic scrolls from her spatial ring, hurling them at the hellhound. Scorching ray, ice shards, arcane missile storm, lightning bolt. Various spells erupted in succession. Although each individual damage was not lethal, their sheer volume and rapid frequency overwhelmed the creature. Ella did not charge alongside the Viking warriors but instead remained close to Lillian, clutching two magic scrolls and keenly observing the battlefield. Nick, hiding on the other side, summoned his scant magical energy to launch small fireballs. The hellhound soon grew incensed by this barrage of remote magic, and the central head swiftly turned, flames gathering ominously in its throat, preparing to unleash a torrent of fire towards Lillian. Llewellyn, who had been entangled with the right head, appeared at an astonishing speed beside the central head, delivering a powerful kick to its right cheek. The flames that had been aimed at Lillian erupted instead onto the left head. The left head let out a pitiful wail, its fur singed and acrid smoke filling the air. The right head, witnessing this, frantically retaliated by spewing acid at Llewellyn, forcing him to retreat and evade. As a formidable magical beast, the hellhound did not lose its composure from this blow. The central head began to chant an obscure incantation. Although none present could comprehend the words, the gathering fire elements indicated that the spell was of considerable potency. A highly compressed black fireball coalesced in the mouth of the central head, aimed directly at Llewellyn. Ella hurriedly threw a magic scroll towards Llewellyn, but the fireball was faster. Realizing he could not evade, Llewellyn braced himself, positioning the broadsword before him to absorb the impact. Upon collision, the black fireball detonated violently. A fierce shockwave and flames engulfed Llewellyn, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. At that moment, the magic scroll Ella had thrown activated, conjuring a swirling blue barrier that shielded Llewellyn from the subsequent spray of acid. Level 6 water magic, abyssal barrier. Seeing Llewellyn hurled away, all the Viking warriors were momentarily stunned. Without Llewellyn's interference, the hellhound immediately shifted its focus to Lillian and Ella. For some reason, it sensed a greater threat emanating from them than from Llewellyn. Clearly, the recent spell had drained the hellhound significantly. It refrained from using magic, opting instead to unleash flames directly towards Lillian. Shield formation. Ulf reacted first, bellowing as 20 Viking warriors, not yet in a frenzy, raised their shields to protect Lillian. The searing flames battered against the shields, forcing them back, the shields growing scalding hot, sizzling against their palms, causing skin to blister, yet none of them relinquished their grip. Hold fast. Ulf, wielding his shield at the forefront, endured as the flames surged past. When the fire subsided, the Viking warriors' trembling hands could no longer grip the scorching shields, which clattered to the ground. However, immediately after, a deluge of acid cascaded down upon them. Ulf gritted his teeth, snatching up a shield to withstand it. Just then, another blue water barrier appeared in front of Ulf, as Ella reacted swiftly, throwing another abyssal barrier scroll. Ragnar and the other Viking warriors, fueled by rage, frantically attacked the hellhound, attempting to alleviate the pressure. Yet, without Llewellyn to restrain it, their assaults struggled to pose a genuine threat to the colossal beast. Ragnar bore the brunt of a fiery blast, striking the hellhound's front leg with his axe. Lagna's full force strike finally breached the defenses of the hellhound. Yet the axe barely sank in before he was sent flying, his body charred black. The other warriors fared no better. Kobe was on the verge of being devoured by a gaping maw when a sudden, colossal blade of wind sliced through the hellhound's neck. With a pained howl, the hellhound bit down at an angle, gnashing its teeth against the metallic floor. Having narrowly escaped, Kobe had no thought of retreat. He raised his axe to strike at the hellhound's throat, only to be violently tossed aside by a sudden upward swing of its head. Just as the hellhound prepared to pursue the other Viking warriors, an intense shudder emanating from the depths of its soul abruptly halted its movements. All three heads turning towards the source of the threat, there stood Lillian, cradling a magical scroll in her hands. This time, instead of activating it directly as before, she was laboriously unrolling it, the terrifying energy emanating from the scroll instilling a sense of deadly peril in the hellhound. With reckless abandon, the hellhound charged towards Lillian, spewing flames and acid as if it were a mere trifling matter. "Lillian, hurry," Ayla urged anxiously while frantically tossing out various defensive scrolls. Walls of earth sprang up to block the onslaught, but were easily shattered by the hellhound. A shield radiating a sacred white light materialized just in time to barely withstand the torrent of flames and acid, yet under the hellhound's frenzied assault, the shield flickered dangerously. On the brink of shattering, Lillian had no time to respond to Ayla's urgings. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, and yet the scroll was only 1/3 unfurled. With the hellhound nearly upon them, several magical trinkets adorning Lillian and Ayla suddenly glimmered to life, their blinding radiance forcing even the hellhound to squint in discomfort. At that moment, an immense force struck the left side of the hellhound's flank, sending its entire body flying. "You bastard! That hurt." Chapter 85. The naked man's torture of the hellhound. At this juncture, Loren stood at the spot recently occupied by the three-headed hellhound. His body scorched red from the searing heat, every muscle and sinew aching from the burn. Yet, more than the pain, what embarrassed Loren was his utter nudity. While Lagna had still clung to tattered remnants of clothing after his transformation, Loren was completely bare. Not only had his garments been reduced to ash by the hellhound's recent magic, but even the great sword he wielded had vanished without a trace. However, Loren had no time to lament his exposed state. The real source of dread was the scroll in Lillian's hands, radiating a perilous aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Dorelai, truly you possess great power," he thought, bestowing upon her a new moniker while hastily calling out, "Lillian, can you put that away? It's not yet time to use it." "Loren, are you alright?" "Don't worry, this is spatial slash. It will surely defeat it. I'm just afraid you'll end up killing me as well." Loren mentally scoffed. He could tell that Lillian had no idea how formidable the magic scroll in her grasp truly was. Though he was unaware of the exact rank of spatial slash, as a top-tier warrior, every instinct screamed at him that this magic was immensely powerful enough to annihilate him. It was unnecessary to waste such a potent scroll on this beast. If it could be stowed away, it should be. As he spoke, he kept a watchful eye on Lillian's reaction. If the scroll could not be retracted, he would have to swiftly alter his tactics, prioritizing the safety of the Viking warriors. Lillian turned to Ayla, who nodded in agreement, and with a deep breath, she retrieved a specially crafted glove from her spatial ring, carefully donned it on her right hand, and then cautiously began to close the magical scroll. The moment the scroll fully sealed, the suffocating pressure dissipated instantly. Not just Loren, but even the hellhound appeared to exhale in relief. Ulf. At that moment, Loren did not turn back. His gaze fixed firmly on the hellhound as he led the Viking warriors towards the door. He remained steadfast, unwilling to show his back. It was better to display his rear than to face them. As for the hellhound's scrutiny, it mattered little, for soon it would be nothing more than a lifeless entity. "Head." Ulf looked at Loren's bare back with some hesitation. "Stop hesitating. Listen to the leader," Ragnar interrupted Ulf, struggling to rise and beckoning the other capable Viking warriors to assist the unconscious and severely injured comrades, swiftly retreating through the infrared door. Though Lillian seemed inclined to stay and help, Ayla yanked her arm, forcefully dragging her away. Ayla could distinctly sense a shift in Loren's aura, though she could not articulate it. It felt akin to that of an ancient, ferocious beast. At that moment, the hellhound did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it leaned against the wall, all 6 eyes fixed intently on Loren. It was regaining its stamina and magical power while observing him. It sensed that Loren had transformed, where it once perceived a mere threat. Now, in the perception of the hellhound, Loren radiated a danger that rivaled that of the terrifying magic scroll from moments prior. Bah! Loren spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. It had been ages since he had suffered such an injury, and a twisted, almost savage grin began to spread across his face. "All right, you mutt. Now it's our turn to play." The hellhound distinctly felt the savage aura surging from Loren and the glint in his eyes that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. "Human, how about we discuss a partnership? If you help me escape this place, I can transport you to the underworld and even assist you in becoming the king of the underworld. What do you think?" Loren had no interest in its words. He suddenly propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Having grown up under the red flag and basked in the sunshine, Loren had always been a kind-hearted person on Earth, rarely engaging in fights, let alone taking a life. However, upon being thrust into this body for survival, he had no choice but to enlist in the military and subsequently take lives. Friends who frequently kill understand that it can lead to madness. Either one spirals into insanity or becomes increasingly depraved. Perhaps due to the merging of two souls, Loren had not succumbed to madness. Rather, he had developed an insatiable bloodlust. Yet he had always concealed it well, rationalizing to himself that life should be about enjoyment, not violence. But this time, the hellhound had ignited the long-dormant fury within him. Though Loren was now frenzied, he had not lost his reason. He understood that he must engage the hellhound in close combat, ensuring it had no chance to unleash its prior magic. He was certain that even with the system's skills, he could not withstand many more of its attacks. Thus, when faced with the acidic spray from the right head of the hellhound, Loren did not flinch. Instead, he lunged sideways, bracing his shoulder to absorb the blow. The acid splashed onto his shoulder, producing acrid white smoke. Under the influence of his advanced skills, the acid did not corrode Loren's flesh, but the pain was excruciating nonetheless. Yet Loren paid it no mind. Propelled by momentum, he lunged at the right head, his iron fist, veins bulging, tore through the air with a thunderous crack, smashing squarely into the massive, damp dog nose. The right head snapped backward, emitting a distorted, anguished howl, its enormous eyes filled with pain. Bloodshot and brimming with tears as acid, mucus, and saliva erupted uncontrollably. The sudden surge of excruciating pain sent the three-headed hellhound into a complete frenzy. The central head immediately roared, exhaling scorching flames in an attempt to force back the close-approaching Loren. The left head also opened its gaping maw, lunging fiercely towards Loren's waist. However, Loren, engulfed in a state of madness, experienced an unparalleled enhancement in his combat instincts. He disregarded the massive jaws aimed at him, driving his fist down with crushing force against the creature's snout, seizing the flesh above the right head's nostrils to secure his position. With a powerful thrust from his core, he propelled himself like a nimble monkey, narrowly evading the fatal bite and the searing flames. Clinging to the right head, Loren readied his other fist, channeling all his strength into a relentless barrage against the thrashing, tormented dog head. Though his strikes lacked precision, each blow carried tremendous weight, leaving the right head wailing in agony, thrashing violently yet unable to dislodge Loren. The other two heads of the hellhound hesitated, fearful of injuring their companion, momentarily rendered immobile. The scene grew extraordinarily bizarre, with a naked human, akin to a madman, clinging to one of the hellhound's heads and mercilessly pummeling it. Soon, the hellhound was thoroughly enraged by the unending agony. The central and left heads howled as the central head disregarded the right head, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Loren. The left head opened its maw wide, viciously attempting to bite Loren, who remained steadfast. The flames quickly engulfed Loren's back and arm, and even his skin, enhanced by system skills, could not withstand the relentless scorching. Meanwhile, the left head's razor-sharp teeth mercilessly tore into the neck of the right head and Loren's grasping arm. A muffled groan of pain escaped Loren's lips. Simultaneously, the right head of the hellhound let out a more piercing wail, having borne the brunt of the self-inflicted damage. The flames seared its fur, while the left head's teeth savagely ripped into its neck, blood gushing forth. The intense suffering caused the right head to thrash wildly, forcing Loren to relinquish his grip as he tumbled to the hard metallic ground, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Loren rose to one knee, his back a horrific sight, large patches of skin charred and carbonized, and his arms bearing gruesome lacerations. Strangely, the muscle around the wounds writhed, the bleeding quickly subsiding, even as tiny granulations began to form. The extraordinary healing abilities, a byproduct of high-tier skills, accompanied his grotesque resilience. Meanwhile, the right head of the hellhound, having endured Loren's ferocious strikes and assaults from its other heads, had become utterly listless, drooping weakly while emitting pitiful whimpers. "Dog spawn, come again!" Loren charged once more, pushing his speed, strength, and reflexes to their zenith. His fists, elbows, knees, and even his forehead became weapons, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon the vulnerable areas of the two heads, eyes, noses, and jaws. A heavy punch knocked the left head's jaw askew. A headbutt sent the central head reeling, its vision blurred. Cerberus, in turn, became increasingly frenzied, launching fiercer attacks, determined to shred this insufferable insect before it. As the left head again opened its gaping mouth, reeking of blood and foulness, to bite at Loren, he did not retreat, but rather advanced. boldly charging directly into the maw filled with jagged teeth. He grasped one of the thick fangs with both hands, exerting all his might to hold back the hellhound's upper jaw, forcefully preventing its closure. Loren unleashed a primal roar, his core surging with power, and with a sharp crack, he forcibly broke the fang at its root. The left head of the hellhound emitted a heart-rending howl, desperately attempting to retreat. Loren offered no respite, enduring the flames as he delivered a punch that sent the left head crashing to the ground. Grasping the still dripping fang in one hand while firmly holding the struggling head with the other, he plunged the fang downwards, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions, drenching Loren in dark crimson. Seemingly unsatisfied, Loren leaped onto the massive head, gripping the fang in reverse, raising it high, and with all his might, drove it deep into the left head's enormous eyeball. The left head howled in anguish, while the central head frantically spewed flames. And even the previously listless right head struggled to unleash acid upon Loren. Yet, Loren had already deftly rolled away, most of the attacks landing upon the face and wounds of the left head. As he landed, he took a moment to catch his breath, coldly regarding the hellhound. At this moment, the hellhound appeared utterly beleaguered. The left head was skewered with its own fang, gasping for breath. The right head, though still capable of fighting, remained lethargic. Only the central head retained a semblance of combat readiness. The hellhound fixed its gaze upon Loren, and for the first time, a palpable fear flickered in its eyes. It realized that this human before it was far more terrifying than the former Atlanteans, with a formidable strength and near-miraculous healing abilities that rendered it utterly helpless. I concede. Human, spare me further harm, and I shall enter into a pact with you. What say you? You will gain my boundless strength, nay, my eternal lifespan. Seizing the opportunity while the creature spoke, Loren retrieved a pair of shorts from his system space and donned them. He had been so focused on annihilating his foe that he had forgotten he was naked, only recalling this detail amidst the battle's chaos. What is your name? And how did you come to be here? If you lie this time, I shall end you. Loren remembered AI Law mentioning that another hellhound guarded the gates of the underworld. While he was uncertain of how many of this breed existed, it seemed unlikely they were ubiquitous. Cerberus, I was sealed here by the Atlanteans. Loren paused, realizing that if memory served him right, AI Law had referred to the guardian at the gates of the underworld as Cerberus as well. Was it a common name? Why were you sealed? How would I know? The Atlanteans are all madmen. Where's the teleportation array? In my abdomen. Your abdomen? Loren was astonished at Cerberus's response. The hellhound could somehow possess a teleportation array within its body? The Atlanteans inscribed it upon me. They are a group of lunatics. What purpose did they have in carving a teleportation array on you? I do not know. According to Cerberus, it had been living comfortably in the underworld when one day it was forcibly captured by a group of self-proclaimed Atlanteans. After enduring various engravings upon its belly, they released it. Subsequently, Atlanteans would inexplicably emerge from its belly or find it to teleport away. It was then that Cerberus realized a permanent teleportation array had been inscribed upon its body. Unable to fight back or escape, Cerberus eventually resigned itself to the situation, regarding it as merely an additional ornamentation. After an indeterminate span of time, another group of Atlanteans teleported in. Cerberus, expecting a similar encounter, was instead captured again and sealed away here, never to see another Atlantean since. Until recently, when the teleportation array in its abdomen suddenly lit up. Starving and nearly mad, Cerberus thought the Atlanteans had finally returned, only to discover a group of bewildered gray dwarves. It was ravenous, devouring the first batch that arrived without hesitation. Subsequently, a few more Hui AI Ren were transmitted intermittently, all of whom became its snacks. After a considerable time passed with no one else arriving, recently, new Hui AI Ren appeared. This time, Coerbeluos chose to endure its hunger and opted for communication. Unfortunately, this group of Hui AI Ren, exiled to the depths for countless years, only possessed outdated information about the surface world. However, they brought news that the Atlanteans seemed to have vanished completely. Thus, Coerbeluos struck a bargain with the Hui AI Ren. They would provide it with abundant food and magic crystals, and in return, it would allow them to use the teleportation array on its body, promising to assist them in returning to the surface in the future. The Hui AI Ren of the Haishi tribe agreed, offering tributes of cave dwellers and numerous magic crystals, which enabled Coerbeluos to gradually regain its strength. Speaking of which, the experiences of this three-headed hellhound were rather tragic, but Loren was not one to indulge in sympathy. After discerning the information he sought, he turned his neck and grinned. Have you rested enough? If so, let us continue. Chapter 87. Those who share the spoils. The central head of Corbeluos was already filled with dread. From the very beginning, it had sensed that Loren was exceedingly dangerous. In comparison, it preferred dealing with the Hui Ai Ren. After all, the Hui Ai Ren were much easier to control, which was precisely why it had attacked Loren without hesitation moments ago. However, it did not anticipate that Loren possessed the capability to kill it. Nor did it foresee that even if it bowed down in submission, this individual had no intention of sparing it. I am willing to sign a slave contract. The desperate roar of Corbeluos echoed in the hearts of those present. Millennia of imprisonment had long extinguished its pride as a top-tier magical beast. With the disappearance of the Atlanteans, this was its rare opportunity to escape the confines of its cage, and it truly did not wish to perish. Yet, Loren appeared as though he had not heard, his eyes filled solely with cold murderous intent, his movements unceasing as he charged forward. Loren braved the searing flames, delivering a powerful punch to the left front leg of Corbeluos. A sharp crack resounded as the seemingly impenetrable thick hide was punctured by Loren's fist, the immense force penetrating deeply, instantly shattering the bone. Corbeluos let out a pained howl as its thick tail lashed out like a steel whip. Loren withdrew his bloodied right arm, pressing forward instead, wrapping both arms tightly around the sweeping tail. With a resounding thud, the tail struck Loren with tremendous force, knocking him back several staggering steps, yet he held his ground firmly. Loren let out a low growl, channeling strength from his core, his arm muscles taut. And with a fierce shoulder throw, he hurled Corbeluos against the distant metallic wall. Amidst the thunderous crash, Corbeluos struggled to rise, watching as Loren charged at it once more. The fear in its eyes utterly replaced by madness. Roar. If you won't grant me a way to live, then let us die together. Corbeluos released a desperate roar, its heart racing at an unprecedented speed, emanating a pulse of energy that was heart-stopping. The central head began to gather not pure flames, but a dark red energy sphere radiating a sense of destruction. The left and right heads also strained to open their mouths, expelling residual acidic liquid and faint dark energy, forcibly merging into the ever-growing energy sphere. Loren moved with remarkable speed, and Corbeluos realized too late it had not fully coalesced. Disregarding everything, it unleashed the incomplete energy sphere. Loren intended to evade, but the sphere traveled too swiftly, barely allowing him to turn sideways, resulting in the edge grazing his left arm. In an instant, the flesh of his left arm vanished as if evaporating, leaving behind only a stark white bone, with the energy sphere ultimately crashing into the metallic wall behind him. Unbeknownst to what materials the Atlanteans used, the energy sphere dissipated silently upon impact with the metallic wall. After unleashing this strike, Corbeluos was utterly exhausted, its body collapsing to the ground, all three heads drooping weakly. What further deepened its despair was witnessing the flesh on Loren's left arm rapidly regenerating at a visible rate from the white bones. In a haze of consciousness, the central head instinctively attempted to gather its last flicker of flame. Unfortunately, Loren had already closed in, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint, yet with astonishing willpower. He pressed on, rushing to Corbeluos' front and delivering a fierce punch to the jaw of the central head. Boom! The flames that had yet to escape erupted within its mouth. Following this, Loren unleashed a barrage of punches, hammering down upon the already battered head until a gentle and warm white light enveloped him. Within this radiance, not only did the flesh on Loren's left arm regenerate at an accelerated pace, but other wounds also healed rapidly, and even the madness in his eyes gradually faded. It turned out to be Ai La, Lilian, and others who, seeing that the situation was stable, rushed in to assist. Without hesitation, Lilian threw several healing scrolls towards Loren. Had Ai La not intervened, she likely would have summoned even higher-level scrolls. Upon seeing Lilian, Ai La, and the others, Loren's first instinct was not to celebrate victory, but rather to hurriedly retrieve a set of clothing from the system space and clumsily put it on, tossing another set to the similarly unclothed Laguna. After all, there were two ladies present, and he could not leave them with a poor impression of the Anton territory, known for its abundance of naked men. Lilian and Ai La found his sudden urgency amusing, struggling to reconcile the image of the hastily dressing Loren with that of the fierce warrior who had just crushed the three-headed hellhound with his bare hands. Once dressed, Loren sighed in relief, gazing at the lifeless form of Corbeluos. He borrowed a sharp runic greatsword from Ai La, adhering to his principle as a seasoned battlefield veteran. When there was an opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, one must ensure the opponent was confirmed dead. Despite Corbeluos lying motionless, One could never know when such a top-tier magical beast might suddenly revive. While engaged in combat, Llewellyn contemplated whether to sever the 3 heads, intending to bring them back to the Lord's manor as trophies, which would undoubtedly be impressive. This was also Llewellyn's unique combat habit. He needed to think of something else to distract himself, lest he be consumed by boundless murderous intent. Regrettably, the hide of Corbeluos was exceedingly tough. After damaging a valuable runic greatsword, he barely managed to sever 1 head. Although Llewellyn boasted that he would compensate for the creature's materials with the profit, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. For the remaining 2 heads, he refrained from hacking violently, instead making deep cuts at the neck with the sword, then beckoning La Gunna and the others to come forth with their battle axes to proceed more slowly. Lillian gazed at the massive corpse of Corbeluos and jested. "Lord Llewellyn, you have struck it rich this time." While rinsing off the blood with a water pouch, Llewellyn looked up at her and smiled broadly, gesturing generously. "What do you want? Just say it. Who are we to each other?" "Really?" Lillian blinked her large eyes, seemingly surprised by Llewellyn's readiness. "Of course." Llewellyn patted his chest, splattering water everywhere. "I, the Lord, have always kept my word, never deceiving, especially when it comes to women. In that case, I truly want it." Lillian, unreserved, pointed her delicate finger directly at the largest central head. "I want the magic crystal inside." Ayla beside her was taken aback, not expecting her friend to be so bold. Before she could voice her advice, Llewellyn had already readily agreed. "No problem, I'll dig it out for you shortly." Lillian, this little wealthy lady, had indeed invested significantly. The previous, holy radiance of healing, had saved countless Viking warriors, and during the fierce confrontation with Corbeluos, she had scattered magic scrolls as if they were free, even resorting to the spatial blade. This favor was one Llewellyn had to acknowledge. The magical crystal embedded in the central head of the Corbeluosi is most likely of the fire element. Even if it is a top-tier magical crystal, it would hold little value in the Ondone territory. It would be better suited for Lillian. Loren dried his hands and approached the 2, particularly addressing Ayla. "Ayla, don't just stand there. What catches your eye? Speak boldly. Do not be shy with me." Unlike Lillian, who was more carefree, Ayla shook her head and replied, "I shall pass. You can have the magical crystal on the left." Chapter 88. Level up. Loren's generosity in distributing the magical crystal to Ayla was not a result of some newfound kindness or infatuation with the alluring knight. Rather, he was calculating in his mind. The Corbeluosi, being a top-tier magical beast, was a treasure trove, beyond the 3 invaluable magical crystals in its heads. The creature's thick hide was an exceptional material for crafting armor, offering significantly higher defense than ordinary iron armor, all while remaining lightweight. The bones possessed a hardness comparable to fine steel, making them ideal for forging heavy weapons and shields, especially the large tusks, which could be fashioned into elite spearheads or axe blades with minimal effort. Furthermore, the copious blood spilled could serve as alchemical material or even be collected to feed goblins, potentially leading to the emergence of a new breed. These were merely the uses Loren could conceive. He was certain the internal organs and flesh held their own substantial value, though he remained unaware of their specifics for now. Moreover, when he had severed the Corbeluosi's head, Loren had noticed a complex teleportation array embedded in the creature's abdomen, exuding an air of sophistication that eluded his understanding. Observing the surrounding metallic walls, which had withstood the Corbeluosi's final retaliatory strike without a scratch, it became evident that their technological complexity and worth were likely on par with that of the beast itself. If they could devise a way to extract and transport it back to the Ondone territory, the region would undoubtedly thrive. However, the challenge lay in the fact that handling magical beast materials, studying the teleportation array, and dismantling these unique metals required specialized knowledge. The inhabitants of the Ondone territory, from Loren, a dropout, to the others who were illiterate, lacked the expertise for such detailed tasks. At this juncture, Ayla, the knowledgeable knight, became exceedingly crucial. Over time, Loren had discerned that Lillian was a prodigious talent but perhaps lacked academic rigor, being well fed by the goddess of magic, while Ayla was a genuine scholar, seemingly well-versed in all matters. To extract the full potential from these spoils and convert them into tangible strength for the Ondone territory, they would undeniably need the assistance of this academic powerhouse. If one wishes for a horse to run, one must provide it with quality fodder. Loren understood this principle well, which is why he exhibited such generosity. It was a form of initial investment. Moreover, apart from these tangible rewards, Loren felt his greatest achievement was his own level advancement. He could hardly recall the last time he had leveled up, and in the moment he defeated the Corbeluosi, the system had notified him of his upgrade. With his current level, the attribute point enhancement from each level up was not merely a qualitative leap, it was a dramatic transformation. Loren even felt that if he were to face the barbarians again, he could crush its head with just 2 punches. Not only that, a series of his skills had also surged. Iron Bones, level increased. Self-healing, level increased. Dragon Elephant Strength, level increased. Opening the minimized system interface, he witnessed a flurry of notifications, not only for himself, but also for the Viking warriors who had participated in the battle, with Nick even leveling up 5 times. In high spirits, Loren waved his hand and proclaimed, "Merely the magical crystals are insufficient. Upon our return, I shall gift each of you a set of top-tier armor made from this beast's hide." He had completely overlooked the fact that the Ondong territory lacked the capability to craft even basic weapons and armor, let alone high-tier leather armor. As night fell, the Viking warriors kindled several large bonfires in the wilderness. Loren and his companions sat around the fire, indulging in the meat of the hellhound. According to Ayla, the meat of the hellhound was also a premium delicacy. When stewed with specific herbs, it could strengthen the body and enhance stamina. Although they currently lacked herbs, Loren resolved to eat first and consider the rest later. Initially, the Viking warriors struggled to cook the meat using ordinary methods. The fire was nearly extinguished, and the meat still bore traces of blood. Eventually, Ayla emerged from the cave and sprinkled some unknown magical powder from her spatial ring onto the meat, finally cooking it through. Indeed, the meat of this top-tier magical beast was exceptionally satisfying, particularly in texture. As for the barbarians' corpse, it lay below, and although Ayla provided guidance, the disassembly process was slow due to the creature's tough hide, likely requiring more time to complete. Especially the teleportation array in the abdomen was of utmost importance. Loren planned to personally handle it the following day to ensure it was not damaged. Feeling stifled below, Loren led Lillian, Ayla, and some Viking warriors back to the surface. Ragnar initially intended to summon a few warriors to drag the enormous corpse of the barbarians up, but Loren stopped him. He picked up a bone from the barbarians and approached the shimmering infrared metal doorframe, cautiously extending it inside. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. The light, which had previously shown no reaction to Loren and his companions, suddenly transformed into a blade-like sharpness, swiftly slicing the hard bone cleanly in half. Ragnar and the surrounding warriors gasped in awe, instinctively touching their necks. Had they recklessly charged out with the corpse, they might have found themselves severed in 2. Loren smirked, confirming his suspicions. This mechanism operated as a security gate, functioning similarly to DNA verification. Only the barbarians could pass through. Ultimately, it was Lillian, the little heiress, who graciously produced a smaller spatial ring for experimentation, proving that as long as the barbarians was contained within, there were no issues. Due to the barbarians' immense size, it could not fit into the spatial ring, and Loren did not wish to reveal the limitations of his own system space. Consequently, Ragnar stayed behind with a few Viking warriors to guard the corpse, while Nick, who had not contributed much in the recent battle, also opted to remain. Ayla and Lillian, with their modest appetites, soon felt satisfied. In contrast, Loren and Uerfu, along with a group of Viking warriors, continued to devour the meat voraciously. Such a strength-enhancing delicacy could not go to waste. As for the captured Grey Dwarves, they would be fortunate to have a bowl of meat soup. At that moment, they were watching hungrily from a distance, drooling. Loren had dispatched a few swift Viking warriors to return to the Ondong territory overnight to notify them to prepare for the reception of this batch of Grey Dwarves. Unfortunately, the translator Bolin had been accidentally scorched by the barbarians' errant flames and was charred beyond recognition. Without this guide, the usability of the Grey Dwarves remained uncertain. Having eaten her fill, Lillian joyfully produced the magical crystal she had obtained from the central head of the barbarians, playing with it affectionately. It was not that the little heiress lacked better treasures. Rather, the significance lay in the fact that she had personally participated in vanquishing a top-tier magical beast to earn it. This sense of involvement and accomplishment could not be measured in gold. As she gazed at the magical crystal, her signature dimples reappeared, radiating joy. Ayla also received the magical crystal from the left head of the barbarians. Being the academic she was, she quickly discerned the crystal's function. The magical crystal in her hand, derived from the left side of the beast's biting head, contained the power to enhance physical strength and inflict grievous wounds. The wearer not only gains a remarkable enhancement in strength, but each strike also inflicts a grievous tearing effect that causes the wounds to bleed profusely. The magic crystal obtained by Lillian, derived from the central flaming skull, harbors an even more ferocious firepower. It not only significantly amplifies the destructive capacity of fire-based spells, but also imbues them with a frenzied explosive characteristic. Additionally, it contains a reserve of 3 daily activations for the Flame Jet spell. The final crystal, originating from the right side's acid skull, allows the user's attacks to carry a persistent corrosive attribute, while also enabling 3 daily activations of the acid jet ability. Observing that Loren had nearly finished his meal, wiping the grease from his mouth, Ayla retrieved a magical crystal from her spatial ring. Loren had previously encountered such an item in the south. It essentially functioned as a magical recording device. Although it could only capture a minute of footage, its price was exorbitantly high, enough to purchase dozens of Viking warriors. Ayla skillfully activated the magical crystal, projecting a beam of light onto the ground that instantly revealed an exceptionally clear image of the teleportation array located on Cerberus's abdomen. Chapter 89. Unexpected teleportation. The crackling campfire illuminated Ayla's focused profile as she pointed to the vivid image cast by the magical crystal. Explaining to Loren and the others seated around her, I conducted a thorough study today on the intricate patterns of the teleportation array on Cerberus's belly. The material is known as Xingji. She elaborated on the formidable nature of this ethereal material, highlighting 3 main points. First, spatial affinity. It does not merely conduct magical energy, but possesses an extraordinary affinity and stability towards spatial energy itself, making it an exceptional foundation for constructing ultra-long distance and stable spatial passages, which modern magical craftsmanship struggles to replicate. Second, energy conversion. It can efficiently transform nearly any attribute of magical energy into the specific energy required to fuel spatial teleportation. Third, extreme inertia. It reacts with almost no substances, remaining incorruptible for millennia, impervious to blades and swords. Thus far, no source of Xingji has been discovered on the continent of Asia. Ayla continued. It has only been sporadically found in some exceedingly ancient ruins, and scholars generally believe that only the Atlanteans mastered the techniques to process and shape it. At this point, Ayla briefly introduced the Atlanteans. I do not know much about them either. Some ancient texts from the Magical Association mention that this race seemed to coexist with deities in the same era, appearing abruptly on the continent of Asia one day. Later, it appears that the Atlanteans experienced internal strife, with a portion being exiled underground, which is one of the many legends surrounding the subterranean world. Subsequently, those exiled Atlanteans, unwilling to accept their fate, devised various methods to return to the surface, and inscribing a teleportation array on Cerberus's belly was likely one of those methods. Then, one day, all the Atlanteans, both surface dwellers and those underground, vanished as if they had never existed. Currently, only the oldest texts from certain sects and a few ruins discovered by the Magical Association can attest to their existence. Upon hearing Ayla's account and considering Cerberus's assertions, Loren began to form a hypothesis. It seemed likely that the Atlanteans were an extraterrestrial race that arrived on the continent of Asia one day, overpowering the local deities, who were the original inhabitants, and extracting the resources they required from the land. The so-called exile to the underground might also have been an effort to mine subterranean resources, and their eventual disappearance could simply indicate that they had exhausted those resources and departed. As for inscribing the teleportation array on Cerberus's belly, while it sounded somewhat absurd, in the grand tapestry of a large community, such eccentricities could be expected. After all, some individuals in certain cultures have peculiar practices. It would not be surprising if a few Atlanteans indulged in artistic endeavors involving animals. Loren was unconcerned about the origins or demise of the Atlanteans. His primary focus lay on the potential benefits he could reap from this situation. With Cerberus now deceased, would the teleportation array still be functional? If so, how could it be activated? These were the questions that truly preoccupied Loren's mind. Ayla replied that the functionality of the teleportation array should remain unaffected by Cerberus's fate. She gestured towards a specific structure at the center of the array in the image, stating, "As for the activation method, I suspect this is the switch. It is likely that by channeling magical energy into this point, we can initiate the array. However, I will need to conduct further research tomorrow to ascertain the precise procedure." While the valiant knight provided a thorough explanation of the teleportation array's fundamentals, our mage, Lillian, had already extracted a packet of snacks from her spatial ring and was enjoying them heartily. Loren posed another question that piqued his interest. What about those metallic walls? Is there a way to pry them loose? He was aware that those metals were quite valuable. Ayla replied, "I am unfamiliar with the material of the walls. It may require a return to the headquarters of the Magical Association for thorough examination. As for whether they can be pried loose, She paused. I haven't had the chance to assess them today. Once I finish my study of the teleportation array tomorrow, I will examine the walls in detail. There's no rush. No rush, Loren quickly assured her. He dared not excessively pressure Ayla. After all, she was a precious asset in their current predicament, and he needed to conserve her efforts. The teleportation array and the metallic walls would remain there. They wouldn't sprout legs and run away, and in time, they would all be his. The following day, the group re-entered the subterranean palace. Following Ayla's guidance, Loren carefully peeled away the skin bearing the teleportation array from Cerberus's abdomen. To minimize damage to the array, Ayla lent Loren a new runic sword. This was one of the reasons Loren felt secure allowing these two young ladies to partake in their spoils, given their wealth. They might not even be interested in such trifles. Once the skin was removed, they spread it out on the ground. Ayla immediately crouched down to conduct a hands-on examination, while Lillian curiously assisted, and Nick leaned in, eyes wide, eager to comprehend the principles behind the very object that had nearly transported him away. Ragnar, lacking knowledge of magic, found the situation somewhat tedious but could not suppress his curiosity, meandering around the teleportation array while occasionally scraping the ground with his boot. Ayla meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the surface of the teleportation array, focusing her attention on the exceptionally complex control base located at its center. This control base was key. Ayla observed intently, explaining to the group, I believe the secret lies here. I estimate that by inserting a magic crystal or a similar energy source into this structure, or directly infusing it with magical power, we should be able to activate the teleportation array. Just as Ayla continued her explanation, an unforeseen event occurred. The patterns on the teleportation array suddenly illuminated without warning. Before anyone could react, several stout figures staggered into view amid the radiance. 5 gray dwarves. Humans and gray dwarves stared at each other in wide-eyed astonishment, both parties bewildered by this sudden encounter. Loren was the quickest to respond, cursing under his breath before charging forward. Ragnar instantly grasped the situation, and without hesitation, he kicked the nearest gray dwarf forcefully away, then darted toward another. The last gray dwarf, positioned closest to the center of the teleportation array, suddenly pulled a crystal from his pocket and, disregarding everything, pressed it against the most prominent spot on the base. Don't let him touch that. Ayla realized what he intended to do and shouted urgently. Unfortunately, she was obstructed by the remaining gray dwarf who had yet to fall, preventing her from intervening in time. As the crystal made contact with the base, it instantly lost all luster, cracking in two with a sharp sound, and the teleportation array blazed to life. As the situation became increasingly dire, Ayla, in a final act of desperation, exerted all her strength to push Lillian out of the radiant sphere. Once the light dissipated, only Lillian, who had been thrust out, and the gray dwarf sent flying by La Gona remained. The remaining 4 gray dwarves, along with Ayla, La Gona, and Nika standing on the teleportation array, vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. Rescue Luo's expression darkened instantly, his gaze slicing through the soul remaining gray dwarf like a knife. The gray dwarf, still dazed from being kicked by La Gona, was firmly held by 2 Viking warriors, one on each side. Luon stepped forward, bent down to pick up the dull crystal shard from the ground, and, suppressing his fury, inquired, Lillian, what is this thing? Still shaken, Lillian approached, and, upon a brief glance, asserted, it's a magic stone. The magic stone, a mineral of pure magical energy, unlike magic crystals, does not enhance the spellcaster's power. However, its contained magic can be directly harnessed by mages and serves as a primary ingredient in many high-level mana recovery potions. Lillian's face turned pale as she grasped Luo's arm, her voice tinged with desperation. Luolun, we must hurry to rescue Ayla. If they are teleported to the lair of the gray dwarfs, it will be disastrous. Luolun did not respond to Lillian, but instead turned to the captive gray dwarf, fixing him with a piercing stare, and demanded, Gray dwarf of the Haysher tribe? Tell me what is happening on the other side. The gray dwarf gazed at him in terror, babbling a series of sharp, incomprehensible phrases in a subterranean tongue, clearly unable to comprehend the common language or articulate a response. Luo's eyes narrowed, and raising the runic sword borrowed from Ayla, he swung it down decisively. With a sickening crunch, one of the gray dwarf's arms fell to the ground. The captive instantly lost his balance, letting out a horrific scream akin to a slaughtered pig as he tilted to one side. 2 more Viking warriors rushed forward, pinning him back to the ground without a word. Do you speak the common tongue now? Luo's voice was as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he struck again, severing the other arm as well. Realizing that this creature yielded no useful information, Luo's patience evaporated, and he swiftly cut his throat. Since no valuable information could be obtained, Luren promptly decided to teleport. Lilian, do you have any magic stones? Uncertain whether the teleportation array operated as AI Law had described, allowing for direct input of magical energy or placement of magic crystals, Luren opted for the most conservative approach. Following the Grey Dwarf's method, if Lilian lacked magic stones, they would resort to magic crystals. True to her reputation as Duola AI Lilian, upon hearing Luren's request, nodded vigorously and quickly retrieved a handful from her spatial ring. Upon seeing the magic stones in her possession, Luren continued, "You stay here to guard. Additionally, send a few individuals back to Dongling at the fastest pace, inform Marco of the situation here, and have him assemble a contingent of warriors to rush over immediately. Lilian, you remain." Luren glanced at the wealthy young lady, who seemed about to protest. "We need a mage here to ensure the teleportation array remains stable, and Dongling lacks mages, and you are the most suitable for this task." Luren was aware of the elven mage in Dongling, but preferred to trust Lilian over that wild mage. The precision required for operating the teleportation array necessitated an academic mage, and even if Lilian was not versed in magic, her knowledge far surpassed that of the elven mage. However, Lilian was growing increasingly anxious, stamping her foot. "But there are no buts," Luren interrupted decisively, then turned to the vigilant Viking warriors surrounding him. "Kobe, choose 20 of the most capable Viking warriors, don your gear, and accompany me. Move swiftly. The rest stay behind, and follow Fu and Lilian's orders." Fu suggested, "Boss, let me take Kobe over first. If everything is fine, you can follow." It was not that the young priest doubted Luren's prowess. Rather, no one from Dongling had ever used a teleportation array. They were unaware of what awaited them on the other side, let alone the potential dangers of the array itself. "Stop wasting time and move." Luren knew the urgency. Every second wasted increased AILA's peril. Lilian, uncertain of the magical energy required for the teleportation, feared that the magic stones they had would not suffice. So she hurriedly retrieved more from her spatial ring. Kobe took the magic stones and held them tightly in his hand. Once everyone stood on the teleportation array, he placed the stones securely in the center of the magical formation. Immediately, the array began to glow once more, and the figures of Luren and his comrades vanished. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, Luren found himself in a vast stone hall, illuminated by torches affixed to the walls. In the center of the hall, a softly glowing egg-shaped magical shield valiantly protected Laguna, and Niku within. Laguna, bloodied and propped up by an obviously Grey Dwarf's battle axe, was clearly gravely injured. La was frantically rummaging through her spell scrolls while casting healing spells upon Laguna, a gentle white light flickering around him. Niku sat slumped nearby, looking utterly drained of magical energy. Outside the shield, a throng of Grey Dwarves from the Haysher tribe swarmed, relentlessly battering against the barrier with their axes and hammers, creating rippling waves that threatened to shatter it. Luren's eyes instantly reddened, a tempest of fury surging within him. Without waiting for the remaining Viking warriors to complete their teleportation, he roared and charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. The Grey Dwarves, noticing the teleportation array glowing anew, turned their heads in its direction. Upon spotting Luren, they hesitated for a moment, but as he barreled towards them, they raised their weapons and charged. Alas, they were no match for Luren, especially not the newly upgraded version of him. Luren crashed into one of the Grey Dwarves, landing a powerful punch on the back of his ironclad torso. With a dull thud, the heavy armor visibly crumpled inward, and the Grey Dwarf was launched backward as if struck by a catapult, toppling several of his companions in the process. Following this, he seized another Grey Dwarf by the helmet and twisted violently, producing a sickening crack as the creature's head hung at an unnatural angle before its body slumped lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the remaining Viking warriors finally completed their teleportation, quickly assessing the chaotic scene. "Boss," Kobe bellowed, leading the warriors into the fray. "Leave a few to watch over Laguna and the others," Luren shouted without glancing back. "The rest, come with me, and let's drive these intruders out." Chapter 91. Since we're here, Luren's roar ignited a flame of suppressed battle spirit within the Viking warriors, akin to a spark igniting oil. "Shield up. Crush them," Kobe yelled hoarsely. With the command given, 20 Viking warriors, filled with fervor, surged forward, entering a state of frenzy. They pressed forward with their heavy shields, forming an unstoppable tide of iron, pushing back the overwhelming numbers of Grey Dwarves toward the narrow exit. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of impact and the sickening crunch of bones filled the air. The frenzied Viking warriors, their strength and mass amplified, relentlessly forced the tightly clustered gray dwarves backward. Axes swung through the gaps in the shields, and although the gray dwarves' armor remained sturdy, they could no longer withstand the terrifying might of the upgraded warriors, sending many flying, armor and all. As the Viking forces advanced, the throngs of gray dwarves that followed were no longer clad in heavy armor, but merely donned ordinary iron gear, significantly diminishing their defensive capabilities. Each swing of the battle axe sent sprays of blood and chunks of flesh into the air, transforming the narrow passageway into a nightmare for the gray dwarves. Despite their numerical superiority, they were unable to maneuver, resembling cattle awaiting slaughter as they were mercilessly dispatched. Loren, fierce and formidable, seized two lifeless gray dwarf bodies clad in armor, wielding them like grotesque hammers before the Viking warriors, smashing them down upon any foe in sight. Any gray dwarf struck by this terrifying weapon was instantly rendered incapacitated, blood spraying, as they flew back. Soon, the hall was littered with gray dwarves. Either fell to the ground or completely forced out of the entrance. Loren stood guard at the entrance, the terrain restricting the gray dwarves to only a few at a time, and each enemy that dared show their face was crushed by his makeshift weapon. In a brief moment, the entrance was choked with a pile of bodies. Observing that none dared to enter, Loren kicked aside the heap of corpses and stepped out into the open. The gray dwarves outside were struck with fear at the sight of this death incarnate. Forming a circle with weapons drawn, yet none dared to confront him. Seizing the opportunity, Loren quickly surveyed his surroundings and realized he stood atop a small hill. Looking up, he saw the ceiling adorned with vast expanses of luminescent moss, far brighter than anything found in the labyrinth below. Below him lay a dense mass of gray dwarves, interspersed with unfamiliar subterranean races. With a disdainful snort, Loren hurled the two mangled gray dwarf bodies into the throng below, toppling yet another group. Then, he bent down to retrieve a gray dwarf's battle axe, assessing its size as slightly smaller but manageable in weight. With a powerful swing of his arm, he sent the axe flying, cleaving through the unfamiliar subterranean races like a scythe of death, instantly clearing a small area. Through this strike, Loren surmised that these dark-skinned, long-armed beings possessed far weaker combat prowess compared to the gray dwarfs. After this display, Loren made a gesture of utmost insult towards the mass of enemies below. A low horn sounded from the ranks below, and the enraged gray dwarves and their allied races charged once more. Not wishing to linger, Loren retreated back into the defensible entrance. He took a Viking battle axe from Kobe and transformed into a harbinger of death, cleaving at any foe that approached. The next wave of invaders consisted primarily of those weak, subterranean races, with only a few gray dwarves in armor. Loren made no attempts at defense, simply swinging his axe in a relentless assault, each blow infused with terrifying force, cleaving any enemy in two. The slaughter continued, corpses quickly accumulating, with viscous pools of blood forming in low spots. Loren kicked aside the obstructive bodies and, as before, burst out of the entrance to mockingly gesture at the mass below, only to swiftly retreat again. This cycle repeated several times, visibly diminishing the morale of the enemy forces, who hesitated to advance further. After a brief wait, seeing that none dared to enter and meet their demise, Loren wiped the blood from his axe and commanded Kobe to maintain vigilance at the entrance. He strode back to the center of the hall, where the magical barrier protecting Ella and her companions had dissipated. Ragnar, having benefited from Ella's selfless use of a healing scroll, had mostly recovered from his injuries and was now catching his breath to rise. Nick, upon seeing Loren approach, struggled to stand, his face pale from the immense fatigue brought on by overexerting his magical energy. The old goblin mage was also pained by the loss of several precious low-grade magic crystals that had shattered due to excessive use. "What is the situation?" Loren asked, scanning the area. Ella quickly explained. "As soon as we teleported, we found ourselves surrounded by a horde of gray dwarf warriors. Fortunately, Ragnar was with us and could initially hold them off, but as more gray dwarves poured in, my scrolls were mostly for protection and healing, lacking powerful area attack spells. If you hadn't arrived in time, as long as we're all safe," Loren interrupted, tossing a set of clothes from his inventory to Ragnar while inquiring. "Can you still fight?" "Absolutely, boss," Ragnar replied, hurriedly donning the clothing. Though internally he resolved to acquire a pair of pants that could adjust to his transformed state upon returning to the surface, as being bare after each transformation was rather uncomfortable. Loren's gaze shifted to Nick, patting the old goblin mage on the shoulder. Despite Nick's pale complexion, Loren could see he had done his utmost. "Well done," he affirmed succinctly. What's our next move, Loren? Ella asked, adjusting her slightly disheveled armor. We arrived here via the teleportation array using magic stones, and since we VE confirmed the stability of the passage, you should teleport back first. Loren handed several magic stones to Ella, which he had obtained from Lillian beforehand, anticipating the need for a fallback. Have Ulf lead a portion of the Viking warriors over to provide support. The rest will wait for Marco to arrive with the reinforcements. Loren gazed toward the cave entrance and remarked, in my homeland, there is an old saying, since we VE come this far, we ought to accomplish something. Now that we are in the depths, it would be a shame not to experience the wonders of the underground and return with some unique treasures. Chapter 92. Pain before negotiation. As Ella took the opportunity to return to the surface and gather reinforcements, Loren finally had the time to scrutinize the hall they occupied. The more he examined it, the more he felt certain that this place was not constructed by gray dwarves. The walls leading from the entrance to the hall were rough, filled with gouges indicative of the gray dwarves' crude mining techniques. However, upon entering the hall, the architectural style shifted dramatically. It was grand and ancient, with smooth lines and unusually polished stone walls. It appeared that the gray dwarves had stumbled upon this cavernous hall, buried within the mountains, while mining. At the center of the hall stood a flat stone platform, upon which the teleportation array was inscribed. The entire hall was extraordinarily spacious. Yet aside from the entrance they had used, there seemed to be no other exits. Just as Loren's gaze swept towards the entrance, the teleportation array behind him suddenly lit up, and Ulf's imposing figure was the first to step forth from the brilliance, closely followed by an endless stream of fully armed Viking warriors, quickly filling one corner of the hall. Boss, Ulf exclaimed upon spotting Loren. We left 100 brothers behind to guard the surface, and I brought the rest with me. Loren nodded. With the original 20. He now commanded a formidable 200 berserkers. First, let us clear the battlefield and dispose of these obstructive corpses, Loren commanded, as more Viking warriors poured in. The once spacious hall began to feel cramped. At that moment, a nasally voice emerged from the direction of the teleportation array. Loren, is this the underground? Lillian stepped forth from the light. The young girl, having seen Ella safely return, finally relaxed her previously taut nerves, tears of worry and relief streaming down her fair cheeks. Yet her large eyes sparkled with curiosity about the unknown surroundings. Seeing Lillian and the returning Ella, Loren couldn't help but smirk mischievously, teasing, oh, did someone have a little cry? Just don't get scared and start crying again when the real fight begins. Mind your own business. Lillian's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she turned away in irritation, yet her hand instinctively tightened around her staff. The hall was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the Viking warriors. With a sweeping gesture, Loren led the warriors out of the cave and onto the platform on the mountainside. Below, the army of the gray dwarves remained ominously gathered, their numbers thick and oppressive. Although they had not launched another attack, they showed no signs of dispersing, their eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. Those must be the cave dwellers, Ella remarked, pointing at the unfamiliar race to Loren. A species unique to the underworld, they were said to be weak in battle, yet renowned for their agricultural prowess. Loren, what shall we do? Should we attempt to communicate with them? Loren surveyed the gray dwarves and cave dwellers across from him and declared, negotiate. Absolutely. However, as he spoke, Loren raised his battle axe. Though the Viking axe was undeniably heavy, it paled in comparison to the weight of Loren's original broadsword. Nonetheless, he had no other suitable weapon at hand and would have to make do. We must first inflict some pain before we can talk. Slay them. No sooner had he spoken than he darted down the mountain towards the densely packed enemy ranks like an arrow released from a bow. Behind him, 200 Viking berserkers surged forward, flanking Lillian and Ella, their momentum akin to a force of nature, ready to crush all in their path. On the battlefield, Loren wielded the Viking axe, which, despite not being particularly comfortable, transformed into a scythe of death. There was no need for flashy techniques. It was sheer force and speed that dominated the fray. With a thunderous crash, the axe swept through the air, felling the first 3 cave dwellers before they could even emit a cry, cleaving both them and their crude bone knives and wooden spears in half. Their shattered innards and blood splattered across the ground. Nearby, a gray dwarf warrior roared and raised his axe to strike at Loren's flank, but Loren, disinterested in blocking, retaliated with a swift backhanded swing. With a clang and a shatter, the gray dwarf's axe was sent flying like a child's toy, and the iron armor on his body was torn apart as he was propelled backward by the immense force, crashing into several of his comrades. The 200 Viking warriors followed suit, functioning as a highly efficient killing machine, ruthlessly cutting into the enemy ranks. From the very beginning, the battle was one-sided, a massacre unfolding before their eyes. As the sharpest spearhead, Loren made no effort to linger or target specific enemies. He charged straight into the densest part of the enemy formation. Wherever he passed, severed limbs and shattered weapons flew, creating a massive breach within the tightly packed foes. The Viking warriors executed Loren's tactics flawlessly, refusing to remain in one spot, but instead following the path he carved, like a searing iron branding the flesh, repeatedly widening the wound. The Viking warriors split into several smaller squads, coordinating with one another as they relentlessly hacked at the flanks of the enemies through the gap Loren had created, ensuring that the foes had no opportunity to regroup. The Grey Dwarf warriors could barely manage to deflect a few attacks with their iron armor and relatively decent weapons, but each collision left their arms numb and their hands bruised. If struck directly by a Viking warrior's axe, even their iron armor would crumple and shatter instantly. The plight of the cave dwellers was even more tragic. Their frail bodies offered little in the way of protection, and their weapons were pitifully rudimentary. Faced with the Viking warriors, they were as fragile as stalks of wheat. Each swing of the axe easily claimed multiple lives. The few arrows they managed to fire were either effortlessly blocked by Viking shields, or, even when they struck home, failed to penetrate the hardened muscles and sturdy leather armor of the berserkers, only serving to further incite the wrath of these northern giants. Crush them. Do not stop. Loren's roar echoed across the battlefield. He changed direction once more, leading his warriors like a whirlwind of steel into another cluster of enemies. The Grey Dwarf commander attempted to mobilize his troops to surround them, but their speed was no match for the relentless onslaught and efficiency of Loren's cadre of death. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. The Grey Dwarves and cave dwellers, though numerically superior, were scattered and unable to mount an effective defense. They could only watch helplessly as the embodiment of death surged through their ranks, leaving destruction in its wake, bodies strewn and blood flowing like a river. Loren casually seized a spear from a stunned cave dweller, casting it with lethal force towards a figure that appeared to be a Grey Dwarf squad leader. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the squad leader's chest, continuing on to impale two cave dwellers behind him before finally embedding itself in the ground. This sheer brutality shattered the enemy's morale completely, when Loren once again led the Viking warriors through their disarrayed formations. Returning to the relatively open platform at the foot of the mountain, he left behind a scene of utter carnage, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, along with countless terrified faces. The armies of the Grey Dwarves and cave dwellers encircled them from a distance, their weapons still aimed in this direction. Yet their feet involuntarily retreated, no one daring to provoke Loren further. Loren leaned his bloodied axe against the ground, surveying the terrified foes with a slight rise and fall of his chest. Is there anyone who wishes to negotiate now?